Daching Kingdom, Black Eagle Mountain Village. The morning mist had not yet lifted. A thin layer of white frost covered the muddy ground in the yard. The cutting wind slipped through every gap in her clothes. Song Chunhua fell heavily onto the cold, hard ground. The body's original owner had caught fish in the cold during the day and, after long hunger, had passed away the previous night. Now, the woman who had once struggled to survive in a post-apocalyptic world with plant-based powers had been pulled into this poor girl's body, one that shared her name. A true nightmare beginning. Hiss. The weakness in her body made it hard to move. Warning! Energy critically low. In the corner of her vision, a faint red energy bar flickered wildly, its value dropping to a dangerous 0.01. The power core that had traveled with her was now on the verge of collapse, drained by the body's exhaustion. Her survival instinct took over. Digging her nails into the frozen soil, she slowly crawled toward the nearest vegetable patch. A faint warmth began to flow through her. The energy bar trembled and rose. 0.05, 0.1, 0.15. She absorbed greedily, draining every bit of life from the small garden until the number finally stopped at 0.
2.
The suffocating weakness faded slightly, and some strength returned to her limbs. Song Chunhua pushed herself up and brushed the dirt from her clothes. Her eyes swept over the shabby little courtyard. A crooked fence, an empty chicken coop, a water jar covered with thin ice. So poor. The ice cracked with a sharp sound as she scooped half a bucket of water and carried it to the kitchen.
Click, click, click.
Sparks jumped, slowly catching on the kindling. She picked up the fire-blowing tube from the corner of the stove. A gentle puff, and the tiny flame grew quickly, spreading like mushrooms after rain. She added a few branches to the fire. Then she went to the rice jar and lifted the lid. Only a thin layer of coarse rice covered the bottom. She poured every grain into a bowl, barely enough to cover the bottom. Who could this possibly feed? Fragments of memory surged up, and a name filled her heart with bitter anger. Song Yongquan. Her father, the one who had ruined the Song family. He had once been the only one in the village sent to study in town. But instead of learning his letters, he had mastered the art of gambling and dice. The family land, the good fields, even the money meant to keep his wife and children alive. All of it had been lost to the gambling house. The last 10 eggs her mother had saved to recover after childbirth were taken away the day after her burial. Setting the bowl on the stove, Song Chunhua turned without hesitation and walked toward the vegetable patch. She quickly pulled up 2 small cabbages. Don't. A weak voice called from the doorway. Song Chunhua turned around. A thin boy, no more than skin and bones, stood there. He wore a short, patched summer shirt like hers, and his worn straw shoes showed his red, cold toes. In his arms, he held a baby wrapped tightly in an old cotton jacket. This was Song Sanling and the 10-day-old Song Luling. Memories flooded back. Their mother, Madame Wu, had passed away the day after giving birth to Luling. The baby had survived only because the neighbor, Aunt Lu's eldest daughter-in-law, shared a little milk each day. Song Sanling looked at the cabbages she had pulled, his lips trembling before he finally whispered, "Second sister. I'm going to Aunt Lu's house." His voice carried quiet despair. Those vegetables were the last thing they could trade for a bit of food. Song Chunhua gripped the cabbage stems tightly. If they didn't eat, they would starve. Just then, a sharp, angry voice came from outside the yard. "You little brat. Let go. If you don't, I'll tear you apart. Here's the note. Song Yongquan owes me 2 taels of silver, and I want it back today." Startled by the shouting, baby Luling began to cry loudly. Song Chunhua's eyes turned cold. Her hand instinctively reached behind her waist. Empty. She came fully to her senses. This wasn't the end of the world. There was no knife here. She strode quickly toward the gate. A sharp-faced woman with high cheekbones was roughly pulling at the baby in Song Sanling's arms. Song Sanling's face was pale as paper, his teeth clenched, his thin body trembling but holding his brother tightly. "Let go." Song Chunhua's voice was low but carried a chilling edge that allowed no argument. The woman froze for a moment, then spat when she saw it was just a young girl.
Ha!
Your father owes me 2 taels of silver. Either pay up now or hand over that baby as payment. She waved the debt note in her hand, her spit nearly hitting Song Chunhwa's face, and reached again for the baby. A debt note. Black ink on white paper. Song Chunhwa suddenly remembered her father, Song Yongkwan, and his so-called ability to read. All that effort wasted on this harmful thing. Fury burst inside her as she stepped forward. If you dare take them away today, I'll report you to the authorities.
Report me?
The woman put her hands on her hips and shouted, Who are you trying to scare? Do you think the officials even know you? You can try and see. Song Chunhwa didn't back down. Her voice carried a sharp, commanding tone, and her eyes were as fierce as a hawk's.
Taking someone by force is kidnapping.
According to the law, the lightest punishment is exile, the worst is execution. Do you think I wouldn't dare go to the county office and beat the drum for justice? The woman froze under Song Chunhwa's cold, piercing gaze. Hearing words like exile and execution made her tremble, and her arrogance faded. She muttered weakly, You can't just refuse to pay your debt with empty words. 10 days. Song Chunhwa said firmly. In 10 days, I'll return 2 taels and 1 coin. The extra coin is interest. 10 days? With just you and those kids? The woman with the long face looked doubtful, her greedy eyes glancing at Song Lulang.
Fine.
If you don't have the money in 10 days, that boy will pay the debt for you. I'll go with you then, Song Samlang suddenly said, his voice weak but steady. The woman's eyes flickered. A half-grown boy could work. She wouldn't lose out.
Good.
10 days. If I don't see the money by this time, I'll take the boy. She pocketed the debt note and left, still muttering angrily. Cold wind swept through the broken courtyard, leaving only the baby's soft sobs. Song Chunhwa turned around. She didn't offer comfort, only a calm, determined promise. We will pay the money back. She had survived worse in the end of the world. And now that she had taken over this body, she would take care of its family. Song Samlang held his little brother, watching his second sister's thin but straight back disappear into the kitchen. His feelings were mixed. That fierce, commanding look in her eyes just now, it was unfamiliar and frightening, yet somehow gave him a faint hope to keep living. In the kitchen, Song Chunhwa searched for a knife but couldn't find one. From the memories of this body, she realized that the useless father had sold it for money. She cursed him under her breath again. When the brown rice was cooked, she tore the small cabbages into pieces and tossed them into the pot. Standing on a small wooden stool in front of the stove, she scooped a bowl of porridge, blew on it to cool it a little, and eagerly drank it down. Gulp, gulp. After finishing 3 large bowls of thin porridge, warmth spread through her stomach, and a faint energy once again gathered in her drained power core. Energy bar. 0.25. Someone tugged at the corner of her clothes. Looking down, she saw 2 pairs of big eyes staring at the bowl in her hands, their throats moving as they swallowed. Song Sailang and Song Wunyang, the 4-year-old twins, stood shivering at the kitchen door. They both had thin, stick-like bodies, wore short, torn summer clothes, and broken straw sandals, the standard outfit of the Song family.
Second.
Sister, it smells so good. Song Wunyang swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the pot. Beside her, Song Sailang nodded quickly, his small stomach growling. Song Chunhwa quickly filled 2 bowls of steaming vegetable porridge, avoiding the little hands reaching out. She took out 2 pairs of chopsticks, carried the bowls to the main room, and walked fast. The 2 little ones followed closely behind. As soon as the bowls were set on the table, they climbed onto the chairs, their small heads almost buried in the bowls. Eat slowly, Song Chunhwa reminded them, turning to leave. She had no time to watch. After filling a 3rd bowl, she went to the east room. Knocking twice, she pushed the door open with a creak. Song Dalong sat on the bed, weaving a bamboo basket quickly. When he saw the porridge, his lips moved slightly, but he said nothing. He quietly took the bowl and began to drink. His fingers were pale and covered with small cuts from the weaving. Song Chunhua said nothing more, set the bowl down and left. In the main room, the twins were happily licking the bottoms of their bowls. Second sister, this porridge is so good, Song Wunyang said softly. Song Silang mumbled in agreement, yes. It's good. Song Chunhua gently rubbed their dry, yellowish hair. Just then, Song Sanlang came in, holding the sleeping baby, Song Lulang. The little one was as thin as a kitten. He hadn't been healthy even before birth, and after being born, he often went hungry. Give him to me. You can finish the rest of the porridge in the pot, Song Chunhua said, taking the light baby into her arms. After making sure he had eaten enough, she carefully handed him back. Then, Song Chunhua went to the storage room and came out carrying a bamboo basket. Second sister, are you going up the mountain? Song Sanlang ran after her, his small face tense. You can't go into the deep mountains. His tone was serious, like a little adult. Song Chunhua almost laughed at his awkward but determined expression. All right, I won't go into the deep mountains, she said, though she had other plans in mind. Following the muddy path into the hills, Song Chunhua eagerly absorbed the energy flowing from the plants along the way. In the corner of her vision, the energy bar began to rise slowly but steadily. 0.26, 0.28, 0.3. Each small increase brought a wave of strength back into her body. Second sister. A hurried shout came from behind. Song Chunhua turned around. Song Silang and Song Wunyang were running toward her, stumbling as they came. Song Silang held a stick taller than himself, its tip sharpened to a point. Big brother. Gave it to me.
4.
Protection. He panted, pushing the stick toward her. Song Wunyang looked up with bright eyes full of hope. Second sister, can we come with you? Before she could finish, Song Silang interrupted with a stern face.
No.
Big brother and third brother said we're too young to go into the mountains. Song Wunyang pouted, but nodded obediently. Smiling, Song Chunhua urged them, go back now, and be careful not to fall. Hearing that, Song Silang quickly took Song Wunyang's hand, their small fingers tightly clasped together. The twin siblings walked away, and Song Chunhua turned to continue up the mountain. The path grew steeper, and the early winter forest was quiet and cold. She occasionally passed villagers carrying bundles of firewood or wild vegetables, hurrying home with their heavy loads. Avoiding the crowd, Song Chunhua's eyes gleamed as she looked at the trees covering the mountains. To her, this was a vast storehouse and a treasure trove. Invisible energy flowed into her body like gentle streams. The energy bar began to rise faster. 0.5, 0.7, 0.9. Breakthrough. 1.0. A powerful current swept through her, clearing away the last traces of weakness and fatigue. Her senses suddenly became sharper. The flutter of birds' wings, the rustle of wind through different leaves, all reached her ears clearly. It felt as if she had broken free from invisible chains, filled with new strength. Without stopping, she stepped firmly toward the deeper part of the mountain. A warning about wild beasts and the tragic deaths of villagers flashed through her mind, but she forced the thought away. If they didn't go into the deep mountains, she and her 5 younger siblings wouldn't survive this winter. With her plant-based ability, however, she felt completely at home in this untouched forest. With a thought, an old slingshot appeared in her hand. Her storage space had come with her. She brushed aside the thick layer of fallen leaves and picked up 10 smooth stones.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The sharp sound of air being split echoed. A few dull thuds followed from the nearby bushes. Every shot hit its mark. Her aim was still perfect. Good. She strung 10 sparrows together with a vine and tossed them into her basket. Going deeper, a startled pheasant suddenly flew up. Her eyes narrowed as she pulled the slingshot to its limit. She hit it, but it managed to escape. TSK. She frowned. This body was still too weak and lacked power. If she hadn't been absorbing energy along the way, she wouldn't even have the strength to walk this far. Suddenly, a faint but refreshing herbal scent drifted into her nose. She stopped, the corner of her lips curving into a sharp smile that belonged to a seasoned survivor. Following the faint herbal fragrance, Song Chunhua pushed aside layers of branches and leaves until she stopped beneath a massive tree that would take 3 or 4 people to encircle. A small red fruit appeared before her eyes. The shape of its leaves was clear. It was a wild ginseng plant, at least a decade old. She reached out and grasped the ginseng sprout, focusing her energy. Her plant ability could not only absorb energy from plants, but also give energy back to them. As her mind sank into concentration, the energy within her body surged like a flood, rushing into the life beneath her palm. The energy bar in her vision dropped rapidly. 2.8. 2.0. 1.0. The ginseng grew before her eyes. Its stem stretched, its leaves multiplied. 3 leaves.
4. 5.
Her strength was almost completely drained. She leaned back against the tree trunk, breathing heavily. The energy bar had fallen to 0. 0.2, flashing a red warning. Sitting weakly on the ground, she greedily absorbed the energy of the plants around her. 0.05, 0.1. Regaining a bit of strength, she quickly took out a sharp wooden stick from her space pouch and carefully began digging around the century-old ginseng that shimmered with spiritual energy. Looking at the intact ginseng root in her hand, Song Chunhua couldn't help but grin silently. This is money. Real money. She carefully placed the ginseng into her space pouch. While continuing to absorb energy, she moved deeper toward the north. A familiar, faint fragrance drifted into her nose again. It was light, almost unnoticeable. Under another large tree that would take 4 people to encircle, she found 2 smaller ginseng plants, each about 10 years old. Just like before, she grasped one gently and focused her mind. Energy surged out like a tide. 0.3, 0.1, 0.05. The ginseng's age rapidly increased in her palm until it reached nearly 30 years. Song Chunhua's inner energy was once again nearly depleted. She had no choice but to give up on empowering the second one. She needed to recover quickly. Sitting cross-legged, she began to absorb the surrounding energy with full focus. 0.1, 0.3, 0.5. Suddenly, a strong, wild animal scent rushed into her heightened senses without warning. It was followed by heavy snorts and the cracking of dry branches. Without hesitation, she pushed off the ground and climbed the nearest tree in one swift, silent motion, disappearing into the thick leaves. 5 large, muscular wild boars with long, curved tusks were slowly approaching the spot where she had just dug up the ginseng. The leader, a huge black boar, lowered its thick snout to sniff the fresh soil pit left behind. 5 of them. There was no way she could fight them now. Holding her breath, she reached into her space pouch, pulled out a slingshot and a few stones, and scanned the area sharply. A stone flew out and struck a hardwood tree 20 meters away with a crisp sound. Snort? All 5 boars froze, lifting their thick necks and staring warily toward the noise. The black boar let out a deep growl and charged in that direction, the others following close behind. Their heavy steps and snorts soon faded into the distance. Without wasting a second, Song Chunhua slid down the tree trunk and rushed to the last unempowered ginseng. Without caring about keeping the roots intact, she used a wooden stick to roughly pry the ginseng out of the soil, roots and all. She stuffed the dirt-covered ginseng into her storage bag and looked up at the sky. The sun was leaning westward. It must be between 1 and 3 in the afternoon. Winter days grew dark early, so if she wanted to get home before nightfall, she had to head down the mountain now. On the way back, she absorbed the energy of the plants along the path. The energy bar kept rising, 0.5.1.0.1.5.2.0.2.5. When it was close to 3, a warm, full feeling spread through her body again.
Whoosh.
The slingshot snapped, and a pheasant fell to the ground. She moved quickly, hitting every shot. The plump pheasants filled her basket. Near the foot of the mountain, she was lucky enough to find a rabbit nest, 6 rabbits in total, 3 in each hand. Second sister. Second sister. As she reached the bottom, familiar voices called out. Song Sailang and Song Wunyang stood on tiptoe at the spot where they had parted that morning, cupping their hands around their mouths to shout. Wunyang was about to run towards Song Chunhua, but Sailang quickly grabbed her arm. Third brother said, "We can only wait here. We can't go any farther." Wunyang nodded obediently and called out again with her hands around her mouth. Song Chunhua quickened her pace and came up to them. She placed a rabbit in each of their arms. "Hold them tight." Wunyang froze for a moment, then her eyes widened in surprise. "It's a little rabbit. A real rabbit." She cried out in delight. "Why are its eyes closed?" Sailang asked curiously, poking it gently. "They'll open when we get home." "Let's go," Chunhua urged. "Then let's hurry home." The two children, clutching their rabbits, ran off with short, quick steps. At the gate, Song Samlang was holding Song Lulang and peering in their direction. "Third brother, look. Rabbits." The twins ran up proudly to show him. Song Chunhua entered the yard and set down her basket. With a soft thud, pheasants, sparrows, and rabbits tumbled out. Seeing Samlang and the two little ones staring in shock, she smiled and said, "Tonight, we're having chicken."
Wow.
The twins cheered, their excitement and drooling sounds filling the air. The cheers and chatter stopped halfway, and Song Sailang's little face fell. Mother said, "We have to trade for food. We don't have any fields." "It's fine. Look, we have plenty." Song Chunhua pointed at the pheasants, birds, and rabbits on the ground. "When we finish these, we'll catch more." But Song Samlang's eyes stayed fixed on her, his voice firm and certain. "Second sister, you went deep into the mountains." His sharp gaze was filled with worry and curiosity. When Song Sailang heard that, he quickly shouted, "Second sister, you didn't listen." Song Chunhua smiled and walked to the water jar in the yard. Before the three could react, she wrapped her arms around the jar and easily lifted it off the ground, something that usually took 2 or 3 strong men to do. Thud. The jar landed back in place. "Now you know why I could go into the mountains. I'm strong." The young twins didn't think much about how their sister suddenly became so strong. They shouted in admiration, "Second sister, you're amazing." Song Samlang, however, looked at her with suspicion. Song Chunhua explained, "I don't know why either. I just woke up today full of energy." She quickly changed the subject and pointed at the rabbits. "Should we eat them or keep them?"
Fifth sister said, "Eat."
Fourth brother said, "Keep them. You just said on the way home that the rabbits were cute. Why do you want to eat them now?" Song Chunhua said with a laugh. Seeing fifth sister's troubled face, Song Sailang quickly changed his mind. Song Chunhua pointed at the rabbits in their arms. "Let's keep these 2 and eat the rest, all right?" The twins nodded together. "Then we'll raise them for now. In a few days I'll cook rabbit meat for you and use the fur to make each of you a pair of boots. They can stay there," Song Samlang said, pointing toward the pig pen. After placing the rabbits inside, Song Chunhua gently patted each one. The rabbits blinked sleepily and woke up. They're awake. So fluffy. The twins leaned on the fence, their faces glowing with excitement. Song Chunhua picked up 2 pheasants from the ground. "Samling, take these to Grandma Lu and great-grandfather." Then she picked up another pheasant and put it into her basket. "I'll go to the village head's house." When she reached the gate, she turned back and added, "Go borrow a kitchen knife from Grandma Lu or great-grandpa's house. We'll need it to prepare the chicken tonight." Dusk was falling, and thin smoke rose from the chimneys. It was around 4 in the afternoon, the usual time for a farming family to start preparing their second meal of the day. Relying on her memory, Song Chunhua walked quickly toward the home of the village head, Chunjingha. At the gate, 3 children were crouched down, playing with stones. One little girl with braids looked up, saw her, and shouted toward the yard, "Grandma, Sister Chunhua is here." Hearing the voice, Madam Chin, the village head's wife, poked her head out from the kitchen, her hands still covered in flour. "Hello, Grandma Chin," Song Chunhua greeted politely as she stepped into the yard, just as the original owner of her body would have done. "Is Grandpa Chin at home?" "He went out for a walk. He'll be back soon." Before Madam Chen could finish, a stern voice came from the gate, scolding one of the children. Chun Jingha entered slowly, holding his tobacco pipe. Grandpa Chen, Song Chunhua greeted, taking a heavy wild pheasant from her basket and handing it to him. I caught this in the mountains. Please, you and Grandma try it. A flicker of surprise crossed Chun Jingha's eyes, but his brows soon furrowed. He gently pushed the bird back with his pipe. Take it home. You and your siblings are still growing. Keep it for yourselves, or trade it in town for some grain. And don't go too deep into the mountains again. His tone carried both concern and a hint of reproach. We still have some at home, Song Chunhua said, placing the bird directly into Madam Chen's hands. Madam Chen instinctively caught it. Though their family was better off than most, meat was still rare. Even their own chickens were usually kept for eggs or traded for oil and salt. After a brief show of politeness, she accepted it. Chun Jingha was about to tell his wife to return it when the 3 children who had been playing outside ran in, their eyes fixed on the pheasant in her arms. A chicken! Such a big one! Grandma, are we having chicken tonight? Madam Chun held the bird, glancing at her husband with a look that carried both question and quiet hope. The children stared at the pheasant, their eyes wide, their throats moving as they swallowed unconsciously. The youngest one couldn't help but lick his dry lips. Chun Jingha looked at Song Chunhua, guessing she must have a favor to ask. Tell the second son's family to prepare it. We'll have chicken tonight. The children burst into excitement at once. Chicken for dinner. Chicken for dinner. Their cheers nearly lifted the roof. Go on, go on. Don't get in the way. Chun Jingha waved his pipe, shooing away his lively grandchildren. Song Chunhua then carefully took out 2 ginseng roots from the basket on her back. One had complete roots, while the smaller one looked a bit messy, with a few roots broken. Grandpa Li Zheng, she said clearly, please issue me a travel pass. I want to take these 2 ginseng roots to the county to sell. People could move freely within Daqing town, but to go to the county, they needed a pass signed by the village head. Without it, they couldn't enter the city. If caught on the road without one, they would be fined, and if they couldn't pay, they could be jailed. The old man was stunned by the ginseng she brought out. When he heard she wanted to go to the county, he was even more surprised. The county? In all his years, he had only been there once. Most villagers never went farther than the nearby town. Oh my, that's ginseng, isn't it? It must be worth a lot. A sharp female voice suddenly rang out. The 3rd daughter-in-law, Qianhua, came running in with a basket of vegetables. Her eyes locked onto the ginseng, especially the larger one. It's huge. Must be worth a fortune. Someone in my hometown once sold one this big and got enough silver to marry off a son. These 2 could probably. She reached out to grab the ginseng from Song Chunhua's hands. Chun Jingha glared at her fiercely. Qianhua quickly pulled her hand back, but her eyes stayed fixed on the ginseng, her mind racing with thoughts. These could buy several silver bracelets, maybe even gold ones. Seeing this, Chun Jingha grew angry, but didn't want to scold his daughter-in-law directly. He shouted toward the kitchen, "Old woman." Chun Yaoshi answered, and came out. When she saw the ginseng, she was also surprised. Then, noticing Qianhua's greedy look, her face darkened.
You.
3rd daughter-in-law. Get in here, and work.
Now.
Qianhua reluctantly shuffled into the kitchen, turning back every few steps. After she left, Chun Jingha frowned deeply and looked at Song Chunhua with a serious expression. I can give you the travel pass, Chunhua, but the county isn't like going to town. It's at least 6 hours away. That's a long trip. Are you sure you know the way? Thank you, Grandpa Li Zheng. Song Chunhua said sincerely when she heard that Chun Jingha had agreed to give her a travel pass. I've heard from my father how to get there. Chun Jingha remembered that her father had indeed been to the county a few times. Looking at the thin and small girl before him, and thinking of her older brother who had broken his leg, he sighed quietly but still tried to persuade her. It's a long way. If you meet any trouble on the road, it could be dangerous. Listen to me, just sell the ginseng at the town's pharmacy. The price won't be much different. Tomorrow, your Uncle Fuchin will take you there on his ox cart. He'll make sure you're safe and treated fairly. Chun Fuchin was Chun Jinghe's second son, who carried passengers on his ox cart when there was no farm work. Song Chunhua gave the excuse she had thought of on the way. I want to go to the county to look for my father. In truth, she hoped her father, Song Yongquan, would never return, but she had no better excuse for now. Hearing this, Chun Jinghe sighed deeply, his breath filled with helplessness and disdain for Song Yongquan. He said no more and went into the inner room. After a while, he came out with a freshly written travel pass and 2 copper coins. Tomorrow at dawn, around 5:15, wait for your Uncle Fuchin at the village entrance. Take his cart to town. This is for your travel expenses. He handed the items to Song Chunhua and added, you don't need to pay for the ride. Thank you, Grandpa Li Zheng. I'll repay you after I sell the ginseng. Song Chunhua thanked him sincerely and carefully put the things away. Forget it, Chun Jinghe said, waving his hand. Song Chunhua walked home through the evening light. The kitchen was filled with a faint smell of raw meat. A cleaned pheasant lay on the chopping board. Song Sanlang was crouched by the stove, using the fire to singe off the bird's fine feathers. The boiling water in the pot above could later be used for soaking their feet. The weather was cold, and a bowl of hot soup would warm both body and heart. Song Chunhua rolled up her sleeves. Let's make chicken soup.
Yeah.
The twins nodded eagerly, their bright eyes shining. With quick, practiced movements, she chopped the pheasant into even pieces. She carefully removed the golden chicken fat and placed it in a small bowl. It was precious oil. She didn't throw away the head or tail. That was still good meat. The chicken needs to be stir-fried over high heat. Turn up the fire, Song Chunhua said with a smile to Song Sanlang, who was crouched by the stove. Turn up the heat. The twins immediately repeated, their voices full of excitement. The pan was heated, and chicken fat was poured in. A sizzling sound filled the air, and a rich aroma of meat quickly spread through the kitchen. Adding a few slices of, and some garlic would make it even better. However, in the original owner's memory, there seemed to be no such thing as garlic existed, but only as young green shoots in the field. The chicken pieces were poured into the hot pan with a splash. Song Chunhua's wrist moved quickly as she stir-fried them. The smell of sizzling oil and meat filled the entire kitchen. The twins stood on tiptoe, stretching their necks to peek into the pot. Little Song Wunyang sniffed the air, her eyes curved with delight. It smells so good, she said, her face full of joy. When the chicken turned golden and fragrant, Song Chunhua scooped 2 ladles of cold water into the pot. There was no hot water available. Steam rose instantly. She covered the pot with a heavy wooden lid, and the bubbling sound soon overflowed from the edges. Lower the fire a bit, Song Chunhua said to Song Sanlang, who was tending the stove. Seeing the 2 little ones squatting by the pot, she smiled and said, it needs to cook for half an hour. Want to go play for a while? Both little heads shook quickly. Thinking the soup would taste better with some greens, she stepped toward the courtyard. Just as she reached the kitchen door, Grandma Lu from next door came in, holding a basin. Here, take this, Grandma Lu said, handing it to her. Looking down, Song Chunhua saw half a basin of brown rice. Every family's food supply was carefully measured to last until the next harvest, so no one had extra to spare. Song Chunhua didn't refuse, since her own rice jar was completely empty. Thank you, Grandma Lu. I'll pay you back once I buy some rice. No need, Grandma Lu said, pretending to glare but smiling kindly. Consider it in exchange for that chicken you gave us. It smells wonderful. I'm cooking it right now. Song Chunhua poured the brown rice into her rice jar and returned the basin. There was only one pot, so she would have to cook the rice after the chicken was done, which meant it would be dark by then. With no candles or lamps at home, it would be hard to clean up afterward. So she decided quickly. She washed a big bowl of brown rice, lifted the lid, and sprinkled it evenly into the bubbling golden broth. This way, she could save time and make the rice even tastier, soaked with the rich flavor of the meat. She walked to the vegetable garden and quickly pulled out 2 small cabbages, shaking the soil off their roots. While she was washing them, Lu Granny's eldest grandson, Dainyu, carefully walked in, holding a small jar. He handed it to Song Chunhua. "Grandma told me to give this to you." Before she could reply, he had already run off. He needed to watch over his pot of chicken soup, or his younger brother would finish it all. Song Chunhua lifted the lid. She gently opened the lid and saw a layer of salt at the bottom of the jar. Feeling the rough salt grains with her fingertips, warmth filled her heart. She would remember this kindness. Once she sold the ginseng, she would repay it generously. Half an hour later, she lifted the pot lid. A rich aroma of meat rose with the steam, filling the whole room. The cabbage leaves quickly softened in the boiling chicken soup, soaking up the flavorful broth. When they were ready, she turned her wrist and poured the soup, meat, and vegetables into bowls, leaving nothing in the pot. The twins followed closely behind, holding their bowls and chopsticks, their faces flushed and shiny from the steam. Song Sanlang poured half a pot of water into the stove to heat it with the remaining fire, so they could wash later. Song Chunhua filled a large bowl to the brim and handed it to him. "Take this to Big Brother." Then she gave each of the twins a full bowl, adding extra pieces of meat for them. Finally, she served herself and Song Sanlang. After all the bowls were filled, half a basin of soup still remained. Song Wunyang, tempted by the smell, couldn't wait. She picked up a piece of hot meat and popped it into her mouth. "Ah, hot," she gasped, eyes watering, but still couldn't bear to spit it out. Seeing this, Song Chunhua said gently, "Spit it into your bowl and wait for it to cool a bit." The little girl reluctantly did so, her eyes still fixed on the piece of meat. For a while, the only sounds in the room were the slurping of soup and the quiet chewing of food. Every bone was cleaned, every drop of broth finished. They decided together to save the remaining half basin for tomorrow. The twins leaned over the basin, sniffing the aroma and swallowing hard, but still nodded firmly. "Tomorrow," smiling, Song Chunhua gave each of them a small half bowl, leaving the rest for Song Sanlang to take to Song Dalong. Seeing that none of the three picked up their chopsticks, as if they wanted to save the food for tomorrow, Song Chunhua continued, "We still have some bird meat for tomorrow, and rabbit meat for the next day. From now on, we'll have meat every day. Meat every day." Song Wunyang repeated happily, her little face blooming with a smile. Song Sanlang divided the chicken in his bowl, giving some to the twins, and then placed 2 pieces into Song Chunhua's bowl. "Thank you, third brother," the 2 younger ones said sweetly. Then, clumsily, each picked up a piece of chicken and placed it into Song Sanlang's bowl. "Mother said when we receive a gift, we should give one back." Song Chunhua smiled and followed their example, putting another piece of chicken into Song Sanlang's bowl. When they finished, the bowls and dishes were completely clean, and the 4 of them rubbed their full stomachs with satisfied smiles. After washing up, the 6 siblings, including the baby Song Luling, gathered in Song Dalong's room. Seeing everyone present, Song Chunhua spoke directly. "I'm going to the county tomorrow." Everyone froze except for little Luling, who didn't understand. "To the county?" Song Dalong's voice was filled with surprise. He couldn't understand why his sister suddenly wanted to go there. Song Chunhua nodded and took out 2 small ginseng roots from her pocket. The twins looked on curiously, not knowing what they were. Song Dalong and Song Sanlang gasped in shock. They recognized the ginseng and knew it was worth a lot of money. "I want to go to the county to sell these. Grandpa Lijing has already given me a travel pass," Song Chunhua said calmly. "A travel pass?" The 2 brothers were stunned again. Lijing had actually agreed? Then worry filled their faces, and they both tried to stop her, saying the same thing Qinjinghe had said earlier. It was too far and too dangerous. She should sell it in town instead. Song Chunhua didn't argue. She turned to the twins and said gently, "Can you help second sister check on the rabbits? See if they've eaten their grass." "Okay." The 2 children answered at once. "Let's go, little sister," Song Sanlang said, reaching out his hand. The twins were still too young to know what could or couldn't be said. When their footsteps faded away, Song Chunhua carefully took out a large, leaf-wrapped ginseng root from the bottom of her basket. 100-year-old ginseng. Song Dalong and Song Samling's eyes widened in shock, their breathing almost stopping. After a long silence, Song Samling spoke firmly. Second sister, I'm going with you. Song Dalong quickly understood and nodded repeatedly.
Yes.
Let Samling go with you, so you can look after each other. Song Chunhua knew that if she didn't let Song Samling go along, the family would only worry more. She smiled and agreed readily. She picked up a smaller ginseng root, one with some damaged roots but still over 30 years old, and handed it to Song Dalong. Big brother, take this and soak it in water to help your leg heal. I don't need it. Sell it for money. Song Dalong refused. These 2 roots are already worth a lot. We don't need to sell this one. Her tone was firm. She glanced at his injured leg and spoke more softly. You got hurt in the mountains trying to earn food for the family. You should use this ginseng. Seeing the determination in his sister's eyes, he finally tightened his grip on the ginseng and gave a quiet hum in reply. They had to leave early the next morning, so Song Samling cooked half a pot of mixed grain rice. Song Chunhua chopped all the bird meat into pieces, put it in a bowl, and added a pinch of salt. Before the village roosters crowed, a faint light was already shining from the Song family's kitchen stove. The siblings ate a big bowl of coarse rice each, along with the salty, fragrant bird meat. The rest in the pot was left as food for the family for the next 2 days. When they reached the old locust tree at the village entrance, the sound of roosters crowing echoed in the distance. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Hey! Chun Fuchin arrived right on time, driving his ox cart, and called out to them under the tree. Come on up. On the cart sat 3 older women, an aunt, and a girl of about 10. Usually, the Song siblings only interacted with a few nearby families, so they only recognized these people by face. After getting on the cart, the siblings smiled politely at the others, then closed their eyes to rest and save energy for the long trip to the county. It took about 2 hours to walk from the village to the town, but only about 1 hour by ox cart. From the town to the county seat, even by cart, it would take nearly 4 hours. As dawn broke, the ox cart reached Baihua town. Uncle Fuchin, we'll pay you for the ride when we come back. No need, Chen Fuchin said with a smile, waving his hand. My father said not to take your money. Just then, a sharp-eared woman nearby quickly spoke up. No fare? Thank you so much. The old woman nearby was about to take out some coins, but when she heard the long-faced woman speak, she quickly pulled her hand back. She knew Chen Fuchin was talking to the poor siblings from the village, but saving a few coins was always welcome. Chen Fuchin frowned and snapped back. Chunhua caught a chicken for my family. If you catch one too, I won't charge you for the ride. If not, don't ever ask to ride my cart again. The long-faced woman curled her lips in annoyance. The young girl beside her blushed and tugged at her sleeve. The siblings didn't stay any longer. They nodded gratefully to Chen Fuchin and quickly walked toward the county town. Before they left, Chen Fuchin secretly slipped 2 coins into Song Samling's hand. Trees lined both sides of the road. As they walked, Song Chunhua absorbed the energy of the plants around her, and her steps grew lighter. Finally, just as the sun was about to set and the heavy city gates were slowly closing, the 2 of them reached the entrance. They hurriedly handed their coins to the gate guard. The streets of the county town were crowded and noisy. Song Chunhua quickly stopped a kind-looking man. Uncle, excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the biggest pharmacy in town? The man smiled warmly and pointed ahead. Go straight down the street, past 2 intersections, then turn left. You'll see Fushouting. That's the largest pharmacy in town. After thanking him, the 2 hurried toward their destination. Song Samling followed closely behind his sister, his eyes full of curiosity as he looked around. When they reached the grand storefront of Fushouting, they were about to step inside when a sharp-faced clerk blocked their way. He glanced at their worn clothes with clear disdain. Go away. Don't stand here and block our business. He his chin toward a shabby shop across the street. Go over there. That's more your kind of place. Just then, a round-faced clerk came running out from inside, smiling warmly. Please come in. Are you here to buy medicine or to sell something? As he spoke, he stepped aside and gestured politely for them to enter. Before Song Chunhua could reply, the sharp-faced clerk shouted again, not caring if he offended them. They look poor. What's the point of asking? The round-faced clerk ignored him and continued to lead the siblings inside. Song Chunhua ignored him and turned to the round-faced clerk. The clerk nodded and led the two of them to the counter. Behind it sat a plump shopkeeper, busy working on his abacus. Shopkeeper, these two have something to sell, the clerk said. The man behind the counter lifted his eyelids and gave Song Chunhua and her younger brother a cold glance. Our shop only buys top-quality goods, he said flatly. Without a word, Song Chunhua took out a ginseng root that was over 10 years old and placed it on the counter. The shopkeeper glanced at it, kept moving the beads on his abacus, and said casually. Song Chunhua's face stayed calm as she reached into her basket again. This time, she carefully placed a thick, well-shaped ginseng root on the counter. Its roots were strong, and it gave off a faint glow. The shopkeeper's fingers froze on the abacus. His dull eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the ginseng. With his years of experience, he could tell at a glance, from its stem, texture, body, roots, and skin, that this was a top-grade, 100-year-old ginseng. He swallowed hard, forcing down his excitement, and cleared his throat, pretending to be calm.
Well,
this one is not bad, he said, though the light in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Please name your price, Song Chunhua said evenly. The shopkeeper looked the two of them up and down. Their clothes were worn and patched, and they were so small they barely reached the counter. He sneered inwardly. They must be from the mountains, he thought. They probably have no idea what this ginseng is really worth. Stroking his beard, he put on a generous look. Song Chunhua's lips curved slightly, but she said nothing. She simply reached out to take back the ginseng. The shopkeeper panicked but tried to keep his composure. Wait, young lady. 8 taels of silver is already a good price. No other shop will offer that much. Song Chunhua met his eyes, her voice cold. 100-year ginseng king. You can't possibly pretend not to recognize it, can you, shopkeeper? The man froze, embarrassment flashing across his face. He had thought she was just an ignorant mountain girl he could easily fool. Before he could respond, Song Chunhua raised her clear voice toward the customers nearby. Uncles and aunties, this is 100-year ginseng king. The shopkeeper is offering 8 taels of silver. Do you think that's fair? The crowd gasped and stepped closer, eager to get a better look at the ginseng in her hand. A well-dressed woman gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my! Shopkeeper, you're being far too greedy. My in-laws bought 1/2 this size, with some broken roots, and it still cost 100 taels of silver." The shopkeeper, seeing the situation getting out of hand, was about to name a fair price. But when he noticed that although Song Sanlang looked calm and strong, his toes were nervously curling inside his worn straw sandals, he thought he had a chance to take advantage. Putting on a troubled expression, he said through gritted teeth, "Fine, fine. You two look pitiful. 110 taels." Song Chunhua gave a short laugh, full of mockery. She swiftly put the 2 ginseng roots into her basket and turned to leave without hesitation. The sharp-faced assistant jumped up and shouted, 110 taels. Do you even know how much that is? Even if we sold both of you, it wouldn't be worth that much. Song Chunhua didn't stop walking. The shopkeeper, now panicking, hurried out from behind the counter and called after them, 120 taels. 150. 200. Seeing the siblings walking farther away, without looking back, the shopkeeper lost his composure and angrily yelled at the sharp-faced assistant, "Go. Bring them back right now." Then he pushed the round-faced assistant forward, shouting, "You go too. Make sure you bring them back." Ignoring everyone else in the shop, he dragged his heavy body outside, panting as he ran. A ginseng of such quality, aged 100 years, was a once-in-a-lifetime find. If his employer learned that he had lost it just to bargain for a lower price, he could forget about keeping his job. Before the assistants or the shopkeeper could catch up, a man who looked like a steward stepped forward, blocking Song Chunhua's path. Bowing politely, his eyes bright, he said, "Miss, I'll pay 300 taels for that ginseng. Will you sell it to me?" Just then, The round-faced assistant ran up to the siblings, bowed, and said, "Our shopkeeper would like to invite you back to discuss this further." The shopkeeper finally caught up, holding up
200
taels. Song Chunhua smiled and pointed at the steward. This gentleman offered 300. The shopkeeper turned to the steward and said, "Manager Su, I saw that ginseng first."
Manager Susmail Kamli.
"Really? When I heard the price you offered, I thought you didn't want it." The pharmacy owner was speechless, but still tried to stay polite. "We're still negotiating,"
he said.
Song Chunhua spoke at the right moment, her voice clear. "Shopkeeper, Steward Su has offered 300 taels. If you don't raise your price, the ginseng will be his." She emphasized the words, "raise your price." The shopkeeper's face turned dark. He glared at Steward Su and forced out through his teeth, 301 tael. Steward Su didn't even blink. "400 taels," he said calmly. Steward Su offers 400 taels. "What about you, shopkeeper?" Song Chunhua's eyes were sharp. The shopkeeper's forehead veins bulged. He pointed at Steward Su. You're spending so much. Will your master agree to this?"
Steward Surimant composed.
"Don't worry, shopkeeper. For a ginseng of this quality, my master will only reward me. 401 taels." The shopkeeper shouted. 500 taels, Steward Su said, easily outbidding him again. Song Sanlang, standing nearby, felt his heart pounding. He dug his nails into his palm just to keep calm. Song Chunhua looked again at the pale-faced shopkeeper. "Steward Su offers 500 taels. Will you raise your price?" The shopkeeper glared at Steward Su, then at the basket holding the ginseng in Song Chunhua's hands. He suddenly flung his sleeve and stumbled out of the room. Just as Song Sanlang thought the deal would close at 500 taels, Song Chunhua spoke again. "Steward Su, although you've offered 500 taels and the shopkeeper has stopped bidding, I won't sell at this price. If I take it to the city, it could fetch over 1,000 taels. I don't need that much. How about 600? If you agree, we can make the deal." Song Sanlang was shocked but kept his mouth shut, forcing himself to stay calm. After a moment of thought, Steward Su nodded and gestured politely. "It's noisy here. Why don't we move to the tea house to talk in detail?" Song Chunhua agreed. When they entered the tea house, the manager hurried out to greet them respectfully. "Steward Su." He personally led them upstairs. In a private room, Steward Su pushed a stack of silver notes towards Song Chunhua. She didn't take them right away. "Could you exchange 200 taels for silver coins? 10 taels in small change, please." "Wait a moment." Steward Su stood up and soon returned with a wooden box filled with neatly stacked silver ingots and a small pouch of loose silver. After the deal was done, Steward Su said, "This tea house belongs to our master. If you have more rare herbs in the future, come straight here. You'll always get a fair price." Song Chunhua nodded, thanked him, and took her leave. As they stepped out of the tea house, Song Sanlang walked stiffly, still in shock. That 100-year-old ginseng had sold for 600 taels, 600. Enough to buy more than 50 acres of good farmland. If he had been the one selling it, he probably would have agreed the moment the shopkeeper offered 100 taels, overjoyed and without hesitation. The sun was sinking, painting the sky with a deep red glow. Song Chunhua and her younger brother had just turned into a quiet alley when 3 dark figures blocked their way. The man in the middle, chewing on a straw, tapped a stick against his palm and grinned, showing yellow teeth. "Be smart. Hand over the silver you just got, or you won't be leaving." They had followed the siblings from the street near the medicine shop, seeing them as easy targets. Song Chunhua stopped, her eyes calm and steady. Song Sanlang tensed his muscles and quickly stepped in front of his sister, watching the men warily. Chunhua's face showed no fear. Her lips curved into a cold smile. "Let's see if you really have the ability to take it." Before her words faded, 3 sharp cries echoed through the alley.
Ah, ugh, ow.
The 3 men who had been shouting moments ago were now lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Song Chunhua stepped forward, pressing her shoe lightly on the leader's face. Her voice was colder than the winter wind. Money. Hand it over. Otherwise, you'll lose a hand or a foot. Terrified, the men quickly pulled out their silver and copper coins. Manhwa weighed them in her hand. Less than a tael. She pressed down slightly harder, and the man screamed again. Search each other, she ordered. If anyone hides money, he stays here. The air froze. The three men exchanged glances, and then, like wild dogs, they turned on each other, fighting and shouting. Horseface. What's that in your sleeve? Hand it over. Motsi. Are you out of your mind? How dare you take my silver? Go ahead, and take it then. In the chaos, the skinny man nicknamed Monkey pulled a piece of broken silver from the pockmarked man's shoe. Motsi yanked a string of copper coins from the sleeve of the man with the long face. Not to be outdone, the long-faced man pulled a piece of silver and a few coins from Monkey's pocket. Perfect circle. Not a single coin was missing. Weighing the silver and coins in her hand, Song Chunhua spoke with a cold, playful tone.
See you next time.
The three robbers shivered all over, staring at the small girl as if they had seen a ghost. This wasn't an easy target, it was a wolf in sheep's clothing. As dusk fell, the siblings walked into an inn. Welcome, travelers. Staying the night or just stopping for a meal? The waiter greeted them with a smile, but when he noticed their worn summer clothes, his smile faded a little. Staying the night. 2 upper rooms, Song Chunhua said crisply. And 2 bowls of beef noodles, extra portion. The waiter raised an eyebrow, testing her tone. Upper rooms. Half a string of coins per night. Without even looking up, Song Chunhua pulled out the copper coins and a piece of silver they had just taken, and placed them on the counter with a sharp clack. The waiter's face instantly lit up with a flattering smile.
Plenty.
More than enough. Please, honored guests, upstairs. Rooms 3 and 4. Quiet and spacious. He shouted toward the kitchen, 2 big bowls of beef noodles. Extra meat. Soon, steaming bowls of noodles with floating oil and rich aroma were served. The smell made their stomachs rumble. The siblings said nothing more, eating quickly and heartily until not a drop of soup was left. Sweat glistened on their foreheads. Across the street, a fabric shop was still lit. The shopkeeper sat frowning, clicking his abacus and sighing. Hearing footsteps, he looked up in surprise, only to see 2 country children in shabby, ill-fitting clothes. The words of welcome stuck in his throat. When he saw their straw sandals, he sighed again. He lowered his head and went back to his abacus, clearly thinking they couldn't afford anything. Song Chunhua didn't mind his silent dismissal. She strolled calmly around the shop. Her younger brother, Song Sanlang, stood nervously by the door, clutching the edge of his too short shirt. Before this, the farthest place she had ever been was the town market, where she sold vegetables and used the money to buy some brown rice. That was the only shop she had ever visited. When she reached the counter, Song Chunhua pointed to a roll of coarse blue cloth inside the cabinet and asked, "How much is this one?" 6 coins, the shopkeeper replied lazily after glancing at the cloth, then lowered his head again to work his abacus. "What about this one?" Chunhua pointed to another roll of brown cloth, ignoring his attitude. No matter the time or place, ancient days, modern times, or even the end of the world, people always respect fine clothes before they respect the person wearing them. Considering how she and Song Sanlang were dressed, it was already good that they hadn't been thrown out. The shopkeeper clicked his tongue impatiently. All coarse cloth cost the same. He pointed to a bulging sack in the corner. "There. Scraps of cloth. You look like you could use them. 10 coins and you can take the lot. But hurry, once my wife comes back, the price won't be this low." Song Sanlang's eyes lit up. He ran over, opened the sack, and saw pieces of cloth in all sizes.
"Sis.
This is great. We can patch our clothes," he said, his voice full of quiet excitement. "If you like it, take it," Chunhua said. Her eyes swept over the shelves. "Do you have any cotton?" The shopkeeper, already annoyed and seeing how little business he had, waved his hand impatiently. "No," he started to say, but before he could finish, several pieces of silver and a string of copper coins clattered onto the counter. His eyes immediately fixed on the silver. The gloom on his face vanished, replaced by a wide smile. His tone changed completely. Yes, yes, of course. How much would you like? It's all new cotton. Just arrived this year, very warm. He quickly pulled a large cloth bag from the shelf behind him, placed it on the counter, and opened it. Inside was pure white cotton, soft and clean, giving off a faint natural scent. Chunhwa picked up a handful. It felt soft and springy, truly good quality. This cotton came from the northwest, the shopkeeper said eagerly. 9 coins a pound. He watched her face carefully as he spoke. The price was indeed high, almost a whole tael of silver per pound. Ordinary village families could only afford 3 or 4 pounds with a year's income. Even though Song Sanlang knew his second sister had more than 500 taels of silver, the price still startled him. Song Chunhua was calculating in her mind. Each person needed a set of thick cotton clothes, and the old straw-filled quilts at home had to be replaced with cotton ones. The shopkeeper thought they found the price too high and, afraid of losing the sale, quickly said, "This is already cleaned of seeds. It's only 8 silver coins per pound. Give me 25 pounds.
20.
15 pounds. The shopkeeper's voice suddenly rose, his eyes wide with excitement. His hands trembled slightly as he hurried to grab the scale. Please wait a moment. Honored customer. I'll weigh it right now, not a single ounce short. Song Chunhua pointed again at the 2 rolls of coarse cloth and the pile of fabric scraps she had asked about earlier. I'll take these too. Thinking about how rough her underclothes felt against her skin, she chose a roll of fine cloth. The fine cloth cost 3 silver coins per roll, but she still picked one in creamy white and half a roll in pale yellow, planning to make soft underclothes for the whole family. Seeing that she wanted another roll and a half of fine cloth, the shopkeeper's smile grew so wide it nearly reached his ears. He lowered his head and quickly worked his abacus. I'll throw in the fabric scraps as a gift. Altogether, that's 28 silver coins and 2 small coins. The shopkeeper neatly tied the 6 rolls of cloth with a thick rope and carefully wrapped the 25 pounds of cotton in 2 pieces of fabric. He even added a large bundle of needles and thread as a bonus. By the time they finished, the sun had already set. The 2 of them carried their bundles back to the inn. After washing up, they lay down in the thick, warm quilts. Lying in bed, Song Chunhua began listing what to buy the next day. Rice, flour, oil, and salt were essentials. They also needed a kitchen knife. Borrowing from Grandma, Lu, every time wasn't convenient. She wanted to buy some sugar, a bit of meat, and a hairpin for fifth sister. One by one, she wrote them down, and before she knew it, the list had grown to 20 or 30 items. In the warm, windproof room, under the heavy quilt, and after a hot bath, the siblings slept soundly through the night. At dawn, they were already sitting at a steaming wonton stall. After finishing a bowl of hot soup, they felt completely refreshed. Song Chunhua made the plan. First, we'll buy small items, then grain, and finally rent a cart. They entered the ironware shop, and Song Chunhua first picked out a kitchen knife and a hatchet. Without a hatchet, the siblings had only been able to gather fallen branches or break small twigs for firewood. Do we need anything else? Song Chunhua asked when she saw Song Sanlang looking like he wanted to say something. I want to buy a bamboo knife for our eldest brother, so he won't have to borrow one anymore. Song Sanlang spoke softly. Bring me a bamboo knife. Without hesitation, Song Chunhua turned to the shopkeeper. Thinking of the rabbits at home and the need to cut grass, she also picked out 2 small sickles. Passing by a bun shop, Song Chunhua bought 30 large meat buns, packed into 2 big paper bags, one for eating on the way home, and one to take back. Since the bowls at home were chipped, she bought 30 new ones, 15 large and 15 small, and finally chose 2 big basins. She also bought 5 pounds of salt, 5 pounds of sugar, 2 packs each of red bean cakes, green bean cakes, and rice cakes, 2 hair ties, 10 pounds of meat, and a rattle drum. The new cloth and cotton would take more than half a month to be made into clothes. Looking down at her worn outfit, Song Chunhua went straight to the clothing shop. When she heard the price of new clothes, Song Sanlang suggested buying used ones instead. But the second-hand clothes in the corner were mostly old and torn, and the sizes didn't fit well. Besides, the twins had never worn new clothes before. Since they had money now, she decided to buy new ones. With a wave of her hand, she ordered 6 new sets of clothes and 6 pairs of shoes for each person. Right there in the shop, both Song Chunhwa and Song Sanling changed into their new clothes and shoes. At first, Song Sanling was reluctant, but when Song Chunhwa said that getting sick from the cold would cost more in medicine, he quickly put them on. Shopping seemed to be in her nature. Song Chunhwa simply couldn't stop. Watching the silver coins disappear one after another, Song Sanlang's heart ached, but he said nothing, quietly carrying the growing pile of bundles behind her. At last, when their hands and baskets were completely full, Song Chunhwa finally stopped and turned to the final stop, the grain shop. The place was crowded and lively. The shop assistant greeted them warmly. Polished rice, 32 coins a pound. Brown rice, 5 coins. Coarse flour, 8 coins. Fine flour, same as polished rice, 32 coins a pound. 2 stones of polished rice, 50 pounds of brown rice, Song Chunhwa said briskly. Then she pointed to the fine flour. 50 pounds of this too. Song Sanling counted on his fingers. Seeing that 1 pound of polished rice cost as much as 7 pounds of brown rice, he tugged at her sleeve. Second sister, just buy brown rice. A few pounds of polished rice will be enough to make porridge for our little brother. It's fine. I'm not short on money, Song Chunhwa said with a reassuring smile. Song Sanling had thought that more than 600 taels was a lot of money, but in less than a day, over 40 taels were already gone. That was enough to buy 3 or 4 acres of good farmland. Although Song Chunhwa didn't know what he was thinking, she could tell from his pained expression and said nothing. She believed that if she had money, she shouldn't make herself suffer. There was no need to endure hardship when she didn't have to. Who knew if one day she might be sent back to the end times again? Most importantly, she was confident she could earn more money. I'm going to the carriage shop. Wait here, Song Chunhwa said. The goods were piled up like a small hill. Not long after they left the city, an old man passed by, leading a mother sheep with a full udder. Song Chunhwa's eyes lit up. Uncle Wu, wait a moment. Sir, are you selling the sheep? Yes, yes, yes. The old man replied quickly, pulling the sheep closer. His family urgently needed money, so he had to sell all their sheep. The lambs and rams were already sold, and this was the last ewe he was about to take home. It still has milk, right? Yes, yes. The old man answered at once. How much? Song Chunhwa bent down to check and saw that the ewe indeed had milk. 1 tael and 8 maces of silver. From her memory, she didn't know the price of sheep, but she had just chatted with the cart driver about it and had some idea. She turned to ask the driver, Uncle Wu, is this a fair price? In the county, mutton sells for 55 coins a pound, and a whole sheep goes for about 45 coins a pound. This one weighs around 40 pounds, so the price is fair. Without another word, Song Chunhwa took out the silver and paid. The ox cart had limited space, and the ewe was restless, pacing in circles. Song Chunhwa gently tapped its neck, and the sheep quietly went limp, making it easy to lift onto the cart. It fit perfectly. The ox cart rolled along the village road, reaching Black Eagle Mountain Village by dusk, around 7 in the evening. It was winter, and night fell early. Every household had already settled in. The Song family had no oil lamps or candles, so the house was completely dark. Who's there? Came Song Dalong's cautious voice from inside. Big brother, it's us, Song Chunhwa replied. Second sister. Third brother. The twins' excited voices rang out, followed by the sound of quick footsteps and the creak of the wooden door. 2 small figures shot out of the house like cannonballs. Song Chunhwa handed them the oiled paper bag filled with meat buns. Come inside. It's cold out there. Let's eat meat buns with your big brother. Meat buns? Song Wunyang's voice rose in surprise and joy. Are they the same kind that Danny once had? The smell of meat drifted faintly through the oiled paper. Yes. Come in quickly, urged Song Sanling. Song Silang, always obedient, held the oiled paper tightly in one hand and pulled his sister, who was still lost in happiness, with the other. Night had fallen, and the mountain road was hard to walk. Song Chunhwa agreed to let Uncle Wu, the ox cart driver, stay the night. If the cart company hadn't been registered and her home wasn't full of children, she would never have taken the risk. Uncle Wu drove the cart into the woodshed, wrapped himself in his thin blanket, and rested on the cart. Inside, the newly bought oil lamp flickered, pushing away the winter chill. The twins' cheeks puffed like little hamsters as they gnawed on the cold meat buns, their faces shiny with oil. Wunyang, are you sleeping with me tonight or with your big brother? Song Chunhwa asked as she finished tidying up and entered Song Dalong's room. Wunyang's mouth was full, but her answer was firm. With second sister. Usually, Wunyang shared a room with Song Chunhwa, Dalong and Sailing shared another, and Sanling slept with Luling. These past 2 days, while Chunhwa and Sanling were in town, the twins and Luling had all slept in Dalong's room. Seeing that Dalong hadn't touched his bun, Chunhwa asked, "Aren't you eating?" "I'm not hungry. Even if you're not, have one anyway." Chunhwa picked up a bun and placed it in his hand. "Big brother, it smells so good."
Eat.
Wunyang chimed in, pointing at the bun. Dalong couldn't refuse. He took a bite, though cold. The meat was still fragrant, and the soft dough tasted just as good. Chunhwa turned to the twins. "You two, could you go to the kitchen and ask your second brother to bring the blue cloth bag here?" "Okay." The two little ones answered and ran off. Once they were gone, Chunhwa quickly took out the remaining 569 taels in silver notes and coins from her pocket and spread them before Dalong. Under the lamp, the silver gleamed brightly. Dalong froze for a moment before finding his voice. "You sold that much?" 600 taels, Chunhwa said calmly, skipping over the trouble at the alley. "This is what's left." 600 taels? Dalong repeated in disbelief. Song Chunhwa nodded. "We're not short of money. Let's enjoy these buns. If you want them, you can have them every day. If only Mother were still here." Song Dalong said softly. Memories from the past surged up, and Song Chunhwa felt a wave of sadness. Second sister. Second sister. The twins' voices and footsteps broke the heavy mood in the room. Song Chunhwa quickly put the silver coins back into her pocket. The twins pushed the door open and ran in, followed by Song Sanling, who was carrying a blue cloth bundle. A moment ago, they had been distracted by the smell of the meat buns. Now, under the light, they noticed the new clothes on Song Chunhwa and Sanling, and their eyes widened in surprise. Without saying anything, Song Chunhwa smiled and untied the bundle. Inside were 4 neatly folded sets of clothes and 4 pairs of shoes. Song Dalong and the twins froze in astonishment. Song Chunhwa picked up a bright red jacket, red pants, and red cotton shoes. Song Wunyang's eyes lit up instantly. She wanted to touch them but didn't dare, just stared at them eagerly. "Try them on." Song Chunhwa smiled and placed the clothes in her arms. Then she handed a green jacket and pants to Song Sailing, who was watching with shining eyes. The last blue set went to Song Dalong. Won't we get them dirty?" Song Wunyang held the clothes carefully, her little face full of concern. "If they get dirty, we'll wash them. If they wear out, we'll buy new ones. I'll get you 10 sets if you want." Song Chunhwa said boldly. "1 set is enough," Song Wunyang replied softly. In the end, under Song Chunhwa's insistence, the whole family changed into their new clothes. "Second sister, it's so warm," Song Wunyang said happily, spinning in place, her cheeks rosy. "Mine's warm too." Song Sailing grinned, his smile wide and bright. Song Dalong and Song Sanling touched the thick cotton fabric, feeling the long-lost warmth, and smiles appeared on their faces as well. By morning, Uncle Wu had already left quietly. 15 buns were left from yesterday. When Song Sanlang took little Song Luling to visit Grandma Lu next door, Song Chunhwa told him to bring 3 meat buns along. The rest were for the family's breakfast. They warmed the remaining buns, and that was their morning meal. The twins were the happiest, still savoring the taste from last night. After breakfast, Each twin carried a small basket and went to the stream to cut grass for the rabbits. Song Dalong sat on the bed, weaving a bamboo basket. Song Sanlang went up the mountain to chop firewood. Song Chunhua went straight to Dr. Hong's house. The gate was tightly closed, and no one answered after she called several times. Just then, a man carrying a bundle of firewood and a woman holding a basket walked side by side toward her. Uncle Daxiang, Auntie. Song Chunhua greeted them. Looking for Dr. Hong? Asked Song Daxiang, stopping in his tracks. Yes, I'd like him to check my brother's leg. Lu Juhua's eyes clung to Song Chunhua's brand new cotton jacket and cloth shoes like hooks. Then she looked down at her own old clothes, patched again and again until they shone from wear, and a wave of bitterness rose in her throat. Well, Chunhua, you've made some money, haven't you? Her voice grew sharp and mocking. Must have sold a lot of ginseng. Look at those new clothes and shoes, straight from the tailor shop. Now that you're doing well, don't forget who used to help your family. As she spoke, she reached out to touch the clothes. Song Chunhua quietly stepped aside, and Lu Juhua's hand caught only air. Just then, Song Chunhua saw Dr. Hong coming with a basket on his back and quickly called out, Dr. Hong. Then she turned to the couple and said politely, Uncle Daxiang, Andy, sorry, we'll talk another time. She hurried toward the doctor. Lu Juhua curled her lips and muttered, what's she so proud of? Then she turned her anger on her husband. Look at her, then look at me. I've been married to you for over 10 years, and I don't even have one decent outfit. My clothes are worn through. I've worked so hard for your family for nothing. Who doesn't wear patched clothes? Song Daxiang replied quietly. Song Chunhua's clothes don't have a single patch. Lu Juhua shouted, pointing at the fading figure. They're thick and shiny. Not wanting to argue, Song Daxiang strode home. Lu Juhua followed behind, grumbling about her husband's uselessness while still fuming with jealousy over Song Chunhua's new clothes. When Song Chunhua and Dr. Hong arrived home, the twins ran up excitedly. Second sister, is that sheep by the pigpen ours? Yes, it's ours now. You two will take care of it, Song Chunhua said with a smile. Then she added, say hello to Grandpa Hong. Okay. The twins answered together, then shouted in unison, Grandpa Hong. Dr. Hong laughed happily in response. After calling for help, the twins each carried a basket and went out to cut grass for the mother sheep. Inside the house, Song Dalong put down the bamboo tray he had been weaving. Since his leg needed to be examined, Song Chunhua stepped outside. About half an hour later, Dr. Hong came out, frowning slightly as he handed over a prescription. These few herbs aren't available here. You'll need to get them from the town. He glanced at the girls' new clothes, then at the fresh outfits worn by the twins and Song Dalong. After a moment of thought, he said, there's one more herb that would make the medicine work even better. But when he remembered how expensive it was, he stopped, sighed, and said vaguely, it's fine if you don't add it. Just take care slowly. What herb would make it better? Song Chunhua asked. Dr. Hong's eyes swept over her new cotton jacket. His voice was low, with a hint of emotion. If you could add some ginseng, it would help the medicine work faster. Without it, well, it will still help, just more slowly. He shook his head and said no more. Song Chunhua smiled slightly, went inside, and soon came out holding a fine ginseng root that looked over 20 years old. Will this work? Dr. Hong, who usually gathered herbs in the mountains or prepared them at home, had no idea she had found such a treasure. His eyes widened in surprise. Yes. That's perfect. Then, still in disbelief, he added, but this ginseng is worth several years of food and even a piece of good farmland. Are you sure you want to use it? It's not necessary. Before he could finish, Song Chunhua said calmly but firmly, as long as it can heal my brother's leg, it's worth it. After sending Dr. Hong off, Song Chunhua went into Song Dalong's room. Song Dalong's eyes shone with long-lost hope, his voice trembling with excitement. Chunhua, Dr. Hong said. Said my leg can be healed. It definitely can, Song Chunhua replied, gently playing with little Song Luling, who blinked his bright eyes. Right, Luling agrees too, doesn't he? Tomorrow, I'll take Uncle Fuchin's ox cart to town to buy the medicine. You just returned from the county town yesterday. There's no rush. Going in a few days will be the same. It's okay, riding in a car isn't tiring. After walking around with Song Lulang for a while, Song Chunhua went to squeeze a big bowl of goat milk and put it in the pot to boil. Once cooled, she used a small spoon to feed half a bowl to Song Lulang. The rest was divided into small portions for everyone, and she specifically warned, "This goat milk must be finished within an hour of squeezing, or it will upset your stomach." At around 11 in the morning, Song Chunhua was busy in the kitchen. She first cooked half a pot of rice. While the rice was cooking, she took out the pork she bought yesterday. The half pot of rice was bubbling on the stove. She took out 10 jin of pork. One piece was the favorite big fat piece among farmers, about 3 fingers wide. Another piece was a mix of fat and lean meat, which Song Chunhua liked. FSSHH. The thick fat was sliced into even pieces with a knife. The cold pan had some fat in it. At first, only a slight sizzling sound was heard as the fire licked the bottom of the pan. Gradually, the sound grew denser. Transparent fat oil was forced out of the white meat slices, pooling at the bottom of the pan. The rich, savory smell filled the kitchen. The meat slices sizzled and curled in the hot oil, turning golden and crispy. Finally, she cooked half a jar of pork lard and a small bowl of pork cracklings. While still hot, she sprinkled some salt on the cracklings. The salt grains melted instantly with the heat, seeping into the cracks, making the aroma of fried fat and salty flavor even stronger. The twin children came back from grass cutting, sniffing with their little noses, and followed the smell into the kitchen, eyes eager to see the steaming golden dish. Song Chunhua picked up 2 pieces, blew on them, and took a bite. The crispy, salty, fragrant flavor exploded in her mouth, and her eyes squinted happily. She gave each of the children a piece, scolding, "Once you eat this piece, you can't eat more. If you do, you'll get a burn in your mouth." The children nodded obediently. Okay, Song Chunhua took half a jin of the 5-flour pork, sliced it neatly into thin pieces. There was still some oil left in the pan, perfect for frying. She slid the slices into the hot oil. When the cold meat hit the hot oil, it sizzled loudly, and white smoke rose. As the meat heated, the edges curled quickly, revealing a tempting caramel color, and the fat parts became shiny and translucent. Sprinkled coarse salt and added a few drops of precious soy sauce, evenly coating the meat with a rich, glossy, red color, making it look shiny and appetizing, while the aroma of the meat became even more full-bodied. Just before taking it off the stove, bright green garlic sprouts and vegetables were added to the hot oil, quickly becoming shiny and soft, soaking up the meat aroma. "Time to eat," Song Chunhua called out to eat. The twins, one with chopsticks and the other with a bowl, responded. Song Chunhua served a large bowl of white rice overflowing with shiny meat slices and vegetables to Song Dalong, then handed a full bowl of rice and meat to Song Sanling. "Take this to Big Brother." Soon, Song Sanling returned with the bowl. Big Brother said he wouldn't move or feel hungry, that he was fine after 2 meals. Without hesitation, Song Chunhua took the bowl, went into the east room, and placed it on the small stool next to Song Dalong's hand. "If you want your legs to be quick and strong, you need good nutrition. Even if you're not hungry, eat a little." Her tone was firm, and she left after setting down the bowl. At the dining table, everyone's eyes focused on the shiny, fragrant stir-fried pork with vegetables. Even the usually calm Song Sanlang unconsciously swallowed. Until Song Chunhua said, "Time to eat," several pairs of chopsticks reached out as if granted a pardon. The twins, like 2 happy little squirrels, had their cheeks puffed out and their little feet unconsciously swinging under the table, their faces full of pure happiness. "This meat is so delicious. This rice is also tasty, sweet, and soft." "No choking," they mumbled with rice in their mouths, praising unclearly. It was the first time they ate pure white rice without husks or grit. After eating, Song Chunhua carried a piece of indigo coarse cloth, a piece of earth yellow coarse cloth, half a piece of white fine cloth, and a large bundle of soft, fluffy new cotton weighing 9 jin, carefully wrapped in cloth, and headed to Grandma Lu's house. Grandma Lu was feeding the pigs when she saw Song Chunhua carrying the new cloth and the big bundle, and she was surprised, setting down the pig feed scoop. Chunhua, what is this? Grandma Lu, Song Chunhua smiled sincerely. I want to ask you and Sister Gina help us make a few sets of winter clothes and pants for the siblings. No one at home knows how to do this. Grandma Lu immediately rinsed her hands in the water barrel, dried them on her apron, and warmly pulled Song Chunhua inside. Come in quickly. There's nothing you can't do. Your Aunt Jean is inside the house. Inside, Lu Jean is carefully embroidering, with her young son Huzi lying nearby. When she saw the 3 new pieces of cloth brought by Song Chunhua, she was surprised. Song Chunhua explained her purpose again and pointed to the fabric. These 2 pieces of coarse cloth are for making outer coats, and this soft, fine cloth is for making a close-fitting inner shirt. The leftover scraps can be considered as payment for Grandma and Auntie's hard work. Lu Jean quickly waved her hand. No need for payment. We're neighbors. Besides, you still have quite a bit of cloth left. Lu Jean and Song Chunhua's mother, Song Wu, had a good relationship before, so she spoke her honest thoughts casually. After saying this, she felt it might not be proper and quickly looked at her own mother-in-law beside her. After all, if she spent this time embroidering, she could sell the cloth in town for a good amount of money. Lu's grandmother understood her eldest daughter-in-law's gaze. She had originally agreed to make clothes for Chunhua's children without asking for payment, so she quickly said, "You're right, Aunt Jean, helping out is just helping." Song Chunhua then untied the large cloth bundle in her hand, and a fluffy, cloud-like batch of new cotton burst out instantly. This cotton had been lightly fluffed by Chunhua and her twins, so it wasn't in big lumps. Now, as she opened the bag, it spread out all at once, filling a whole bed. Oh my goodness! So much new cotton, Lu Jean gasped, eyes wide with surprise, her fingers instinctively reaching out to touch. Grandma Lu also stared in amazement. How much silver must this have cost? Most families in Manhwa town stuffed their clothes with reed or straw. Only a few could afford cotton. Grandma Lu knew Chunhua had obtained 2 ginseng roots and sold them in the county for silver. Now they had new clothes, fabric, and cotton. This morning, she had also given her 3 meat buns and the fragrant meat aroma from her house. Worried that the children might spend money recklessly, Grandma Lu thought carefully and spoke. Life is long. Erlang and Wu Nyang are still young. When it comes to spending money, be careful. This winter coat will do for now. Your family is still growing, and next year it might be too small. Though it can be altered for the smaller ones, it's better to save. Lu Jean nodded in agreement. Mother is right. I will make each of you a protective apron, so you can wear it outside daily. When it gets dirty, you can wash the apron, which will help keep your cotton clothes from wearing out too quickly. Song Chunhua gratefully looked at the 2 of them and said softly, "Thank you, Grandma Lu and Aunt Jean, for caring. But you both see, our brother and sister don't even have a proper set of clothes. Si Lang and Wu Nyang have never worn new clothes since they were born. Now that we have a little extra money, I want to make another set of good clothes for changing. If it's cold, they can wear both sets, so they won't feel cold. Otherwise, if they catch a cold, medicine will cost a lot of money. Also, Dr. Hong said that Big Brother's leg can get better. When spring comes, our family will work together, and we can get through it." She spoke sincerely, so Grandma Lu and her daughter-in-law didn't say more. Anyway, the money for making clothes is spent properly. They just hope he doesn't gamble away the money like their father did. Song Chunhua then changed the subject to wages, insisting that the remaining fabric be considered part of her pay. If they didn't want it, she would give it to other women to make clothes. Grandma Lu and Aunt Lu Jean couldn't refuse. They were happy inside because the leftover fabric could be used to make new clothes for their 2 grandsons. Wearing new clothes during the new year and visiting relatives would look better. They also admired how thoughtful Song Chunhua was and how carefully she made the clothes. Before leaving, Song Chunhua told them to start with the inner clothes. She didn't go home but headed straight to the village chief's house. When she reached the village chief's gate, a few children were lying at the door, just like last time. Seeing Song Chunhua, the children happily shouted, "Auntie, Sister Chunhua is here. A few days ago, Manhwa brought a chicken, which her mother cooked that evening. Although everyone only got a piece of meat and half a bowl of soup, the taste was unforgettable even now. Seeing Song Manhwa, they thought of that delicious chicken. One child, with a long runny nose, said to her, "Meat. Tasty." Yao's wife came out when she heard this. Seeing her grandchildren drooling over Song Manhwa, she felt embarrassed and waved her hand. "Go away, go play somewhere else." But the children didn't want to leave. They were waiting to eat chicken. Yao's wife turned around and picked up a broom from the corner of the door. As she raised the broom, the children hurriedly ran away. Song Manhwa handed over 8 copper coins she had prepared to Yao's wife. "Grandma Village Chief, I am here to pay you back." "Thank you, you and Grandpa Fuchin and Uncle Fu." Yao's wife smiled as she took the copper coins. Although her old man said she didn't need to return them, the 8 coins were quite a lot. They could buy several large steamed buns in town. Also, seeing Chunhua's new clothes, she knew that the ginseng had sold for a good amount of money. She was curious about exactly how much silver they earned, but as the wife of the village head, she couldn't afford to lose face. At this moment, Chen Lu's third daughter-in-law, Manhwa, came in carrying a vegetable basket. When she saw Song Manhwa dressed in new clothes, she immediately stepped closer to examine her. "Manhwa, is that your new outfit? Did you sell the ginseng to buy it?" Her eyes showed envy. "How much silver did you get for selling the ginseng? Did you buy that dress in the town? How much did it cost?" Song Manhwa told her about selling 2 ginseng roots in the town. When Manhwa spread the news, everyone in Haeing Mountain Village knew about it. Song Manhwa smiled and said, "Not much silver." "Not much? You bought that dress at a clothing shop, right? That must have cost a lot," Manhwa said, not believing her. Manhwa leaned in close and whispered, "Tell Annie how much you sold the ginseng for." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Song Manhwa still smiled and replied, "Really not much. Annie knows that our siblings didn't even buy winter clothes. We had to buy this dress, and after that, we didn't have much money left." Manhwa looked unconvinced and asked with a mysterious expression, 10 taels, right?" Song Manhwa smiled and said, "Close to that." "Really 10 taels?" Manhwa exclaimed. Nearby, Yao's wife was surprised. Such a small ginseng root could sell for 10 taels? Their family earned at most 3 taels a year. Their family was among the wealthier ones in the village, second only to a few. Song Manhwa didn't stay long and explained that she needed to catch a bullock cart before leaving. Not long after arriving home, her family was visited by an uninvited guest. "Is Manhwa at home?" Hearing the voice outside the yard, Song Manhwa put down her 6-year-old son, Song Lulang, and went out. It was Grandma Zhao, who lived next door to Qinjinghe. When Grandma Zhao saw Song Manhwa come out, she looked her up and down, starting to calculate her new clothes, smiling broadly. "Oh, Manhwa, you're looking more and more lively." Song Manhwa looked at herself, thin, with not an ounce of flesh, and her skin darkened by the sun. She didn't know how she looked lively, but she kept smiling. Grandma Zhao continued to praise loudly. "She looks like someone lucky and kind-hearted." She sighed, wiped away imaginary tears. "Unlike me, my life is hard. I only ate breakfast this morning, and I don't even know where my dinner will be tonight. Spring flower, could you lend me some silver?" "Just 2 taels is enough." "Grandma Zhao, you have a big nerve." "Just 2 taels? Don't even think about borrowing 2 copper coins from me." Madame Lu came over to measure Song Dalong's size and overheard Grandma Zhao's words, then scolded her sharply. Grandma Zhao immediately changed from her pitiful look, crossed her arms, and retorted, "Lu Tsuelon, mind your own business. Who I borrow money from is none of your concern." Puffed. "You still have the nerve to talk about borrowing. You haven't paid back the money you owe. When you had your big dog, you borrowed 20 coins, and you still haven't paid back a single copper coin. It's just 20 coins. When my second dog gets better, I'll pay you back with interest," Grandma Zhao muttered softly. Hearing this, Granny Lu grabbed a nearby stick and rushed forward. Grandma Zhao was frightened and hurriedly stepped back, shouting, "Someone's hitting. Lu Tsuelon, this shameless woman is hitting people," she shouted and retreated outside the yard. After Grandma Zhao disappeared from sight, Granny Lu put down her stick, turned to Song Chunhua. That Grandma Zhao came to borrow money from you. Don't lend her a single copper coin. She won't pay it back. I only lent her money because I was blind at the time. She was getting angrier, but remembered the main task. I'm here to measure Dalong's size. She then headed toward Dalong's room. The next morning, at dawn, Song Chunhua quickly got out of the yard after hearing the noise. The ox cart was still empty, so she chose the most comfortable spot to sit. The cart swayed gently as it moved forward, picking up 6 villagers one after another, then headed straight to the town. At noon, they returned and gathered here again. When we arrive in town, Qin Fuchen reminded them. Okay, thank you, Uncle Fuchen. After thanking him, Song Chunhua, relying on her memory of her previous life, headed toward the pharmacy. The shopkeeper at the counter took the prescription, fiddled with the abacus. These herbs are not cheap. The total is about 1,300 to 1,500 coins. He looked up at the half-grown child in front of him. Did you bring enough money? Please pick the herbs, Song Chunhua said efficiently, counting out the silver. Crossing 2 streets, the sound of cotton being bounced and popped could be heard from afar. Inside the shop, a thin man was backstitching cotton while a woman nearby used a wooden tray to repeatedly press the fluffy cotton. Listening to the crisp sound of cotton being pressed, Song Chunhua couldn't help but hum softly. Pressing cotton, half a jean of cotton becomes 8 taels and 8. Go away, stop playing here, the woman immediately scolded. Pressing cotton is a skilled job, and outsiders are not allowed. At this moment, pressing cotton is not only a physical task but also a skill, and it is very important to prevent outsiders from learning it. Song Chunhua pointed to 2 large cloth bags in her hands and said, pressing 3 beds worth of bedding. The woman looked at the white cotton and relaxed a little. 600 won for both work and material. Now that the bedding was ready, she needed to buy a cover. The 2 coarse cloths bought in the county town had been turned into clothes. The home had only a torn piece of cloth, which barely covered the head, and at night, they had to wear cotton clothes to sleep. Song Chunhua chose 2 coarse cloths, one indigo blue and one bright red, which were her favorite colors. Last time, she forgot to buy so she went to the iron shop and bought 2. Seeing small hoes in the corner, she thought they would be good for digging wild vegetables, so she bought 2 more. After making her shopping list, Song Chunhua strode toward the meat stall. At this time, the fatty meat had already been sold out, leaving only lean meat and some unpopular ribs. Song Chunhua looked at the ribs, and the butcher quickly said, originally 28 won per jean, but I'll sell it to you for 26 won. A woman carrying a vegetable basket nearby interrupted, ribs made of only bones for 26 won? That's really unfair. The butcher defended himself. My ribs are different. The woman pointed at one of the ribs. What's different? No fat at all. Last time, you sold it for 16 won, didn't you? The butcher helplessly waved his hand. All right, 16 won it is, take it. Seeing that she was a young girl, he initially wanted to raise the price, but then a busybody appeared. Lu Dumao huffed and left. Song Chunhua watched the woman leave and sighed. Such a kind person. Compared to fatty meat, Song Chunhua preferred ribs. Buying them at a cheaper price was a good deal. She bought 2 jean of ribs, and seeing 2 pigs' feet nearby, she also took those. Since she still had meat from the county, she decided not to buy more this time. After buying the pig's feet, she thought about making pig's feet stew with yellow soybeans, so she went to the grocery store and bought 2 jean of soybeans. This morning, I only ate a bowl of porridge and ate early. By now, my stomach has already digested the porridge. I quickly went to a dumpling and bun shop and ate a bowl of wontons. When I left, I bought 10 meat buns to take away. As the sun rose higher, I guessed it was almost time to return home. Song Chunhua didn't delay any longer and headed toward the bus stop. There were already 3 people sitting on the ox cart. An older woman with a round face saw the cloth hanging outside her basket and exclaimed, "Oh my, a whole piece of cloth. I've never bought such a big piece in my life, and it's colorful too." At this moment, a sharp-faced girl, Chen Suifeng, the daughter of Qin Fuchen's younger brother, responded with a sour tone. Her ginseng was sold for 10 taels of silver. What's that compared to this? Hearing this, a few people nearby took a breath and felt jealous of how lucky this young girl was. Chun Suifong continued. Springhua, you got 10 taels of silver. Today, you can share the bus fare with just 1 coin, it's no big deal. Chun Suifong. Chun Fuchin scolded sharply. Second cousin, why are you stretching your arm out? Chun Suifong huffed angrily. 10 taels of silver. Just to ride the bus. What's wrong with that? It's only a few copper coins. Song Chunhua was not angry. She just smiled and asked back politely, all right, then your 10 acres of land. Next year, can you let my family farm half an acre? Why not? Chun Suifong's face immediately turned red. Isn't your family's land 10 acres? What's wrong with giving half an acre? It's just half an acre. Chun Suifong was about to argue, but Chen Fuchin angrily said, Chun Suifong, if you don't shut up, get off the bus. On the way back, Chun Suifong kept glaring fiercely at Song Chunhua. But Song Chunhua didn't even bother to look at her, focusing instead on absorbing energy from the trees along the road. Constant streams of energy flowed toward her, and she hummed a little tune happily. This made Chun Suifong's face turn red with anger. When the ox cart reached the village entrance, the twin children happily ran over. Since someone had just gotten off, leaving a space, Song Chunhua carried the 2 little ones onto the cart. Chun Suifong muttered softly, Pay 1 person, but 3 are riding? Chun Fuchin heard this and shouted angrily, If you keep talking nonsense, get off the cart. Song Chunhua seemed to see nothing and took out a paper-wrapped malt candy from her basket. She gave 1 to each of the twins to eat. So sweet, Wu Nyang chewed the candy, her eyes squinting into crescent moons, looking very happy. If she had a tail, it would definitely be wagging. Little Tail's Song Siling followed and said, They have money to buy candy, but they don't want to help with the cart. Afraid of Chen Fuchin's scolding, Chun Suifong lowered her voice and muttered. Suddenly, a force hit her, and Chun Suifong fell off the cart. The ox cart was moving slowly, and Chun Suifong quickly got up, pointing at Song Chunhua. You're pushing me. Song Chunhua looked innocent and called out to the people on the cart. Suifong sister, there are several people between us. A nearby auntie joined in. Yes, Suifong. Chen Fuchin's forehead veins bulged with anger. He whipped the ox's back loudly. The old ox, in pain, kicked and ran away. Second brother, Chun Suifong shouted after the cart. As the distance grew, her voice was drowned in the dust. When getting off the cart, Song Chunhua grabbed a handful of malt candies and handed them to Chen Fuchin. What are you giving me for? Chen Fuchin said, trying to return them. Song Chunhua smiled and said, These are for Dazhuang and Erzwang to eat. Hearing they were for her own children, Chen Fuchin didn't refuse. Although he earned about 10 coins a day, the ox belonged to the family. Besides keeping a small amount for himself, the rest had to be handed over. He was reluctant to part with the malt candies, which cost over 20 coins a jean. His 2 little boys had argued about this several times. The entire Black Eagle Mountain village was silent. A shadow jumped over the Song family fence. Meow meow meow. Shut up, or I'll slaughter you later, the Black Eagle threatened in a low voice. Song Chunhua opened her eyes in the dark, her gaze clear. She had woken up when she climbed over the wall. The shadow searched around the yard and then headed toward the kitchen. Seeing the hanging meat and pig's feet, she involuntarily swallowed. Quickly, she used her hands and feet to take down the meat with a hook, but the hook was stuck inside the meat and couldn't be pulled out. The man threw the hook along with the meat into a cloth bag. Next, he pried open the cabinet and found a small jar of pig fat. Using his index finger, he pinched out a large piece and put it in his mouth. A fragrant, sweet smell filled the air. He pinched another large piece. After taking 3 or 4 pieces, he stopped, covered the jar again, and put it into the bag. A jar of salt was placed inside the cabinet. When opening the rice jar, I saw that it was mostly full of rice, and my eyes lit up. I took out another cloth bag from my pocket. Carrying 2 bulging cloth bags, I bent my body and walked out of the kitchen. The man was not satisfied and walked toward the main room again. He took out a piece of wire from his pocket, and with 2 quick movements, the door was opened. Song Dalong's voice came through. When the man saw someone was awake, he quickly retreated and went to untie the rope near the pig pen. Ba ba ba. The sheep was pulled and kept making sounds. Seeing the lights on inside the house, the man let go and cursed. Just let you go this time. Next time, I'll slaughter you. Just as he was about to climb over the wall to escape, he suddenly felt a pain in his knee and fell down with an awe. Song Chunhua shouted, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" In recent days, she had been absorbing plant energy, and her energy bar reached level 9. Her voice was strong and commanding. This shout woke up half the village. Song Sanlang quickly ran out. Next, Lu Dafu from the neighboring house, carrying a machete, arrived. "Dafu uncle, there's a thief," Song Chunhua shouted. It was nearly 3 a.m., and the bright moonlight revealed the man lying on the ground. "Song Ergo, it's you again," Lu Dafu shouted angrily. Several nearby families heard the noise and came out. "It's a misunderstanding. I just came back from outside and accidentally walked in," Song Ergo explained awkwardly. Song Chunhua opened the cloth bag and took out some meat and pig's feet. "That's mine." Song Ergo got up and tried to grab the meat from Song Chunhua. Lu Dafu kicked him, and Song Ergo fell back to the ground. "This is really mine. I bought it in town today." Seeing the meat in Song Chunhua's hand, Lu Juhua couldn't help but swallow. Hearing about the thief, Lu Juhua, who lived nearby, immediately ran over after hearing the noise. Seeing that the thief was caught at Song Chunhua's house, she was very happy. She approached and started scolding the thief for being useless. She couldn't help but add, "There's no name written on it, so who knows whose it is." From behind, Song Eugene came out loudly and scolded. "Shut up." Song Chunhua sneered and spoke slowly. "Who said there's no name?" She turned the hook over, and a character was engraved on it. At this moment, the onlookers saw that there was indeed a character, but none of them could read it. Song Ergo shouted loudly, "Don't listen to her nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, Chin Fuchin arrived driving an ox cart. Song Chunhua smiled and said, "Let the village chief see if it's the character songed." Chin Jingha jumped down from the ox cart. Just after grabbing Song Ergo, Song Chunhua sent Song Sanlang to call the village chief. Recently well-fed, Song Sanlang was energetic and ran quickly. Soon, he reached the village chief's house. Today, Chin Fuchin received candy from Song Chunhua. When he heard that Song Sanlang said his family was robbed, he hurriedly drove the ox cart out. Seeing the carved character, Song, on the hook, Chin Jingha kicked Song Ergo hard. "Use your dog's eyes to look. I was wrong, village chief, I was wrong. My mother always wants to eat meat, and as her son, I have to satisfy her." Song Ergo sat on the ground, crying loudly. A man in the crowd, annoyed by Song Ergo's behavior of stealing and sneaking around, said bluntly, "Last year, during Dazhun's wedding feast, your mother almost had her meat taken right in front of her by you." The crowd burst into laughter. "My mother has bad teeth. I just wanted to share some with her." "Looks like in the end, the meat will definitely end up in your mouth," the man retorted. Laughter erupted again. In the countryside, village affairs are usually handled by the village chief. Chun Jingha cleared his throat loudly to quiet the crowd, then asked Song Chunhua, "Chunhua, how do you want to handle this?" Since there was no adult at Song Chunhua's home, and she wasn't strong enough herself, she said to Chin Jingha, "Whatever the village chief decides." Chin Jingha was very pleased with her answer. "Pay 10 dan of firewood," he said to Song Ergo, "and pay it tomorrow." He kicked Song Ergo again hard. "Get out of here." After Song Ergo left, the crowd around started to disperse. Song Chunhua took the malt candy that Song Sanlang had just taken out of the house and handed one to each onlooker. Song Eugene didn't take it and said, "Keep it for yourselves." "Grandpa, we still have some." Song Chunhua offered the candy again. She skipped Lu Juhua and handed it to the person next to her. "Chunhua," Lu Juhua couldn't help but call out. "You didn't give me it," Lu Juhua said firmly. Song Chunhua opened her empty palms. "Sorry, I don't have it anymore." "Served you right." Song Eugene snorted. Song Daxiang quickly pushed some maltose towards her and pulled Lu Juhua to go home. The next morning, after breakfast, Song Chunhwa took out some rough cloth she bought in town the day before. She cut it to match the size of a cotton quilt. She couldn't make clothes, but she could make quilt covers. She made 3 quilt covers and used the leftover fabric to make sheets for herself and Song Wooyoung. 10 days later, in the early morning light, "Little brat, pay back the money." As soon as the twin children left the hospital gate, they were caught by a bearded man. Standing nearby was the woman with a hoarse face who had come to ask for money before. "Let me go." Help hearing the noise, Song Chunhwa and Song Sanling hurried out. Next door, Lu Dafu also ran over anxiously and asked loudly, "What happened? Pay back the money." The bearded man, holding one child in each hand, said to Song Chunhwa and Song Sanling. "Put them down," Song Chunhwa said calmly. The bearded man was stunned by their presence and aura. The twin children were pulled away by Song Sanling and Lu Dafu. "This is 2 taels and 1 chien." Song Chunhwa took out some broken silver and copper coins from her purse. The woman quickly stepped forward to take the money, counted it, and was delighted to find it was indeed 2 taels and 1 chien. She was about to put it into her pocket when the bearded man snatched it away. Trying to bribe the little white face again? The woman with the hoarse face looked angry, but dared not speak out. "Let's go." The bearded man waved his hand and headed out of the yard. Wait a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Chunhwa threw a straight punch at the bearded man. He fell to the ground. "If you bully our family again, it won't be just 1 punch," Song Chunhwa said casually, brushing her sleeves as if discussing what to eat tonight. Then she held out her hand. "I owe you." The man, frightened, immediately handed over the IOU. Song Sanlang and the twins had seen how strong Song Chunhwa was, but Lu Dafu didn't know. Seeing her knock a man to the ground with 1 punch, he trembled. The woman with a hoarse face was completely stunned. She had secretly looked at the new clothes of the Song siblings and believed they had money. She also thought about Song Yongchuan's pretty face and his sweet-smelling lips, which made her consider becoming their stepmother. But at this moment, her plan was completely shattered by Song Chunhwa's punch. "Get up quickly, you lousy woman," the man with a beard scolded her. The woman helped the limping man away. Song Chunhwa then said to Lu Dafu, "Uncle Dafu, thank you so much this time." Lu Dafu waved his hand. "I didn't do much. I'm going home now." On the way back, he wondered why Chunhwa was so impressive. When they entered the yard, the twin children started praising Song Chunhwa. "Second sister, you're so amazing." "Our second sister is the best." When the quilt delivery date arrived, Song Chunhwa immediately took the quilt back. That night, Wooyoung lay in bed, looking comfortable. "Second sister, it's so warm." Song Chunhwa got into bed, hugging Wooyoung and tickling her. "Isn't this warmer?" Wooyoung giggled happily. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the thatched roof was torn off. Originally, Song Chunhwa planned to go back to the mountain to fix the roof tomorrow, so it looked like it would be repaired then. The roof kept shedding thatch. Song Chunhwa quickly hugged the quilt and took Wooyoung outside. As she stepped out, Song Sanling was just walking to the door, carrying Song Luling. "You guys' roof was also blown off," he said. Song Sanling nodded. They all headed towards Song Dalong's house. Looking at the big hole in Song Dalong's roof, he smiled helplessly. Fortunately, the kitchen roof was still intact. The wind outside was relentless. Song Chunhwa asked Sealing to sit on a small stool in the kitchen with Song Luling. She and Song Sanling helped Song Dalong walk to the kitchen. Finally, they quickly moved a bed inside. Luckily, the Song family kitchen was big enough. The 6 siblings slept side by side on one bed. Looking at Song Luling, who was still sleeping nearby, she gently pinched his nose. Early the next morning, Song Sanling was responsible for lighting the fire, washing rice, and cooking porridge. Song Chunhwa went to visit Grandma Lu's house. Lu Dafu was chopping firewood in the yard. When he saw Song Chunhwa approaching, he hurriedly called out, "Chunhwa, you're here." Song Chunhwa spoke. "Uncle Dafu, there was a strong wind at night, and the roof was blown off." Lu Dafu quickly put down the firewood he was holding. "The roof was blown off," Song Chunhwa nodded. "Let's go see." Song Dafu turned and called inside, "Mother, the roof at Chunhwa's house was blown off by the wind." I'm going to check. Grandmother Lu came out, surprised. Is everyone okay? Everyone's fine. Hearing that everyone was safe, she relaxed and hurriedly called inside. Second and third brothers, come out and help your older brother fix Chunhua's roof. Two young men, similar to Lu Dafu, came out. Uncle Laifu, Uncle Xuanfu. Lu Xuanfu is only 15. When he heard Chunhua call him uncle, he touched his head, feeling a bit shy and smiling. After the harvest, the two brothers went to do short-term work at a landlord's house in the neighboring village. They just returned yesterday evening. Seeing the empty roof, the three of them didn't hesitate and started working. Lu Laifu bent down to pick up the fallen thatch grass from the ground. Uncle Dafu, I want to replace the roof with tiles. Hearing this, the three of them stopped what they were doing and looked at Chunhua. Lu Dafu was worried Chunhua didn't know the cost of tiles, so he said, those tiles cost quite a bit of money. With the money from selling ginseng, I still have some left, Chunhua said. I want to ask where I can buy these tiles. There's a place in the neighboring village, Lu Laifu replied. I've been there with the third brother. Are you sure you want to use tiles? Lu Dafu confirmed. Chunhua nodded. Then go buy them now. Hurry up, Dafu turned and told his two brothers. Chunhua quickly took out about 2 strings of coins and some small silver pieces. Is this enough? Enough, 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 the brothers replied. Go quickly and tell third brother to bring out 3 bowls of porridge, Chunhua said to the twins beside her. No need, no need. They hurriedly waved their hands. We'll eat at home. Usually they ate 2 meals a day, with breakfast around 9 to 11 in the morning after about an hour or 2 of work. Working for my family, how can I have time to eat my own? Chunhua said with a smile. The three of them saw Chun Sanling holding a thick bowl of white rice porridge and were surprised. Lu Dafu was doing better, since he had been at home. Sometimes, the smell of meat from Chunhua's house drifted over, and he also saw the cloth and cotton that Chunhua's wife was using to make clothes. Song Chunhua handed the bowls to everyone in turn. At first, they felt shy and sipped small amounts, but the smell of the rice porridge was so tempting that they couldn't help but start drinking it quickly. With a few slurps, the bowl was empty. She put down the bowl, and Lu Laifu and Lu Xuanfu immediately went to the neighboring village. Lu Dafu brought a ladder from home, climbed onto the roof, and cleaned off the remaining thatch. As the sun just rose above the trees, Lu Laifu and Lu Xuanfu, along with the tile workers, pushed a cart loaded with green tiles back home. They unloaded the tiles in the yard, making a clattering sound, and quickly began laying them. The original roof of the Song family was covered with tiles, and the wooden frame underneath was built according to the tile-laying pattern, saving the effort of reconstructing the beams. Why did it change to straw? Thinking of this, Song Chunhua once again thought of her unreliable father, Song Yongquan, and scolded him silently. One person handed tiles while the other laid them. At first, they were a bit awkward, but soon they became skilled. Song Chunhua went to the kitchen, scooped 2 large bowls of washed rice, and prepared to cook lunch. Song Sanling squatted by the stove, tending the fire. During the cooking, Song Chunhua took a piece of pork belly she bought today, cut it into small cubes. She went to the vegetable garden, plucked 2 or 3 garlic sprouts, and cut them off. The pork fat melted in the pot, and when the meat was added, it sizzled loudly. A delicious aroma filled the air. She added sugar, salt, soy sauce, and finally water, covered the pot, and simmered. She looked for star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves at the pharmacy and grocery store but couldn't find them. She wondered if they didn't exist in this era or if Baihua County didn't have them. The 3 Lu brothers, smelling the fragrant meat, quickened their work. Lu Xuanfu was at the age where a boy starts to worry about his family, and at this moment, smelling the meat, his stomach growled loudly. Lu Laifu, a bit older, couldn't resist either and secretly swallowed his saliva. Taking advantage of the moment, he plucked a few small bok choy from the garden. Instead of cutting with a knife, he tore them by hand, which helped them soak up more soup. After simmering for about half an hour, they lifted the lid. The braised pork was trembling slightly with a glossy, reddish-brown sauce. Song Chunhua scooped out a big bowl, piled the meat high, and said, I'll take this to Grandma Lu. The twin brothers, returning from mowing the grass, smelled the delicious aroma from the kitchen. They placed their baskets next to the pig pen and excitedly ran toward the kitchen, calling out, "Wash your hands." Two little children, upon hearing this, ran to the water jar, scooped up a ladle of water, and poured it into a basin. Their clean hands still dripped with water, and they eagerly waited by the stove. 6 large porcelain bowls and 2 small twin bowls were filled with tightly packed rice, topped with rich braised pork in red sauce, garnished with a few slices of soaked vegetables, and finally drizzled with a spoonful of hot meat juice. Everyone watching couldn't help but swallow hard. Song Chunhwa went to the yard and called out, "Mealtime." Lu Dafu smiled and said, "Eat your own food, Chunhwa. We only eat twice a day. We'll eat tonight at home. Like I said, how can I work for you and eat my own food?" Song Chunhwa replied with a smile. The 2 little children shouted to Lu's brothers, "Eat rice." Lu Laifu and Lu Xuanfu looked at Lu Dafu, both almost distracted by the smell of the meat. Lu Dafu glared fiercely at his helpless younger brothers. Finally, after Song Chunhwa persuaded them gently, the 3 of them came down from the roof. Looking at the shiny, juicy, large pieces of meat, Lu's brothers couldn't help but swallow. Xuanfu, being younger, was already overwhelmed by the smell. He quickly picked up a piece of meat and ate it, his whole body jumping with excitement. "This is so delicious." He peeled back the braised meat, revealing white rice inside, with meat juice on top. Taking a big bite, the aroma of meat and rice filled his mouth. Picking up a piece of vegetables soaked in broth, he took a bite and Lu Xuanfu was amazed. "Is this the small bok choy she ate before? It's so tasty." No one spoke. Everyone was eating hungrily, devouring the meat and rice in their bowls. They ate the braised meat until their mouths were greasy. Not a grain of rice was left in anyone's bowl. After finishing their meal, Lu's brothers continued working without pause. Xuanfu whispered to his brothers, "If only Chunhwa's family had work every day." Laifu strongly agreed. Earlier, when Song Sanlang delivered the braised meat, Lu Jinshi was inside feeding the baby. Song Sanlang placed the meat into a pot. In the afternoon, when Grandma Lu was preparing to cook, she saw a big bowl of braised meat. Next to her, Nyo and Nyo reached out to grab it. Lu Jinshi quickly slapped their hands away. They still stared at the braised meat in the pot, eyes fixed on it. Seeing the style of the bowl, Grandma Lu knew it was brought over by Springflower's family and quickly carried it over to the neighbor. Nyo and Nyo followed closely behind their grandmother. When Lu saw them following, she scolded, "Go back to your room." Under her stern voice, they slowly headed back to their own house. When Lu arrived, Song Chunhwa was cooking pig's feet in the kitchen, and the smell of meat filled the room. Before Lu could speak, Song Chunhwa said, "Grandma Lu, you're just in time. I was about to ask Samling to call you for dinner." Grandma Lu smiled and held up the meat. "Keep this meat for yourselves. You can't eat it every day." Recently, Song Chunhwa often brought over meat. "Why not? Our Lu family's 6th son drinks milk from Aunt Jean every day, and Uncle Defu and the others are still working for us. Child, how can you give such expensive meat for such small chores?" Lu said, about to put the meat down. "Just take it back. Otherwise, tomorrow we'll feel embarrassed to bring 6th son over to drink milk," Song Chunhwa said, pushing the bowl back and guiding Lu outside the kitchen. "Take this meat back first, and come over later for dinner. This is too much trouble." Lu Xuanfu kept smelling the meat aroma from the kitchen and sighed. Defu warned, "Tonight, we definitely shouldn't eat at Chunhwa's house." But when it was time for dinner, Chunhwa convinced them otherwise. Grandma Lu refused to come, so Song Chunhwa asked Sanlang to bring another bowl of pig's feet. Grandma Lu refused to take it, and Sanlang placed the bowl on the table and ran away. The happiest were Nyo and Nyo, staring at the big pieces of braised meat and pig's feet, salivating. Grandma Lu put the 2 large bowls of meat into the cabinet and locked them. The boys' eyes nearly glued to the cabinet. "Meat, meat, meat. We haven't eaten much lately," Lu said with a teasing scold. Seeing their eager faces, she couldn't stand it and ordered, "Go sweep the yard. Sweep it clean so you can have some meat. If you don't sweep well, don't think about eating." The boys immediately ran out to sweep the yard. Two people sweeping the yard smelled something and followed the scent. Grandma Lu warned them, "This is for your mother to eat. If you dare to take it, you won't get meat anymore." Hearing this, the two immediately stepped back. At Chuanhua's house, a full bowl of pig's feet rice had been completely eaten. There was also a room with no roof tiles. The three of them wanted to cover it before it got completely dark. Song Chunhua thought that since it was already getting dark, working on the roof was risky. She decided to ask Lu's brothers to come tomorrow. The next day, just as the sky was getting light, Lu's brothers were already laying tiles. After finishing, they hurried back home, refusing to eat anything. Song Chunhua was in the yard pulling carrots, preparing to stew ribs. Song Sanlang carried a bundle of firewood and bent over as he entered the yard. The small bundle of firewood was so heavy that Song Sanlang couldn't lift his head. "Sanlang, don't go gather firewood this afternoon," Song Chunhua continued. "We will buy firewood." Sanlang was very surprised. In Black Eagle Mountain Village, no one had ever bought firewood. He quickly said, "Second sister, I can gather it myself, no need to buy. Plus, now we have a chopping knife and it's much faster than before. Listen to me, we will buy it. It doesn't cost much." "Do you know how much money second sister has?" Song Chunhua blinked after saying this. Seeing that Sanlang wasn't convinced, she continued, "The bundle of firewood you just carried costs at most 2 cents. 10 bundles only cost 20 cents. Later, you can learn to read and write, and after the new year, you and Big Brother can go to the town school." "Learn to read? Go to school?" Sanlang was stunned again. He repeated, then his eyes suddenly brightened when he understood. "Yes, you can practice on the ground first. In a few days, I will buy paper and pens in town." The original owner's father was an old scholar. Before getting married, he also studied for a few years. These past few years had been hard, but the original owner's mother still taught Song Dalong, Song Chunhua, and Sanlang to read and write. After dinner, Song Chunhua went to the neighbor Lu's house. "Grandma Lu, Uncle Dafu, Uncle Xuanfu, and Uncle Shofu, are they free?" Lu thought Song Chunhua wanted help and quickly said, "They're free." The three of them went up the mountain to gather firewood and will be back soon. "Actually, although my family has those 10 bundles of firewood paid for by Song Ergu, Sanlang also went to gather firewood, but it's not enough for winter. I want to buy firewood from your family." Lu sure waved his hand and said, "What are you buying?" "Uncle Dafu and the others are just gathering firewood, and they happen to bring a few bundles to your house." Just then, Lu Dafu was carrying a bundle of firewood into the yard and overheard their conversation. "Yes, I'll bring a bundle to your house soon. Later, Lai Fu and Xuanfu will also bring you a bundle. From now on, they will bring 3 bundles every day. I want 200 bundles. I think in town, Uncle Dafu sells them for 3 coins per bundle. I'll buy them at the town price," Song Chunhua said, taking a string of copper coins from her pocket and handing it to Grandma Lu. "You don't need to pay," Grandma Lu refused, pushing the coins back. "If you don't want to pay, I'll buy from someone else," Song Chunhua said seriously. Grandma Lu listened and replied, "All right. But you only need to give 1 coin per bundle. That's enough." "Yes, with so much firewood, 3 coins are too much," Lu Dafu added. In the end, both sides agreed to a price of 2 coins per bundle, totaling 600 coins for 300 bundles. After Song Chunhua left, Song Laifu and Song Xuanfu carried the firewood back. Grandma Lu repeated what had just happened and finally said, "You don't need to give this money. Just keep it as your private savings." The 3 brothers from the Song family were happy to hear this. Usually, whether they sold rice after harvest or did short-term work during the off-season, they had to give their earnings to others. Especially Laifu, who was getting married next spring. He had long wanted to buy a hairpin for his future wife. With these 200 coins, he could buy not only a hairpin but also some pretty hair ribbons and flowers. Song Chunhua not only wanted Song Dalong and Song Sanlang to learn to read and write, but she also planned to teach the twins. She sometimes matched simplified and traditional Chinese characters and practiced calligraphy with a brush. Their home only had 1 dining table, which was old and slightly uneven. Song Chunhua didn't want to write on it. After leaving Grandma Lu's house, she headed straight to Carpenter Chen's home in the village. When she arrived, Carpenter Chen was working on carving wood in his yard. Uncle Chen, I want you to make 2 tables, Song Chunhua said directly. Chen, the carpenter, put down his carving tool and replied, All right, I'll make them after I finish my current work. I want 2 tables like this, Song Chunhua said, picking up a branch from the ground and drawing the design on the ground. Seeing the size she marked, Chen confirmed, Make them this long? Song Chunhua nodded. Please set up 3 chairs around this tall table and 2 shorter chairs. When they arrived home, Lu's 3 brothers had already brought a bundle of firewood. Song Chunhua looked around the yard and decided to add a main room as a study. She had planned to study in the main hall, but in the countryside, when someone was home, the hall was always open with people coming and going, so it wasn't suitable as a study room. At this moment, Lu Xuanfu carried in a bundle of firewood. Uncle Xuanfu, I heard Grandma Lu say last time that you and Uncle Laifu went out to do short-term work, helping build houses, right? Lu Xuanfu put down the firewood and scratched his head.
We mainly help out.
Chunhua, are you planning to build a house? I want to add a main room.
You can ask my second brother about this.
We're just helping his father-in-law this time. The next day, Lu Laifu made a special trip to visit his future father-in-law's house. Since he had no work that day, he agreed immediately. That same day, Lu Laifu's father-in-law, Chi Laotu, came along. He arrived in the afternoon and saw a young girl, hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lu Shun. Song Chunhua quickly greeted him. Hello, Grandpa Chi. Please list the materials you need, and I'll start preparing. After getting confirmation from Lu Shun, Grandpa Chi began listing the required materials. They mainly needed mud, straw, wood, and tiles. The mud was available in the back mountain and could be brought back later. The wood for the house needed to be dried. Since Song Chunhua's family had no spare wood, they bought some from Lu's family and the rest from Carpenter Chen. For the tiles, they went to the same place as last time. That day, they started leveling the ground, marking lines, and digging the foundation. The next day, Grandpa Chi brought 2 young men, who turned out to be his sons. They worked on laying the foundation, pressing mud bricks, scraping bark from trees, and laying tiles. The whole yard was busy and lively. After 10 days of hard work, the study was finally finished. Chunhua, what are you making here? Lu Laifu pointed to a corner, where Song Chunhua had designed a fireplace. It's for heating and keeping warm. What Song Chunhua liked most about this room was the fireplace and the large windows.
It was warm and bright.
The study was ready, and the desks and chairs were also finished. Once the desk was placed, the room looked full and lively. When Carpenter Chen delivered the tables and chairs, he also took the opportunity to repair the wobbly dining table and chairs in the main hall. After finishing the study room, Song Chunhua received her payment. Old Chi was ready to take his son home. His 2 sons were reluctant to leave. They wished they could keep working there. During these 10 days, they had 3 meals a day, and 1 meal was plain rice with big pieces of meat. It was better than what they had during the New Year. During the New Year, they only got a small piece of meat each, and the rice was just a small half bowl. But these 10 days, they had a big bowl of tightly packed white rice topped with a thick layer of shiny, fatty meat. When the youngest son of Old Chi was leaving, he couldn't help but say to Song Chunhua, Chunhua, if you need to build a house again, remember to call us. Chunhua smiled and nodded. Lu Laifu pulled his brother-in-law aside and handed him the hairpin and hair ribbon that Chunhua had asked him to buy. This is for your second sister. His face turned red, and he quickly walked away. It's so warm. Wunyang placed her hand near the fireplace. The fire inside the fireplace warmed the whole room. The 5 siblings sat around the fireplace, while Song Luling lay on a small bed nearby, which was custom-made by the carpenter. On the table, there were some brushes, ink, paper, and books that Chunhua had bought in town a few days ago. Suddenly, Lu's grandmother's voice came from the yard. Lu Grandma, coming quickly. Chunhua hurried to stand up and went out to greet her. A warm feeling filled the room. This house is really warm, she said, handing her clothes to Chunhua. The clothes are ready. The twin children saw the new clothes and immediately ran over. In a couple of days, After we take a bath, we'll wear these new clothes. The twins shook their heads at the same time.
No.
We want to wear them for the new year. All right, then wear them for the new year, Chunhwa said with a smile. Please sit down, Chunhwa said, helping Lu's grandmother to the fireplace. Lu grandma, have some sugar. Woonyung ran to the small tea table, grabbed a handful of winter melon candies, and then ran back to Lu grandma, holding out her small hand to give her the candies. Grandma doesn't want any. Woonyung didn't put her hand down. You can give some to Big Nyo and Second Nyo. They don't want any either. Woonyung, you can eat them yourself. Lu grandma smiled as she looked at Woonyung. Big Nyo and Second Nyo said they love to eat candy. Grandma Lu quickly showed a hint of embarrassment, but then laughed and scolded. Those two naughty boys. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of two naughty boys came from the yard. Song Sanlang quickly got up to open the door. De Nyo and Air Nyo rushed in. Big brother Nyo and second brother Nyo want candy. Song Woonyung hurriedly handed over some winter melon candy. Mrs. Lu watched the two children chewing candy eagerly, feeling a bit helpless, and stood up to chase them away. Go back, go back. De Nyo said to the twin children. We're going to visit Stone's house. Do you want to come? Song Woonyung was about to agree. Song Siling spoke first. No, we need to learn to read today. All right, when you don't need to read, I'll come back and call you. We learn to read every day, Song Siling said seriously with a small face. Play, play, play.
You only know how to play.
Go back and sweep the yard. Grandma Lu gently tapped each of them. The winter sun was warm. Song Chunhwa, holding a big knife, headed into the deep mountains, absorbing plant energy along the way. She carried 2 mountain chickens, and seeing she was deep in the mountains, she used her energy to scan the surroundings and felt no human presence. She put the mountain chickens into her space. She found a sunny spot, took out a kettle of hot water and some bamboo tube rice she made last night. Because her space could keep things fresh, the water and rice were still steaming and hot. After drinking water and eating, she rested for 15 minutes before heading deeper into the mountains. Throughout her journey, Song Chunhwa still didn't sense any aura of ginseng or lingji mushrooms, just like before. She didn't mind if they were there, good. If not, it didn't matter. She wouldn't come back empty-handed. She planned to catch 20 or 30 mountain chickens and rabbits. A bird flew across the sky. She took out her slingshot and shot a stone into the sky with a whoosh. Soon after, she heard something falling in the woods. Song Chunhwa pushed aside the branches blocking her way and headed toward the falling objects. While absorbing energy, she caught all the flying and running animals on the ground. Looking up at the sky, she sensed the plant energy and judged that winter rain was coming soon. She needed to find a place to hide from the rain quickly. She had traveled quite a bit but hadn't found any caves. The rain would fall within 15 minutes, so finding a shelter before that was very difficult. Song Chunhwa quickly took out a space raincoat and put it on. Sure enough, after 15 minutes, the winter rain started to fall lightly. The winter rain can last for half a day or even a whole day. Song Chunhwa prepared to turn and head home. Suddenly, she smelled a faint fragrance again. Following the scent, she found a lingji mushroom under an ancient tree. The lingji was not yet mature, just like the ginseng last time. But this was not a problem for Song Chunhwa. What a lucky break from heaven! Song Chunhwa reached out her hand again, eager to gather her fortune. Because she had been absorbing energy constantly, her energy bar had reached a value of 15. Compared to the last time when the ginseng was still growing, the lingji was developing quickly. In the blink of an eye, it entered the next stage of growth. When the lingji released spores, Song Chunhwa loosened her grip on the mushroom. At this moment, she felt her energy improve again. Carefully, she picked the mature lingji and held it in her hand. It felt quite heavy, about 2 to 3 jin, worth at least 60 to 70 taels. If the lingji or ginseng got damaged, she would lose a lot of money, so she quickly stored it in her space. Luck was on her side, unstoppable. Song Chunhwa found 2 more ginseng plants, all of which grew into 100-year-old ginseng. After digging up 3 plants, the rain stopped and the sun came out. Song Chunhwa couldn't help humming a little tune. Is that a human scent? She wondered inwardly. Could it be a hunter from the village or someone else? She looked around, seeing dense trees. The sun shone again, filtering through the thick foliage. She searched around but found no sign of anyone. Could she have misperceived?
Impossible.
Since the end of the world, her perception had never been wrong. She closed her eyes carefully, sensing faint human presence, and followed the scent. Looking at the child lying on the ground, half of his body buried in fallen leaves, motionless. Is he dead? Song Chunhua gently shook the boy a few times. The boy showed no response. If you don't open your eyes soon, I'm leaving. Seeing the child lying still on the ground, Song Chunhua turned to walk away. Suddenly, a wild chicken ran past nearby. Song Chunhua immediately grabbed her slingshot. Holding a struggling wild chicken, she sighed and turned back toward the child's location. Meeting you must be fate. Since the heavens have been kind to me, I'll try to save you. But I don't know if I can. If I do, it means you're lucky. If I can't, don't blame me. She knocked out the wild chicken and threw it into her basket. She squatted down, parted some dry grass from the child's body, and reached out to hold the child's hand. The weak pulse grew stronger, though still weaker than an ordinary person's, but much better than before. Song Chunhua released the boy's hand, took a fresh ginseng from her space, sliced a piece with a small knife, opened the child's mouth, and put it in. Soon, the boy slowly opened his eyes, looking at Song Chunhua with a cautious expression. This kind of look was very familiar to Song Chunhua, who lived every day in a dangerous post-apocalyptic world. At first, she didn't think much of it, but now, looking at the little boy, he resembled the smart kid next door from before the disaster. Hey, what are you glaring at? I'm your lifesaver, and that ginseng in your mouth is 100-year-old one, worth several hundred taels. The boy felt his body no longer weak, and since he was indeed holding ginseng, his eyes softened. Seeing his expensive clothes and the cautious look he just had, Song Chunhua thought he was not an ordinary person. She didn't want to cause trouble, so she immediately got up and left. Less than half a mile away, Song Chunhua sensed more human presence, at least 10 people. She quickly climbed up a nearby tree, hiding her scent among the branches. From the highest point, she looked down. A group of black-clad people was scattered in the woods, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, Song Chunhua thought of the little boy again. Could they be looking for him? This way of searching didn't seem friendly. It looked hostile, with killing intent in their eyes. I just narrowly escaped death thanks to fate. I can't let them catch me now, or it'll ruin my luck. She had also cut a piece of ginseng, but only one. Because of that, she would have to sell several dozen taels less silver. Quickly climbing down, I ran toward the child's location. The child was still lying in the same spot, covered again by the dry leaves I had just moved aside. Do you want to come with me? Song Chunhua asked. The boy nodded immediately, without hesitation. You're quick to agree. Are you afraid I might sell you? She said with a smile. She took out 2 mountain chickens and a gray bird from her basket, then stuffed the child into the basket and threw the birds back inside. Suddenly, Song Chunhua's ears twitched, and she climbed back to the top of the tree. The man in black was less than 200 meters away. Song Chunhua used her plant energy to hide her scent. The man in black turned around and left. Song Chunhua stayed still, keeping her position. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, the man reappeared under the tree. He looked around to make sure no one was there before leaving. Song Chunhua used her plant powers to sense that within a 1-mile radius, there was no human presence. She climbed down from the tree. She could normally sense within 2 miles, but the energy from a spiritual mushroom and 2 ginsengs she had just used drained almost all her energy. The light filtering through the trees was gradually fading. She looked up at the sky. Song Chunhua quickened her pace. She had to find a cave to rest before dark. She had planned to set up her space tent for the night, but with an extra person and the group of black-clad men, that was no longer an option. Just as the sun was about to set, she finally found a hidden cave covered by vines. She looked around but saw no signs of wild animals. She crawled inside quietly. It was very dark inside, with only a faint light at the entrance. She didn't sense any human presence. She placed her basket at the cave entrance, then went nearby to gather some fallen branches, tying them together with vine rope. The child curled up inside the basket, keeping a distance. After placing the firewood down, she took the child out of the basket. The child looked very handsome, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose. Definitely a good-looking boy, very much like the little genius kid next door. Looking at the child in her arms, Song Chunhwa muttered to herself. While she looked at the child was also watching her. The fire gradually grew brighter, illuminating the cave. Song Chunhwa began to examine her surroundings. The cave was less than 2 meters high and about 7 or 8 square meters in size. After walking on the mountain all day and eating only one bamboo tube rice in the morning, my stomach started to growl loudly. I took out 2 meat buns from my shoulder bag. This bag was made from leftover cloth used for a quilt cover, sewn in a modern bag style. I quickly put one in my mouth, swallowing it, then looked at the child across from me and offered the remaining bun. "Wanna eat?" The child didn't move. "Can't understand me? Maybe he's mute." Song Chunhwa ate the remaining bun in a few bites, then said, "You're weak, so don't eat greasy food. Just have a plain bun." She took out a plain bun from her bag and offered it to the child. Seeing that the child didn't move, she directly placed it in his hand. 15 minutes passed, and the child still sat quietly. "Are you going to eat or not?" "If not, I'll take it back," Song Chunhwa asked, pointing at the bun in the child's hand. She took the bun from the child's hand, opened his mouth, tore off a piece of the bun, and pushed it inside. "Hurry up and eat, or I'll throw you out and let those people in black take care of you," she said, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. The child still sat upright, unmoved. Deciding not to bother him, she walked outside the cave to deal with the cycle of grains. She picked a few large leaves, used her plant powers to make vines grow quickly, and covered the cave entrance completely. She added 2 pieces of wood to the fire, spread the leaves on the ground, and took out a small cotton quilt she had specially prepared for the mountain climb from her bag, lying down on it. The small quilt was bought by Song Chunhwa at a pawnshop in town. It was thin, with a little cotton inside, about 1.5 meters long and 80 centimeters wide. Now it was enough to cover her small, thin body. Closing her eyes, Song Chunhwa felt a pair of eyes watching her. She immediately opened her eyes. In the firelight, a pair of shiny black eyes stared at her steadily. Suddenly, Song Chunhwa sat up, snatched the bun that the child hadn't eaten, and without hesitation, shoved it into her mouth. Ignoring the other person's gaze, Song Chunhwa entered a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, she felt a cold breeze and woke up. She glanced at the person opposite her and added 3 or 4 pieces of wood to the nearly extinguished fire. When she woke up hungry again, she took out 2 bamboo rice containers and placed them over the fire. Seeing the bamboo containers start to steam, she used 2 sticks to carefully remove them. She opened the lids, and a delicious meat aroma spread out. Song Chunhwa didn't ask the child any more questions. She took a wooden spoon from her bag. She looked at the bright, dark eyes across from her, threw something over, and then took another wooden spoon from her bag. Luckily, she brought an extra one in case she didn't have water to wash with. Seeing that the other person remained still, she thought about the ginseng root and walked over to the child. With one hand, she gently opened the child's mouth, and with the other, she scooped a big spoonful of meat and rice into the bamboo container, then carefully fed it into the child's mouth. She closed the child's mouth, waited for them to swallow, and repeated the process. Soon, the bamboo rice containers were empty. Song Chunhwa looked at the small, tender face and finally couldn't resist. She poured a little water from her bottle into the child's mouth. After eating and drinking enough, she added all the remaining firewood to the fire and had a good night's sleep. When Song Chunhwa opened her eyes, she saw the child across from her clutching their stomach, looking very uncomfortable. Seeing the child's expression and actions, she asked, "Do you need to go to the bathroom?" After a long pause, the child nodded. Song Chunhwa carried her basket, threw a few stones into the fire, leaving only a small ember. She stood up and waved to the child. 100 meters outside the cave, she took a small pickaxe from her bag and dug a hole. The child's face turned red. Song Chunhwa turned and walked in another direction. Looking at the child's clothing, which was probably not made of bamboo strips, tree branches, or leaves, she said loudly, "After using the bathroom, wipe with the leaves or sticks nearby." While walking around, she saw a persimmon tree in front of her. The tree was bare, with only a few persimmons hanging on the branches. She aimed her slingshot at a persimmon stem. Back at the original spot, the child looked disgusted, scooped some dirt into the hole, and covered it with fallen leaves. Song Chunhwa stepped forward and handed a persimmon to the child. The child looked at her hand and shook their head. She took back the persimmon, which had become soft. She tore open the skin and took a bite. The ripe fruit was sweet and free of bitterness, leaving only sweetness in her mouth. Juice was running down her lips. Song Chunhwa casually picked a leaf to wipe her hands. Song Chunhwa did not return to the cave. Along the way, she encountered flying birds and wild animals, just like yesterday, and did not spare any of them. The child followed closely behind her. Song Chunhwa glanced at the child and asked, "Why are you following me?" The child remained silent and kept close. Song Chunhwa took a bun from her bag and looked at the child. She handed the child a pot of water and said, "Wash your hands." After washing, she threw a bun to the child. Yesterday, the child refused to eat, but today they ate slowly and carefully. After finishing a bun, Song Chunhwa gulped down 2 sips of water. Seeing the child choking, she handed the water bottle again. In the early afternoon, between 1 and 3 p.m., the two reached a pond nestled among several mountains. The water was clear enough to see the fish inside. Since no one was catching them, the fish swam peacefully, ignoring the 2 people on the shore. Sunlight shimmered on the water, creating a warm, sparkling scene. Song Chunhwa took out 2 water bottles from her bag and drank the remaining water. She placed the bottles into the water, feeling the coldness, and quickly filled them up again. "Fill it up," she pointed to the child's water bottle. The child obediently opened the valve and, mimicking Song Chunhwa, placed the bottle into the water, causing bubbles to rise. The fish in the water looked very relaxed. Song Chunhwa swallowed hard and said, "Sorry, little fish." She found a stick nearby and sharpened one end with a small knife. She stepped on the cold, sharp ice, shivering, and decided to stand at the water's edge, using a few branches. The fish seemed to have no natural enemies and moved slowly. Song Chunhwa aimed carefully and quickly inserted about 10 sticks into the water within a quarter of an hour. The child watched with bright eyes. Noticing there were no other people around, Song Chunhwa began processing the catch at the pond. She also prepared 2 wild chickens nearby. She dug a small hole, buried the fish, and discarded the fish scales and chicken innards. The cleaned fish and chickens were strung together on a vine and carried away. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as a heavy object fell. Song Chunhwa looked behind her. The child had fallen to the ground. She sighed softly, realizing the child was still alive. She found a basket and used vines to string up wild chickens, rabbits, squirrels, and various birds, just like the fish, and carried them away. She then placed the boy back into the basket. Although the sun had not set yet, carrying 2 bunches and a bag on her back made hunting difficult. She headed straight to the cave, where she rested last night. After walking for half an hour, she reached the cave entrance. She circled the cave, but found no signs of animals or people passing by. The vines at the entrance were just as they had been when she left. Song Chunhwa walked inside the cave. She gently placed the child on a bed of leaves on the ground and whispered, "Thanks to your face, or I would have thrown you away long ago." She held the child's wrist, slowly sending energy into their body. When she felt the pulse grow stronger, she immediately released her hand and, like yesterday, cut a piece of ginseng to put into the child's mouth. This child, dressed in fine clothes, clearly from a wealthy or noble family, had plenty of food, yet often fainted suddenly. Song Chunhwa went outside the cave and started gathering firewood. In the deep mountains, Broken branches were plentiful. Soon, she had a large bundle of firewood. She tied it with vines and carried it back to the cave. When she arrived, the child was still with eyes closed. She struck a fire with flint and placed 2 stones beside the fire. She cleaned the fish, removing all internal organs, then spread it open. She pierced small holes at each corner with a small knife, threading 2 long sticks through the holes, with the sticks resting on stones. On the prepared mountain chicken, she peeled some chicken fat and placed it on the fish. The fat sizzled and melted, soaking into the fish. One side of the fish turned slightly golden. Song Chunhwa flipped it over, and the child lying opposite opened their eyes. They slowly sat up, still sitting stiffly like a clock. "This one is yours. Roast it yourself," Song Chunhwa said, pointing to one of the fish. She took a small ceramic bottle with wine from her bag, poured some into her hand, and rubbed it evenly over the fish. Then she took a packet of salt, pinched a small amount, and did the same. "Next, do as I just did." She handed the wine and salt to the child. The child reached out, imitated Song Chunhwa, rubbing the wine and salt on the fish, smiling like the winter sun. Song Chunhwa was momentarily stunned. "Your smile looks nice. Keep smiling more. You've eaten so much from me, but I have no money. Your smile is enough. No wonder wealthy people spend a fortune just to make a beautiful woman smile." Both sides of the fish were grilled to a golden color. When it looked ready, Song Chunhwa took a bottle of soy sauce from her bag and drizzled it over the fish. "Like me, don't pour too much," said Song Chunhwa as she handed the porcelain bottle to the child. The child imitated Song Chunhwa, carefully pouring soy sauce evenly over the fish. "It's ready to eat," said Song Chunhwa, tearing off a piece and putting it in her mouth. The fish was hot and fragrant, and the soy sauce made it look very appetizing. Cough, cough, cough. The child looked pained, touching his neck. It was obvious a fish bone was stuck, so Song Chunhwa quickly moved to his side, covered his eyes, and took out tweezers from her bag to carefully remove the small fish bone stuck in his throat. "All done," said Song Chunhwa. "Drink some water." The child obediently picked up the water bottle. "You haven't eaten fish before." The child shook his head. "Then how come you know how to eat it?" asked Song Chunhwa. "Usually others pick out the bones for you." The child nodded. "That's true," sighed Song Chunhwa. "I wish I had someone to pick out fish bones for me too." Seeing the child struggling with the fish in his hands, she pointed to the fish's belly. "Eat here. There are fewer bones, only big ones." After the child finished eating the fish skin and belly meat, Song Chunhwa reached out. "Give me the fish. Later, I'll roast a chicken for you." After finishing the fish, she added 2 pieces of wood to the fire, made 2 supports with a branch, and placed the mountain chicken on the supports, turning the stick skewering the chicken occasionally. Song Chunhwa looked at the round-faced child and said, "Little bun, come here. Turn like I do." Seeing that the child didn't move, Song Chunhwa said, "Little Tangyuan. Little round ball." The child stood up and came to Song Chunhwa. "So your name is Little Round Ball," said Song Chunhwa with a smile. "How old are you this year?" Song Chunhwa thought the child wouldn't answer, but to her surprise, he responded softly. "Oh, you can talk, not a little mute." Little Round Ball carefully turned the stick in his hand, listening but not replying. Song Chunhwa took it as a sign of agreement. "Little Round Ball, sprinkle some salt." "Little Round Ball, here's a chicken leg for you. Your parents must be very good-looking." Little Round Ball, have a persimmon. Little Yuenzi. After eating half a fish and half a chicken, Song Chunhwa let out a long, satisfied burp. She placed the kettle into the fire. Song Chunhwa watched the other person eating slowly and gracefully, staring intently. She noticed that no matter how hungry little Yuenzi was or what she ate, she always ate calmly and without rush. Even when eating ripe persimmons that burst with juice when squeezed, she remained elegant and poised, without juice smudges on her lips or hands like Song Chunhwa. Eating really is a beautiful thing to watch. Hearing this, little Yuenzi's face turned slightly red. You're quite shy." The water in the kettle was boiling, so Song Chunhwa quickly took it out and put another kettle into the fire. Suddenly, Song Chunhwa sensed the presence of strangers. "Someone's here." She quickly used a stone to put out the fire. The child put down the mountain chicken and helped pick up small stones nearby to add to the fire. Song Chunhwa used her plant energy again to hide their scent. The strangers were about 2 or 3 miles away. Song Chunhwa moved to the cave entrance, avoided little Yuanzi's gaze, and used her plant powers to make the plants at the entrance and nearby grow rapidly, hiding the entire cave behind vines and trees. They sat quietly inside the cave, the fire now out. The scent of strangers was getting closer. Song Chunhwa felt that there were more people this time than last. Footsteps came from outside the cave. The footsteps lasted for more than half an hour before gradually fading away. Using her plant abilities, Song Chunhwa sensed that there were no other human scents within a mile. She said to little Yuanzi, "They've left. For safety, they didn't light the fire again." The fire still had some warmth. Song Chunhwa handed a hot water bottle to little Yuanzi. "Hold this." As darkness fell, the temperature inside the cave dropped quickly. Outside, the sound of rain could be heard. Occasionally, the low growls of wild animals sounded. Song Chunhwa listened carefully and found no signs of other humans. She picked up her flint and relit the fire. As the fire burned, the cave warmed up again. "I'll go home tomorrow," Song Chunhwa said while tending the fire. Little Yuanzi looked at her with her shiny black eyes, silent. "I've been on the mountain for 2 days. If I don't go back soon, my family will worry." Little Yuanzi still said nothing. "Is someone coming to pick you up?" "I'll take you there," Song Chunhwa asked. The child across the way still didn't speak. "Then you stay here in this cave for now." "It's still safe," Song Chunhwa said. "I'll roast a mountain chicken for you tonight. When you're hungry, just eat." It's impossible to take little Yuanzi home. She's not afraid of meeting people looking for him on the way back, and she trusts she can avoid them. But she can't bring danger to the village or her family. There are so many people on the mountain, and nearby villages and towns are probably searching too. She can't guarantee hiding at home will work. If they find him, the entire Song family and even the whole Black Eagle Mountain village could be destroyed. Song Chunhwa left 2 pots of water, a blanket, and the remaining persimmons. It's best not to light a fire. If you need to go to the bathroom, do it inside the cave. Dig a small hole like this morning. "Here, this is for you," she said, handing over a small knife. "Maybe in a day or 2, I will come back." Song Chunhwa strode toward her home, immediately avoiding anyone unfamiliar. When she reached the outskirts of the mountain, she sensed a different atmosphere. Suddenly, a man dressed like a hunter approached. He casually looked into her basket. Seeing it contained a few mountain chickens, rabbits, and some wild vegetables, he turned and left. Not everyone in the village might know her name, but she was sure this man was not from the village. As she entered the yard, the twins immediately came to greet her. "Second sister is back." During the past few days when Song Chunhwa was on the mountain, it rained the first 2 days, and her family was very worried. Hearing the voices, Song Dolly came out leaning on his crutch. Even Song Sanlang, who was cooking, grabbed a spatula and ran out. Song Chunhwa took the mountain chickens, rabbits, and birds out of her basket in the kitchen. The fish was harder to explain, so she left it in her space. "Boil some water and pluck all these feathers. We'll smoke them into dried meat for the new year." "Aren't you going to sell these?" Song Sanlang looked at the wild game on the ground and asked. "Yes, after peeling the rabbit skin. Let Aunt Jean make us each a pair of shoes. That way, we won't worry about wet shoes in the rain." The first rabbit she brought back, the twins had grown attached to. Every morning, the first thing they did was run to see the rabbits. Since the family wasn't short of meat, they kept raising them. Late at night, Song Chunhwa kept her eyes open, listening to the faint sounds inside the house and in the yard. Next to her, Wu Nyang was breathing evenly. Song Chunhwa slowly closed her eyes. The noises lasted about 15 minutes, then everything inside and outside the house became quiet again. At this moment, Song Chunhwa felt very lucky she didn't bring Xiao Yuanzi home. She carried Song Luling toward Aunt Lu's house. Aunt Lu Jean was feeding her baby and asked, "Why did you stay on the mountain for 2 days this time?" Smelling the unfamiliar scent, Song Chunhwa pretended to be scared and said, "Yesterday, when we were about to come back, we saw a tiger." "A tiger?" Aunt Lu Jean trembled with excitement. almost choking her baby. Song Chunhwa nodded and said, "Luckily, I am good at climbing trees." I quickly climbed up. I was scared and stayed in the tree. I fell asleep there. When I woke up at night, I didn't dare move. This morning I watched for a long time and saw the tiger leave. Then I ran to the edge of the mountain. That's so scary. It's better not to go into the deep mountains. Last year, in my hometown village, 2 brothers were eaten by a tiger. It's okay. I'm good at climbing trees, Song Chunhwa said proudly. She sighed and said, "Auntie, you know we don't have farmland, and we don't have strong workers. We can't survive without going up the mountain. Please don't tell anyone about this. I'm worried my older brother and Samling will be concerned." Aunt Lujin nodded. Feeling the strange presence disappear, Song Luling finished eating. Song Chunhwa picked him up, wrapped him in a cotton coat, and headed home. It was study time now. Song Dalong and Song Sanling, the twin brothers, were all reading and learning characters in the study. Song Chunhwa placed Song Luling on a small bed in the study, then went to the kitchen, opened the flour jar, and scooped half a basin of white flour. She added 2 spoons of salt, then mixed in warm water to knead the dough. After kneading, she cut the dough into evenly sized pieces. She let the dough rest in a pot. Next, she took out a large piece of salt-rubbed pork from the meat jar. The meat looked the same as when she left. 2 days had passed, and no meat had been cooked at home. She cut the meat into chunks, then into small pieces, and finally minced it. She added wine to remove the smell, then seasoned with salt and soy sauce. Finally, she went outside to pick some green onions, chopped them, and mixed them into the mincemeat. The meat filling was ready. The dough had rested, and she brushed some oil on a cutting board. She placed the dough on the board, pressed it flat with her hand, and filled it with the meat mixture. All the dough pieces are prepared. Song Chunhwa walks to the stove. The pot is heated, and a layer of oil is brushed inside. The dough pieces are laid flat in the pot. The pancakes sizzle and release oil, filling the kitchen with a meaty aroma. The golden brown pancakes look very tempting. She carefully lifts each pancake from the pot. Seeing no other people around, Song Chunhwa takes another bowl from the cupboard, fills it with 6 pancakes, and puts them into a cloth bag. Second sister, Song Wunyang, runs into the kitchen, followed by Silang. It smells so good. Song Chunhwa has the twin children study reading and writing for 1 hour in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, taught by Song Dalong and Song Sanling. As soon as the study time ends, they immediately run to the kitchen. Long before Song Chunhwa starts frying, Song Wunyang can't resist and tries to come over, but Song Siling pulls her back. Finally, after the study session, they rush to the kitchen. "Your little nose is so sharp," Song Chunhwa teases Wunyang, pinching her nose. "What should we do before eating?" she asks. "Wash our hands," the twins reply in unison. They quickly run to the yard by the water jar. The freshly fried pancakes are hot. Song Chunhwa uses 2 small bowls to serve them. "Eat slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself." The twins nod eagerly. Song Chunhwa picks up a pancake and takes a bite, juice oozing out, full of oily aroma. The next morning, after breakfast, Song Chunhwa carries a basket and heads up the mountain. She squats down whenever she sees wild vegetables, digging as she walks. Feeling no other people nearby, she quickly moves deeper into the mountains. She only catches 1 mountain chicken along the way, ignoring the rest, and heads straight to the cave. Seeing that the entrance and surroundings are undisturbed, she taps 3 times on a stone and slips inside. Looking at Xiao Yuanzi, who has fainted on the ground, Song Chunhwa feels helpless and reaches out her hand again. Finally, she cuts a piece of ginseng and puts it into his mouth. She takes out the pancakes and 2 bamboo tubes filled with hot water. Near the cave, she quickly gathers some firewood and ignites a fire. She skewers the half-eaten chicken that Xiao Yuanzi didn't finish and roasts it over the fire. Xiao Yuanzi slowly wakes up, happy to see Song Chunhwa, and quickly sits up. "You're awake." Song Chunhwa glances at him and points to the pancake. "Pork pancake." Xiao Yuanzi chews the ginseng in his mouth slowly and swallows. Seeing his lips peeling, Song Chunhwa handed over a hot water bamboo tube. "Drink some water first. I'm no longer calling you little Yuanzi. From now on, I'll call you Sleeping Beauty. Why do you keep fainting? Little Yuanzi bit into a pastry and shook his head. Why, he paused and changed his words. The doctor said this is something I inherited from my mother. Song Chunhua ignored the word why that little Yuanzi just said. Seeing the child across from her, quietly eating a pastry, Song Chunhua rested her chin on her hand and watched calmly. After little Yuanzi finished a pastry, Song Chunhua took out an oil lamp from her bag and lit it. Use this for light. It's better not to start a fire when I'm not around. Many people in the village are looking for you, and there are also some people on this mountain. Song Chunhua stood up to say goodbye and handed over the remaining half of a ginseng. If nothing else, just tear off a small piece and put it in your mouth. Finally, she took out 2 vegetable buns and 2 meat buns from her bag. Little Yuanzi blinked his long eyelashes, feeling a bit disappointed, but quickly hid his emotions. Song Chunhua carefully concealed the cave and quickly left. Halfway there, she turned back. To test little Yuanzi's reaction, Song Chunhua stayed silent and quickly slipped inside. As soon as she stepped into the cave, a small knife was stabbed straight at her. Song Chunhua dodged swiftly, and little Yuanzi staggered. Realizing what happened, she saw Song Chunhua with a happy expression, then she retracted the knife and looked apologetic. Good reaction, Song Chunhua said confidently. She took out a book from her bag about the culture and geography of Daqing, which she bought specifically to learn about this era. Learn to read. Somewhat. Just read this book if you're bored, Song Chunhua said. On the way back, she didn't linger much and hurried towards the outskirts of the mountain. When they arrived home, Song Dalong and the others were in the study. After feeding Song Lulang some goat milk, Song Chunhua boiled a pot of water and prepared to process the mountain chicken by plucking its feathers and gutting it. She salted it and placed it in the meat curing jar. After 2 or 3 days of curing, it would be ready for smoking. Heavy footsteps sounded outside the courtyard gate. Lu Laifu carried a bundle of firewood, sweat still on his forehead. All 300 bundles of firewood are ready.
You can start lighting, he said.
After the study was built, Lu's 3 brothers began focusing all their efforts on gathering firewood for Song Chunhua's family. That's right, 300 bundles. Song Chunhua counted again. Thank you, Uncle Laifu. You're welcome. You paid for the work. Lu Laifu rubbed his rough hands, his dark face flushing with a bit of redness. Chunhua, can I go to the town the day after tomorrow? Before he finished, the man in front blushed so hard his ears turned red. He took out a string of neatly arranged 5-cent coins, which shone brightly from being rubbed. Can you bring a head flower?
Just.
The kind that girls like. Sure, Uncle Laifu. What color do you want? The next day, Song Chunhua avoided eye contact and brought food and water to Xiao Yuanzi for 2 days. She also told him she would go to the town the next day and wouldn't come back. Frost flowers rested on the grass leaves. The ox cart creaked as it rolled over the frozen, hard dirt road. There were 5 people on the cart. Most of them were buying New Year supplies before the snow fell. At the village entrance, Grandma's son saw Song Chunhua carrying 2 mountain chickens, and her basket was also full. Wow, so many mountain chickens and wild rabbits. You must be selling quite a bit of money, she said. A few other women gathered around. This mountain chicken is so big and still alive. It's worth at least 100 coins, another woman said with admiration. Qianhua was more interested in the ginseng she sold for 10 taels of silver. She looked at her younger brother-in-law driving the cart and stepped closer. Chunhua, where did you dig that ginseng? Last time she asked, her father-in-law heard and scolded her harshly. But the temptation of 10 taels of silver was too great. If she also found a plant, she could buy enough cloth to make a new dress. I don't know exactly where. I just saw it under a big tree while walking, Chunhua said seriously, with no hiding her words. Chen Suifang looked over with a doubtful expression. After what happened last time, Chen Suifang saw that Chunhua didn't dare to argue loudly. Still, she couldn't help but hum in disbelief. Chen Suifang, the man driving the cart, Chen Fuchen, shouted loudly, warning her. Chen Fuchen wanted to stop her when Qianhua asked about the ginseng's location, but he couldn't because Qianhua was his sister-in-law. He didn't want to cause trouble. Qianhua saw Chen Fuchen get angry and immediately shut her mouth. Her second uncle was very fond of her mother. If she told on her when she got home, she'd have good things to eat. Chen Suifang glared fiercely at Song Chunhua, then turned her head away. She dared not speak again, or she might not be allowed to come to the town next time. She had to beg her mother for a long time just to come here this time. Grandma's son spoke with a sour tone. Spring flower, you've got ginseng and a mountain chicken. How come you get all the good things? Song Chunhua smiled and said, because I am lucky. Grandma's son choked on her words. Chen Fuchen chuckled and added, Spring flower really is a lucky girl. Grandma's son was so angry she almost jumped out of her seat. Song Chunhua didn't say anything more. She closed her eyes and started absorbing energy from the plants on both sides of the road. This was a rural road usually only traveled by pedestrians and ox carts. Sometimes a horse or a horse-drawn carriage sped past, kicking up a cloud of dust. People on the ox cart got dust in their mouths. When the horse or carriage was far away, Grandma's son shouted angrily, having money makes you proud. The woman next to her quickly grabbed her. In this era, common people didn't dare say much to powerful or noble folks. Just a few words from them could decide someone's life or death. Chen Fuchen whispered, why are there so many fast horses these days? At that moment, 2 fast horses stopped beside the ox cart. The riders made a gesture to signal Chen Fuchen to stop. The man on horseback had sharp features and looked down at the people on the cart. After checking them over, one of the men dismounted and carefully examined the entire ox cart. The people on the cart held their breath and didn't dare speak. Grandma's son, who had been bragging loudly, started trembling. The man looked at her coldly, and Grandma's son shook even more. Suddenly, a smell of and sourness filled the air. The man looked disgusted and turned his horse around, riding away quickly. Everyone on the cart remained still and shifted their positions quietly. Grandma's son was so embarrassed she wanted to die, especially seeing Qian Huahua next to her. She really wished she could disappear. Qian Huahua knew everyone in the village would find out. No, her own family village would find out too. Maybe even a whole 10-mile radius would know. And she was the wife of the village head son, so she couldn't do anything about it. After what just happened, no one spoke on the way to town. When they arrived, Song Chunhua headed straight to the biggest restaurant in town, Chunfeng Tower. You came just in time. We have some distinguished guests, and I was worried about not having good things to serve. Chef Hong Pengzi from Chunfeng Tower saw Song Chunhua holding 2 lively, jumping mountain chickens. Song Chunhua sensed someone watching her secretly but remained calm. Hong Pengzi was very happy because the animals he brought were alive, unlike the previous times when they were dead or had been kept for days. The taste of fresh, live animals is very different from that of dead ones. Since this time they were entertaining important guests, he was willing to spend more money. At this moment, a wealthy-looking man approached. Hong Pengzi quickly bowed and greeted him respectfully. The man asked Song Chunhua, which village are you from? Song Chunhua didn't hide the truth because Hong Pengzi already knew. Hiding it might cause suspicion, so she answered without hesitation, Black Eagle Mountain Village. The man said nothing and turned to walk into the kitchen. Hong Pengzi kept his bowing posture until the man's back disappeared, then stood up straight. After agreeing on the price, Hong Pengzi said, I'll go get the money from the shopkeeper. Soon, Hong Pengzi came out holding a silver coin. Song Chunhua stored the money carefully and strode toward the medicine shop. Inside, she also felt someone watching her secretly. The shopkeeper saw it was Song Chunhua and quickly stepped forward to ask, Are you here for medicine today? Song Chunhua nodded and handed over the herbs written by Dr. Hong, saying casually, Little girl, is your older brother's leg still not healed? Almost there. The village doctor said if he takes these medicines and rests, he'll recover slowly. After Song Chunhua left, the shopkeeper hurriedly told the men inside the shop everything he knew. Outside the medicine shop, Song Chunhua observed quietly. She noticed many people hiding inside and outside the shop. She passed by a candy stall, buying a pound each of maltose and winter melon candy. Finally, she went to the ironware shop to pick up the custom-made pot. She couldn't accept using the same pot for cooking, washing face, bathing, and drinking water. Having an extra pot would allow boiling water and cooking rice separately. At dinner, snowflakes started falling from the sky. It snowed, and the new year was approaching. The pig farmers in the village began slaughtering the New Year pig. Most kept a few dozen pounds of pork for guests and smoking to eat later. The rest was sold, and the money saved to help their sons get married. Next door, the Liu family is raising 2 pigs. Grandma Liu plans to slaughter one this year. Song Chunhua and her siblings wake up early to help at Liu's house. The 3 brothers, 2 grabbing the pig's head and 1 pulling its tail. The pig screams loudly in fear. Fixed on a long table, the village butcher, Old, who skillfully cuts the pig cleanly. Song Chunhua quickly places a basin under the pig's neck. When one basin is full, she hurriedly replaces it with another. Then she adds prepared salt into the pig's blood and stirs it. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers start scraping the pig's hair, as Old, who instructed. In 15 minutes, the pig is shaved completely clean. They cut about a pound of pork belly, and Liu Laifu carries it inside to borrow a cart. A few days earlier, they agreed to borrow the cart today, and the meat is the fee for borrowing. When they borrowed the cart, Old, who had already cut open the pig, neatly placing the heart, lungs, intestines, head, feet, and meat on the table. One side of the pig meat is placed on a nearby table, prepared to be sold in the county. Although it's only half, it weighs nearly 200 jin. Normally, other families keep just 10 or 20 jin, but since spring is coming and Liu Laifu is getting married, they need to make 70 or 80 jin of cured meat for the new year to serve at the feast and as a gift for Liu Jin's family when they visit her parents. No pig-raising family in the village, but some will come to buy a pound or 2 for the new year to enjoy some meat flavor. Song Chunhua bought 30 jin of smoked meat and 10 jin of ribs that others don't like to eat. She plans to stew them with radish and braise. Grandma Liu gave her 1 jin of pig blood. After thanking her, she put the meat and pig blood back in her kitchen. Song Chunhua said to the twins, "Go buy tofu." Hearing this, the twins cheered immediately. Song Silang took a basin. The 3 of them, wearing boots made of rabbit fur, stepped on the snow. The twins loudly recited the song Song Chunhua taught them. Snow is falling. Snow is falling. A group of little artists come to the snowy land. Chickens draw bamboo leaves, dogs draw plum blossoms, ducks draw maple leaves, and ponies draw crescent moons. The children's voices made the cold winter morning air feel warmer. At the end of the village, at the house of the mute Zhao He, the 3 walk for about 15 minutes. Chunhua called out outside the yard, then pushed the door and went inside. Zhao He heard the gate creak open and peeked out from the kitchen. He saw Chunhua and her siblings and immediately started dancing happily with a big smile on his face. Song Shi called from outside. "Chunhua is here. Come in quickly." As soon as they entered the kitchen, each person received a bowl of tofu pudding. The twins happily said, "Thank you, Annie." Song Shi is Chunhua's grandfather's cousin. Chunhua took half a bag of winter melon candies from her pocket and handed it to Zhao He. "Uncle Zhao, here's some candy." Zhao He waved his hand to refuse. Chunhua pushed the candy toward him. "I'm trading this for your tofu pudding." Then she looked serious. "Uncle Zhao, you don't want to trade." Zhao He kept waving his hands, and Song Shi smiled and said, "Chunhua gave it to you, so take it." Song Wunyang beside them said, "It's very sweet." After eating the tofu pudding, Chunhua bought 2 large blocks of tofu. Song Shi refused to take money, saying that giving candies was enough. Chunhua didn't insist. Just as they left the hospital gate, 2 more people came in, each carrying a basin of tofu. Chunhua and her siblings called someone, then headed home. Once home, Chunhua cooked a pot of pig blood and tofu soup. The siblings ate happily, feeling warm and cozy. After the meal, Chunhua carried her basket and went up the mountain. Seeing no one paying attention, she strode into the deep forest. The ground was covered with snow, and her footsteps made crunching sounds. While walking, she used her plant powers to scatter nearby leaves and hide her trail. When she reached the cave entrance, Chunhua knocked in a secret code and then slipped inside. Next to Xiao Yuanzi, there was a homemade charcoal stove. A kerosene lamp was lit. She held a book about the scenic landscapes of Daqing. As soon as she entered, Xiao Yuanzi looked at her with a big smile. Chunhua took out a jar of pig blood and tofu soup from her basket. She picked up 2 burning pieces of charcoal from the stove and placed them on dry grass, igniting a fire. Chunhua set the jar on the fire. Soon, the contents boiled and bubbled. The hot soup made her whole body feel warm. Today, Grandma Lu's family slaughtered a pig for the new year. This pig blood was given by Grandma Lu. Slaughtered a pig for the new year? Xiao Yuanzi looked up at her. During the new year, they kill a pig to celebrate. It symbolizes welcoming the new year, celebrating a good harvest, and wishing for good luck. Most of the meat is sold to buy things needed at home, and they can also enjoy a few pieces of meat. Song Chunhua explained her understanding of this. Seeing how seriously Xiao Yuanzi was listening, Song Chunhua smiled and said, "Go ahead and eat." Xiao Yuanzi shyly smiled in response. They finished a jar of pig blood soup. Right now, Xiao Yuanzi's appetite has doubled compared to half a month ago. In the past 10 days, she hasn't fainted again. "Today, I will take you to catch fish." Hearing this, Xiao Yuanzi's eyes lit up. At the pond, a layer of ice floats on the surface, shining white. Song Chunhua carefully steps on the ice, which shows tiny cracks. It seems too thin to walk on, so she quickly pulls her foot back. She uses a knife to make a small hole in the ice. Soon, many oxygen-loving fish come to the surface through the hole. She takes out a bag of earthworms, strings them onto a homemade fishing rod, and places the rod into the hole. The fishing line sinks immediately, indicating a fish has taken the bait. Within 15 minutes, she catches 3 fish. Song Chunhua handles the fish, removing scales and guts. Catching fish is left to Xiao Yuanzi. As she quickly and neatly processes one fish, another is caught nearby. In about half an hour, they catch around 20 fish. Like before, they dig a small hole to bury the fish guts and scales. By the lake, Song Chunhua leaves signs that look like animal tracks. Xiao Yuanzi carries the fishing rod and a wooden bucket for the fish, walking ahead. Song Chunhua carries a bucket of water behind her. Falling leaves drift down again, hiding her footprints under the leaves. She first rubs the fish with wine, salt, and garlic leaves to remove the smell and add flavor. She picks up a pot from a wooden rack made a few days ago in the cave. The rack looks very much like a simple modern stand. It's held together with traditional joints. Song Chunhua learned from Carpenter Chen, so it's not perfect, but still usable. After the pot heats up, she scoops a spoonful of pig fat from a clay jar. She slowly fries the fish until golden brown, then adds hot water from a kettle. A thick white soup boils in the pot. Song Chunhua cuts half a block of tofu into small pieces and puts them into the soup. Near the end, she adds some small bok choy and cilantro picked from her home garden. Xiao Yuanzi's serious face lights up with a warm, sunny smile. While eating, Song Chunhua talks about village gossip. Little Yuanzi ate slowly while listening carefully nearby. After eating fish a few times, little Yuanzi learned how to eat it. With a calm personality and a slow, careful way, she was almost a fish-eating expert. After the meal, little Yuanzi continued reading her book. She walked outside the cave to look at the sun. It was already noon. Back inside the cave, Song Chunhua said, "Let me teach you how to practice boxing." Little Yuanzi immediately stood up and followed the instructions carefully. At this moment, Song Chunhua was teaching modern military-style exercises for health and strength. "Good job," Song Chunhua nodded. "Practice more when you have time." Finally, she showed a few special moves she had learned during the end-of-world times, moves that were deadly without needing much skill. Without lingering, Song Chunhua left the cave. She covered the entrance and then headed toward the mountain outskirts. The new year was getting closer, and the festive atmosphere was growing stronger. Song Chunhua picked a piece of smoked, golden, shiny fatty meat from her hook and said to the two little ones nearby, "Do you want to go to Grandpa's house?" The twins nodded eagerly. When they arrived at Song Eugene's house, Song Daxiang was chopping firewood in the yard. "Uncle Daxiang, is Grandpa at home?" "Yes, coming quickly," Song Daxiang called out. "Dad, Chunhua and the others are here." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Eugene came out of the house. Song Chunhua handed over the piece of meat. Song Eugene waved his hand to refuse. "You already brought a piece of meat a few days ago. Why bring another? Take it home and enjoy it slowly. Grandpa, you can keep it. I still have some at home," Song Chunhua said, stuffing the meat into his hand. Song Eugene couldn't refuse and smiled as he took it. Then he called out to the kitchen. Old lady, Chunhua, and the others brought some meat. Hearing the call, Song Jinxiu came out of the kitchen, smiling happily. In the past, her husband often gave Chunhua's family things. Although he never said much, she had some opinions. After all, they had more than 10 mouths to feed. Recently, they had eaten rabbit, mountain chicken, and other meat sent by Chunhua, and her worries had disappeared. Song Jinxiu happily took the smoked meat, weighing it and smiling even more. It was at least 7 or 8 jin, about 3.5 kilograms. She thought she could give each daughter-in-law a pound or 2 as a New Year gift from her family. At this moment, a group of children ran into the yard. The older ones were about the same size as third brother Song, while the younger ones were smaller than fourth sister and fifth sister. When they saw Spring Flower and the others, they immediately gathered around. Spring Flower took out a bag of winter melon candies from her pocket and handed out pieces to each child. The children cheered loudly when they received the candies, calling out, "Sister Spring Flower! Sister Spring Flower!" happily. After giving out the cured meat, Song Spring Flower didn't stay long. She held hands with the twins, Long and Fong, and headed home. On the day of the Laba festival, Song Spring Flower cooked a big pot of laba porridge. She also sent a full bamboo tube to little Yuanzi. In the morning, heavy frost and dew covered everything, making it a clear, sunny day. After breakfast, the Song siblings stayed at home, dusting and sweeping happily. Big brother Song held the ladder steady, while third brother Song stood on it, sweeping dust and cobwebs from the roof beams and walls. They were covered in dust from head to toe, but their faces were full of smiles. Spring Flower took down all the sheets from the beds and stomped on them in a big basin. The twins also helped by wiping the tables and chairs within their reach with small cloths. Spring Flower and third brother twisted the sheets tightly until no water was left, then shook them out and hung them on a long bamboo pole to dry. The warm sunlight shone on everyone, making them feel cozy and comfortable. Inside and outside the house, everything was clean and shining. After tidying up, it was time to write couplets. Big brother Song and third brother Song took out red paper they bought in town. Each wrote one couplet. One was posted at the main hall door and the other at the kitchen door. They also wrote more than 10 fu characters of various sizes, which Spring Flower planned to stick on each door. While sticking the fu characters, Grandma Lu came in and smiled, saying, "It looks very festive." Spring Flower hurriedly replied, "I'll write a pair for your house later." Grandma Lu waved her hand quickly. "No need, no need. I was just saying, this red paper and ink are not cheap. Besides, I can't read or write, so it would be a waste." For the festive atmosphere, Spring Flower said, "During the new year, we must be joyful. Only then will the coming year be smooth and prosperous." Grandma Song looked at the red couplets with black characters and liked them very much. "All right, today I'll enjoy the good luck." There were some red papers left, and Spring Flower asked Big Brother Song and Third Brother Song to each write a couplet for Song Eugene and the Song family. Everything was ready, just waiting for a clear, sunny day to take the New Year bath. The house was cleaned thoroughly. Song Chunhua and Xiao Yuanzi also tidied up the cave. Inside the cave, there is a homemade shelf holding pots, bowls, and chopsticks. There is also a simple, homemade small bed. The ground is too damp, so they made the bed themselves. Next to the fire, there is a small table and 2 tiny stools, all homemade. There are also 2 water buckets, but these are bought from the town, not homemade. After cleaning, the two went to the small pond to fetch 2 buckets of water. One bucket was heated, and then Song Chunhwa went outside the cave. "Call me when you're done." Hearing the voice from inside, Song Chunhwa went in. The inside of the cave was warm. Xiao Yuanzi was squatting by the bucket, washing clothes. She had washed twice already but was still clumsy and not very skilled. Song Chunhwa bought her a set of clean underwear, but not a new outer coat. Seeing that there was no strange feeling around, Song Chunhwa took the clothes to hang outside the cave to dry. Her black, thick hair spread behind her. Xiao Yuanzi leaned against the fire, reading a book while drying her hair. "Do you recognize all the characters on this?" "Some I don't know." "Most of them, then," Song Chunhwa said, surprised. Xiao Yuanzi nodded. "You are really a top student, no, a genius." The book, Mouse Selections, was taken from her space, and it was in simplified Chinese. Song Chunhwa read the first 20 pages. Xiao Yuanzi, based on what she read, recognized most of the characters in the book. She only read it once, which meant Xiao Yuanzi memorized everything she read word for word, and then recognized the characters from the book. Song Chunhwa had studied this book during school and occasionally looked at it during work. Now, when asked to retell it, she could only mention a few famous quotes and the main ideas. Seeing Xiao Yuanzi look confused, Song Chunhwa explained, "It means she is very good at reading." She finished reading the first volume of Mouse Selections and was holding the second volume now. "Why do you love reading so much?" Song Chunhwa asked. "Is it interesting?" Xiao Yuanzi turned around and nodded at Song Chunhwa. After putting the clothes outside the cave back inside, Song Chunhwa, as usual, made some camouflage near the cave and strode confidently toward the mountain outskirts. It was a bright, sunny day, just like after a good bath. The whole family took turns in the study to enjoy a warm, comfortable bath. Song Chunhwa had Chin Carpenter make a large wooden tub that could be stood in for washing or sat beside comfortably. There was no need to worry about wet floors, though it used a lot of water. The family changed into new clothes from head to toe. Song's 6 siblings, along with their parents, all looked good. Recently, they had been eating well and getting enough nutrients, so everyone had gained weight and looked healthier and more attractive. On New Year's Eve morning, Song Chunhwa's family started preparing for the evening reunion dinner. "Carrots are washed," said Song Wunyang, carrying a basin into the kitchen. "Cabbage is also washed," said Song Siling, standing behind her. "Great job," said Song Chunhwa, giving each of them a thumbs up. The twins giggled and went outside to wash garlic leaves and small cabbages. Song Samling was chopping meat. After finishing the meat, he started chopping steamed buns. "Second sister, should I chop this into fine pieces?" "Yes, chop it as small as possible," she replied. Since this era had no starch, Song Chunhwa used crushed steamed buns as a substitute. Once all the preparations were done, Song Chunhwa began making meatballs. She squeezed the meat into balls, with Song Sanlang responsible for frying and Song Dalong controlling the heat. Song Sanlang kept turning the meatballs in the pan to prevent sticking. The meatballs turned golden brown and were taken out of the pan. Song Chunhwa stared at the meatballs without blinking, drooling from the aroma. The 2 little food lovers giggled and said, "Need to fry them again." When they heard bubbles forming in their mouths, they immediately put down their chopsticks. Song Chunhwa picked up 10 meatballs and placed them in a bowl, then handed it to the twins, saying, "Take these to Grandma Lu's house." She then picked up another 10 meatballs and handed them to Song Sanling, saying, "Take these to Grandpa's house." Song Chunhwa went to the study, lifted the lid of the jar on the fireplace, and the fragrant smell immediately filled the air. She poked at the chicken with chopsticks. It was a bit hard, so she covered the jar and continued cooking. Returning to the kitchen, she saw the twins had come back. The bowl that once held meatballs now contained a bowl of 10 eggs. She counted and confirmed there were 10 eggs. She picked up another 10 meatballs and placed them in the jar, then asked the twins, "Do you want to visit Aunt's house?" "Yes, yes," they eagerly replied. Because they often went outside to play, they had already changed into rabbit fur boots. Song Chunhwa went to the bedroom to change into her boots. Watching the smoke rise from every household and listening to the twin children reciting, "Snow is falling," Snow is falling, a group of little painters in the snow. Song Chunhua felt happiness fill her whole body. She called out a few times outside the yard, but there was no response. However, seeing the smoke curling up from the chimney, she knew someone was home. The three of them pushed open the gate and went inside. In the warm kitchen, the mother and children were busy and sweating, filling the air with a strong bean smell. Many families in the village, unable to afford meat for the new year, bought a few pieces of tofu, which was like eating meat indirectly. When relatives came, it was also a simple vegetarian meat dish. In the past few days, Andy and Uncle Zhao would wake up before the rooster crowed to grind beans. Before Song Chunhua could hand over the jar, Andy quickly scooped 3 bowls of bean curd and handed them out. "Are you cold? Drink a bowl of bean curd to warm up. Annie, try the fried meatballs with Uncle Zhao," Song Chunhua said, placing the jar on the stove. She had fried these meatballs once before and brought half a bowl to her family. They were soft, suitable for her who had poor teeth, and very fragrant. She really liked these meatballs. After transferring the meatballs from the jar to her own bowl, Andy filled the jar with more bean curd and then took a bowl from the cupboard, cutting a large piece of tofu to put inside. Song Chunhua didn't refuse. At this moment, a woman entered and saw Song Chunhua and her brother drinking bean curd. She said without courtesy, "Give me a bowl too, 1 copper coin per bowl," Song said bluntly. The woman, Jiang, was thick-skinned and didn't mind. "Hey, we're regular customers. Just a bowl of bean curd, no need to pay. Go away, if you're not buying, then leave quickly. Don't stand here and block the way." Embarrassed, the woman, feeling ashamed, angrily slapped 2 copper coins onto the stove. "Half a pound of tofu, please." Just as the meatballs were in her bowl, Song hadn't yet taken them from the cupboard, and they were sitting on the stove. Seeing the meatballs in her bowl, the woman swallowed hard and unconsciously reached out. Just as she touched the meatballs, Song sharply slapped her hand, picked up her bowl, and locked it in the cupboard. The woman, having touched the meatballs, put her hand in her mouth and hard, regretting that she was too slow. She should have grabbed the meatballs faster and stuffed them into her mouth. Now she was eating these oily, juicy meatballs. "Just give me a taste," the old woman said shamelessly. Mrs. Song weighed half a jean of tofu, put it in a basin, and handed it over. "Hurry up and go." Before leaving, the old woman quickly bit off a piece of tofu from the block on the board and put it in her mouth. Mrs. Song was annoyed and chased after her. That greedy old woman. When they got home, Song Sanlang was already there, cooking rice. He pointed to a bowl of pickled radish strips on the shelf and said, "This was given by the eldest sister-in-law." He sliced some cured meat into large pieces, put it in a bowl, and steamed it with rice. Song Chunhua took a piece and put it in her mouth. It was sour and spicy. After the rice was cooked, Song Chunhua immediately started making sweet and sour fish. First, she prepared the sauce, then fried the cleaned fish in hot oil. Song Dalong and Song Sanlang watched the oil in the pot with concern. After the first fry, they fried the fish again to make it crispy. Once out of the oil, they drizzled it with thick sweet and sour sauce, making it look bright and festive. Next, they stir-fried spicy chicken, stir-fried red cabbage, fish head tofu soup, scrambled eggs, braised ribs, and braised pork, finishing with stir-fried bok choy. 10 dishes filled a big table. Each person had a cup of sweet water or sweetened goat milk. The 5 siblings sat around the table, with Song Luling resting on a small bed nearby. They raised their teacups and clinked them together. "May we have this happiness every year, and this day every year," they echoed. "May we have this happiness every year, and this day every year." As soon as they started eating, the 2 little food lovers couldn't wait to grab big meatballs. The meatballs were sprinkled with sugar, sweet and sticky, and the twins loved them. The New Year's dinner lasted about an hour. They put the leftover dishes into the cupboard, then moved to the study room. On a small table, there was a full tray of snacks: peanuts, sunflower seeds, candied fruits, red beans, green beans, and cakes. The 2 little food lovers, their stomachs round and full, still nibbled on candied fruits and winter melon candies. Song Chunhua was lying on a lazy sofa, her feet resting on a small stool in front, swinging her little feet and occasionally eating a peanut. Song Dalong and Song Samling were still reading and writing. After the new year, they would go to the town school to take placement exams. It was around 9:30 p.m., during the hour of the pig. The two little ones kept pecking like chicks. "Go to sleep," said Song Chunhua, patting their heads. "No. Stone said we must stay until midnight on New Year's Eve, so we can have meat every year," said little sister with a serious face. "Okay, then we will stay until midnight before going to sleep," said Song Chunhua with a smile. But around 10:30, the two little ones couldn't hold on and fell into a deep sleep. Song Chunhua and Song Sanling each carried one to bed. Suddenly, Song Chunhua sensed the presence of a stranger. "Last night, I ate a greasy meal. This morning, Song Sanling cooked a pot of millet porridge. I steamed a bowl of taro, symbolizing hope. After breakfast, I steamed some cured meat, fried a fish, and prepared a bowl of Chinese cabbage, all placed in a basket." The siblings headed toward the back mountain. Song Dalong's leg was still not fully healed, so he supported himself with a thick stick. Looking at the pile of graves in front of him, Song Chunhua thought of the woman buried there and sighed. Her mother-in-law married Song Yongquan not long ago, and her grandparents had passed away one after another. Her own parents also died after she gave birth to Song Sanling. The pillar of the family, her father, was a gambler and did not help with anything at home, so she had to raise 5 children alone. Eventually, she died from heavy postpartum bleeding. The group knelt a few times in front of the grave. After clearing away the weeds, they left. Back home, she prepared 10 meatballs. Song Chunhua carried a basket and went into the deep mountains. Inside a cave, Xiao Yuanzi was reading a book without surprise. She had finished reading 4 volumes of Mouse Selection and was now reading it again. "Is it good?" Song Chunhua asked with a smile. Xiao Yuanzi nodded seriously.
"Here, take it."
"Happy New Year." Song Chunhua handed over a red paper envelope containing 10 copper coins. Xiao Yuanzi was momentarily stunned.
"Take it."
"Wishing you a year where all your wishes come true and everything goes smoothly." Xiao Yuanzi took out a jade pendant from her pocket and handed it to Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua took it, looked at it from the cave entrance. The jade was transparent. Even as an outsider, she knew it was a good item. She turned and asked, "Is it worth a lot of silver?" Xiao Yuanzi shook her head. "Not sure." Song Chunhua put the hot jade pendant back in her hand. "Next time, exchange it for gold or silver for me." Xiao Yuanzi nodded again. She didn't dare accept this jade pendant. It couldn't be eaten or sold. It was useless to her. She was sure that if her family took it to a pawn shop, they would be caught. Feeling no human presence within 10 miles around, after more than a month of frequently entering the deep mountains to absorb energy, her energy level reached 65. She could now sense human presence within 10 miles. Song Chunhua placed dry grass on the burning charcoal. The fire started. She put the bowl of meatballs into a pot to steam with water. "Delicious, right?" Xiao Yuanzi nodded. "You need to say it's delicious. That's the right way. Dip a little in this. It's also very tasty sweet." Song Chunhua took out a jar of honey. Xiao Yuanzi nodded in agreement. After Xiao Yuanzi practiced a military-style punch and showed some of his own special moves, Song Chunhua hurriedly went to the mountain's edge. Tonight, she was going to dinner at Song Eugene's house. Carrying red bean cakes and winter melon candies, the siblings headed again towards Song Eugene's home. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle Daxiang, Auntie, Uncle Erxiang. "Happy New Year." The Song siblings greeted each elder one by one. Song Chunhua offered the red bean cake and winter melon candies to Song Jinsi. Song Jinsi politely accepted them. Nearby, the little grandchildren tugged at their clothes and shouted, "Grandma, I want to eat this." Song Jinsi was about to scold them but remembered that she couldn't scold on the first day of the new year, so she quickly comforted them. "Eat in a few days. Today we eat meat." At mealtime, the 3 daughters-in-law took turns bringing dishes. There were 6 dishes, 3 meat and 3 vegetable. 1 bowl contained meatballs sent by Song Sanling yesterday. Now, there were 2 bowls, each with 5 meatballs. 1 bowl had cured meat. Another meat dish was scrambled eggs. Vegetables included Song Jinsi's specialty, pickled radish strips, cabbage and tofu soup, and stir-fried greens. The adults sat at one table, the children at another. Except for the little ones who couldn't eat by themselves and were carried by adults to the adult table, everyone else sat at the children's table. Song Chunhua's family, except for Song Dalong who sat with the adults, all others sat with the children. Because there were only 5 meatballs, before the meal, Song Eugene divided them into equal parts for each person at the table. He warned the children, each person can only take 1 piece. When Song Eugene announced the meal, everyone quickly used chopsticks to grab a meatball. Then they did the same with the cured meat and scrambled eggs. Gooden, the youngest at the children's table, only managed to grab a piece of cured meat and cried loudly. Lu Juhua hurriedly took a piece of meat from the adult table and put it into his bowl. Seeing the meat in Nyang's bowl, she said, "Nyang, you always have meat at home, but poor Gooden, he rarely gets to eat it all year." Master Song Jin shouted loudly, "Old man, shut up, second sister." Song Wunyang looked at the meat in her bowl and then at Song Chunhua.
Eat it.
"This is from the big lady. Everyone has a share. You can eat it any time you want. Yes, this is for Wunyang. Hurry and eat." Song Jinsher awkwardly responded from the next table, then sharply glared at Lu Juhua. Lu Juhua muttered, "That's right. If it weren't for the first day of the Lunar New Year, Song Jinsher would definitely have scolded her well." At this moment, Song Eugene deeply regrets that he let the eldest marry such a troublemaker to save on bride price. This year, he plans to set some strict rules for his wife. On the second day of the new year, Song's family hosted a meal. After that, they didn't go to others' houses for meals anymore. The family would sleep in until they woke up naturally, and mostly stayed in the study reading and learning to read. Song Chunhua would go to the cave every day, returning with a wild chicken she found for food or carrying a bundle of firewood. Soon, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. After today, the year would be considered over. During this time, heavy snow fell every few days, with snow on the roads reaching about a foot high. After the new year, the snow on the roads melted a little. The Song siblings, except for Song Luling who stayed at Aunt Lu's house to take care of things, all took a cart pulled by a cow to the town school to register for classes. The twin brothers had never left Black Eagle Mountain Village. Now sitting on the cart, they kept looking around. Once in town, they saw the shops, stalls, and passing pedestrians along the street, and their eyes couldn't keep up. They asked their older siblings about everything they saw. After a 15-minute walk, they reached the school gate. The school was small with only 2 teachers. The teacher who greeted them was short, dressed neatly in a gray cotton coat, with a kind face, white beard, clear eyes, and holding a book under his arm. He tested Song De Wang and Song Sanwang separately. They were in Class A and Class B. The tuition was 3 taels per year per person. Lunch cost 5 qian per person. They bought pens, ink, paper, and inkstones as the teacher instructed, costing 3 taels per person. No wonder ordinary families couldn't afford to send their children to school. The yearly cost was what ordinary families spent in several years. I bought 2 cans of salt, 2 packs of sugar, and some candies and pastries at the grocery store. Occasionally, I carry a basket of mountain chicken home. I don't lack meat, so I don't need to buy more. Since the school can't provide accommodation, I have to travel back and forth every day. In the morning, I can ride Chin Fuchin's ox cart to school, but he returns to Black Eagle Mountain Village at noon and has classes in the afternoon. Also, during busy farming times, Chin Fuchin's ox is needed for plowing and won't go to town. Song Chunhua decided to buy a cart pulled by an ox. The siblings and Chin Fuchin went to the livestock market together. They walked around the market and finally stopped next to a large, lively-looking yellow ox. Chin Fuchin examined the ox carefully from head to tail, from back to legs, and then said to Song Chunhua and the others. The owner of the ox, hearing this, looked proud and said, "Of course. You won't find a better one in this market." Song Chunhua didn't understand much, but saw that the ox's fur was shiny and its eyes were strong. She thought it looked good. Since the ox was for Song Dalong and Song Sanling, she asked them, "What do you think?" They nodded. Then Song Chunhua asked the owner, "How much silver?" The owner hesitated for a moment when a little girl asked, but still replied, 16 taels of silver. Having just looked around the market, she knew most oxen were a few taels cheaper. This one was indeed better, so she said, 15 taels. The owner looked at Chen Fuchen, wondering who was in charge here. Chen Fuchen smiled and pointed at Song Chunhua. The owner was even more confused. Neither the man nor the boy was making decisions, but the little girl was. Song Chunhua asked again, "Is that okay?" "Okay, then let's take it now." The owner nodded blankly. Song Chunhua took out a 10-tael silver ingot and some broken silver pieces from her pocket. Only then did the owner realize that the little girl was in charge. He quickly took out a small scale. Yes, exactly 15 taels. The ox and the cart were not in the same place, so they headed to the cart seller. After Chen Fuchen explained how to lead the ox, Song Sanlang took the ox. After buying the cart, it was already noon, and it was time for Chen Fuchen and the villagers to go home. Song Chunhua quickly bought 10 meat buns and handed them over. Chen Fuchen waved his hand to refuse. "It's just to help watch the place. No need to give buns, and 10 of them." Song Chunhua smiled and said, "If Uncle Fuchen hadn't helped us pick out such a good ox, we wouldn't have been able to choose it. You've really helped us a lot." Chen Fuchen felt a bit shy and said, "Just 2 is enough. 2 isn't enough. In the future, when we drive the ox cart, we'll still need your guidance." Song Chunhua held back the steamed buns she was about to give him and smiled. "Uncle Fuchen, please go to the town entrance. Annie should be waiting there." As she spoke, she patted the ox in front of her, which was startled and started to run. Chen Fuchen quickly put the buns away and focused on guiding the ox. He thought he must ask his father to take better care of Song Chunhua's family. Since Chen Fuchen needed to take villagers home, he didn't have time to teach others. The siblings didn't have experience driving the ox cart either. They placed the twins on a small cart, and Song Sanlang and Song Dalong took turns leading the ox along the way to the village. Sometimes they tried to drive the cart themselves. When they reached the village entrance, Dalong and Sanlang, though not very skilled, managed to drive it slowly. At the village entrance, a few women came over. "Oh, you bought an ox cart." Song Chunhua and her siblings nodded. One of the women's eyes lit up and said, "Chunhua, I need to plow the field soon. Can I borrow this ox?" "Can I borrow it too?" Another woman quickly added. "Once my older brother and third brother finish school for the holidays, I promise everyone can use it. We'll rent it out at the local landlord's price," Song Chunhua said with a smile. "Why do neighbors have to pay for borrowing?" the women said, surprised. "Yes, that's so unkind," they added. The two women argued back and forth. "Grandma, are you saying that the landlord's family isn't kind because they charge money?" When they heard this, the women immediately retorted, "Chunhua, we didn't say that. You just said it's unkind to charge money, but the landlord's family does charge," Song Chunhua said innocently. Hearing this, the women looked around to see if anyone from the landlord's family was nearby. They didn't want to offend them. The girl's words were sharp, and the women quickly left in embarrassment. A nearby aunt, hearing about the school from Song Chunhua, quickly came over. "Dalong Sanlang, are you going to school?" Seeing the boys nod, the aunt looked excited and shouted, "Oh, how much will that cost?" Two women nearby heard the shout and immediately turned around, naturally saying, "Spring Flower, your family has enough money to send you to the town school, yet you still want to use your family's ox without paying. Besides, your family has no land, so there's no need to plow." "Yes, I have no land. The ladies and aunties can lend us some land for free to grow a little. Just 1 or 2 acres is enough." "Oh, little girl, why do you ask for land so openly?" "Oh, I thought everyone's land was like my family's ox. Just ask, and it's yours," Song Chunhua replied back. Song Sanlang gently whistled and flicked the whip at the ox. The yellow ox started to trot. Just as the woman was about to speak, the cart was already several meters away. She spat in the direction of the cart and said, "What are you proud of? When your reckless father comes back, we'll sell everything." "Exactly," another woman nearby agreed. After unloading the things from the cart, Song Sanlang practiced driving the cart around the village. The twin children, a boy and a girl, were still clinging to the cart. They had only sat in the cart today and found it very exciting. Passing by Grandma Lu's house, the children shouted, "Big brother Nyo, second brother Nyo." They came out of the yard and saw the twins sitting in the cart, excitedly shouting, "I want to ride." They both tried to climb onto the cart with their little legs, but couldn't reach. Song Sanling jumped down and helped them up. "Sit tight.
Go,"
he said, flicking the whip at the yellow ox. The ox started trotting. Throughout the ride, the children's shouts and laughter filled the air. In less than half an hour, the cart was full of little ones chattering nonstop. After circling the village twice and stopping, the children reluctantly got off the cart. One of the little ones went over to Song Wunyang, took a piece of slightly deformed malt candy from her pocket, and put it in her pocket. "Here, eat this. Can I ride your family's ox cart again tomorrow?" Seeing this, the other children quickly followed and tried to put their precious things into Song Wunyang's pocket. Song Siling, acting like a little adult, said, "Second sister is not allowed to take other people's things without permission." She took out everything she had just put into Nyang's pocket. Seeing her friends look disappointed, thinking she wouldn't let them ride the ox cart, she turned to Song Siling and asked, "Third brother, will we still take the ox cart tomorrow?" Song Siling nodded. "Then will they still be carried?" He nodded again. "All right, you see," Song Siling said confidently. "Go back quickly. Everyone stay where you are and wait for tomorrow." After hearing the promise, a group of young children happily ran home. The next morning, Song Chunhua entered the deep mountains. Suddenly, a signal flare appeared in the distant sky. She quickened her pace toward the cave. The disguise at the cave entrance was already broken. Song Chunhua sensed there were no living people inside. She slipped in and saw that Xiao Yuanzi was not there. She immediately put all the pots, bowls, books, and other items into her space bag. If these items were exposed, the entire Black Eagle Mountain village could be destroyed. She looked at the footprints on the ground and used her plan abilities to sense the surroundings, heading north. Following the scent, she hurried to catch up. Half an hour later, a group of black-clad people appeared ahead, one of them carrying a cloth bag on his back. Song Chunhua held her breath, quickly released her plan energy, causing the branches in front of the man to grow thick, slowing him down. Vines around her swung toward the black-clad people, causing panic. They waved their large knives wildly. Falling leaves filled the air, blocking their view. The endless branches and vines, along with more falling leaves, made the black-clad people despair. Song Chunhua took out a bow, knocked 3 arrows, and aimed. 3 of the black-clad people fell. She quickly drew 3 more arrows and shot 5 in a row, knocking down the others. Only the black-clad person with the cloth bag on his back remained. She put away her bow and took out a large sword. The black-clad person sensed her killing intent and swung his sword toward her. Her energy and arrows had already drained most of her strength. Now, with her last bit of energy, she swung her sword at him. She stabbed the sword into his chest. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground. After resting for 15 minutes, her strength slightly recovered. Song Chunhua got up. She opened the cloth bag and, as she suspected, it was Xiao Yuanzi. Xiao Yuanzi's eyes were closed tightly, and her breathing was normal. Song Chunhua no longer had the energy to wake Xiao Yuanzi. She placed him into the basket and pulled out all the arrows from the black-clad man's body. She strode quickly to a sunny, sheltered hillside. Standing in front of a withered tree that about 10 people could hug, she took out a jar of chicken soup prepared for Xiao Yuanzi. She opened the lid and kept fanning the hole with her hand. At the same time, she kept throwing small stones into the hole. There was no response from inside. She poured a bottle of honey into the soup and kept stirring. The strong smell of honey drifted into the hole. Hearing a low growl, she prepared to run. Suddenly, a large bear rushed out and lunged at Song Chunhua. In the deep mountains, a child ran forward with effort, closely followed by a black bear, actually, 2 bears. When they reached near the black-clad man, Song Chunhua quickly climbed a tree. The black bear, smelling the strong blood scent, ran swiftly toward the source. The black-clad man on the ground was quickly torn apart. Song Chunhua held Xiao Yuanzi's hand and sent energy into him. Soon, Xiao Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes and saw Song Chunhua holding him tightly. Looking down, he saw the black bear biting and tearing, but he looked at it calmly. Song Chunhua was not surprised by Xiao Yuanzi's reaction. She took out the clothes she had just retrieved from the mountain cave and handed them to Xiao Yuanzi. "Change your clothes. Can I keep the jade pendant?" Xiao Yuanzi handed it over without hesitation. She took a severed arm from her basket, cut a slit, and inserted the jade pendant. She wrapped the clothes around the severed arm and threw it forcefully toward the bear's feeding area. The bear heard the noise and quickly ran over. Having achieved her goal, Song Chunhua ran toward the distance. An hour later, a group of black-clad people appeared in the same place. At the bear's resting place, 2 bears with their bellies torn open lay there. Their stomachs were cut open, revealing the meat they had just eaten. One black-clad person took out a jade pendant and handed it to a scarred black-clad person near the left eye. The person with the scar held a golden silk cicada garment in one hand and the jade pendant in the other. At this moment, Song Chunhua, carrying her basket, was running through the deep mountains, trying to cover her tracks. Feeling that there are no other people around, they lit a campfire. Xiao Yuanzi cleared the snow from the ground, while Song Chunhua found 2 stones nearby to sit on. Song Chunhua brought out chicken soup with honey, placed it over the fire to warm, and then they finished it quickly from the jar. Drinking hot soup made them feel warm inside. "Tell me, how were you discovered?" After she used her special powers to disguise the cave, as long as Xiao Yuanzi didn't come out, didn't light a fire or make loud noises, it was hard to find. Xiao Yuanzi whispered, "I heard the secret signal. And then you went out." Xiao Yuanzi nodded. "This signal is known only to me, Grandpa, and Uncle. Are you sure?" Song Chunhua looked up. "Yes," Xiao Yuanzi nodded confidently. Song Chunhua didn't say anything more. Large snowflakes fell heavily. The temperature dropped a few degrees. The 2 pulled their clothes tighter and added some wood to the fire. The next day, it kept snowing. The sky was slightly brighter. They cleaned up the fire and continued searching for a suitable cave. Near noon, they found a hidden cave in the valley, with no signs of animals. The cave was large enough for about 100 people. Inside, there was a mountain spring, so they didn't need to go outside for water. They gathered about 10 days' worth of firewood near the cave entrance and stacked it in a corner inside. Before leaving, Song Chunhua left a flint, 20 meat pies, and a pot of water. Finally, she handed over a book titled Mouse Selection. Xiao Yuanzi paused, then joyfully recognized the title. Song Chunhua grabbed some vines at the cave entrance, which quickly grew and cleverly covered the entrance. She hurried home, aiming to arrive before dark. This cave was about an hour farther from home than their previous one. When Song Chunhua reached home, the sun was just setting. As soon as she arrived, it was mealtime. The twin children immediately ran to get her chopsticks, and Song Sanlang brought a basin of hot water. Song Dalong handed her a cloth for washing her face. The next day, Song Chunhua sensed that the village's human presence had disappeared. She cautiously headed into the deep mountains, walking for 2 hours without sensing any other people. Did she successfully escape detection? Inside the cave, Xiao Yuanzi was practicing martial arts. Song Chunhua took out the items she brought: pots, bowls, spoons, salt, oil, meat pies, and finally a large cabbage. While Song Dalong and Song Sanlang were on holiday from school, Song Chunhua went to the county town to sell ginseng. The ox cart just arrived at the village entrance. Lu Juhua came forward, saw the cart full of goods, and glared fiercely. Then she smirked and said with a hint of schadenfreude, "Chunhua, your father is back." Next to her, an older woman hesitated but ultimately said nothing. On the way home, Grandma Lu stopped the ox cart and said, "Your father has returned, and the gambling house too." Just outside the yard, the twin children's crying could be heard. Outside the fence, a group of women sighed. These children are so pitiful, having such an unreliable father like Song Yongquan. They shook their heads in sympathy. Some women looked at the items in the yard with envy. "Oh, that's white rice, they're eating white rice." And that meat weighs about 10 jin. That quilt is new. I just saw someone open it, and it's filled with cotton. Oh, this is worth several taels of silver. And that sheep is worth quite a bit too. Song Yongkwan pointed at the twin children standing behind Song Dalong and Song Sanlang and tried to flatter a strong-looking man. Master Su, the remaining 10 taels can be covered by these 2 children. Inside the yard, 3 strong, tall men with fierce faces, clearly thugs, stood nearby. Next to them, a cart held Song Chunhua's family's cotton, rice, meat, and kitchenware. The roof tiles, especially valuable ones, were all placed in the yard. Song Yujin, hearing this, grabbed A and swung it at Song Yongkwan. I'll take care of your ungrateful things. Selling the family's good land isn't enough, and now you want to sell your children? Song Yongkwan ran around the yard, clutching his head in panic. Big uncle. Big uncle. Song Chunhua looked at Song Yongkwan, noting his good looks. No wonder her original mother, a young woman, married such a farmer. She jumped down from the ox cart and entered the yard. The siblings saw Song Chunhua and immediately gained confidence to oppose. The twin children tightly hugged Song Chunhua. The debt collectors blocked the fleeing Song Yujin and Song Yongkwan. We don't have time to watch you jump around here. Song Yongkwan tried to flatter the men. Lu Yi, take those 2 kids away. I'll write the sale agreement right now. Song Yujin was about to hit Song Yongkwan with A, but Song Yongkwan quickly moved behind Lu Yi. Su Sanni didn't want to waste time. He grabbed the coming toward him and said, I haven't seen your family show off their good family manners. He then told the man beside him, Old 5, go and catch those 2 kids and put them on the ox cart. The man called Old 5 strode toward the twins. Song Chunhua held onto the man's outstretched hand. Old 5 tried to shake off her grip, but he couldn't move her hand no matter what. He secretly used more strength, his face turning red, but her hand remained firm. Seeing this, Su Sanni told another man nearby, Old 6, go and take a look. Old 6 reached out to help, but Song Chunhua held onto her other hand tightly. While Old 5 and Old 6 looked red-faced and angry, Song Chunhua appeared calm. This yard's belongings, except for him, are not to be taken, Song Chunhua said calmly, pointing at Song Yongkwan, her tone firm and clear. You unfilial girl, I am your father. Song Yongkwan changed from his humble attitude in front of Su Sanni. I owe money, and children should pay their parents back, that's right. Go and chase away the people standing outside the fence, Song Chunhua signaled to Song Dalong and Song Sanlang. They immediately obeyed. Some women and ants refused to leave, but Song Chunhua shot them a cold glare. They were so frightened they stepped back. Why does Chunhua look so cold? One trembled and whispered. Paying back the money is fine, Song Chunhua said calmly. Hearing this, Song Yongkwan looked as if he thought, you should have said that earlier. He sneered, the condition cut ties with me. As soon as he said this, everyone in the yard looked at her. I'll beat you, unfilial girl. Song Yongchun raised his hand and rushed forward. He stopped about 2 meters away. He thought to himself, this girl's gaze is so scary. But I'm his father. What am I afraid of? I dare to hit him. He charged again. Song Chunhua released her plant powers. Bang! Song Yongkwan fell to the ground, his face a mix of green and purple, adding a new color to his face. Song Yujin couldn't bear to watch. Delang, Sanlang, come and help me. The 2 looked towards Song Chunhua. Why are you looking at her? I am your father. Panicked and angry, Song Yongkwan crawled up from the ground. He took a few steps but then fell back down. Lying on the ground, Song Yongkwan was furious. He grabbed the weeds that had tripped him and forcefully threw them aside. You're so blind. How dare you trip me? Don't you see whose land you're on? Song Yujin, who had just been about to scold Song Yongkwan harshly, now looked displeased at the idea of cutting ties. Spring flower, you can't say that. That's unfilial. Hearing this, Song Yongkwan, full of arrogance, got up from the ground and pointed at Song Springflower. Exactly. You're unfilial. They wouldn't agree with you. He pointed at the other 4 people. Song Wunyang immediately grabbed Song's Springflower sleeve. I'm listening to second sister. Dialing also grabbed Song's spring flower sleeve. I'm also listening to second sister. Song Yongkwon pointed at the twin siblings and scolded. Two little ingrates. We're not little ingrates, Song Wunyang retorted angrily. Although she didn't know what little ingrates meant, hearing her father, who was about to sell her and fourth brother, say it, she knew it wasn't a good word. Song Siling echoed. Yes, we're not little ingrates. Song Spring Flower glared fiercely at the twin siblings, then turned with a smile to Song Dalong and Song Sanlang. You two definitely disagree. That unfilial girl is talking nonsense. It's really me. Before she finished speaking, Song Sanlang stepped beside Song Spring Flower. I'm listening to second sister. You. She then looked at Song Dalong, who looked conflicted. Dalong, you are the eldest son of our Song family. Looking at Song Yongkwon, thinking about how unreliable their father had been all these years, recalling the days when they and their siblings had little to eat and wore tattered clothes, and remembering their mother's tragic death, his earlier hesitation disappeared. His face firm, he stood beside Song's spring flower. You all. Song Yongkwon was so angry he couldn't speak. Seeing this, Song Eugene disapproved of his sister and her siblings. At this moment, Master Su, whose men were all under Song Spring Flower's control, changed his tone completely. Young lady, we're not here to take your money. It's your father. Thinking of what Song Chunhwa just said, I immediately changed my tone. Song Yongkwon truly owes our gambling house 56 taels of silver. If we don't get this debt back, the three of US brothers will end up on the streets. Then, I quickly took out the IOU from my pocket. Song Chunhwa glanced at it and saw the name, Song Yongkwon, clearly written at the bottom, with a thumbprint next to it. Hearing the amount, Song Eugene kicked Song Yongkwon, who had just gotten up, and he fell back to the ground. Outside the fence, a few women and neighbors gathered again. When they heard the amount, they gasped, Wow, did you hear that? 56 taels. 56 taels. Who in their family could come up with that? After some sighs, surprise, and gossip, the women felt very lucky they didn't have a son like that who wastes money. The neighbors also felt lucky that they didn't marry him back when he looked so good, even though, in fact, Song Yongkwon didn't care for them. Seeing Chun Jinghe walking over from behind Grandma Lu, Song Chunhwa sighed. Even if we don't cut ties, we can still settle this debt. Hearing this, Song Eugene, Song Yongkwon, and Mr. Su all looked happy. Song sent a message and said, Please wait a moment, Mr. Su. We need to go inside and handle some things first. Then he turned to Chun Jinghe and said, Please, elderly, come in and help us witness this. Song Chunhwa let go of the two men's hands and signaled for Song Dalyong and others to go inside. Song Eugene picked up Song Yongkwon, who was lying on the ground. Grandpa, I need him to write a guarantee that if he borrows money again, he will be kicked out of the Song family. Also, from today, this house belongs to us siblings. Song Yongkwon was about to say something, but Song Eugene shot him a sharp look. Song Chunhwa continued, Dalyong and Sanlang are doing well in their studies. The teacher said they can try to go out and work in a year or two. But if he still owes 40 taels today and 100 taels the day after tomorrow, he won't be able to continue studying. Did the teacher really say that? The village chief asked quickly. Grandpa, you can go to the town and ask the teacher yourself someday. The teacher also said there's a good chance he will pass the exam to become a scholar. Hearing this from Song Chunhwa, the village chief felt even happier. After becoming a scholar, he would be a successful candidate. In their Black Eagle Mountain village, there are already scholars, and maybe he could even pass the imperial exam. When he sees the nearby villages, he can stand tall and proud. In the future, even when meeting the county official, he will be able to speak confidently. He glared fiercely at Song Yongkwon across from him, warning him with his eyes. If he dares to block the village from producing a successful candidate, he will take action against him. Song Yongkwon shrank back. This is not Song Eugene, who would care about his father's reputation. Seeing Chun Jinghe's expression, Song Chunhwa nodded in agreement, then looked at Song Eugene. Song Eugene looked at Song Dalong and Song Sanlang, then turned to Song Chunhwa and the twin children, and sighed heavily. Uncle, Song Yongkwon shouted. Shut up, you useless thing, Song Eugene scolded harshly. Song Chunhua signaled for Song Dalong to bring paper and ink. Song Chunhua explained the main points, and Song Dalong held the brush beside her. Finally, she read aloud what was written, and everyone signed and pressed their seals in turn. Under pressure, Song Yongquan reluctantly wrote his name and pressed his thumbprint. Go invite Master Su in, Song Chunhua said to Song Sanling. She took out 2 10-ounce silver ingots and several broken silver pieces from her. Master Su quickly took out a small scale from his pocket. Exactly 56 ounces, Master Su said with a smile, then handed the IOU to Song Chunhua. Then please, Master Su and the 2 gentlemen outside, return the items from the ox cart to their original place. Of course, of course. After resolving the matter, Song Chunhua drove the ox cart into the yard. In front of everyone, she took down a large piece of pork about 10 pounds and 2 big pig's trotters. The villagers watching couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes fixed on the meat and pig's trotters, unable to look away. Go cut 3 pieces of meat for the village chief and Grandpa Lu's grandmother, Song Chunhua told Song Sanling. Hearing this, Chun Jinghe and the others quickly waved their hands to refuse. Song Chunhua smiled and said, Today, it's thanks to you 3. She handed the meat to each of them. Though a bit shy, everyone thought Song Chunhua was polite. Next, she carried down 7 or 8 bags of grain, 3 or 4 clay jars, a big bag of meat, 2 bags of malt sugar, and 2 pens from the ox cart. Finally, there were 2 pieces of cloth, including a fine cloth. After everyone left, Song Chunhua looked at Song Yongquan sitting on the main hall chair and said calmly, You still haven't left. This is my home. Song Yongquan jumped up. He reached for his injury, grimaced, and let out a loud cry. Not anymore. Song Chunhua raised the contract she had just written and looked at him with a cold gaze. At this moment, Song Yongquan wished he could leave immediately, but he had no money in his pocket and couldn't go anywhere. Seeing Song Dolly looking over and hesitating, Song Chunhua spoke. It's okay if you stay, but you can't eat for free. Go sweep the yard and then boil a pot of hot water. How dare you order me around? If you don't want to do it, fine. Then just get out, Song Chunhua said again calmly. Song Yongquan looked at her emotionless eyes. Not doing it might really get him thrown out, so he stood up helplessly. A thick smoke drifted out from the kitchen. Cough, cough, cough. Song Yongquan ran out with a dirty face. His expression seemed to say, What can you do to me? Song Chunhua turned to Song Sanling and said, Later, close the kitchen door. If the kitchen burns down, we will rebuild it. You. Song Yongquan pointed at Song Chunhua angrily. You unfilial girl. Do you want to burn me to death? Song Chunhua shot him a glance. If you don't want to live, I can't help it. She then threw him a cold look. 15 minutes later, Song Chunhua looked at the burning stove and said, This won't burn. She walked to the door. Fill the water jar. I'm injured. Do you want to kill me? Song Yongquan jumped up again. If you can't carry a full bucket, carry half. If you can't carry half, carry a quarter. Just make sure the water jar is full, Song Chunhua said clearly. When it's full, we eat. Song Yongquan, halfway there, threw down the bucket and sat under a tree to rest. He didn't believe they wouldn't give him food. After all, he was her father. Sealing carried his short legs into the yard, looked into the water jar, and saw only half a jar of water. He ran into the kitchen. Little sister, don't take Dad's bowls and chopsticks. Song Yongquan saw that everyone had started eating dinner. He picked up the water bucket with less than half a bucket of water and headed home. When he reached the yard gate, he immediately looked pained and exhausted. Seeing the large piece of meat on the table, I immediately reached out to grab it. I looked around but couldn't find my bowl and chopsticks. I pointed at Song Dalong and Sanling and said, Bring me a bowl and chopsticks. Song Siling looked serious and said, Second sister said, When the water jar is full, father will eat. Song Yongquan raised his hand, about to hit Song Siling. Song Chunhua shot a cold glare, scaring Song Yongquan into pulling back his hand. Seeing Song Dalong and Song Sanling sitting still, I quickly ran to the kitchen, grabbed a set of bowls and chopsticks, and hurried back to the table. Song Chunhua asked everyone, Are you finished eating? She lifted the rice bowl and the meat bowl. I watched helplessly as Song Chunhwa locked the rice and meat inside the cupboard. Song Yongkwan, feeling helpless, picked up the water bucket again. The water in the jar overflowed, and Song Yongkwan panted heavily, collapsing onto the ground. He climbed onto the dining table and said to Song Sanling, "Bring me some food." Song Sanling looked at Song Chunhwa, saw her nod, and walked toward the kitchen. As soon as the rice and meat were served, Song Yongkwan eagerly ate, having not eaten a bite since yesterday when he was thrown onto the cart. He only drank a few sips of water at the well. He finished a big bowl of plain rice and a large portion of fatty meat, eating it all clean. After eating, Song Chunhwa lay on her homemade lazy sofa, reading the law books she bought today in the county town. Song Dalong and Song Sanlang reviewed the knowledge they had learned recently, while the twins read the 1,000-character classic. Song Lulang was lying on a small bed, snoring peacefully. After finishing his meal, Song Yongkwan looked around the room. Seeing no one, he found the newly built house with lights on and pushed the door open. Inside, a big fire burned in the fireplace. The siblings sat at the table reading and writing. Song Yongkwan looked at everything in disbelief. He glanced at Song Chunhwa, realizing he couldn't mess with her, and turned to Song Dalong. "Find me a set of clothes. I want to take a bath." Song Dalong looked at Song Chunhwa. Song Yongkwan became very angry. "Why are you looking at her? I am your father." "Not true," Song Chunhwa said without even lifting her eyes. "Not true," Song Yongkwan asked back. "There are no clothes for you at home," Song Dalong replied. He looked at Song Dalong's clean, patchless cotton coat and felt envious. "Naturally," he said, "take off your clothes." A piece of malt candy suddenly hit his mouth precisely with a snap. Cough, cough, cough. Song Yongkwan choked and turned red from coughing. "Look at yourself, how tall you are, and I have to take off my clothes just to give you some." "Why should I give you my clothes to wear?" Song Chunhwa said coldly. "Get out." After closing the door, Song Sanlang asked, "Where will he sleep tonight?" The room where Song Sanlang and Song Luling sleep was the same one originally used by Song Yongkwan and Mrs. Song. "Luling, I'll sleep with you tonight. If not, you can sleep in Big Brother's room." "I'll sleep in Big Brother's room." Song Sanlang went into the room. Song Yongkwan immediately wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, afraid it would be taken away. Song Sanlang looked at him coldly, then picked up his clothes, shoes, and the quilt with straw stuffed inside that he hadn't thrown away. "What's with that look?" Song Yongkwan suddenly got angry. He was afraid of Song Chunhwa, but he wasn't afraid of Song Sanlang. Seeing that Song Sanlang ignored him and left straight away, Song Yongkwan was so angry he jumped off the bed and chased after him. Just as he was about to start yelling, Song Chunhwa passed by, stopped suddenly, and then backed up. The next day, Song Yongkwan was dreaming of rolling 3 sixes with dice, his shoulders shaking constantly. "Stop bothering me, I'm winning." His shoulders kept swaying from side to side. Suddenly, the dream ended. He opened his eyes to see Song Xiling lying at the head of the bed. Song Yongkwan was furious and cursed. "You little brat." He reached out to hit him. Song Xiling immediately ran to the door and said, "Second sister, I was told to fetch water and sweep the yard." "I won't go," Song Yongkwan said, pulling the quilt over his head. Second sister said, "When the water jar is full, the yard should be swept, and then it's time to eat." After saying that, Song Xiling ran out quickly. Thinking about last night, Song Yongkwan reluctantly got out of bed. He muttered curses as he walked to the yard. Early spring was still cold, and a cold wind blew, making Song Yongkwan shrink his neck. When the sweeping was almost done, he threw the broom onto the ground. Xilang pointed at the crooked broom on the ground and said, "Second sister said, you should return things to where you took them from." Second sister said, "If you dare say that again, watch out." Song Chunhwa came out of the kitchen carrying porridge and buns. Song Yongkwan swallowed his words again. For breakfast, each person had 2 meat buns and a bowl of porridge. After eating, Song Chunhwa said to Song Yongkwan, 3 bundles of firewood this morning or no lunch." "What?" Song Yongkwan jumped up in surprise. Song Chunhwa shot him a cold look, and Song Yongkwan quickly changed to a pleading tone. "The storeroom still has plenty of firewood. No need for 3 bundles. Then don't eat, said Song Chunhwa, walking straight outside, ignoring the angry Song Yongkwan. After Song Chunhwa left, Song Yongkwan pointed at Song Dalong and said, "You and I are going together." "I want to read a book," said Song Dalong, heading to the study. "I want to read too," said another. "All of you are rebellious," Song Yongkwan shouted at the two as they walked away, pointing and scolding loudly. Song Sanling said calmly, "Father, you should go quickly or you'll miss lunch." Just as Song Yongkwan was about to scold, he heard about lunch and asked, "Are you still eating lunch?" He looked outside again, sure that Song Chunhwa had left, but he still whispered, "Do you know how unfilial that is?" Seeing that their faces looked bad, he quickly changed his words. "How much silver does our second sister have?" Judging by their clothes, the blankets on the bed, and the fact that they eat meat at every meal and have 3 meals a day, the most unbelievable thing was that she even sent 2 older children to school. He only went for a year, but he knew how much silver it cost to study. Song Yongkwan whispered, "About 100 taels." Song Sanling looked at Song Yongkwan without answering and turned to leave. "You're such a..." Song Yongkwan was furious and jumped around again. Seeing that everyone had gone to the study, he quickly ran to Song Eugene's house. As soon as he saw Song Eugene, he burst into tears. "Big uncle, I can't go on living." Seeing Song Yongkwan, who looked like he wanted to hit someone, Song Eugene retorted, "Then just stop living." "Big uncle, why do you say that?" "You are the person I care about most," Song Eugene helplessly asked. "Why do you want to give up on life?" "That unfilial girl won't let me eat," Song Yongkwan angrily complained. Next to them, Ergo immediately exposed the truth. "I saw you eating meat last night. You took a big piece and put it in your mouth, eating several large pieces in a row." Thinking about what he saw yesterday, Ergo couldn't help but swallow hard. Song Eugene glared fiercely at Song Yongkwan. "That was after I worked." "Big uncle, you don't understand. Last night and this morning, I had to fill the water jar before I could eat meat. And today, they said I must gather 3 bundles of firewood in the morning, or I wouldn't get food. In the afternoon, it was the same." Before he finished speaking, a stick was swung directly at him. "Old uncle, I'm an old man. I have to go up the mountain to cut firewood. You don't want to work and just want to eat for free." The stick was swung towards Song Yongkwan. They chased each other, causing chaos in the yard, with chickens and dogs running everywhere. Song Yongkwan crouched and ran back home. The only person who might help him, his big uncle, didn't. Feeling helpless, Song Yongkwan had no choice but to pick up a chopping knife and head toward the back mountain. He kept muttering to himself, "I have money," and so on. As he started to gather the 3rd bundle of firewood, he looked at a bundle of firewood lying on the ground nearby, his eyes brightening. He ran over and headed back toward the house. "Hey, you scoundrel, that firewood is mine." A man chased after Song Yongkwan, who was carrying the firewood. Lu Sen climbed a tree to check for bird nests, but when he put the firewood on the ground, Song Yongkwan snatched it and ran. "That's mine. I found it in the mountain." Song Yongkwan lied shamelessly. Song Chunhwa was washing cabbage beside the water jar when she saw Song Yongkwan suddenly rush in and head straight for the firewood. Lu Sen followed closely, shouting, "Give me back the firewood. You're mistaken. This is my family's." "How could it be yours?" By then, Song Yongkwan had already put the firewood in the shed and refused to admit it. You. Lu San was so angry at his shameless behavior that he couldn't speak. He didn't bother arguing further and went straight to the shed, grabbing a bundle to carry away. Song Yongkwan stopped him. "Why are you taking my firewood? What is yours? Does it have your name on it? Are you called to see if it should be yours?" "I only see that the firewood is from my family's woodpile." Song Yongkwan saw the other person unable to speak and shouted outside the yard. "Lu San stole the firewood. Lu San stole my family's firewood." Lu San was so angry, he threw the firewood on the ground. Song Yongkwan, looking proud, called out to the twins who were about to get bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen. "Don't forget to give your father his bowls and chopsticks. Return the firewood to Uncle Lu San," said Song Chunhwa as she carried a basket filled with cabbage and stood up. "This is mine." Song Chunhwa shot a cold glare, and Song Yongkwan fell silent again. "Dad, this can't be yours. You only used a quarter of a bundle of firewood in 15 minutes, said Song Siling seriously. You little rascal. I can be fast too. Song Siling shook his head and analyzed. The first bundle of firewood took an hour. The second also took an hour, so the third bundle couldn't have taken only 15 minutes. He continued. It's only 9:15 now. If you return the firewood to Uncle Lu-san, based on the speed of the first two bundles, we can still have breakfast. Angrily, Song Yongkwan pointed at him and couldn't speak. You. At this moment, the family's most disliked person, Song Chunhua, was also the second most disliked. This little rascal. Dad, hurry up or there will be no food, said Song Wunyang softly and seriously. In his heart, Song Yongkwan counted Song Wunyang as third. He put down his chopsticks, let out a big burp. In the afternoon, he was told to the vegetable fields and pull out the weeds thoroughly.
What?
Still working in the afternoon. Song Yongkwan snapped again. If you don't eat dinner, you don't have to work, said Song Chunhua calmly. Thinking about the meat flavor in his mouth, Song Yongkwan muttered softly as he walked to the woodhouse and picked up a. Song Dalong and Song Sanling went to school and wouldn't return home until evening. Song Chunhua had to go deep into the mountains and also wouldn't return until evening, so the lunch and dinner chores fell on Song Yongkwan. Song Chunhua pointed to the vegetables, meat, eggs, and rice in the kitchen. Watch and cook. I don't know how. Then go ask. Song Chunhua looked over coldly. If you come back tonight and haven't cooked, just leave. She immediately hugged Song Lulang and went to the next room. Lu Jinshi was sewing clothes, just like usual, placing Song Lulang on the bed. Next to him lay Huzi, the two children looking at each other. Song Chunhua took out a piece of cloth from her basket. Please, Auntie, make a set of clothes for my father. The remaining fabric is for the work payment and for taking care of my little brother Lulang. Although Song Yongkwan was tall, he didn't need a whole piece of cloth. After finishing, there would still be a lot left. Lu Jinshi quickly refused. No need for so much payment. Lulang is very well behaved. No need to pay extra. Besides, you've given so much meat before, that counts as payment already. Annie Jean, please don't be polite. Just take it, Song Chunhua said. Otherwise, I'll feel embarrassed to ask for your help next time. After spending some time together, Lu Jinshi probably understood Song Chunhua's personality. She smiled and accepted the cloth without further refusal. At the door, Song Chunhua said to Lu, Grandma Lu, I won't be home until evening today. Please help watch over Silang and Wu Nyang. My father will cook the meals. Lu agreed readily. When she heard that Song Yongkwan would cook, she paused for a moment. They had been neighbors for many years, but she had never seen him enter the kitchen. Seeing that Song Chunhua spoke confidently, she didn't ask more. When Song Yongkwan was not home, the twins ate leftover meat pies for lunch. Lu was asked to reheat them. Dinner was cooked after Song Chunhua or Song Dalong and Song Sanling returned home. After giving instructions, Song Chunhua strode into the deep mountains. Father, lunch. Close to noon, Song Siling stood seriously beside the lazy sofa, calling to Song Yongkwan, who was curled up inside. Song Yongkwan lazily opened his eyes and said impatiently, Go away, go away. What lunch? Just eat dinner later. He had just gathered a bundle of firewood and was exhausted. The unfilial girl had gone up the mountain, so he needed to rest. Because he needed to cook 2 meals, his daily firewood task was reduced from 6 bundles to 2. Early in the morning, Song Yongkwan had already prepared 2 bundles. Next time my second sister comes back, I'll tell her that Dad said no need to eat lunch. Song Yongkwan suddenly jumped up, pointing at Song Siling. You little rascal. Second sister said, Father, you cook a meal for 5 coins. If it's tasty, each meal pays 10 coins. Upon hearing about 10 coins, Song Yongkwan immediately started calculating in his mind. 10 coins per meal, 2 meals a day, makes 600 coins in a month, and over 2 months, it totals 1 tael and 2 chien. With this money, he could go to the casino, win dozens of taels, and walk far away, avoiding the insults from those unfilial daughters and sons. His face darkened as he looked at the stove, which still hadn't lit. He threw the flint in his hand and said, I'm not doing this anymore. Then he remembered Song Chunhua's cold gaze and picked up the flint from the ground. After a quarter of an hour, Song Xiling looked at the stove, which was still dark and not showing any signs of lighting. Should we ask Grandma Lu for help? Second sister said, if there's trouble, you can find Grandma Lu, Song Wunyang quickly added. No need. I don't believe I can't light this fire myself. Another quarter of an hour passed. Song Yongquan sat down by the firewood pile and said to Song Xiling, call Grandma Lu over. Lu entered the room and was surprised to see Song Yongquan squatting by the stove. Seeing the tightly packed firewood in the stove, she said, your firewood is too dense. You need to leave some gaps or the fire won't start. As she spoke, she saw the fire stabilize. She pushed the burning pile from the stove mouth into the stove and added a few thicker pieces of firewood. She stood up, looked at Song Yongchuan's face covered in soot, and said, go wash your hands and face. Bring in a bucket of water. I'll teach you how to cook. First, boil this water, then add the rice. When the rice floats to the top, scoop it out. Lu demonstrated and explained as she worked. She covered the pot and started cutting meat. Cut it like this, each slice about the same size. After finishing, she handed the knife to Song Yongquan. Before he could cut twice, Song Yongquan screamed and threw the knife, clutching his injured finger. Lu looked at his finger, which was only slightly scraped on the surface and not bleeding. She clenched her fist and let out a deep breath. No matter what, Song Yongquan refused to hold the knife again. Lu held back her urge to smash the knife and continued to pick up another knife. Go to the yard and pull 2 big garlic cloves. Wash them. Mrs. Lu pointed as she finished cooking. She continued to stir-fry while teaching. If there's fatty meat, don't add more oil. Just fry it a bit, and it will release oil. Add a small spoon of salt. Put in garlic sprouts. Finally, drizzle some soy sauce and it's ready. Dad, look at the pot. Later, you won't know how to make it, Song Xiling said, pulling at the sleeve of Song Yongquan with a worried look. Little rascal, how could I not know? I'm so smart, Song Yongquan replied. Dad, you can only add rice once the water boils. It's all cooked in water. Whether it boils or not, what's the big deal? Dad, Grandma Lu said to fry the fatty meat first. Everyone hesitated to eat when they saw the meat turn black and charred on the table. Forget eating. The rice in the bowl was mushy and overcooked. It didn't matter. Before, there was no rice to eat, only porridge, plain and watery brown rice porridge. But why isn't this porridge cooked? Seeing everyone look at him, Song Yongquan picked up the dark meat and said, don't look at it being black. It's just soy sauce, that's all. The taste. Bah. Before he finished, he spat forcefully. It's salty and bitter. Too terrible to eat. In the end, everyone finished the half-cooked porridge in their bowls, but no one dared to take more meat. After eating, Song Yongquan reached out to Song Chunhua. 20 coins. Song Chunhua took out 10 copper coins and handed them over. Another 10 coins. Seeing the sharp look from his unfilial daughter, he quickly changed his words. The lunch was good. He turned to the twins. Was it good? Yes, it was good, Song Xiling said. Song Yongquan looked proud, reaching his hand a bit closer to Song Chunhua. He paused, then said, but it was made by Grandma Lu. You little rascal. Song Yongquan made a move to hit him. Song Xiling immediately jumped behind Song Chunhua. Wash the bowls for 3 coins. I washed the bowls at noon too. Song Chunhua handed over 6 copper coins. At night, Song Yongquan lay in bed, counting the 16 copper coins in his hand, laughing happily. Finally, he hid the coins under the bed. That night, he dreamed he won several taels of silver with those 16 coins. He smiled as he laughed, but then the familiar shaking returned. He opened his eyes to see the annoying twins standing by the bed. Dad, get up to fetch water. There's also sweeping the yard, Sister Song Yang softly added nearby. Don't call me father. You two are my fathers. Song Yongquan angrily got up and glared at them. 3 win for fetching water, 3 win for sweeping the yard, 1 bundle of firewood. Song Yongquan held out his hand to pass to Song Chunhua. All right, from now on you'll pay when you eat. No pay, no eating. What? We still have to pay at home. We work, we get paid. You eat, you pay us. Isn't that fair? Song Chunhwa glared back. Song Yongkwan muttered and walked toward the yard. Unfilial daughter, unfilial daughter. One day you'll face trouble. Song Chunhwa passed by, and Song Yongkwan quickly shut his mouth. The next day at noon, Song Yongkwan asked Lu for guidance again. Hurry up. Burnt. Burnt. Lu watched the delicate meat being spoiled and stomped in frustration. Under Lu's guidance, Song Yongkwan finally managed to cook a pot of food that was barely edible. At least, the whole family had hot dishes to eat that night. Holding the 20 coins he earned, Song Yongkwan went to sleep dreaming of wealth and luxury. Before dawn the next day, Song Chunhwa carried her basket, told him, I'll be back home tomorrow, and headed into the mountains again. When she reached the cave, Xiao Yuanzi was practicing a set of military-style boxing. The movements were powerful and swift, with a faint sound of breaking air. Let's go. Song Chunhwa threw a heavy hunting bow to him. Let's go hunting. Xiao Yuanzi happily took it. 2 taels of silver, Song Chunhwa said. Remember, you'll pay me back later. Xiao Yuanzi's eyes lit up, and he tightly held the bow, loving it. 20 taels of silver. Song Chunhwa raised her eyebrows. Keep track. You'll pay me back later. Xiao Yuanzi nodded eagerly, eyes full of excitement. Use your thumb to hold the string like this, and press with your index and middle fingers. Song Chunhwa carefully demonstrated step by step, from pulling the string, pre-stretching, drawing the bow, aiming, releasing, to relaxing. After a while, she looked at Xiao Yuanzi's basket, filled with a heavy harvest, 10 gray sparrows, 2 fat mountain chickens, and even a half-grown coat. A sense of achievement filled Song Chunhwa's heart. Xiao Yuanzi's face was glowing, feeling the strength surging through his body. By the water pool, the two efficiently processed their prey. Song Chunhwa skillfully peeled 2 pieces of robe leather, making them shiny and smooth. It's cured now. I'll make a moisture-proof mat for you, she said, picking up another piece of robe. After finishing, she buried the internal organs and feathers deep in the ground, leaving no trace. Inside the cave, 1 mountain chicken was cooked, and the rest of the prey were carefully coated with coarse salt and placed in jars. Hanging from the ceiling were smoked fish, mountain chickens, and wild rabbits, all emitting a strong, smoky smell. There was a bowl of chicken soup with golden oil floating on top, and a bowl of soft white tofu, sprinkled with a few sprigs of green cilantro. Watching Xiao Yuanzi frown and pick out the cilantro from the bowl, Song Chunhwa chuckled and moved closer. Give it to me. Give it to me. Such delicious cilantro, and you don't want to eat it. The bonfire crackled as the last batch of meat strips was hung back above the smoking rack. Xiao Yuanzi was absorbed in reading a book called Mouse Selection. Song Chunhwa relaxed by the fire, crossing her legs, secretly taking out a comic book from her bag, with various snacks piled beside her. In the quiet cave, she occasionally burst into loud, carefree laughter, patting her legs. Ha ha ha. The next day, the harvest was even richer, more than a dozen mountain chickens, wild rabbits, and a strong wild mountain goat. Song Chunhwa returned happily. Outside the mountain, villagers who were digging wild vegetables saw her overflowing basket and the wild mountain goat she carried, with mixed feelings in their eyes. Lu Juhua carried half a basket of wild vegetables, looking envious and grumbling. Oh, all the wild game in the mountains is probably taken by you, right? These mountains belong to the whole village. Lu Juhua was nearby digging wild vegetables. Spring was the season for fresh, plentiful wild greens, and she had just dug half a basket to sell, feeling quite proud. But now, seeing the wild game in Song Chunhwa's basket and her own vegetables, which she had just treasured, she wished she could throw away the worthless stuff. Song Chunhwa kept walking, her voice clear. Andy, you're joking. The mountain gates are wide open. If you have the strength, you can go in any time. Her words made Lu Juhua's face turn pale with anger, recalling the last time she encouraged Song Daxian to go into the mountains and get scolded by her mother-in-law and father-in-law. She stomped her foot hard. Second sister is back. The twin children cheered and ran to greet her. Is that a sheep? Yes, a wild mountain sheep, Song Chunhwa replied, glancing toward the kitchen. Song Yongkwon was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing the voice of his unfilial daughter, he hurriedly grabbed a cloth to wipe the water off the stove. At the doorway, Song Chunhwa picked up a struggling mountain chicken and threw it onto the ground. "Kill it, and we'll fry it later." Song Yongkwon shook his head like a rattledrum. Song Chunhwa just ignored him. At this moment, the sound of a bullock cart came from outside. Song Dalong and Song Sanling returned. Song Yongkwon saw a chance to escape and rushed over with a chicken.
Quick. Kill this chicken. Samwon.
Song Sanling didn't even lift his eyelids.
What?
Song Yongkwon jumped in frustration. "I asked you to kill a chicken and you want money?" "Dad, I also charge for cooking," Song Sanling said calmly. Song Yongkwon turned to Song Dalong. "Big brother, you kill it." "Brother kills, it's also 3-1. Song Sanling pulled Song Dalong along inside.
2-1.
Song Yongkwon shouted angrily behind them. 3-1, Song Sanling said firmly, without looking back. Seeing the struggling chicken in his hand, Song Yongkwon reluctantly agreed, feeling distressed. Point 3-1, just 3-1. The next day, the brothers took all the remaining wild game to the town's restaurant. Meanwhile, Song Chunhwa held Song Lulang and carried the carefully written red couplets and double happiness characters to visit Grandma Lu next door. Nice. The red decorations looked so festive. Grandma Lu looked at the newly pasted couplets, her face full of smiles, but hesitant to speak. "Grandma Lu, do you have something to say?" Song Chunhwa asked with a smile. Grandma Lu rubbed her hands, feeling a bit shy. "Chunhwa, the meatballs you made for the new year smells so good. For the day after tomorrow's wash day, I want to add this dish. Can you sell some to us?" "Sell? I'll teach you how to make it," Song Chunhwa said happily. "I happen to have steamed buns at home. I'll go get some ingredients." "No, that's not right. This method." Grandma Lu quickly waved her hands. "I don't mind teaching others, but I'd rather teach you," Song Chunhwa said with a smile. Grandma Lu's face lit up with joy, and she patted her chest to promise. "Chunhwa, don't worry. This recipe is a secret my wife keeps to herself." Song Jinsi smiled and took Song Lulang. With 26 tables set, the demand for meatballs was quite high. The two of them worked in the kitchen until noon, making a total of 296 golden, round meatballs, filling the yard with their aroma. Grandma Lu carefully selected the 10 largest, roundest meatballs, placed them in a bowl, and forcefully handed them to Song Chunhwa. "Take these. They're worth 6 steamed buns and some red paper, ink, and brushes. Or I'll pay you." Seeing her determined look, Song Chunhwa smiled and accepted. "Then I won't be polite." "Wait, not yet." Song Chunhwa stopped Song Wunyang from running off, pinning a small red flower on each of them. "All right, go ahead." Song Chunhwa went inside the house, picked up Song Lulang, wrapped him in a coarse cloth, then went to the kitchen to fetch a cured chicken. Mrs. Lu stood happily at the gate, welcoming guests. "Congratulations." Song Chunhwa handed over the cloth and chicken. The early arriving women looked at the generous gifts in Song Chunhwa's hands with envy. They secretly regretted not having better relations with the Song family before. After giving the gifts, Song Chunhwa went to the yard where Song Yongkwon was setting the table and said, "Work hard. I'll give you 60 coins tonight." Hearing about the 60 coins, the lazy Song Yongkwon immediately straightened up and moved faster. By midday, a bullock cart carrying the bride arrived at the village entrance. Children quickly ran back to the Lu family to report, shouting from over a mile away, "The bride is here! The bride is here! The bride is here!" Song Chunhwa immediately took Song Sailang and Song Wunyang home, helping them change into bright, festive clothes. She tied small meatballs on their heads, fastened red silk ribbons, and the two chubby, happy children appeared before everyone. Since last winter, their meals had included meat and rice, along with half a bowl of goat milk daily. The twins, once thin and dark, had become plump and white. During the dry, windy winter, Song Chunhwa also applied some pork fat on their skin, making it soft and white. Standing at the gate, seeing the bullock cart, she immediately lit a string of firecrackers.
Pop, pop, pop.
The bride, her parents, and a few young nephews sat on the cart, while others walked beside it. The person driving the cart was Lu Dafu. Since the 10th day, after Song Dalong and Song Samling returned home, Lu Dafu had come every day to learn how to drive the cart. Besides watching the bride, many villagers also looked at the twins. Looking at the two happy little children in front of me, I also compare them to my own son and daughter, truly worlds apart. After the ceremony, it was time for the wedding bed ritual. Song Chunhua held the twin children, a boy and a girl, while waiting at the door for the newlyweds. The couple was still finishing their ceremony when Lu Jinshi hurried over, looking apologetic. Second brother and my son are celebrating their wedding night. Springhua, I'm sorry. Second sister, why can't I do it? Next time, when the eldest and third brothers get married, our fifth sister can celebrate her wedding night, okay? Song Chunhua patted Song Wenyang. Lu Jinshi looked guilty. Just now, at the Yu family, when they heard about the wedding night involving a girl, they immediately wanted to change. Grandmother Lu also said that their Lu family grandchildren are all the same, but still didn't agree. Just as fifth sister Song was about to burst into tears, she quickly nodded with a smile. After the wedding bed ritual, Song Chunhua took the twins toward the courtyard. At this moment, villagers were already seated at tables, waiting for the feast. As soon as they arrived, a table full of little children shouted loudly for the twins. One child even ran over and said, "Come quickly, we saved a seat for you too." She reached out to hold Wenyang's hand but pulled back immediately when she saw her dark hand. The twins looked at Song Chunhua. Getting her permission, they ran over happily. Once seated, Song Siling took the red dates and peanuts from the wedding bed and handed them out to the children at the table. All the remaining snacks were put into Wenyang's pocket. Next to them, there was an empty seat. Song Chunhua carried Song Luling over and sat on the other end of the bench. The aunt moved aside to make more space. "Thank you, Auntie," Song Chunhua said as she sat down. As soon as she sat, a woman at the table pointed at Song Chunhua and smiled at the aunt who had just moved her. "Dongmei, this is your daughter Chunhua and Luling." Then she turned to Song Chunhua and said, "Chunhua, this is your eldest aunt. You're Chunhua, right?" Song Dongmei looked at Chunhua in her arms. "Is this the son your mother mentioned? He looks so good." "Yes, big aunt. Everyone's grown so much," Song Dongmei said with a sigh. She then turned to a little girl sitting on her lap and said, "San and I call Sister Chunhua." "Hello, Sister Chunhua," the little girl shyly called out. The dishes arrived quickly, with the first being meatballs. A round, chubby meatball looks very cute. When it was served, everyone couldn't wait to scoop some into their bowls. It's made of meat, really made of meat, and it has sugar in it. The number of meatballs in the bowl was based on the 8 people at the table. Song Dongmei was holding San and I and didn't take a seat. The two of them shared one bowl, and Song Chunhua scooped some meatballs for Song Dongmei. "Chunhua, you eat yours." "San and I only need one each," Song Dongmei said, putting the meatball back into Chunhua's bowl. "Big sister, you eat yours." "I ate some a couple of days ago," Chunhua said, putting the meatball back into Dongmei's bowl again. "Chunhua's family can eat meat every day now." "She doesn't even look at these meatballs," said a woman sitting opposite Chunhua, with a mole on her face, sounding a bit jealous. "That just shows our Chunhua's family is capable." Song Dongmei, the eldest in the family, usually protected her younger siblings. She immediately responded to the remark. The woman who had just introduced the mother-in-law to Chunhua and Dongmei said, "Ignore her. She just can't stand seeing others do well." There were twin children at the table. Song Siling said, "No grabbing. Everyone can only take one. If you don't listen, you won't be allowed to ride my ox cart." The quick-handed little radish immediately gave up that idea. "Start with the youngest," Song Siling continued. The little ones obediently let the youngest pick first. At the next table, the adults, worried that their small children might not get to eat meat, looked at Song Siling with more affection. There were 8 dishes in total, 4 meat and 4 vegetables. All the meat dishes on each table were finished completely. The vegetable dishes, which had a lot of oil today, tasted better than usual, and everyone ate them all up. Many people scooped some into their bowls, planning to take it home for their children or strong family members. After the meal, the twin children ran over to Manhwa, followed by a group of little radishes. Second sister, let's go see the puppies at Goa's house, they said. Manhwa nodded. Go ahead, be careful not to get bitten. With Chunhwa's permission, the little ones hurried out in a group. Big sister, come visit my house, Manhwa invited. No, I'll go home soon, she replied. You're going back today? At that moment, they set out. Before reaching home, it was already dark, and they were carrying a child over 2 years old. Halfway there, it became night. There's a lot to do at home. Mrs. Song Yao came over from the side table and interrupted. Why rush back today? When it gets light tomorrow, I'll ask your second and third brothers to take you. No need, I can go back by myself. Suit yourself, Mrs. Song Yao said angrily and left in a huff. Manhwa, we're leaving first, she said, running after Song Yao. An old woman in the yard watched Song Dongmei walk away and sighed. That Dongmei is also quite pitiful. She hasn't been able to have a son in over 10 years. Another woman nearby responded, if she doesn't have a son soon, she might be asked to leave. Song Manhwa ignored the words in the yard and went straight home. She took a preserved chicken from the kitchen basin and put it into a cloth bag she made herself. Then she went to the study, packed a bag of green bean cakes, and carried everything towards Song Eugene's house. When they reached outside the yard, Song Dongmei carried San and I and walked out with Mrs. Song Yao and Song Erxiang. Mother, no need for second brother to send me. I can go back alone. Sister, let me send you. Stop talking nonsense. Mrs. Song Yao handed 10 copper coins to Song Dongmei. Keep these, don't take them out. Mother, I don't want them, Song Dongmei refused. If I give them to you, just take them, Mrs. Song Yao glared. Thank you, Mother. Song Dongmei's eyes turned slightly red. Big Aunt Manhwa stepped forward and handed a bag to Song Dongmei. When she opened it, she saw a whole smoked chicken and a package of cakes wrapped in oil paper. She quickly tried to return it. This is too valuable. Big Aunt, you keep it. This mountain chicken was caught in the mountains. We have several more at home. The oil paper contains green bean cakes for eating on the road. She pushed the bag back into Song Dongmei's arms. Watching her daughter and son walk away, Mrs. Song Yao sincerely said to Manhwa, Thank you, Manhwa. Her eldest daughter had a hard time in her husband's family, and their conditions were modest. They couldn't do much to help. With a whole smoked chicken Manhwa gave, she could avoid some scolding at home. It was still early, so Manhwa carried Song Lulang and strolled around the village. The fresh air hit her face, and in the distance, houses sat peacefully, like a watercolor painting. As she walked, she absorbed plant energy. Soon, she arrived outside Dogwa's yard. Sounds of small children chattering came from inside. Song Wunyang noticed Song Manhwa standing outside the yard, her short legs running toward her. Song Wunyang gently took Song Chunhwa's hand. Second sister, come quickly and see the puppies. They walked into the yard together. A black mother dog was lying down, nursing 8 puppies. 2 of the puppies kept climbing on her. Second sister, can we keep one? Song Wunyang asked with big, bright eyes. Yes, if Erwa's family is willing to sell, we can buy one. Buy what? Just pick one and take it home. Lu Wangshur came out of the house. Then I'll trade a cured chicken from home for one, Song Chunhwa said. You child, Lu Wangshur laughed. Choose whichever you like and take it home. I want this black one. Song Wunyang pointed at a shiny black puppy. Okay, just take this one. I'll hold it. Lu Wangshur crouched beside the mother dog. This one is protective of its puppies. At the gate, they made sure the mother dog couldn't see, then gently placed the puppy into Song Chunhwa's arms. On the way home, Song Chunhwa carried Song Lulang in one arm and the puppy in the other. The twin children bounced happily on either side. Second sister, let's put the puppy and the rabbit together, said Song Chunhwa. No, the rabbit might bully the puppy, replied Song Wunyang. Then let's put them in the room. But the puppy will and in the room, and it will smell bad. Do you want to live in a stinky room? Song Chunhwa said with a smile. Hearing this, Song Wunyang immediately shook her head. No, I don't want a stinky room. Let's build a nest outside just like Erwa's family, suggested the twins. Okay, they said together. When they got home, the three of them gathered some sticks and dry grass to make a simple shelter and a small doghouse. Second sister, can I feed a little goat milk to Black later? Asked Song Chunhwa. Can I feed a meat? Asked Song Wooyoung. Not yet, it needs to be a bit bigger, replied Song Chunhwa. Take this to Erwa's family, she said, holding out a cured chicken from the kitchen. At that moment, Lu Shur came into the yard, holding a bag of peanuts. Chunhwa, about the wedding bed today, I'm really sorry, Lu Shur said with a look of apology. Grandma Lu is fine, I understand, Song Chunhwa said with a smile. Please give these peanuts to fifth sister, Lu said, handing the peanuts to Song Chunhwa. Thank you, Grandma Lu. When fifth sister gets home, I will give them to her, Song Chunhwa replied without hesitation. Song Chunhwa placed Song Lulang on the small bed in the study. She went to the yard, squeezed a big bowl of goat milk, boiled it, and poured out 4 small half bowls. She first fed some to Song Lulang and the new family member, Little Black. The remaining 2 bowls were kept for the twin children. There's goat milk in the kitchen. Hurry and drink, Song Chunhwa called out as the twins ran into the yard. Has Little Black finished drinking? Fifth sister asked. Yes, he has. Hurry and drink yours. Hearing that Little Black had drunk, fifth sister picked up her bowl and started drinking eagerly. The twins put down their bowls and immediately went to the storage room to get a small basket. Second sister, we're going to cut grass for Bunny and Momo. Come back after you're done, and remember to learn your characters today. Okay, second sister. After returning the ox cart, Lu Dafu, Song Chunhwa went next door to call Song Yongkwan, who was bragging, to come back and watch Song Lulang and prepare dinner. Then she drove the ox cart toward the town. Halfway there, Song Dalong and Song Sanling came toward her. I'll drive, said Song Dalong, taking the whip from Song Chunhwa. Second sister, this is the money from selling wild game today. It totals 1 tael, 9 chien. 1 mountain goat, 8 chien. A mountain chicken, 8 chien. A rabbit, 1 chien. As soon as they got on the cart, Song Sanling took out the silver from his arms and handed it to Song Chunhwa. She took out 200 coins and handed them over. The brothers didn't refuse as they used to. With the weather warming up, villagers in the fields were busy rolling up their pants. The school was on a 10-day holiday for farming, but since there were no fields at home, the brothers stayed home to read and teach Silang and Wunyang. Since they didn't need oxen, several families in the village came to borrow oxen to plow the fields. Song Chunhwa rented them at the village head's price, 2 baskets of fresh grass and 10 coins per day. Mountains full of blooming flowers, and the air was filled with a fragrant scent. On a good day, Song Chunhwa and her siblings went out to cut grass and dig wild vegetables. At the winding creek at the foot of the mountain, some children were squatting in the water catching shrimp and, seeing Song Silang and fifth sister, they immediately ran over, carrying small baskets filled with shrimp and... Here, Little Dog handed the basket to fifth sister. The other children saw this, and also handed over their baskets. No need. Thank you, Song Wunyang shook her head, her 2 little braids bouncing adorably. But she immediately moved closer to look at the shrimps in her pocket, her eyes shining brightly. Second sister, can I go see Dogwa and the others catch? Song Wunyang looked up at Song Chunhwa. Usually, Song Chunhwa doesn't allow the twins to go near the water. She looked at the small creek, which was less than knee-deep, and nodded. Today, you can go into the water, but not into the deep parts. Hearing this, the twins cheered happily. Strict Song Silang asked, How deep is the water, second sister? Any water deeper than your knees, Dogwa immediately said to Song Wunyang. I'll catch the biggest crab for you. A few other children quickly said, I'll catch the biggest crab for you too. The little radish heads gathered around the twins and headed toward the creek. Early spring, everywhere lush green wild vegetables. Purslane, malin leaves, dandelions, noodle greens, Chinese tune, shepherd's purse. Soon, Song Chunhwa gathered a big basketful. Goldenrod flowers. Song Chunhwa's eyes lit up at the yellow flowers in front of her, and she started picking. Song Sanlang came over and pointed at the yellow flowers she was picking. Second sister, can we eat these? Yes, They can be cooked with eggs or used in soup. Hearing this, Song Sanlang went to the goldenrod tree and started picking with her. Soon, Song Dalong joined in, and the three siblings picked together. Goldenrod flowers have thorns, so they can't be plucked from one end of the branch. They have to be picked one by one. They worked quickly and soon filled a big basket. Goldenrod flowers tend to turn black when exposed to air, so Song Sanlang was about to keep picking, but Song Chunhua said they had enough. Passing by the creek, the radish heads' excited and happy voices could be heard. Dogwa, look, there's one over there. This one is much bigger than yours. Your crab definitely can't run as fast as mine. Let's go home, Song Chunhua called out. The twins ran over, with a group of radish heads following behind. Big brother, second sister, third brother, look. We caught lots of. The twins held up their baskets high. In two small baskets, there are about 10 tied with grass and pincers. Let's go home and make spicy, okay? Although the twins have never heard of spicy, they believe their second sister's cooking must be delicious. I'll give you these. Dogwa pours from his basket into the twins' small baskets. Just take them home and eat, Song Chunhua says. No need. My mother says there's no meat, and it's a waste of firewood, the twins reply. Next to them, a few little children also pour from their baskets into the twins' baskets. When the last child tries to pour, the baskets are already full. Song Chunhua thinks they shouldn't take the for nothing and says, "Do you want to come to my house and eat spicy?" The children cheer immediately. Really? They had already heard from Song Sailang and Song Wunyang that their second sister's cooking is very good. But you have to help out. The children quickly nod in agreement. At home, they pour the into a basin and add warm water. They become sleepy in the warm water. Song Chunhua finds 6 pig hairbrushes, and Nyo runs home to bring his own brush. Use these to brush all the parts, big claws, small claws, mouth, and head. Then turn over the belly and brush inside and remove the internal organs, she explains while holding a crab and brushing. 7 children sit in the yard, brushing. Dog Dan, you didn't clean this properly. Springhua says this part needs brushing too. This crab is waking up. Hurrah. First, Song Chunhua crushes garlic, then cuts white scallions and dried chili into sections. Song Sailang squats by the stove, lighting the fire. Song Dalong holds Song Lulang, watching the children brush the. Yeah. Song Lulang looks at the children brushing with curiosity, mumbling non-stop. Song Wunyang picks up a crab, pretending to scare Song Lulang, but he doesn't realize how scary it is and laughs as he reaches out to grab it. Song Dalong quickly hugs him back and gently taps Song Wunyang's forehead with his hand. Song Sailang cuts all in half. Once everything is ready, Song Chunhua scoops 2 big spoons of pig fat into the pot, heats the oil, and pours all into the pot. Crackle and sizzle. The delicious smell of oil fills the air. The little radish heads at the kitchen door swallow their saliva eagerly. When the crab turns golden, Song Chunhua scoops it into a large bowl. There's still some oil in the pan. She adds minced garlic, dried chili peppers, and chopped white parts of green onions, then stirs a few times. Next, she adds the crab and stirs everything together. She then adds salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, one after another. Finally, she pours in a ladle of water to cook and add flavor. Once the sauce has thickened and evaporated, she scoops the crab into a bowl. Seeing this, the little radish heads are about to rush into the kitchen. Song Sailang sternly says, "Wash your hands before eating." The little radish heads look confused. They usually don't wash their hands before eating, but for the crab, they obediently follow Song Sailang to the water jar in the yard. Song Chunhua takes a small bowl, scoops 2 into it, and leaves it for Song Yongquan, who is chopping firewood on the mountain. The rest are all brought to the dining table. Under Song Sailang's arrangement, the little radish heads sit down one by one. Not yet. You can't eat. Song Sailang stops the little radish heads from starting to eat. Wait until my older brother, sister, and second brother say eat. The little radish heads all look at the 3 of them. Start eating, Song Chunhua smiles and says. As soon as she speaks, everyone begins to pick up their chopsticks and dig in. The fried crab is crispy and crunchy. Even though some water was added to make it flavorful, it remains crisp and easily breaks apart with each bite. The sound of cracking shells and the spicy aroma fill the air, and the sizzling noise from the chili makes everyone silent. Several little radish heads are so spicy, they stick out their tongues, but keep stuffing food into their mouths. One little radish head keeps sticking out his tongue, finally overwhelmed by the heat, and runs to the water jar outside to pour himself a cup of water. Springflower, this crab you made is so delicious, the best in the world. A few other little radish heads nod in agreement. In less than 15 minutes, a big bowl is completely empty. Springflower, can we catch and bring them here in the future? One little radish head asks eagerly. The others agree. Song Sanlang is worried that his generous second sister might agree, so he quickly pulls Song Chunhwa aside. He just saw her pour 2 big spoonfuls of oil into the pan, which is worth more than the in the creek, and those are much more valuable. Song Chunhwa smiles and refuses. No, you can't. The little radish heads look disappointed. A little carrot head suddenly said, Can I come to your house and be your younger brother? Thinking to himself, this way he can enjoy such delicious next time, and the time after that, and the next time. No. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Silang firmly refused, looking at the small carrot head with a guarded expression. Let's go, let's go. Song Silang stood up, shooing away the little carrot heads, especially the one who just said he wanted to be Song Chunhwa's younger brother. He was the first to push the other outside the yard. After the little carrot heads left, it was time for study. A smell drifted with the wind into Song Chunhwa's nose. He looked toward the pig pen and then strode toward Lu San's house. Are you planning to go out and do some short-term work? When Song Chunhwa arrived at Lu San's yard, he saw Lu San carrying a bundle of firewood back. Lu San smiled honestly, going to the town in a couple of days to see if there are any jobs. My backyard needs 2 small rooms built and the stove changed. I want to ask Uncle Lu San for help. Lu San's family, like Song Chunhwa's, had no land in the village. Song Chunhwa's land was lost due to Song Yongchuan's mismanagement, but Lu San's family had settled here about 7 or 8 years ago. They relied on short-term work to get by, but the work wasn't daily, so their income barely supported their lives. You're building a house? Changing the stove? Lu San asked in surprise. Moving the pig pen and firewood storage from the front yard to the back, and changing the stove to a double stove, Song Chunhwa explained. If you're willing, I'll pay you the usual short-term work rate and provide meals, he continued. Can we start tomorrow? Just change the stove first. All right. Lu San eagerly agreed. Originally, he planned to go to the town to look for work, but now he could find work without leaving the village. He didn't need to leave before dawn. By the time the moon and stars appeared, he was home. Uncle Lu San, why are you here? After lunch, Song Chunhwa, holding Song Lulang, was strolling on the small path outside their house to digest when he saw Lu San approaching. Isn't it to change the stove? I came early to see. The two headed toward the kitchen. At that moment, Song Yongquan was washing dishes. Seeing Lu San, he asked unfriendly, What are you doing at my house? Lu San looked blankly at Song Yongquan washing dishes. Why are you looking? I just love my children and don't want them to get rough hands, Song Yongquan said, placing the dishes in the cabinet, lifting his head proudly, and walking out of the kitchen with a confident look. After Song Yongquan left the kitchen, Song Chunhwa pointed to the stove area. There are 2 stoves side by side, with 2 hot water iron buckets in the middle. Hot water iron buckets? Today, I'll set up a temporary stove in the yard. It can be used tomorrow. Lu San immediately started working. He found some large stones on the back mountain and built a simple stove in the yard. Tomorrow, no need to go chopping firewood, said Song Chunhwa as they sat down for dinner. That's not good. Although he said this, Song Yongquan couldn't hide his happy expression. Song Chunhwa picked up her chopsticks and calmly said, Help Uncle Lu 3.
What?
Song Yongquan suddenly stood up. Me? I help him? Yeah. Song Chunhwa gave a faint look and replied, I'd rather chop firewood. We don't have much left at home. Song Yongquan sat down and said thoughtfully, Dad, we've had enough firewood these days. There are 25 bundles in the woodhouse, said Song Silang seriously. I counted with my sister this morning, twice. Recently, the twins, Long and Feng, have been obsessed with counting, especially Song Xiling. They count everything: sheep, rabbits, kitchen bowls, and even how many bundles of firewood are in the woodhouse. Song Yongquan glared fiercely at Song Xiling. Right now, he hated this little troublemaker the most. Song Xiling complained to Song Chunhua. Second sister, Dad is glaring at me. Xiling, you've been reading a lot lately. Your eyes are probably tired. Come, have a piece of meat to rest, said Song Yongquan, placing a big piece of meat in Song Xiling's bowl. I want to help Uncle Lu 3 too, said Song Dalong. Good spirits in the morning, reading books, helping in the afternoon. That's enough. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lu San arrived at Song Chunhua's house.
Bang, bang, bang.
Song Yongquan, still sleepy, opened his eyes and looked out the window. It was still just a little light outside. He buried his head back in the quilt.
Bang, bang, bang.
The door was knocked loudly, followed by Song Chunhua's brief voice. Get up. Hearing her voice, Song Yongquan immediately jumped out of bed. He went to the kitchen, where Lu San and the siblings were moving cabinets and packing meat into jars. Song Yongquan glared harshly at Lu San. If he hadn't come so early, he could have slept for another half hour. Lu San, busy with his work, didn't notice. Song Yongquan helplessly picked up the water bucket beside the water jar and started fetching water for the day. Lu San looked at the plain rice porridge in his bowl and was completely stunned. Is this plain rice porridge? Song Yongquan raised his chin, looking a bit proud and a little poor. Of course, it's plain rice porridge, made with refined rice, not a single coarse grain mixed in. After saying that, he looked pleased and added, well, today I didn't have time, so I just ate it like this. Usually, I add some meat inside. Do you usually cook too? Lu San was already surprised to see Song Yongquan cooking, and now hearing that he usually does it himself, he was even more shocked. This really was the Song Yongquan he knew. I'm talking about adding meat. Did you hear me? Who usually cooks for us? Song Yongquan raised his voice. If this got out, a handsome, elegant man like him squatting by the stove would be embarrassing. There's meat in this? Usually? Lu San looked at him in disbelief. Seeing Lu San's attention diverted, Song Yongquan became proud again. There's nothing good about plain broth. Of course, I add meat. Lu San thought to himself, since the food is so good, I need to work harder and finish the porridge quickly. I'm going to work now. Lu San quickly scooped up the porridge, put down his bowl, and stood up. Follow me. Song Chunhua pointed with her chin at Song Yongquan. Reluctantly, Lu San had to follow, muttering quietly under his breath. After finishing breakfast, Song Chunhua and her siblings saw that the original stove in the kitchen had been broken, with dirt all over the ground. Song Yongquan used a to dig into the dustpan, while Lu San used a pole to work in the yard. Song Chunhua went to the neighboring Lu family's house. How much money? Just take it. Lu's wife pushed back the copper coin in Song Chunhua's hand. It looks like Grandma Lu is forcing me to buy from other families again, Song Chunhua said with a smile. You're such a kid, Lu's wife said, smiling, as she took the 20 copper coins from Song Chunhua. Spring flower is here. Hello, Aunt Suehua. Lu Laifu's wife, Chi Suehua, came out of the house. Are you building a house? Just building 2 small rooms. Looking for good workers. Helped by Uncle Lu San. Song Chunhua replied with a smile. Last time, my brother asked me if anyone building a house needed help, I should ask around. Chi Suehua smiled and said, right now is spring planting season, and everyone at home is busy. I just asked Uncle Lu San, who has no land. At our house, 5 or 6 strong workers and about 10 children, so we don't need so many people for those few acres of land, Chi Suehua said. One person can't handle it all. Maybe we should add 1 more person. Chi Suehua continued, my father isn't doing anything right now. He can help Uncle Lu San, and my brother and 3rd brother are on spring break, so they can help too. We can just make do with 2 rooms. Hearing this, Mrs. Lu said to Chi Suehua, go bring them hot water. Although Song Chunhua didn't have a direct conflict over the wedding bed, she inwardly felt she needed to remember this for the Chi family. In the future, the family wouldn't invite the Chi family to build houses or do other work. I'll carry 2 bundles home now, and the remaining 2 bundles I'll come back for in a few days, she said. Later, when their brothers come back, I'll ask them to bring it over, Mrs. Lu said with a smile. No need. Uncle Dafu and the others have been working in the fields all day and are very tired. No need to trouble them, Song Chunhua said, walking to the straw pile and directly carrying 2 bundles. Song Yongquan ruffled some soil in a basket, saw Song Chunhua leave the yard, and immediately threw down his to rest nearby. When he heard sounds at the yard gate, he quickly picked up his again. Seeing this, Uncle Lu San was momentarily stunned, then carried the full soil basket outside. Uncle Lu San, the straw has arrived, Song Chunhua said as she unloaded the straw next to the muddy ground. The kitchen is cleaned up. I'll go to the back mountain to get some soil, Lu San said, pouring out the soil from the basket. Song Yongquan looked exhausted as he came out. Song Chunhua glanced at him and immediately saw through her lazy father's act. I'll go with you. At this moment, Song Yongquan felt a lump in his throat but couldn't say anything. When he stopped, his unfilial daughter shot him a cold look. The 3 of them worked on 2 carts of soil in a row. When they got home, Song Chunhua was in charge of cutting the straw, while Lu San and Song Yongquan mixed the soil and straw together. Seeing how exhausted Song Yongquan was, Song Chunhua said, "Take a break for 15 minutes and have some water. No need." "What's there to rest for?" he replied. Song Yongquan threw a fierce glare. "If you, big brother, don't rest, how can I rest? Uncle Lu San, take a break. This work isn't going to be finished in a short time." Song Chunhua brought a glass of water and handed it over. Song Yongquan finally agreed with this unfilial daughter's words. Yes, take your time." Lu San chuckled and stopped working with his. "Cook the rice," Song Chunhua said simply. After hearing this, Song Yongquan immediately put down his. Cooking rice, which he was reluctant to do before, now felt much easier compared to digging soil. He took a piece of pork belly from the jar, sliced it evenly, cracked 2 eggs into a bowl, chopped a large cabbage, washed it and cut it into pieces. Once everything was prepared, the rice in the pot was cooked. Song Yongquan carried out the prepared vegetables. He added a spoon of oil into the pot, poured in the eggs, added salt, and stir-fried briefly before removing them. Next, he put in the pork slices, which turned golden brown. The oil in the pot separated slightly. Then he added the eggs back in along with salt, soy sauce, and a little vinegar. Finally, he added some water, let the sauce thicken, and took the dish off the heat. The aroma of the meat spread from the yard into the kitchen. Lu Sen couldn't help but swallow. Song Yongquan brought the cooked dishes to the table. The people in the kitchen and study came out to see. They looked at the large bowl of plain white rice on the table, dry and without a trace of roughness, and were stunned. They couldn't believe that Song Yongchuan's family was eating plain rice. Then their eyes moved to a big bowl of egg and meat stir-fry. Again, they were shocked. In their family during New Year, they didn't eat like this. Usually, there was a big bowl of vegetables with a few slices of meat, just enough to add flavor. Lu San took a big bite of rice. The rice was so sweet that he couldn't help but take several big bites. He hadn't eaten any vegetables with the rice, and the rice was almost gone. "Big brother, serve Lu San uncle some rice." "No need. I'll be fine with just 1 bowl." "Only when you're full can you work well," Song Chunhua said with a smile. "1 bowl isn't enough. You haven't even had any vegetables." Lu San looked at the full bowl in front of him and felt a bit shy. Seeing Lu San hesitant to take vegetables, Song Dolly picked up the shared chopsticks, scooped a big handful of meat, and put it into his bowl. The shared chopsticks were requested by Song Chunhua. Since there were many people at home, it was more hygienic. 1 piece of meat with 1 egg, Lu San felt light and happy. Seeing his expression, Song Yongquan said proudly, "My cooking skills are pretty good, you know. I've only just started cooking." Lu San thought to himself that no matter how the eggs and meat were cooked, as long as they were cooked properly, they would taste very good. No, even if they weren't fully cooked, they would still taste quite good. However, since people tend to be greedy, and since Song Yongquan didn't go to the gambling house anymore, he was very careful about cooking at home. He nodded strongly and said, "This is the best dish I've ever eaten." He wasn't lying. It really was the best meal Lu San had ever tasted, even better than the meat served at Lord Huang's house. He finished 3 big bowls of plain rice, feeling full and very happy. Because he ate meat at noon, he worked even harder in the afternoon. That afternoon, with everyone's help, they finished building the stove. The smell of meat wafted from the yard. "Didn't you eat 2 meals already? Why are you eating again?" Lu Sen asked with a puzzled look. "We eat 3 meals a day," Song Sanling replied. 3 meals? Lu Sen looked shocked again and again. Uncle Lu San, big brother, third brother, mealtime. The twin children ran into the kitchen, calling out to the 2 workers. Sitting at the table, Lu Sen looked at the full bowl of cured chicken and found it hard to believe again. Today, he was truly amazed by the food at the Song household. He was even thinking that he felt embarrassed to accept any payment for his work. The next day, Lu San arrived at Song Chunhua's house just as dawn broke. When Song Yongquan heard sounds from the yard, he rolled his eyes and glared fiercely at Lu San standing outside. Song Chunhua squatted on the ground, marking the spot for the house with a stick, drawing lines and making notes. Lu San immediately started digging the foundation at the marked spot. At breakfast that day, he was still excited about the white rice porridge, but he was much calmer than the day before. After breakfast, Song Chunhua carried her basket and headed back into the deep mountains. The air was filled with the fresh scent of green leaves and flowers. She entered a cave, where Xiao Yuanzi was reading as usual. Song Chunhua took out the books she rented from the town. Xiao Yuanzi eagerly took them. "What books are you reading?" "Let's go hunting," Song Chunhua said with a wave of her hand. Xiao Yuanzi immediately grabbed his bow and arrows. "Let's have a contest to see who can shoot more in an hour," Song Chunhua said excitedly.
Whoosh, whoosh,
Whoosh! The sound of arrows flying kept ringing out. Suddenly, the 2 of them jumped onto the treetops. 3 wild boars charged toward where the 2 stood. They looked at each other and nodded in agreement, quickly drawing their bows. All 3 wild boars fell at once, each pierced with 2 arrows. She jumped under a tree, and 3 pigs fell to the ground, groaning. 1 pig in front used all its strength to climb up and rush toward the 2 people. Song Chunhua kicked it with a flying kick, and the wild pig fell straight down, silent. The 2 of them made a support with their bodies, stacked the 3 pigs together, and dragged them toward the pond. Because they often handled wild animals by the pond, Song Chunhua had a pot hidden nearby. She set up a small stove with stones and placed the pot on top. When the water boiled, they started to shave the hair and cut open the pigs. They separated the meat, bones, and internal organs into different piles. After killing 2 pigs, they left 1 pig behind. Song Chunhua prepared to carry it back home. Once everything was done, they parted ways. 1 person dragged the 2 processed wild pigs toward the cave, while the other carried the unprocessed pig toward the outskirts of the mountain. After feeding and exercising, Xiao Yuanzi no longer fainted and became much stronger. Near the spot where they planned to gather wild vegetables, Song Chunhua cut down a tree to make a simple frame, fixed the pig on it, and continued walking. "Is this a wild pig?" Chen Suifeng pointed at the frame with the pig and asked nervously. "Chunhua, is this the wild pig you caught?" Nearby, Qianhua, who was cutting grass for pigs, heard and ran over. A few small children nearby also heard the noise and gathered around. "Big sister Chunhua, you're amazing." In less than an hour, everyone in Black Eagle Mountain Village knew that Song Chunhua had caught a wild pig. "Second sister, is this a pig?" When they reached the courtyard gate, Song Silang ran over. "Yes, a wild pig," Song Chunhua replied with a smile. Song Wunyang wanted to go closer, but was afraid. Finally, she mustered her courage and took a quick look. "Hurry up and call Dad to come and boil water," Song Chunhua said. The twin children immediately ran to the backyard. Soon, Song Yongquan came over. Seeing the wild pig on the ground and looking at Song Chunhua, he couldn't help but shiver. He felt that if he disobeyed one day, he might end up like that wild pig on the ground. Seeing him look over, He quickly ran to the kitchen. Song Yongkwan was still boiling water, and a group of villagers had gathered in the yard to watch. This pig probably weighs about 400 jin. No, I think it's over 500 jin. Wow, so much meat. When will we finish eating it? Chunhua, you caught this pig, an old woman asked. Wow, in the village, hunters rarely catch wild boars, and you actually caught such a big one, said a woman nearby. Spring Flower, I didn't know you could hunt before. How did you learn? Asked another woman. I don't rely on skill, just luck, replied Spring Flower. Next, Lu from the neighboring house came over, smiling. Yes, Spring Flower's luck is really something. Spring Flower, do you need help? I'll ask Dafu and a few others to give you a hand, said Lu. Grandma Lu, you're here. I was just about to ask Uncle Dafu to help skin the pig, said Spring Flower. Lu quickly turned to the two boys. Go call your father back from the field. The boys received the message and ran out immediately. Although Spring Flower knew how to skin pigs, she didn't like doing it. If someone else was willing, she wouldn't do it herself. When Dafu arrived, Spring Flower spoke to the people standing in the yard. Grandpas, grandmas, uncles, aunts, and neighbors, I plan to sell half of this wild boar. Villagers can buy it. The fat meat costs 20 coins per jin, and the lean meat only 16 coins. As she finished speaking, the crowd started whispering. It was spring planting season, and many families had already planned to buy meat to strengthen their bodies. Plus, the fat meat was only 20 coins per jin, much cheaper than in town. Most villagers thought, we just ate meat, and now again? That's too extravagant, mainly because they didn't have much money, and eating meat outside of festivals or special occasions was considered wasteful. Spring Flower saw no one in the crowd step forward to buy. She just smiled casually. Her pig was easy to sell. She could take it to town and sell it there. At most, she'd make one trip. Even if she kept the whole pig for herself, she was willing. Soon, Dafu's pants were muddy as he ran into the yard. In less than 15 minutes, a pig appeared before them. Dafu wanted to say he would handle it, but before he could, Spring Flower had already opened the pig's belly. She took out the pig's heart, stomach, liver, and intestines, all the internal organs. Then she scraped off a layer of fat from inside the belly. She placed these parts into 2 baskets and said to Song Yongkwan nearby, Dad, take these to the kitchen. Yongkwan looked at his unfilial daughter opening the pig and shivered. He was scared. He was afraid that one day he might be opened up like that too. The small spark of excitement he felt about going to town was instantly extinguished. Trembling, she carefully carried a basket full of internal organs toward the kitchen. Song Chunhua efficiently removed the pig's head, pig's feet, large bones, and ribs, exposing a layer of thick fat among the onlookers. Several people saw the fat and became interested. An older woman pointed to the fattest part and said, Give me half a jin, about 250 grams. I want that fattest piece. Song Chunhua, who still didn't like eating fat, quickly cut a piece from the spot the woman pointed to. Song Silang held the scale pole and tray, while Song Wunyang ran over holding the weight. Second sister, the scale. Silang and Wunyang are so good. Tonight I'll make braised ribs for you too. The 2 little kids now liked eating ribs without any fat, especially braised ribs. When they heard their second sister, they started dancing happily. Can you help second sister collect the money? Sure. Song Silang was especially happy. He loved counting money and could now do simple addition within 100. 20 coins per jin, so half a jin is 10 coins. Song Silang said seriously. Next to them, a young woman who often played with twins pointed at her son and said to Song Silang, Learn from him. Don't just play with mud all day. Once she saw the first, another woman quickly stepped forward and said, Give me half a jin too. Without hesitation, Song Chunhua cut a large piece of fat. At that moment, a woman softly asked, Can I buy for 2 coins? Sure. Song Chunhua cheerfully replied. Hearing this, the woman quickly said, Then I'll take a piece for 2 coins. Song Chunhua also cut a piece of fat. People nearby who weren't planning to buy started to get interested because 2 coins could buy a piece. Plus, the fat was cut into small pieces, which could be stir-fried with cabbage to absorb the meat flavor. Everyone in the family could share a small piece. Soon, several women pointed to their preferred parts of the meat. After buying, they carried their portions and walked around the fields where many people gathered. This move brought more business to Song Chunhwa's family. "Give my family one Jean," Lu Shi said. Without hesitation, Song Chunhwa cut a large piece and handed it over. "Why aren't you weighing it? What's it away?" Uncle Dafu is helping to scrape the pig's hair and charging for his work. Scraping pig hair shouldn't cost anything. Of course, you need to pay. Song Chunhwa quickly handed the meat to Lu's wife. In the yard, an old woman saw the meat, which weighed about 2 jin, and felt jealous. If she had known scraping pig hair could get such a big piece of meat, she would have asked her family to come too. Seeing Song Jin from the crowd, Song Chunhwa immediately cut a large piece of fatty meat. "Grandma, I was just about to visit you. This is for you and Grandpa to try." Song Jin tried to reach for money. "No need to pay. This is for you and Grandpa to taste," Song Chunhwa said with a smile. "Not paying and the old man will complain about me. This is a way for the younger generation to show respect. If Grandpa wants, he can say so himself." After being polite, Song Jin happily took the meat and went home. Song Chunhwa cut 2 more pieces of similar size, carried them to the kitchen, and said to Song Yongkwan, who was chopping vegetables, "One for the village chief's family, one for the aunt's family." By nightfall, most of the meat was sold, and almost all the fatty meat was gone. Song Chunhwa rubbed the remaining meat with salt and stored it in the usual meat jar. That evening, she asked Song Yongkwan to cook a big pot of braised pork ribs and fried 2 large blocks of tofu given by the aunt's family. When Lu Sen left, Song Chunhwa handed him a large bone with quite a bit of meat on it, about half a jin. "How much do I owe you?" Lu Sen asked nervously, as he didn't have much money in his pocket. He had already spent it on his mother's medicine. "What money for this bone?" Song Chunhwa said with a smile. "This is your bonus, Uncle Lu San." "Bonus?" Lu Sen asked in confusion, never having heard of such a thing. "An extra reward beyond the wages," Song Chunhwa explained with a smile. "Why would I get a reward? I eat meat every day. Of course, you deserve a reward. You only worked 3 days and 2 days. Lu San scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Go back quickly. Grandma will be worried if she sees you." Since it was already dark, Lu Sen thought his mother would be worried, so he didn't stay longer and hurried home. When he arrived, Grandma Wu was indeed waiting at the road entrance, looking out. Lu San quickened his pace. "What's this?" Grandma Wu pointed at the big bone and meat in Lu San's hands. "Spring flowers gave it to me as a reward," Lu San said with a smile. He was shy earlier in front of Song Chunhwa's younger siblings, but in front of his own mother, he expressed his happiness openly. Today, Song Chunhwa had hunted a wild boar. She knew about it, but since the family was short on money and couldn't afford meat, she didn't join in the excitement. When she brought the meat into the yard, Lucy and the 2 girls saw their brother and father carrying a big bone with lots of meat on it. They immediately moved closer, swallowing their saliva. "Mother, you can cook this for tomorrow," Lu San said. "All right," Wu Posey agreed happily. In the past, they would have kept the meat for their own meals, but knowing that the Song family ate meat at every meal, there was no need to keep it just for themselves. Because Song Chunhwa hunted this wild boar, the village on Black Eagle Mountain had been filled with the smell of meat for several days. The storage room was almost finished, and it was also the day for Song Dalong and Song Sanling to return to school. "Take this to the ironware shop." Song Chunhwa handed a drawing of a hot water iron pot to Song Dalong. Then she handed a basket of wild game to Sanling, saying, "Send these to Spring Breeze Tower." Lu San finished the last patch of straw on the roof, climbed down, and Song Chunhwa handed him the payment for his work. Lu San took the money with a feeling of disappointment. It was hard to find such high wages again, and meals with meat 3 times a day were no longer easy to come by. As Lu San felt down, Song Chunhwa spoke. "If there's no work elsewhere, could you help build a wall in the backyard?" Before she finished speaking, Lu San immediately replied, "Yes, yes." The backyard was large but uneven, with many scattered stones. Lu Daliang and Lu Sanlang had gone to school, so the work mainly depended on Lu San and Song Yongquan. Song Chunhua went to the neighbor's house. Lu Jinshi was sweeping the yard with Huzi on her back. "Mrs. Jean, is Grandma Lu at home?" "Yes." Lu Jinshi smiled and turned to call inside. "Mother, Chunhua is here." Lu Shi came out. "Spring Flowers is here. I want to build a wall in my backyard. I wonder if Uncle Dafu and the others are free to help." Song Chunhua explained happily. They're free, Lu Shi replied happily. The land at home was plowed, and the brothers in charge of the vegetable garden and chopping firewood could handle it. The remaining work would definitely require going out to find jobs, so Lu Shi was very happy not to have to leave the house. This afternoon, Lu Dafu and his 3 brothers came together. Because there were 4 people, Song Chunhua asked Song Yongquan to focus on cooking and fetching water. They cleaned stones, dug foundations, and made bricks. The 4 of them worked very hard. Every meal was big meat with plain rice, so everyone ate well and worked even harder. "Build it 3 meters high?" Lu Dafu asked. Song Chunhua nodded. "The backyard is mainly for security and to keep animals from coming down in winter. The higher it is, the safer it is." Song Chunhua continued to smash a broken ceramic bowl onto the ground. Lu San and the others, who were building the wall, looked at this with confusion. She picked up the ceramic shards from the ground and put them into a basket, then told the others, "Put these on top of the wall, with the sharp points facing up." Since there weren't enough shards, Song Dalong, after school, sharpened bamboo sticks into points to replace the shards. In 10 days, they built a wall 3 meters high, about 30 meters long. After finishing, they moved the rabbits from the pig pen in the front yard into the new house in the backyard. The mother sheep was tied with a long rope, giving her more space to move. Looking at the empty backyard, Song Chunhua certainly didn't want to waste it. 10 chicks are reserved. This is a deposit. Song Chunhua handed a woman 10 copper coins. In half a day, Song Chunhua asked around among families with hens and reserved a total of 200 chicks. When she got home, the twins had just finished class. Song Sileng was holding Song Luling. Luling no longer slept much each day. He just watched everyone and smiled, babbling nonstop. Seeing Song Chunhua, he immediately reached out his hands to be held, shouting, "E." Song Chunhua smiled and picked him up. "Are you hungry? Do you want to drink goat milk or eat rice porridge?" "Woof woof woof," Little Black barked when he heard about food. "You can't eat that. You need to eat this." Song Wunyang handed a bone to Little Black. Since her second sister said puppies need bones to grind their teeth, Song Wunyang forced herself to give Little Black bones every day. "Springhua, my chicks are out. My grandma told me to come call you." Go Dan ran in, tears in his nose. After delivering the message, he was about to shout from the study, but then stopped himself. "Mom, I want to go pick up my older sister." Inside the clinic, Song Erxiang's voice was heard. "Stop right there," Song Eugene shouted. Song Chunhua heard the arguing inside and thought it wasn't a good time to go in. She was about to turn around and leave. But Go Dan loudly called out to the yard, "Auntie, Sister Chunhua is here," with such a loud shout. Turning back was impossible. Song Chunhua had no choice but to lift her foot and walk into the yard. Inside, Song Erxiang was squatting in the corner, looking angry. Song Eugene and Song Jinshi stood at the gate. When they saw Song Chunhua come in, they all smiled at her. Song Jinshi quickly brought out a chicken cage from inside the house. "There are 20 chickens in total. Count them." Song Chunhua counted once, confirmed there were 20, and handed over the coins. The newly hatched chicks cost 6 cents each. Since Song Jinshi had been raising them for over half a month, they were unlikely to die. Song Chunhua sold hers for 15 cents each. "Grandma will come later to pick up your chicken cage." Just as she reached the gate, Song Eugene called out, "Chunhua, tomorrow is Daliang and Sanlang's day off, right?" Seeing her nod, he continued, "Can we borrow a half-day ox cart to visit Auntie's house?" Hearing this, Song Erxiang immediately stood up. Song Chunhua nodded. Song Eugene signaled to Song Jinshi, "Give him the money for the ox cart." "No need, I don't want to take any money from Annie," said Song Chunhua, holding a good impression of her big aunt, Song Dongmei. The next day, before dawn, Song Erxiang arrived at Song Chunhua's house to fetch the ox cart. The journey was not short, and since he had only practiced briefly last night, he was worried about controlling the cart well. He said, "Uncle Erxiang, let me drive the ox cart. Won't that delay your work?" Song Erxiang thought about his clumsy driving skills and was very grateful. "No problem today." Just as they reached the village entrance, Song Eugene's voice came from behind the ox cart, sounding anxious. Song Chunhua grabbed the reins. I will go with you all." Song Eugene panted heavily, catching his breath between words, and finished speaking in parts. "Follow this road for half an hour, and you'll reach there." When they arrived at the town where Song Dongmei lived, Song Erxiang pointed to a road on the right. "Great-grandpa, Uncle Erxiang, it's still early. Let's have a bun or a bowl of noodles first. I brought some brown rice." Song Erxiang thought about how Song Chunhua's family had been eating lately. They might not be used to his rough rice and wild vegetable pancakes, so he didn't say more. He drove the ox cart to a bun shop. "Boss, 10 meat buns and 10 plain steamed buns, please." Song Eugene hurriedly took out some coins from his pocket. Song Chunhua stopped him and quickly took coins from her purse to give to the shopkeeper. "Here you go." Song Eugene pushed the coins towards Song Chunhua. "Grandpa, can I buy a few buns to show respect?" Song Chunhua said with a smile. She gave 2 meat buns and 2 steamed buns to both men. "One is enough for me." "No, one isn't enough. We need to eat well so we can support Annie later," they replied. Just then, Song Erxiang roughly explained Song Dongmei's situation. Song Dongmei hadn't had a son for over 10 years. She endured her husband's family's mistreatment and was pressured by her mother-in-law and husband to go back to her own family so they could marry someone else. But Song Dongmei refused. She fought hard at home and was beaten so badly she couldn't get out of bed. A few days ago, a woman from the same village told Song Eugene about this. The ox cart stopped in front of a courtyard. A woman with a basket of vegetables was about to enter when she saw the people on the cart. She rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "Oh, the bride's family is here." Then she went straight into the yard. Hearing this, Song Chunhua knew it was Auntie Jiang, the eldest sister-in-law. "Cheap thing, your grandfather and uncle are here." Auntie Jiang's voice came from inside the yard. When Song Erxiang heard this, he was about to rush in, but Song Eugene held him back. Song Chunhua the ox cart and followed behind Song Eugene and Song Erxiang. Inside, a girl about 8 years old was sweeping the yard. The last time she saw her, she was Sananai, crouched in the corner. Seeing Song Chunhua and her group, she looked over shyly. The older girl called out to Song Eugene, "Grandpa, second uncle." A woman's voice scolded from inside, "Hurry up and sweep. It takes half a day to clean one spot." "Useless thing." The old woman grabbed a stick from the corner of the wall, ready to attack. "Mother-in-law," Song Eugene shouted loudly, with anger in his voice. Song Erxiang grabbed the stick that was about to be swung. "Ernie, go call the village officer," Song Eugene said to the girl sweeping the floor. Ernie looked at the old woman, shrank back, then looked at Song Eugene, hesitated, and walked outside the yard. Song Chunhua followed Ernie to the outside ox cart and called out, "Ernie, wait a moment. Give this to the village officer. Tell him it's from Grandpa." Song Chunhua handed over a paper wrapped around for meat buns and a package of red bean cakes. Ernie had never seen Song Chunhua before, but since she came with Grandpa and Uncle, she nodded quickly. Outside, 2 older women peeked into the yard. Song Chunhua went over and politely greeted, "Hello, Grandma." The 2 women, caught eavesdropping, looked embarrassed but quickly returned to normal. Seeing that they looked unfamiliar, they asked, "Are you related to John's family?" Song Chunhua didn't answer. She took out 2 steamed buns from the paper and handed them over. "Eat these buns." Seeing the buns, which were made with white flour, the women smiled happily. "Song Dongmei is my eldest aunt." The 2 women's eyes flickered, but they praised her immediately because of the buns. "No wonder you look so lively, just like your big aunt." Song Chunhua smiled and said, "Grandma, you're too kind. I think you 2 are very lucky." Hearing this, the women's faces grew even more wrinkled with smiles. Song Chunhua's eyes filled with tears. "My eldest aunt has had a hard life. She was beaten so badly she couldn't get out of bed, and just now, she was about to be beaten in front of my great-grandfather. Suddenly, she changed the subject. Grandma, I want to ask if my eldest uncle has someone outside. The two women looked at each other. Seeing this, Song Chunhua took 2 pieces of winter melon candy from her pocket and handed one to each of them. Please, dear grandmothers, just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. She handed another piece of winter melon candy to each of them again. Grandma, you two are kind and gentle. If your daughter is like you, she wouldn't be mistreated, right? My great-grandfather heard that my eldest aunt was beaten so badly she couldn't get out of bed. He stayed awake all night and rushed over before dawn. He wiped his tears again. One older woman, perhaps because of the bread and candy or thinking of her own daughter, nodded. Song Chunhwa looked very grateful and asked, "Is she from the village?" The older woman was about to answer, but was pulled by another woman beside her. Seeing this, Song Chunhwa understood and said, I know you two grandmothers don't like to gossip, but my eldest aunt has had a hard life. She was beaten so badly this time, she couldn't get out of bed. Who knows what will happen next? Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. The woman who was about to answer shook off the other woman's hand and said, She's the widow Zhao from the village. Song Chunhua immediately took out 20 copper coins from her purse and handed them over. Please buy some meat to eat. The other woman saw the coins and stopped pulling her, replying, She's pregnant. It's not obvious, but I can tell at a glance. Song Chunhua also took out 20 copper coins and handed them to her, thanking her. You two are so kind. Your grandchildren will be many. Having gotten the information she wanted, Song Chunhua shared her remaining half a bag of candy with the two women. Grandmothers, I'll go in first, she said politely. The two women, happy with the bread, candy, and coins, looked at Song Chunhua with joy, as if she were their own granddaughter, and said kindly, Go on in, such a good girl. Originally, the plan was for Ernie's grandfather to ask her to go, but he was reluctant because she was from another village. However, seeing the meat buns and pastries she brought, and persuaded by her own mother, he decided to go. As soon as they entered the yard, Granny Jiang was scolding and criticizing. You jinx. You. Song Erxiang was so angry his face turned red, ready to hit someone, but Song Eugene held him back. Song Chunhua leaned close to Song Eugene's ear and repeated exactly what she had overheard at the door. After hearing this, Song Eugene's face turned red. Everyone was stunned, especially Song Dongmei. Dad, she whispered. Grandma Jiang loudly shouted upon hearing this. What separation?
Dream on.
After so many years without having a son, our Lu family has given up on her. Dad, I don't want to leave, Song Dongmei weakly said. Song Chunhua approached and whispered, Big sister, why don't you want to leave? Grandpa has already spoken, so you don't need to worry about having nowhere to go. Song Dongmei shook her head. I'm not worried about myself. I can't leave Da and I and the others. They won't let me take the 3 sisters. Especially Da and I and Air and I. If I leave, they'll probably sell them to men who pay high bride prices or make them into concubines. As she spoke, Song Dongmei started to sob. Big sister, if you could take Da and I and the others with you, would you be willing to leave this home? After a moment, Song Dongmei's eyes became firm. If I could take all 3 sisters, I would leave, even if I had to beg for food. At this moment, a man from Dahe village came in. Song Eugene hurried forward. Nian and I said you're looking for me. Yes, I am, Song Eugene said. I want to have Zheng witness this. What kind of witness? I want Zheng to witness that my daughter, Song Dongmei, and Luda are separating. Separating? Zheng asked suspiciously. Yes, separating, Grandma Jiang shouted. What separation? Only our Lu family has given her up, this useless hen. Zheng looked around and saw Luda was not there, so he asked, Where's Luda? Grandma Jiang's eyes flickered. Then she scolded Song Dongmei. That lazy woman is always lying in bed. So many things at home are left to my poor son. He went up the mountain early this morning to chop firewood. At this moment, a woman who had a grudge with Grandma Jiang at the door said, I saw Luda go to the east end of the village right after dawn. You blind old fool. Grandma Jiang raised her stick and rushed at the woman speaking. At this time, 3 or 4 women gathered at the door. Seeing Grandma Jiang raise her stick, they quickly dispersed. Luda, returning from the east end of the village, where Widow Zhao lived, saw his mother holding a stick and rushing toward the crowd, and he walked past calmly. The beaten woman saw Luda walking from the east end of the village and ran over, shouting. Everyone saw it. His son just came back from the east side of the village. The village had stepped out and pointed at the two of them, scolding. Shut up. Put down that stick. Mrs. Jiang ran in front of Luda and said, Son, that hen that doesn't lay eggs wants to leave. Song Erxiang, hearing this, cursed. I'll beat you, old woman. Don't talk about hens that don't lay eggs. He tried to rush forward. Song Eugene had just come beside the village head. At this moment, Song Erxiang, without anyone holding him back, directly lunged at Mrs. Jiang. Seeing Song Erxiang really rushing over, Mrs. Jiang was so scared she immediately hid behind Luda. He's hitting people. He's hitting people, Mrs. Jiang shouted loudly. I'm just hitting this old woman. Seeing that hiding behind Luda was useless, Mrs. Jiang quickly darted behind the village head. Song Erxiang saw this, and hurriedly stopped. The village head cleared his throat loudly and said, Let's talk calmly. There's no time to waste here, Mrs. Jiang shouted loudly. Our Lu family is going to divorce this hen that doesn't lay eggs. Why? Song Erxiang yelled. Because she only gave birth to 3 useless kids over the years. Mrs. Jiang, hiding behind the village head with her hands on her hips, retorted. Luda, what do you think? Hearing this, her son looked proud. Let's first talk about the injuries on my eldest aunt, Song Chuanhua suddenly said. If today was a divorce, I would go to the county magistrate to ask for justice for my eldest aunt. What about this hen that doesn't lay eggs? What's wrong with hitting her? Beating a daughter-in-law is natural. So you admit that the injuries on my eldest aunt are caused by you. Yes, I hit her. So what? Mrs. Jiang raised her chin, showing a defiant look. Everyone, uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas, you've all heard. Please go to the county magistrate and give a testimony. This small matter doesn't need to be taken to the magistrate. The village head disagreed. The crowd around nodded in agreement. They all thought it was normal for a mother-in-law to hit her daughter-in-law. After all, there's that saying, 10 years as a daughter-in-law, a lifetime as a mother-in-law. However, Mrs. Jiang's hitting was too harsh, and she made her daughter-in-law unable to get out of bed. Stop trying to scare me with this, Granny Jiang said dismissively. Haven't you heard that a mother-in-law needs to see an official if she hits her daughter-in-law? Song Chunhua remained calm. She reached into her space bag and took out a copy of the Dacheng laws. She flipped to a page and loudly read, All citizens of Dacheng, if they are beaten, can seek help from the authorities. Justice will be served. If the accusations are true, the attacker will be punished according to the severity of the injuries. Who are you trying to scare? Granny Jiang stubbornly replied. She didn't believe that a young girl could read, especially in their village, Day Village, where no one could. Please look and see if what I say is true, Song Chunhua said, holding out the page she just read to the village chief. The village chief looked at it and then asked, Is this girl trying to fool us? He looked at Song Chunhua honestly and nodded. Although he didn't want to agree, he couldn't lie because she had shown him the book. If this really went to the county magistrate, he wouldn't be able to keep his position. Everyone was shocked when the village chief nodded. This really is against the law, a woman at the gate stammered. Her daughter-in-law had hit her many times. Luda was also surprised but said, Dongmei, why are you letting your family talk like that? My mother is your elder. So, what if she hits you? I'm going to have my dad beat you up now. Song Erxiang immediately retorted when he heard this. Why should my son be beaten? Granny Jiang shouted, angry that someone wanted to hit her son. My dad is your son's elder. What's wrong with him giving him a beating? Song Erxiang shot back. Everyone, be quiet, the village chief shouted again. He knew Granny Jiang wasn't a good person, but as the village chief of Daya Village, he had to protect his villagers. He said, Granny Jiang is indeed Song Dongmei's mother-in-law. We're all family. Yes, Song Chunhua nodded. But my older sister-in-law, Song Dongmei, is also a citizen of Dacheng. As a citizen, she is protected by Dacheng law. Sir, are you questioning the laws issued by the court? When he heard this, the village chief quickly waved his hands. No, no, I didn't mean that. If he was accused of questioning the court's laws, he wouldn't just lose his position. His life could be in danger. He turned and shouted angrily at Granny Jiang. Granny Jiang shouted back, "This won't do, village chief. You can't just turn away and ignore this." "Then let's go see the county magistrate," Song Chunhua said seriously. Although hearing about seeing an official made Granny Jiang feel scared, she still stubbornly said, "Village head, don't listen to this little girl's nonsense. My older brother and third younger brother's teacher used to be friends with the county magistrate. I'll ask them to talk to him when I go back," Song Chunhua said calmly again. Hearing this, the village head looked even more serious. "Divorce, or you all get out of Dea village." The proud Granny Jiang's legs started to shake. Luda's eyes twitched and he said, "Divorce is okay, but they can't take these three with them." He knew best that Song Dongmei couldn't let go of these three. Sure enough, when Song Dongmei heard this, she quickly said, "I'm not getting a divorce. Oh no. Big Girl and Widow Zhao are fighting." A woman outside the yard shouted loudly and rushed in. Granny Jiang and Luda's faces changed, and they hurried outside. Song Dongmei tried to walk out of the yard, but she was too weak and collapsed after just a few steps. "Big sister, don't go. We can go instead." Song Erxiang immediately helped Song Dongmei up. "No, they might beat Big Girl to death. Erxiang uncle, you should carry Big Ann onto the ox cart." "Yes, yes." Song Eugene quickly helped the village head onto the ox cart. As they passed by Luda and Granny Jiang, Song Chunhua whipped the ox with force. The ox was startled and started to run. It happened to pass by a water puddle. Last night's rain had filled the puddle halfway. The wheels splashed yellow mud water, spraying mud all over the two people. Granny Jiang quickly wiped the mud from her face and scolded, "You little brat." The ox cart had already gone far. A few women nearby covered their mouths and giggled secretly. Granny Jiang saw this and immediately tried to rush forward. Luda quickly pulled her back and whispered, "Mother, the grandson is more important." Granny Jiang heard this and quickly ran toward the east of the village. When she reached Zhao Widow's yard, a group of women had gathered around to watch. Looking inside, Big Girl and Widow Zhao were pulling each other's hair and tearing at each other. Seeing this, the village head immediately shouted into the yard, "Stop it right now." Inside the courtyard, the two women were so angry they refused to let go. The village chief quickly told the busybody women, "Go up and separate the people now." One woman, looking indifferent, said, "Everyone fights in the countryside." The village chief glared at her fiercely. At this moment, Song Dongmei was carried down from the ox cart by Song Erxiang. Seeing the situation in the yard, she shouted anxiously, "Danai, listen to me." Hearing Song Dongmei's voice, Danai paused for a moment and naturally loosened her grip. Widow Zhao, taking advantage of the moment, grabbed the other's hair fiercely. Deni's hair was pulled out in large handfuls. Realizing what was happening, Danai lunged forward fiercely. Today, their goal was to take away Song Dongmei and her daughter, so nothing should go wrong. If Danai attacked, Widow Zhao's belly could be in danger. If Widow Zhao was truly hurt, neither Danai nor Song Dongmei could forgive it. Seeing this, Song Chunhua immediately rushed toward the two women. After some training and proper nutrition, the two women were no longer at Song Chunhua's level of strength and were easily controlled. At this time, Luda and Granny Jiang also arrived. When Widow Zhao saw Luda, she started to cry, pretending to be pitiful. Luda, seeing this, immediately pointed at Danai and scolded, "How dare you, you wicked little thing." Song Chunhua sneered and used her plant powers. Luda was suddenly tripped by weeds and fell flat on the ground, landing on some dog droppings. The ground was full of rough stones, and Luda's face was bleeding heavily, with cuts mixed with tiny stones and sand. "Son." Granny Jiang rushed over immediately. Song Chunhua activated her plant powers again, and Granny Jiang, like Luda, ended up on the ground, looking miserable. Suddenly, everyone in and outside the yard burst into laughter. Granny Jiang wanted to curse loudly, but her mouth was filled with blood and sand. "Pa!" Zhao Posey spat out a mouthful of mud and sand, then pointed at Da and Eranai, scolding. You two ungrateful girls actually tripped your own father and grandmother. After scolding the two, she pointed at Song Dongmei. It must be you, that wicked woman, who ordered them. Mother, we are several meters away from you. If anyone's to blame, it's the owner of this yard for not cleaning up the weeds, Da retorted without hesitation. Granny Jiang was led astray by the words and glared fiercely at the yard owner, Widow Zhao. Widow Zhao immediately touched her belly and looked at Lu Dua, speaking softly. Big brother Lu. Hearing this, Lu Dua felt so happy he became weak all over. A few men outside the yard also looked pleased. Seeing this, her own mother quickly grabbed the man's arm and pulled him toward home, then turned and spat at Widow Zhao. Mother. Lu Dua called out to Zhang's wife, sounding guilty. Lu Dua didn't dare to scold others, only shouted at Durenai. Shut up. If you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you to death.
Then he glared back.
Seeing this, Lu Dua got up and cursed. What are you glaring at? I'm your father. Watch me hit you. Before he finished, he tripped over some weeds on the ground. He fell twice in a row. Now, Lu Dua looked angry, pulled out the weeds that tripped him, and fell heavily to the ground. Song Chunhua gently tugged at Song Eugene and whispered in his ear. After hearing this, Song Eugene coughed heavily and said, Please, Li Zheng, write a divorce letter. Lu Danny, Lu Ernie, and Lu Sani all belong to Song Dongmei. No divorce. Zhang's wife immediately stood up. These three troublemakers are not leaving. If no divorce, then they and their mother stay at your Lu family. If you dare to hit them, we'll go to the county to ask the county magistrate for help. Hearing this, Widow Zhao was anxious. If Song Dongmei and her daughters didn't leave, how could she enter Lu's house? She quickly tidied her clothes and started crying softly. Then, after a moment, she looked charmingly at Lu Dua and spoke. Big brother Lu. Her hand subtly moved toward her belly. Lu Dua was completely taken in by Widow Zhao's act and shouted loudly, If it's divorce, then fine. But to take these three troublemakers away, it will cost 25 taels. Zhang's wife was about to oppose, but when she heard the amount, she quickly agreed. Yes, 25 taels. She was the grandmother of these three troublemakers. If they were taken away, she could do whatever she wanted later. The money would go into her pocket, and she could use it for her obedient grandson. Inside and outside the yard, everyone gasped. They had never seen so much money in their lives. 25 taels. Song Dongmei was so angry she couldn't speak. Song Erxiang couldn't help but curse. Where do you get the nerve to ask for 25 taels? At this moment, a voice came from inside the courtyard. All right. But you must write a letter to cut off all relations, so their three sisters will have no connection with your Lu family in the future. Spring flower, Song Eugene shouted. 25 taels is not a small amount. Song Spring Flower gave Song Eugene a reassuring look. When she heard about cutting ties, Granny Jiang immediately objected. These three troublemakers, along with Song Dongmei, all look good, and they might marry a wealthy man someday. If they cut ties, the bride price money wouldn't be her concern. All right, Grandpa and second Uncle Song, let's go, said Song Springflower. If one day our eldest sister-in-law and cousins get into a fight and get hurt, we will go to the county town to find the magistrate. Then she walked in front of Song Dongmei. Eldest sister-in-law, you and your three daughters just stay at home every day. If they have any issues, just send a message to us. While speaking, Song Springflower loudly said to the old woman at the courtyard gate, Grandmothers and aunts, if you see my eldest sister-in-law and her daughters being beaten, come to Black Eagle Mountain Village and tell us. We will pay you 200 coins and a wild mountain chicken. Hearing about the 200 coins and the wild chicken, the crowd watching immediately became lively. That amount could cover a month's income for a strong worker in the family, especially if they found steady work for the whole month. Good, don't worry. From now on, I will stay at their courtyard gate every day. If anything happens, I will ask my son to come and tell you, said the old woman at Zhang's courtyard gate, holding a steamed bun and 10 coins. Several other women and aunts nodded in agreement. Thank you, grandmothers and aunts. After saying this, the three of them confidently walked out of the courtyard. Granny Jiang looked on anxiously. More anxious was Widow Zhao, who, ignoring everyone around, went straight to Lu De beside her. Lu De looked at Granny Jiang. That girl was gone, and he was almost a father now. Hearing Lu De's reproachful words, Granny Jiang glared fiercely at Widow Zhao. If it weren't for her grandson, she would have scolded her. Seeing that Song Springflower and the others truly didn't care about Song Dongmei, Granny Jiang gritted her teeth and said, 40 taels. We will do as you say if you give 40 taels. Let my eldest sister-in-law and her daughters stay in your Lu family. Oh, my stomach. Widow Zhao was afraid that Song Dongmei would stay at Lu's house. She touched her belly and shouted loudly. Lu De and Granny Jiang immediately gathered around when they heard this. What's wrong with my grandson? What's wrong with my son? At this moment, Lu De had lost his reason. He walked to the door and said to the three people, Fine, we'll do as you say. Granny Jiang looked unhappy but glanced at Widow Zhao's belly and held back her words. Song Chunhua turned around, took out pen, ink, and paper from her pocket, and handed them to the village chief. Please, village chief, write 2 copies of the divorce papers and 2 copies of the separation from family papers, as we agreed. After writing the divorce and separation papers, Song Chunhua took out 2 10-ounce silver coins and some broken silver from her pocket. Each of the divorce and separation papers was made in duplicate, and they took their copies. Seeing that everything was settled, Song Chunhua said to Song Dongmei, Big sister, let's go. Song Eugene and Song Erxiang looked at the 4 women holding some old clothes and came out of the house. They finally had tears in their eyes. Go back and tidy up that room in the West House, Song Eugene said to Song Erxiang, then turned to Song Dongmei softly. You and your daughter will stay there first. After a moment, with a guilty look, he said, Chunhua, I really thank you today. Otherwise, your big sister and her daughters. He stopped speaking, and the women nearby, including Song Dongmei and her daughter, looked at Song Chunhua with gratitude.
Bow.
Song Chunhua shouted to the 3 beside her.
No, no, no.
We're all family, no need to bow. Song Chunhua quickly helped the women up, who were about to bow on the ox cart. This money, big sister, you can't get it back right away.
Give her some time.
Chunhua, don't worry, I will pay it back. It just takes longer. You don't need to worry about this money. Your mother and I still have some savings, and if we sell another acre of good land, it will be enough. Dad, how can you use your and Mom's retirement money? That land can't be sold. We can't go hungry because of me, Song Dongmei quickly objected. I'll find a way myself. What kind of way?
Just like that.
Song Eugene said firmly. Big sister, just listen to Dad, Song Erxiang said. Daughter, I've been unfilial and made my parents worry, Song Dongmei said softly, lowering her head. Big brother and the 3rd younger brother go to school during the day and come back in the evening. The 3rd younger sister is too young, and father needs to fetch water, chop wood, and cook. Sometimes I have to go up the mountain, and I might not return that day. Our 6th younger brother is responsible for each person. Aunt, why don't you come to my house to help take care of the children? 10 cents a day. Okay, Song Dongmei replies repeatedly. No need to pay. Not paying? Then I'll ask someone else to help, Song Chunhua says. Seeing Song Dongmei look worried, Song Eugene says, just accept it. You and your mother should remember Chunhua's kindness. Seeing her father say this, Song Dongmei no longer refuses and says gratefully, Thank you, Chunhua. That night, the whole mountain village quiets down. Song Chunhua gets up from her bed. Near the big river village, she slips into a small mountain path. She reaches the small yard she visited during the day, jumping over the fence. Ugh, huff. Ugh, huff. Song Chunhua opens the door of the room where she hears snoring. She searches the wardrobe and table but finds no silver. She looks at the bed. She covers the old woman with a sleeping potion cloth. The room quiets. She lifts the quilt and takes out the small bag of money she's holding. Inside, there's 25 taels of silver from today, some broken silver, and 2 strings of copper coins. She takes all the copper coins, leaving none behind. She chuckles softly, fills the bag with stones, and finally stuffs 2 lumps of chicken manure into it with a torn cloth. She puts the money bag back into the old woman's hand, covers her with the quilt again. The sleeping potion cloth is taken away. Other rooms are empty. Song Chunhwa snorts coldly. She walks to the chicken coop and throws the 3 old hens outside the yard. Early the next morning, a scream echoes through Lu's house. Then begins a day of chaos with chickens flying and dogs barking. On Song's side, they haven't finished breakfast yet. Song Dongmei walks into the yard. "I'll take care of Lulu." Just then, Song Lulu's crying can be heard from inside the house. Song Chunhwa quickly walks with Song Dongmei toward the house. Song Dongmei skillfully picks up Lulu, checks the diaper. "Chunhwa, where's the diaper?" Song Chunhwa opens the cabinet by the bed, which is filled with neatly folded diapers. Seeing the full cabinet of soft cloth diapers, Song Dongmei pauses for a moment. She quickly changes Lulu into a fresh, dry diaper. Time to eat. The voices of the twins, Long and Foam, come from inside the yard. "Big Aunt, let's go out to eat." "I've already eaten." "Even if you've eaten, you should eat a little more." "No, no," Song Dongmei quickly waved her hand. "Our family has a rule. We must eat 3 meals at home," Song Chunhwa said, pushing Song Dongmei to go outside. When they reached the dining table, everyone was already sitting and waiting. "Try my dad's cooking." When she heard it was Song Yongchuan's, Song Dongmei couldn't believe it. When her uncle and aunt were around, they never let her cousin, do anything. "Big sister, don't look at me like that. I really made this," Song Yongquan explained immediately when he saw Song Dongmei's doubtful expression. The others at the table nodded in agreement. She had been looking elsewhere earlier, but now, seeing the porridge and a plate of scrambled eggs on the table, Song Dongmei was surprised. Song Chunhwa scooped a big spoon of eggs into Song Dongmei's bowl. "Big Aunt, eat some vegetables." No, I only want porridge," Song Dongmei said shyly. Song Chunhwa didn't say anything, just kept scooping eggs for her now and then. After the meal, Song Chunhwa showed Song Dongmei how to squeeze sheep's milk, cook sheep's milk, and make rice porridge, explaining some tips. "Big Aunt, I'm leaving now. Dad will make lunch and dinner," Song Chunhwa said, carrying her basket. She then reached out and touched the twin children, saying, "You two stay obedient at home." The twins nodded obediently and replied loudly, "We will definitely be good." Song Wunyang held Song Chunhwa's hand, looking a bit reluctant. "Second sister, are you not coming back tonight?" "Yes, I might sleep with fourth brother tonight, you know. I'm not afraid." Song Wunyang raised her head. "I can sleep alone. Our Wunyang is the best. But if you want to sleep with fourth brother, just hold your quilt and go," she said. Wunyang nodded obediently. They went hunting along the way, heading toward the cave. When they arrived at the cave entrance, the wild game in her basket was piled high, and she was also carrying 2 wild chickens. Xiao Yuanzi was just holding a bucket, which contained washed clothes. The 2 pigs they hunted last time had mostly been turned into sausages. Now, the sausages were already smoked to a golden color. Song Chunhwa took down a string, sliced it into pieces. Looking at the rice topped with sausage, she took a deep breath. "This tastes so good. This is the flavor." After eating 2 bowls of rice, Song Chunhwa let out a long, satisfied burp and reluctantly put down her chopsticks. "Do you want to go to the town and take a look?" Song Chunhwa asked as she put the cured meat into her basket. Looking at Xiao Yuanzi, who shook her head but looked eager, Song Chunhwa smiled and said, "If you want to go, then let's go. We'll just walk straight from the mountain." "Put this on," Song Chunhwa said, wiping her hands and taking a set of clothes from her bag. Xiao Yuanzi looked at the women's clothes in her hand and stared at them without moving. Although the clothes were blue, they were designed for women. After a long while, she finally walked to the bed and pulled back the curtain. Seeing Xiao Yuanzi dressed as a girl, Song Chunhwa praised with a smile. Xiao Yuanzi's face instantly turned red. With a secret plan in mind, Song Chunhwa's eyes twinkled as she quickly grabbed Xiao Yuanzi's hair. "You must comb your hair, or you'll definitely be recognized." Looking at Xiao Yuanzi with 2 small braids, Song Chunhwa watched without blinking. Feeling shy under her gaze, Xiao Yuanzi went to the cured meat and packed some into another basket. They extinguished all the fire inside the cave, and Song Chunhwa used her plan abilities again to hide the entrance. The two of them then strode towards the town. Song Chunhwa dusted some ash from the ground onto Xiao Yuanzi's face. By the time they reached the town, it was dinner time. The roadside stalls were few and far between, and most shops had closed. Song Chunhwa led Xiao Yuanzi straight to Chunfeng Tower. Hong Patsi came out and saw Song Chunhwa, smiling as he asked, "What good things did you bring this time?" "Cured meat." Song Chunhwa lifted the basket with the cured meat inside. Seeing it was cured meat, Hong Patsi hesitated. This season, there's no shortage of vegetables. This cured meat might not be very good. Song Chunhwa calmly took out a piece of paper from her pocket, on which she had written 7 or 8 recipes for cured meat. Hong Patsi took it, and his eyes lit up. Song Chunhwa then took a smaller piece of cured meat from her pocket and handed it over. "Try it now. All right, if it's good, I'll take all your cured meat." Hong Patsi strode toward the kitchen, calling to the staff inside, "Wash this cured meat." About half an hour later, Hong Patsi came out with a bright face. "I want all of these. 4 ounces are for the meat and 4 ounces are for the recipe." Hong Fatsi said, "I can't tell, you're quite good at cooking, little girl. If you have any good recipes in the future, remember to bring them over. I will definitely treat you well." "Thank you, Chef Hong." After selling the cured meat, Song Chunhwa and little Yuanzi headed toward the inn. 2 rooms upstairs. Song Chunhwa called out before the waiter could speak, handing over some silver coins. Seeing the silver, the waiter bowed and smiled, saying, "Please come inside. Do you want to eat?" Song Chunhwa asked little Yuanzi beside her. "There are meat pies in my bag." Little Yuanzi shook his head. On the way to town, Song Chunhwa ate a rice ball and a meat pie. At this point, she wasn't hungry, so she told the waiter, "Take us to the room." After taking a bath, they quickly fell asleep. The sunlight shone into their eyes. Little Yuanzi opened his eyes and was very surprised. He had slept so well in a strange place. "Are you up?" Song Chunhwa's voice came from outside the door. Little Yuanzi hurriedly answered, "Yes, I'm up." Coming out now, seeing how curious little Yuanzi was about everything, Song Chunhwa asked with a smile, "Have you been here before?" Little Yuanzi nodded. "Then today, I'll take you to see everything." Always loving to explore, Song Chunhwa led little Yuanzi around the market stalls and shops. After visiting the last shop, it was noon. They carried full baskets and hurried towards the mountain cave. Thanks to their recent training, little Yuanzi's health had greatly improved. As for Song Chunhwa, her speed was even faster. In less than 3 hours, they reached the mountain cave. They put down the baskets. Song Chunhwa lit a fire, and little Yuanzi went to the spring at the cave to wash rice and vegetables. One was for steaming cured meat, and the other was wild vegetables they had just picked. They ate rice and vegetables happily. After finishing their meal, Song Chunhwa took the baskets to the fire and took out the items one by one. Their red bean cakes are very tasty. Want to try a piece? This winter melon candy is also good. This cloth is nice. You could sew another bag. Do you want to? Oh, this. As Song Chunhwa took things out of the basket, she kept talking about their uses and tasting the food. Little Yuanzi watched silently beside her. After looking through everything, Song Chunhwa handed the basket to little Yuanzi. Xiao Yuanzi took the items and placed them in their proper spots. Song Chunhwa looked at everything and teased, "Xiao Yuanzi, your wife will be very happy in the future, having such a husband who can do housework." Seeing Xiao Yuanzi's face turn bright red instantly, Song Chunhwa laughed loudly. Later, Xiao Yuanzi looked at the book bought from the town today. Song Chunhwa, as usual, lay near the fire with a bedsheet on her face, crossing her legs, reading a comic from the space bag. Laughter occasionally echoed. Late at night, Song Chunhwa's small bed was already made with sheets and blankets that smelled of sunshine. In the middle of the night, outside the cave, the sounds of insects and birds could be heard, along with occasional wolf howls or tiger roars. Suddenly, playful sounds came from outside the cave entrance. Song Chunhwa opened her eyes, followed closely by Xiao Yuanzi. They quietly moved to the edge of the cave, opening the small door in the wooden door to look outside. With a faint moonlight, They saw a wild deer walking back and forth outside the cave entrance. Suddenly, a tiger lunged at the deer. Within a short while, the deer was completely eaten. The tiger leisurely left, and they closed the small window. Awakened by the noise, they couldn't fall asleep for a while. They lit a fire, opened a jar, scooped 2 spoonfuls of rice wine into a pot, and after the soup boiled, cracked 2 eggs into it. The rice wine egg drop soup was ready. Xiao Yuanzi took out 2 bowls from the cabinet, each pouring a bowl. While drinking the soup, rain started to fall outside the cave with a rustling sound. Occasional loud thunderclaps sounded. The heavy rain continued, without stopping. Large raindrops washed away the bloodstains from the deer. Xiao Yuanzi used the wild mountain chicken they caught yesterday on the way home to make soup, boiling 2 large bowls of chicken noodle soup. Both of them had good appetites, finishing a pound of noodles and a mountain chicken each. With a bit of oil on her hand, Song Chunhua scooped some water, and Xiao Yuanzi immediately handed her a basin of ash to wash her hands. She suddenly remembered the soap needed for crossing over and getting rich. She thought, why not sell her own? Anyway, she wasn't short of soap, since the most expensive raw material, lard, was available. In this era, the wealthy and noble families used bath beans, while ordinary families mostly used grass and ash to clean off oil stains, and at other times, they just scrubbed hard. Song Chunhua quickly washed off the oil stains, then hurriedly placed the firewood in the corner, grabbed a handful of dry grass, lit it, and after it burned out, poured the ash into a basin. Help boil some water, Song Chunhua said to Xiao Yuanzi beside her. Okay, Xiao Yuanzi nodded. Song Chunhua picked up a clam she had found a few days ago, opened its shell, and took out the meat, placing it in a bowl. The shells were set aside nearby. Once the water boiled, Song Chunhua poured wood ash into the water. She mixed the ash and water at a ratio of about 1.2 to 1. Since she didn't have a scale, she estimated the amount. Put those clam shells into the fire, Song Chunhua pointed to the shells she had just peeled. Xiao Yuanzi followed her instructions, took the pot away, and put all the shells into the fire. Meanwhile, Song Chunhua started stirring the mixture until it was well blended. Next, she laid a piece of cloth over a basin and poured the ash water through it to filter. The water had some black impurities, so she filtered it again with a double layer of cloth until no more impurities remained. That's enough. Remove the outer layer, Song Chunhua said, pointing to the shells. Grind these into powder. Later, we'll also grind some coarse salt. After grinding the shells into powder, she mixed it with the cooled ash water, filtered it through the cloth again, and let it sit aside. She took some pig fat from the cupboard, which was still white and solid because it was cold. Song Chunhua scooped the pig fat into a pot, melting it into liquid, then poured it into a basin. She added the filtered ash and shell powder water into the cooled pig fat, stirred well, then added fine salt to trigger a saponification reaction. She kept stirring until the mixture looked like yogurt, then poured it into prepared bamboo tubes. She filled 8 bamboo tubes in total. Then she sealed the openings with cloth. By the time she finished making the soap, the rain outside had stopped. The 2 of them took their bows and arrows and headed out of the cave. That day, they caught a large haul of prey, filling 2 big baskets. The next day, Song Chunhua carried the 8 bamboo tubes filled with soap and a basket of prey home. In the yard, Lu Danny was holding Song Dalong, feeding him goat milk, while Song Sanni sat obediently nearby. Seeing Song Chunhua, she hurriedly called out, "Springflower sister." Song Chunhua went straight to the kitchen. Song Dongmei was cooking rice, and Song Ernie was squatting by the stove, tending the fire. Inside the house, Song Yongquan was dozing when he heard Song Chunhua's voice. He suddenly sat up straight on the sofa. I quickly picked up the broom and came out, looking very tired. "You're back." Song Chunhua glanced at the wrinkle on Song Yongquan's right cheek, but said nothing. "Oh dear sister, why did you cook the meal?" "I said I would cook after cleaning." Just then, the twins ran out of the study as class ended. Song Xiling bluntly exposed, "Second sister, the meals these days are all made by Aunt. Dad, He just lies on the sofa in the study snoring every day, Song Woonyang added, revealing the truth. You little rascals, Song Yongkwan warned, raising his hand. Song Chunhwa shot a cold look. Yongkwan tried to flatter her. Don't listen to these two little troublemakers. I really cooked the food. If you don't believe it, ask Aunt. Difficult to read expression on Song Dongmei's face. Alright, from now on you don't need to cook. Aunt will do it, Song Chunhwa said calmly. Yongkwan was happy to hear that but doubted how this unfilial girl could be so kind. Seeing Song Chunhwa walking toward the kitchen with a basket on her back, she looked down at Song Woonyang and asked, Auntie makes good food, doesn't she? Yes, very tasty. Woonyang nodded confidently without hesitation. Yongchuan's heart was still uncertain. Could this unfilial girl really be so good? The kitchen started bringing out dishes. Dongmei quickly took Song Luolang into her arms. Hurry, and take your sister back. Annie said the older girls can eat here, Chunhwa said. No. Dongmei quickly waved her hand. She signaled the three sisters to leave quickly. Seeing this, Chunhwa didn't say anything more. Why? Yongkwan asked as he served the bowls, but Chunhwa stopped him. First, pay the meal money, 20 coins. What? I have to pay to eat? 20 coins. Yongkwan suddenly stood up with a slap. Then he looked at Chunhwa with a calm but slightly threatening gaze, quickly smiling and trying to flatter her. Family doesn't need to pay, Chunhwa didn't reply. She looked at the others at the table and said, We're eating. The twins, used to Chunhwa's words, immediately picked up their chopsticks and started eating.
Chunhwa.
Dongmei looked at Yongkwan and said to Chunhwa, Annie's eggs are really good. Eat more. Chunhwa pointed to the scrambled eggs with chives. Song Dongmei saw this and said nothing more. Song Chunhwa squinted slightly and looked at Song Yongkwan, who was secretly reaching into the meat bowl. Song Yongkwan shivered in fear. This unfilial daughter's gaze is too scary. In the past, eating 2 meals a day was enough, but recently, they had gotten used to 3 meals a day. Not eating suddenly feels strange. Chunhwa, Dad knows he was wrong. I promise I won't let big sister cook for me anymore. If you want to eat, either pay or cook yourself. Stop complaining here, Song Chunhwa said impatiently with a cold look. At this moment, Song Yongkwan really wanted to stand up with dignity, but the smell of meat made his mouth water. Helpless, he took out a string of copper coins from his pocket. He counted 20 coins, then hesitated, pulling back half of them. He asked, 10 cents? Okay. Song Chunhwa nodded. No meat for you. Song Yongkwan gritted his teeth and handed over the 20 copper coins. He ate the rice in his bowl greedily, picking the fattiest pieces of meat. He had to eat back these 20 coins. After the meal, Song Chunhwa said to Song Dongmei, I want big sister and I and second sister and I to help cut grass. At this time, there were already about 20 rabbits at home, all fed by cutting grass. Although the chickens roamed freely in the backyard, the wild grass couldn't withstand over 100 chickens pecking at it, so they also needed grass cutting to feed them. The twins had to study every day, and since they were still too young, they couldn't cut so much grass. Although Song Dalong's 2 brothers would carry back 2 big baskets of grass when they fed the cattle in the morning, it was still not enough. Originally, Song Chunhwa used her plant abilities to make the grass in the backyard grow quickly, but that was too costly. Song Dongmei immediately nodded. Okay, I'll send them to pick grass later. 2 cents per basket. Song Dongmei quickly waved her hand. No need to pay. No need to pay. All right, then come eat at my house. Third sister can come too, Song Chunhwa said with a smile. Song Dongmei didn't refuse directly, whispering, just 1 meal is enough. Big sister, they are growing and need to eat more. They can't just have 1 meal, Song Chunhwa said with a smile. Then 2 meals are fine, Song Dongmei said, feeling embarrassed to let her 3 daughters only eat once a day. Not refusing outright was really the only option. Although their parents, older brother and younger brother didn't say anything, the older sister-in-law and sister-in-law had already made it clear that there were more mouths to feed at home. Big sister, do you not want an eye to do their work well? Song Chunhwa deliberately kept a stern face. No. Song Dongmei hurriedly waved her hands. If not, then eat 3 meals. Only after eating well can you do your work properly. Song Dongmei looked at Song Chunhua with tears in her eyes, lowered her head, wiped her tears with her hand, and quickly said, "I'll go call them over." Soon after, Song Dongmei led the two sisters over. After Song Chunhua explained the precautions for flower picking, the two women took their baskets and left. After they left, Song Chunhua told Song Yongquan to prepare 3 meals for the family that evening and also asked him to slaughter a mountain chicken for stew at night. Once she finished, Song Chunhua took out a soap bamboo tube from her bag. It had been about 24 hours, and it was almost ready to be taken out of the mold. She split the bamboo tube open and cut it into 1-inch thick pieces. They were laid out to dry in a bamboo basket, which held 2 large baskets full. The twin brothers and sisters, Long Feng and Song Danny, came in carrying baskets. Seeing Song Chunhua in the yard, Song Wunyang immediately ran over, pointing at the soap in the basket and asking curiously, "Second sister, what is this? It smells so good. Is it for eating?" "No," Song Chunhua smiled and shook her head. "The answer will be revealed in half a month. Here." Chun rushed into the yard, holding a handful of weeds and handing them to Song Chunhua and the others. "Thank you, second sister Chun." Song Chunhua reached out to take them.
Chun chucked.
All afternoon, Chun helped the twin brothers and sisters gather grass. Without a sickle, she tore it by hand. As dinner time approached, Danny and Nini no longer wanted to go out to cut grass. Song Chunhua took 2 pieces of winter melon candy from inside the house and handed them to Chun, saying, "Candy." Chun chuckled again, repeating what Song Chunhua said. "Candy, candy, candy." She gestured. "One for me, one for big brother." "Go back quickly," Song Chunhua said with a smile. When Song Dalong and Song Sanling entered the yard, the twin brothers and sisters immediately grabbed bowls and chopsticks. Seeing that Danny and Nini were afraid to serve themselves, Song Chunhua took a big bowl of chicken and looked seriously at the 3 of them. "You all have to finish eating." Danny, still young, couldn't resist reaching for the chicken in the bowl. Danny and Nini looked at Song Dongmei. Song Dongmei's eyes were filled with tears as she softly said, "In the past few days, Danny and Nini had been taking care of the family's rabbits and chickens, gathering grass. Whenever they had free time, the sisters would go catch insects and dig earthworms to feed the chickens. Spring often brings a basket or a handful of grass. Each time, Song Chunhua gives a few candies." One sunny morning, Song Chunhua was moving firewood to the pig pen next door, which was being prepared to become a soap-making room. She hadn't moved more than a bundle or 2 when suddenly, Akan rushed in. With a crying voice and a pale face, she stammered, "Spring." Sister Chunhua, Tang Tang fell into the river. Tang Tang is the name Song Chunhua gave to Song Wunyang. Hearing this, Song Chunhua threw down the firewood she was carrying and ran to the riverbank. By the time she arrived, a crowd had gathered. Pushing through the people, she saw Song Wunyang, soaked and dazed, standing in the middle. Seeing Song Chunhua, Song Wunyang ran over and hugged her, crying loudly, "Second sister is here, second sister is here." She crouched down, holding and comforting her.
"Second
sister Chun. She hasn't come up yet," Song Wunyang choked out. She's coming up, an old woman shouted. A man was seen climbing ashore, carrying Akan in his arms. The crowd gathered around. "Akan, Akan, wake up." A chorus of crying and wailing followed. Song Chunhua quickly put down Wunyang and told her, "Stay here and don't move." She pushed into the crowd. The boy who carried Kun was soaked and sitting nearby, about 17 or 18 years old. Akan lay motionless on the ground. Several women nearby kept shaking her and shouting, "Akan, Akan." Just as Song Chunhua was about to step forward, a wolf-like howl sounded. A tall man rushed in, her eldest brother, Zhao Dachuan. Dachuan pushed through the crowd, fiercely holding Akan and crying loudly, "Akan, Akan." Time was tight, and Song Chunhua didn't have time to explain. She pushed Zhao Dachuan away. After absorbing energy for a while, her energy bar reached 40%. Zhao Dachuan was pushed back several meters. She knelt beside Kun, quickly opened her mouth and nostrils, checking for obstructions. Seeing nothing inside, she pinched her nose and jaw, took a deep breath, and blew into Urchin's mouth. At the same time, she continued to input energy. The crowd around them gasped in shock. What? What is she doing? Song Chunhwa ignored the sounds around her and kept blowing air into Chun. She did this 5 times, crossing her wrists, interlocking her fingers, and pressing down with her arms straight. 1, 2, 3, 4. 28, 29, 30. She continued giving mouth-to-mouth breaths, and after 2 rounds, she pressed again to perform chest compressions. The crowd, who had been whispering among themselves, watched Song Chunhwa's strange actions in silence. After 2 cycles of rescue breathing and chest compressions, Chun suddenly coughed and water came out of her mouth. The crowd cheered excitedly. Chun is alive. Chun is saved. Zhao Dachun quickly ran over, hugging Chun and crying with joy. It was still spring, and the weather was a bit chilly. Both Chun, Wu Nyang, and the man nearby were wet. Song Chunhwa hurriedly said, "Go back quickly and change into dry clothes." Yes, yes, Zhao Dachun picked up Chun. Song Chunhwa handed Lu San some money from the crowd. "Please go to Dr. Hong's house and ask him to check on Chun." "Okay," Lu San responded quickly. "If you need more money, just come to my house." After speaking, Song Chunhwa went to the boy who was helping with the rescue. "Big brother, go to my house and change into dry clothes." The boy looked at Song Chunhwa with admiration and said, "Miss, your method just now was amazing. I've traveled all over and never seen anything like it." He paused and then added, "I can teach you." Song Chunhwa replied cheerfully, "Really?" The boy looked at her in disbelief. She nodded. Chun was saved by Wu Nyang, but the man in front of her saved Chun, which was like the boy saving Wu Nyang. The man looked very happy. Song Chunhwa pointed to the boy's wet clothes and said, "But you need to change into dry clothes first." "Yes, yes." The boy hurried off down the riverbank asking, "Hey, where are my things?" "Big brother, are the baskets here?" someone asked. Song Chunhwa stepped forward and asked, "Yes, I just jumped down from here." The boy politely addressed the crowd. "I wonder if any big brother, uncle, or aunt has helped me collect my things. We didn't take anything." Yeah. The boy, polite first, then assertive, said, "I'll go talk to your village chief. If I can't get a good explanation, I'll go see my uncle, county magistrate." The crowd watching immediately dispersed at his words. "I need to go home and cook." "Me too. Everyone, if you know who did this, trying to hide it is the same as stealing," Song Chunhwa said seriously. Hearing this, the crowd stopped in their tracks. Hearing this, a few older women looked uncomfortable. "Chunhwa, why are you helping outsiders?" An older woman shouted. "This big brother is my family's lifesaver, not an outsider," Song Chunhwa continued. "Someone saved him, but he lost his belongings. If this gets out, who will dare to deal with our Black Eagle Mountain village? Who will marry our girls?" The villagers with sons and daughters became upset, especially those from neighboring villages and nearby towns who were talking about marriage. "Big brother, let's go change into clean clothes first. If we don't find the item, I will go with you to the county office to report it." "We will find your things," Song Chunhwa said to the crowd. "If you don't want this to go to the county officials, please leave the item at our gate later. As long as the item is returned intact, I believe this big brother won't blame us." "Big brother, right?" "Yes, as long as the item is returned in good condition, I won't go to see my uncle county magistrate," the boy quickly agreed, raising his voice at the end. Song Chunhwa crouched down, picked up Song Wunyang, and strode home. Just then, Song Dongmei hurried into the yard, holding Song Lulang, looking anxious. Seeing Song Wunyang, she finally relaxed. "Big sister, please help Tong Tong change into a new dress." Okay. Song Dongmei quickly led Song Wunyang inside. Song Chunhwa then took the boy to Song Yongchuan's house. She found a set of Song Yongchuan's clothes, then hurried to the kitchen, poured 2 glasses of water, and headed straight to the study. The fireplace still had some embers. She added a few pieces of wood, and the fire grew stronger. Hearing the door open, Song Chunhwa quickly went outside. The boy and Song Yongquan were about the same height, and their clothes fit well. Song Wunyang immediately ran over to Song Chunhwa. Song Chunhwa quickly said, "Come in and have some hot water to warm up." As soon as the boy entered the house, he froze. Inside were two long tables, one tall and one short, each with chairs in front. Against the wall stood a row of bookshelves, half filled with books, brushes, and ink. What surprised him most was the corner of the room, where a bright red fire was burning. 3 chairs were placed around it, and beside them were 2 soft seats covered with cloth. Song Chunhwa arranged the 2 guests on the chairs and the sofa, telling them to warm up and dry their wet hair. She handed them cups of hot water. Soon, she brought out some pastries and candies she had bought in town and placed them on the small tea table between them. When Song Dongmei came in after washing their clothes, their hair was already dry. "Cook for 1 more person and make a bit more meat," said Song Chunhwa as Song Yongkwan came in carrying firewood. Just then the boy walked out of the study. "Hey, that's my clothes," Song Yongkwan shouted when he saw the boy wearing his new outfit, which he had only worn once. "Why are you wearing my clothes?" He threw the firewood on the ground and was about to pull the clothes off the boy. "I'll make you a new set," said Song Chunhwa calmly. Hearing that, Song Yongkwan stopped right away and said with a grin, "Well, in that case." Song Chunhwa gave him a cold look. "Fine. 1 set is enough," he said quickly, "but I want it in sky blue." The boy watched their exchange, feeling even more puzzled. Is this young woman the one in charge of the house? He wondered. Suddenly, there was a noise at the gate. Song Dongmei started to go outside, but Song Chunhwa stopped her. "Auntie, wait a moment before going out." Though she didn't understand why, Song Dongmei stopped. After about a minute, Song Chunhwa walked to the gate. There she saw a carrying pole with 2 baskets placed neatly on the ground. Song Yongkwan laughed. "Well, looks like someone brought us gifts." "Brother, check if everything's still intact," said Song Chunhwa, stopping him from looking inside the baskets. The boy stepped forward, crouched down, and carefully checked each basket.
"They're all fine," he said.
"They're yours?" Song Yongkwan asked in surprise. "But they're at my doorstep." "Go cook first," said Song Chunhwa. "I'll explain everything later." Although Song Yongkwan was very curious, he dared not ignore his unfilial daughter. Filled with doubts, he walked toward the kitchen. The boy took 2 pieces of candy from the basket and handed them to Song Wonyoung. "Here you go." "Thank you, brother." Song Chunhwa smiled and patted her sister, Song Wonyoung. Besides candies, the basket also contained some needles and thread, hairpins, rouge, powder, scissors. All the daily household items were there, like a small moving general store. Suddenly, Song Chunhwa found something she had been looking for. "Yes, this item is called 8 corners."
"How do you know that?"
"Because it doesn't have 8 corners," Song Chunhwa said with a smile. The boy quickly agreed. "Yes, yes." "How much are these?" "I want to buy all of them." The boy looked confused. "All of them? Do you know what these are used for?" Song Chunhwa nodded. "They can warm the body, regulate energy, improve digestion, stop vomiting, and drive out cold," she explained. "They can also be added to meat dishes." "Really?" The boy was surprised. Song Chunhwa nodded again. The boy's face lit up with happiness and excitement. "Big sister, you've helped me a lot. You've helped our whole family. Our general store is safe." The boy cheered and jumped. Then he bowed to Song Chunhwa to thank her. "If I sell all these 8 corners, I will thank you with a lot of money. Today, we will cook a meat dish using these 8 corners. Please try it first." "Thank you. Thank you." The boy bowed again. "Sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name is He. Since I am the 3rd child at home, my relatives and friends call me He-san. We have a general store in Manhwa County. Smells so good," He-san praised. During the meal, He-san kept saying, "It smells so good. All these are for you." He-san handed all the remaining 8 corners from his basket to Song Chunhwa. Then he took out a silver ingot worth 5 taels and handed it over. "Thank you, brother He-san, for saving my sister." He-san hurriedly pushed it back. "Big sister, you told me what these 8 corners do. It really saved our family. I can't accept the silver." After saying that, he carried his basket and walked straight toward the yard. As he left, Lu San came in. "This is the remaining 20 coins," Lu San said, handing a copper coin to Song Chunhua. Thank you, Uncle Lu-san.
Is your chin okay?
It's okay. Dr. Hong prescribed a few medicines for treatment. Then I will go back first. Lu-san prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Song Chunhua called out. Do you have some free time during this period? Hearing this, Lu-san guessed there must be work to do. The work at Chunhua's house paid well and was comfortable. 3 meals a day, not just plain rice but also big pieces of fatty meat. His face lit up with happiness, and he quickly replied, Yes, I have free time. Take down the 2 small rooms and build 2 main rooms on top. Hearing this, Lu-san looked puzzled. Song Chunhua nodded. Yes. Tear them down? All right, I'll go tell my mother and come over. Seeing Song Chunhua's serious expression, Lu-san didn't ask more. No need to rush. Starting tomorrow is fine. Okay. Lu-san felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. A few days ago, he asked around the town and at a few neighboring landlords' houses, but they all said they didn't need temporary workers. He was worried at first, but then a big surprise awaited him. After Lu-san left, Song Chunhua took 2 cured chickens, of pork belly, and half a bag of rice from the rice jar, about 17 or 18 jin. Finally, she took 2 large packs of winter melon candy and malt sugar from the house. Then she led Song Wunyang towards Zhao Urchin's house. Big brother Chun, Song Chunhua met Zhao Dachuan at the courtyard gate, who was carrying on his back, heading to the fields. We came to see Sister Kun. She's inside. Come in quickly. Zhao Dachuan hurriedly turned and headed into the house. This is for Sister Kun. Song Chunhua handed over the items. No need. Zhao Dachuan quickly refused. You must take it, Song Chunhua insisted. This is for Sister Kun. Although Zhao Dachuan worked in the fields all year, he was no match for Song Chunhua, who had plant-based supernatural energy. Reluctantly, he accepted. Seeing it was cured chicken, rice, and sugar, he felt a bit embarrassed. Why are you giving so much? At this moment, a woman came into the yard. It was Wu Tsuehua from the West Village, also the future mother-in-law of Kun. Zhao Dachuan hurriedly greeted her. Madam Wu. He looked very happy, as if inviting her inside. You're here to see Kun, right? She's inside. Come in quickly, come in. I won't go in. I just want to tell you that your second wife has been hugged by other men. Our Yongqiang won't want her anymore. Zhao Dachuan quickly waved his hands. Ma'am Wu, you misunderstood. Everyone in the village saw it, Wu Tsuehua said, hands on her hips. Seeing this, Song Chunhua understood clearly that the other side was here to cancel the engagement. They had no reason to complain about false accusations. But since it was a private matter of their family, she couldn't interfere, though she could get involved. At the gate of Zhao Dachuan's yard, there was a large chestnut tree. Wu Tsuehua was standing under it. Song Chunhua walked over and touched the trunk, gathering her energy. Suddenly, a branch broke off and fell right on Wu Tsuehua's head. Hello, Zhao Dachuan. Wu Tsuehua threw the branch on her head to the ground and scolded. You actually hit me with a branch.
No.
Zhao Dachuan hurriedly waved his hands to explain. Next, Aunt Tao from the neighbor's house happened to pass by. This branch fell from the tree. I don't care. It's your tree, and she hit me with it, Wu Tsuehua said, hands on her hips, pointing at Zhao Dachuan.
Control your wife.
She got hit by a branch and now blames Dachuan. You're bullying people, Aunt Tao said loudly to Qian Dafa, who was walking over. Before he could reply, she continued, from now on, if villagers pass by your house and trip, bump, or stumble, it's because of your family's tricks. It's a misunderstanding, Qian Dafa hurriedly said, pulling Wu Tsuehua back. Let's go back. Go back for what? Wu Tsuehua waved her hand dismissively. If I don't cancel this engagement today, I won't leave. Do you really want your son to marry a fool? What if the grandson is a fool too? I don't want a fool as my daughter-in-law. Hearing Wu Tsuehua call her a fool left Zhao Dachuan blushing deeply. He shouted loudly, cancel. Get out of here. You said it yourself. Wu Tsuehua raised her chin. Don't deny it now. Qian Dafa didn't speak, but he was happy inside when he heard Zhao Dachuan. After all, no one wants a fool as a daughter-in-law. Wu Tsuehua saw the meat Zhao Dachuan was holding and stepped forward, reaching out to grab it. We brought some meat last time. These 2 pieces are about the same size. Let's use this piece to settle it. Aunt Tao spoke again without hesitation. Wu Tsuehua, I think you're not blind. You're just shameless. The piece of meat you mentioned last time, I saw it myself, at most 2 jin. The meat in Dajuan's hand is at least 10 jin. When she said this, Wu Tsuehua didn't react much, but Qian Dafa blushed deeply and couldn't say anything to refuse. He quickly said, Your aunt didn't notice. Just cut a piece about the same size as last time. Wu Tsuehua hadn't paid attention earlier, but now she stepped closer and saw that Zhao Dajuan was holding more than 1 piece of meat, along with 2 cured chickens, rice, and sugar. Her eyes gleamed with greed. She again put her hands on her hips, acting stubborn. Zhao Kun has damaged Yongqiang's reputation. He must compensate. Hearing this, Aunt Tao, like Wu Posey, crossed her arms and scolded loudly. I think you're not shameless. You're just without shame. Then she turned to Qian Dafa and said, If you don't take your wife away now, I swear I'll have my boys beat you and your wife up. Aunt Tao looked ready to fight if her words were not obeyed. Wu Posey thought about her tall sons and grandsons and felt a bit scared, but she still stubbornly said, Fine, we'll leave, but first you have to return the meat. Dajuan took a kitchen knife from the kitchen, cut off 2 jin of meat, and handed it over directly. His eyes were red as he angrily said to Qian Dafa and Wu Tsuehua, What will happen to Kun now? After Wu Tsuehua and Qian Dafa left, Dajuan stood there muttering to himself. Going to her in-laws' house meant suffering and even being worn out to death. Everyone thought this was normal and expected, but not marrying her was considered extremely pitiful. Not to mention this era, even in the modern society where Song Chunhua came from, things weren't much better. Having hands and feet, you can still die and go, Aunt Tao said. She paused and softened her tone. Dajuan, you know Wu Tsuehua isn't easy to get along with. Maybe it's better if a Kun doesn't marry her. Song Chunhua looked at Aunt Tao and said, She likes this kind of personality and outlook, although she didn't want to interfere in others' family affairs. Song Chunhua spoke to ease the tension. Old things must go to make way for new ones. Sister Kun will definitely find someone better. Brother Dajuan, you must believe that Sister Kun is a lucky girl. Yes, better ones will come, Dajuan quickly agreed, and his mood was no longer as low as before. Although Song Chunhua really wanted to say that not getting married was fine, she knew she couldn't freely express her opinion because they weren't family. Thinking that her 2 sisters were still at the gate, she quickly called people inside. Chun saw the visitors and quickly sat up, smiling happily at Song Wunyang. Sweet. Song Chunhua gently held Song Wunyang's small hand. Chun smiled even more happily. Song Wunyang took out a piece of malt candy from her pocket and handed it over.
Candy.
Chun happily mumbled, Give me candy. Zhao Chun put on her shoes and crawled under the bed. When she came out, she was holding 2 grass-made dragonflies and handed them to Wunyang. Zhao Chun still felt a bit weak, and talking made her tired, so everyone helped her rest. Passing by Aunt Tao's house next door, she thought about building her own house. Lu Laifu went to work with her father-in-law. Since the fields needed work, only one person could help with building the house. The house needed to be finished soon, and 2 people wouldn't be enough. She reached the gate and called into the yard. Is Grandma Tao at home? A few little children playing with bugs on the ground saw Song Wunyang and immediately gathered around. Candy, one of them handed over a grasshopper that just moments ago they didn't want anyone to touch. The others, not willing to be left out, handed over birds and other small creatures to Wunyang. Grandma Tao came out of the house and saw her little boy bringing these things to Wunyang. She grabbed a corner broom and shooed them away. Go away, go away, go away. The children quickly scattered. Turning to Wunyang, she asked, You're not scared, right? Wunyang shook her head. Since Grandma Tao had no daughters and her son was not successful, she hadn't had a granddaughter. Seeing Wunyang's obedient look, she found it quite rare and interesting. Then she asked Song Chunhua, Is there something you need? Grandma Tao, we want to build a house, but I don't know if Uncle and the brothers are free. We'll pay the town's standard wages, and you can eat at my place. Our own house was built by the eldest and second eldest brothers. I'll ask them to come over later, Grandma Tao said efficiently. Just tell me which day. Tomorrow early in the morning. I'll have them come, Grandma Tao said quickly. After Song Chunhua and her sisters left, Grandma Tao immediately went to the fields. She needed to tell her eldest and second eldest brothers right away. What good luck today. She had heard from Madame Lu that the Song family not only paid wages but also provided meals, real white rice, and big pieces of meat. Just as they reached the entrance of the village, the three Song brothers heard that their sister, Song Wunyang, had fallen into the water. They hurried home with their ox cart. As soon as they arrived, Song Silang jumped off the cart. Sister, sister, he called loudly through the house. Over the past 6 months, Song Silang had finished learning the 3-character classic, the 100 family surnames, and the 1,000-character text. Today, he had planned to take his sister to the school so the teacher could test her. If she passed, she could start studying with her brothers in the summer. Hearing her brother's voice, Song Wunyang quickly ran out from the study. When the 3 brothers saw that she was safe, they finally relaxed. The next morning, before dawn, Lu San, Lu Xuanfu, and the 2 brothers from the Tao family, Lu Da and Lu Er, arrived at Song Chunhua's house. Looking at the thick white rice porridge and the meat buns in their hands, Lu San and Lu Xuanfu were already used to it. But it was the first time for Lu Da and Lu Er, and they were amazed. They had heard that the food at Song Chunhua's house was good, but seeing it with their own eyes was still surprising. After breakfast, Song Chunhua went again to Carpenter Chen's house. She handed him drawings showing the sizes for cabinets, shelves, and long tables. After leaving his house, she carried her basket and headed deep into the mountains. Near the cave, little Yuanzi was practicing martial arts. When he saw Song Chunhua, he quickly ran to greet her. She took out the books from her basket, the ones Song Dalong had rented from the bookstore the day before. Little Yuanzi, who also ate 3 meals a day, was already preparing lunch when she arrived. The rice was almost done. He only needed to make one more dish, a wild vegetable and egg soup, and stir-fried chicken pieces. After eating, they began hunting. Not bad, Song Chunhua said as little Yuanzi hit every target. Just average, 3rd best in the world, he replied, copying her usual joking tone. By nightfall, they had filled 2 large baskets and caught a wild goat. Back at the cave, they started cooking dinner. Song Chunhua washed the rice and cut the meat, while little Yuanzi tended the fire and cooked. Working together, they finished 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup in less than half an hour. After dinner, Song Chunhua closed the cave door securely. Sitting by the campfire, neither talking nor reading, yet feeling no awkwardness or boredom. Suddenly, little Yuanzi spoke. Yesterday, I saw the people around my mother. Song Chunhua looked over. Little Yuanzi continued. I'm going home. Which day will you leave? Here, take this. Song Chunhua took out a book from her bag and handed it over. Thinking about the man in black who appeared last winter and the fainting incidents, she hadn't fainted in a long time, but she also took out a bottle of ginseng pills made from her 100-year-old ginseng. Of course, these ginseng pills absorbed energy from many natural plants. This is worth a lot, Song Chunhua said with a reluctant look. When I have money, I must give you some silver. Gold is the best, she added with a big laugh. Little Yuanzi's black eyes sparkled, and she stepped forward, hugging Song Chunhua tightly. The next day, just as dawn broke, little Yuanzi had prepared breakfast. After eating, she washed the bowls, packed her luggage, and once again hugged Song Chunhua tightly. She didn't speak, but Song Chunhua felt her reluctance. After letting go, she turned and strode out of the cave, without looking back. Suddenly, Song Chunhua felt the cave become empty, but it was only for a moment. She immediately started packing up. She stored smoked chicken, cured meat, dried fish, oil, salt, sugar, and various foods, along with blankets, into her space. The other furniture, bed, and dishes remained in the cave for future overnight stays. After packing, Song Chunhua carried a basket in each hand and headed straight to the town. After selling wild game, she bought about 10 jin of pork belly, 2 large bones, and 2 pig's trotters at the meat stall. Passing by the grocery store, she bought 2 cans of salt, some hairpins, and small toys for children. A bunch of miscellaneous items. Finally, she bought 2 jin of wine at the liquor shop. Looking at her shadow, she guessed it was still over half an hour before Song Dalong and Song Sanling finished school. Song Chunhwa headed to the snack shop to buy some treats for the children at home. As soon as she entered, she saw a young boy with a face flushed red, coughing hard. A man dressed like a servant was patting the boy's back, while a maid nearby was crying, "Young master, young master." Seeing this, Song Chunhwa froze for a moment, then hurriedly stepped forward. Time was urgent, and saving people was the most important thing, so there was no time to say much. Song Chunhwa pushed open the door and hugged the little boy from behind. She felt the child's stomach and pressed on a small object with her fingers. She used her right fist to press above it and wrapped her left hand around her right fist. She pressed upward and backward toward the stomach area with force. On the third press, a small seed was expelled from the child's mouth. As the seed was spit out, the boy started crying loudly. Hearing the boy's cry, the nearby guards, maids, and shop owner sat down on the ground, looking shocked and exhausted. If anything happened to the young master today, no one would survive. Realizing what had happened, the two quickly comforted the boy. At this moment, a wealthy woman rushed into the shop, followed by a group of guards and maids. "Little Bao," the woman cried as she hugged the boy tightly. Just then, the guards ran to the side to call the lady who was inspecting the shop. Seeing that the boy was safe, she scolded the guards and maids nearby. "How could you take care of the young master? Each of you will get 10 big hits when we get back." "Thank you, madam." The guards and maids quickly knelt down. The shop owner stood nearby, trembling with fear. He then recounted to the lady what Song Chunhwa had done to save the young master. The woman bowed slightly to Song Chunhwa. She then signaled to a nearby maid, who took out 2 silver ingots from her purse, each worth about 50 taels. Song Chunhwa accepted, without hesitation. The woman said nothing more and turned to leave the shop. The shop owner let out a long sigh. "Young girl, you truly saved my life." He waved his hand and said, "Take whatever you want." Song Chunhwa chose 2 pounds of honey dates and 2 pounds of winter melon candies. The shop owner refused to accept money. After buying some snacks, Song Chunhwa headed toward the school. About 15 minutes later, the school finished classes. Students dressed in blue cloth robes came out one after another. Second sister, Song Sanling shouted when he saw Song Chunhwa at the door, then ran over quickly. Song Dalong followed behind, pulling a cart. Song Chunhwa handed the snacks to them. When they reached home, Lu San and Lu Dajing, carrying soil, arrived one after the other. Lu Xuanfu and Lu Er were working on making mud bricks. Hearing the sound of the cart, Song Sailang and Song Wunyang ran out from inside the house. Song Chunhwa hurriedly bought a headpiece for Song Wunyang and a 7-piece puzzle for Song Sailang. Wunyang eagerly raised her hand, holding the headpiece. "Second sister, put it on me." Song Chunhwa smiled as she took it and saw the 3 sisters in the yard. She handed them the hair ties she bought. Song Dongmei carried Song Luling and came out. "Why are you still buying things for them?" "All here." Song Chunhwa happily handed the hair ties she bought for Dongmei. Looking at the hair ties, Dongmei was surprised. "I have one too." "Of course," Song Chunhwa said to Iya. "You have one too." She then took a cloth tiger doll from the ox cart. Hearing about the gifts, Song Yongkwan quickly ran out from the kitchen. He looked at Song Chunhwa with anticipation. Song Yongkwan watched as she handed him a spatula, confused. "Yes," Song Chunhwa nodded. Under the disapproving gaze of the unfilial daughter, Song Yongkwan forced a smile and said insincerely, "Yes, this is good, this is good. Go cook." With just one sentence from Song Chunhwa, Song Yongkwan hurried to the kitchen. For someone who only cares about themselves and ignores others, especially the death of her biological mother and her father, it was impossible for her to be a filial daughter. At most, she would give him a bite of food. If her older brother and younger brother hadn't chosen to study away from home, she would have already thrown her selfish father out. Soon, the smell of food wafted from the kitchen. The 4 people at the construction site, stomachs growling, had their minds drifting far away. They worked faster and faster, eager to finish quickly and eat. The food at the Song family was incredibly fragrant. It was surprising that Song Yongkwan, who is usually clumsy, could cook such delicious food. But then he thought, with plain rice, big chunks of meat, and plenty of oil, anyone could make it taste good. After dinner, Lu San and Lu Dolly hurried home as it was getting dark and the moonlight was not very bright. Song Chunhua went door to door buying wood. Since the house was built on a whim this time, there was no dried wood at home. She was buying wood from a neighbor when the neighbor asked, "Chunhua, is this wood 20 coins per piece?" "Yes, that's right. The big ones are 20 coins each, and the larger ones are 22 coins, Song Chunhua replied. "Do you want more?" "I have about 10 and I've been cutting them for over half a month." Song Chunhua smiled and said, "If it's similar to this, then yes." Almost, the old woman quickly replied. After reaching an agreement, the old woman eagerly took Song Chunhua to her home. After checking everything, she said, "I'll take all of these. Once you deliver them today, I'll pay you." The old woman hurriedly agreed. Yes. My eldest will bring them this afternoon." After buying the firewood, Song Chunhua went straight home. She glanced at the construction site progress, and then went directly to the study. "All right, let's start," Song Chunhua said with a smile to Song Wunyang. 1 times 1, 2 times 1. 3 times 3 is 9. 4 times 5 is 20, 6 times. Song Wunyang paused. Song Chunhua looked at her with a calm face, waiting quietly. Next to her, Song Sailang was practicing the abacus and ready to remind her, but when Song Chunhua gave him a look, he immediately shut his mouth. About a minute later, Song Wunyang finally remembered and started reciting. 4 times 6 is 24. 7 times 8 is 56. 9 times 9 is 81. Although she stumbled a bit, she managed to recite everything. Song Chunhua clapped her hands hard. "Good job. Very impressive." After checking her recitation, Song Chunhua took out a set of math problems she had written and handed them to Song Sailang. She flipped over her homemade sand timer. The sound of the beads on the abacus clicking was loud and clear. "Stop!" Song Chunhua shouted as the last grain of sand fell. 100 math problems, but 18 still didn't have answers written. The 82 completed problems were all correct. "Good, but you need to speed up. From now on, add 15 minutes to your abacus practice each day." Leaving the study, Dazhuang and a few village kids carrying a shrimp trap came in. "Big Sister Chunhua, Big Sister Chunhua." The little kids ran over to her eagerly. They all looked at Song Chunhua with hope, wishing she would catch shrimp like last time with. Song Chunhua smiled and accepted their request. As they wished, she said, "Today, I will make fried river shrimp. Is that okay?" Hearing this, the little radish heads cheerfully replied. Song Chunhua told the little radish heads to wash the shrimp and asked one slightly older one to light the fire. She then pinched a small handful of green onions, recalling how helps remove fishy smells. After washing the shrimp, Song Chunhua soaked them in clean water, added salt to kill bacteria. She soaked them for about 10 minutes, then poured out the water and rinsed again, draining the water. She cut the green onions into pieces, added a little salt, and rubbed them to release juice, then mixed this with the drained shrimp. Next, she added pepper, Sichuan pepper powder, and salt for seasoning. Finally, she added a yolk of an egg and mixed everything well. To fry the shrimp well, the coating is very important. Song Chunhua used not only flour but also added cornstarch. Using 2 types of flour makes the fried shrimp extra crispy. Seeing that Song Chunhua added not only egg but also flour, the little radish heads looked at her with surprise. After coating each shrimp with flour, she let them sit for 4 or 5 minutes. Then, Song Chunhua scooped 3 large spoonfuls of oil from the pot and poured them into the wok. The little radish heads watched in amazement as she scooped 3 full spoons of oil. One little radish head couldn't help but drool a little. Small bubbles appeared in the oil, and Song Chunhua asked the fire-starting little radish to pull out a few pieces of wood, then poured the shrimp into the hot oil. She kept stirring during frying to make sure they cooked evenly. When the shrimp changed color, she took them out. At this moment, the whole kitchen was filled with the smell of fried food. One little radish tried to reach out and grab a freshly cooked shrimp, but Song Chunhwa smiled and tapped his hand away. Not yet. Wait a moment. She asked the little radish to put the wood back into the stove. After the oil heated up again, she fried the shrimp a second time. Why do you fry them twice? One little radish asked, unable to hold back, mainly because he was eager to eat the shrimp covered in white flour and oil. This makes them extra crispy. Song Chunhwa replied with a smile. And they taste better. Then a little radish asked, "Can we go call Tangting now?" "Not yet, class isn't over," Song Chunhwa explained with a smile. The little radish heads knew that the twins couldn't be disturbed during school, so no one had called them from the study since they arrived. "Then we'll wait for Tangting." A little kid, drooling, said while staring intently at the freshly caught river shrimp. "Okay, about 15 minutes left." Since the shrimp just came out of the oil, they tend to get hot easily. Letting them cool a bit is better, so Song Chunhwa nodded with a smile. Waiting always feels slow, especially when there's a plate of fragrant, crispy river shrimp in front of you. From the direction where the little kid was looking, Song Wunyang's voice finally came. Before anyone arrived, her voice was already heard. Song Wunyang hurried to the kitchen, and the little kids gathered around. They chattered excitedly. "Go wash your hands," Song Chunhwa ordered, and the kids quickly ran to the water basin in the yard. The shrimp were fried until crispy, and the whole table made crunchy sounds. "Spring flower, your shrimp are just as delicious as," said one little kid while eating. Next to him, another kid said, "Even better than last time's." In less than 10 minutes, a big bowl of fried shrimp was completely eaten. At this moment, Dae and I walked into the yard with baskets. Song Chunhwa went to the kitchen and brought out a small bowl of leftover shrimp she had kept specifically for them. "Here, I saved this for you. Thanks, Sister Chunhwa," Dae said, taking the bowl. Song Sailang was worried that, like last time, some little kids might rush to grab his second sister, and as soon as the shrimp were finished, he started to send guests away. Song Dalong and Song Sangleng were resting at home. One woman, dressed in bright red clothes, with a big red flower in her hair, heavy makeup on her face, bright red lipstick, holding a handkerchief, dressed like a matchmaker, stood at the gate. Seeing Song Chunhwa come to open the door, she immediately praised, "Wow, you look so lively." The matchmaker quickly introduced herself. "I am Wang, the matchmaker from Little River Village. Is your father at home?" Just then, Song Yongkwan came into the yard. The sharp-eyed matchmaker saw him and hurried over. "Little Song, I have good news for you." Song Chunhwa and a few others on the construction site were startled by the mention of Little Song. Looking over from top to bottom, I immediately start praising. "Oh wow, just look at this handsome man. Dignified, graceful, charming, tall, and handsome, with a commanding presence." I say about 10 four-character idioms in a row. That's not enough, so I begin describing his features one by one. "Look at that full forehead, it shows he's lucky. Those thick eyebrows and bright eyes are really striking. Oh, that high nose bridge and his mouth is even more impressive." I praise Song Yongkwan from head to toe. Not satisfied with just his looks, I continue praising his abilities. His skills are incredible. "Just look at this house, Little Song has both good looks and talent." Song Chunhwa feels that the matchmaker must have been trained. Her compliments make Song Yongkwan feel like he's flying high. At this moment, he completely believes what the matchmaker says. He immediately adopts a proud attitude, pointing at Song Chunhwa. "Go pour." Realizing he should be more rational, he then points to Song Sanling nearby. "Go pour a glass of water for the guest, and bring out all the cakes and candies." Song Sanling looks at Song Chunhwa. He's about to start scolding, but remembering what the matchmaker said about being graceful, and mainly because of the disapproving look from disobedient daughter, he immediately shuts his mouth. He looks around at everyone in the yard, knowing his place. No one can boss him around. But he still puts on a polite smile and says, "Old sister, I will pour water for you myself." Hearing this, the matchmaker is delighted, waving her hand happily, her handkerchief fluttering. Such an honor, such an honor. Please go inside and sit. Song Yongkwon quickly welcomes her in. He rushes to the kitchen, takes out some tea leaves that Song Chunhwa bought in town recently. Then he runs back to the kitchen, carrying some winter melon candies, red bean cakes, and peanuts into the main hall. Seeing the tea water, candies, cakes, and peanuts, the matchmaker's face shows more wrinkles, indicating her surprise. She guesses that the Song family must be quite wealthy now, or they wouldn't have these. She tucks her handkerchief into her sleeve, grabs a handful of peanuts, shells them, and chews while praising. These peanuts smell so good. Here, the peanuts hadn't been swallowed yet, and I already picked up a piece of winter melon candy, took a bite, and in my other hand, I held a piece of green bean cake. Wow. Thanks to Little Song, I get to enjoy fancy pastries from a wealthy family. At this moment, Song Dongmei walked in carrying Song Lulang. Madame Wang's face changed suddenly. She realized Song Yongkwon was getting married again. Big sister, Song Yongkwon called out. Hearing, big sister, Madame Wang relaxed, and her face quickly lit up with happiness. She started praising enthusiastically. Oh, such a delicate big sister. She looks like she's destined for good fortune. When Song Dongmei heard this, her face turned bright red, feeling quite shy. Well, today I'm here to bring good news about Little Song, Madame Wang said, pulling out a handkerchief. A lovely young lady has taken a liking to Little Song. Everyone inside and outside the house was stunned when they heard this. Madame Wang waved her handkerchief and continued, That girl is so beautiful, like a fairy falling from the sky, shy and charming, a true beauty who makes people feel pity for her. Hearing this, Song Chunhwa also had to praise the lady with a four-character idiom. She was truly eloquent, captivating everyone, unmatched in wit, full of clever words, and fluent as a river. Song Yongchuan's eyes lit up more and more, his body feeling lighter, as if he was floating. Suddenly, he leaned forward and lowered his voice. The best part is, there's no bride price. Hearing that there was no bride price, everyone inside and outside the house was again stunned. Pleased with their reaction, he spread his hands and said, The other side is even returning your bride price. Giving me a bride price? Song Yongkwon asked back. Yes, Little Song, you heard right. Bride price. Madame Wang suddenly stood up with a bang, raising her voice. It seemed my charm was boundless. No bride price needed, and I might even get one. Oh, as long as Little Song nods, you'll be the son-in-law of the Huang family. Madame Huang continued to push. The bride price will be delivered tomorrow, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. By now, Song Yongkwon was feeling dizzy, only able to smile and nod.
So, it's settled then.
I won't bother you anymore, Little Song. Madame Wang grabbed a piece of cake and a piece of winter melon candy, waved her handkerchief, and left. Until Madame Wang left the yard, Song Yongkwon was still smiling foolishly. Second sister, he's going to get married, Song Samlang asked. Song Chunhwa smiled and said, Maybe not just getting married, perhaps he is getting engaged. Song Samlang quickly understood. He's going to marry someone, Song Chunhwa nodded. Just then, Song Dongmei, who had been praised by Madame Wang, felt shy and went outside with Song Lulang. When she returned home and heard this, she asked curiously, Who is getting married? Before she could answer, Song Yongkwon held his head high, stepped confidently into the yard, and started singing. I, Song Yongkwon, am tall and strong, handsome and charming, full of grace, like a jade tree in the wind, mature and steady. Song Dalong and the twin siblings came out of the study, staring blankly at Song Yongkwon. Song Silang looked annoyed and said, Is Dad crazy? A few workers on the construction site also looked over in surprise. This scene continued until evening. The next morning, villagers who had been busy all morning rushed back home from the fields to eat breakfast. Suddenly, the sound of drums and gongs came from afar. Many villagers stopped in their tracks and then headed toward the source of the noise. Village life was simple, and since there was a lively event, everyone naturally wanted to see. Madame Wang went to the front of the group. When she reached the gate of the Song house, she loudly shouted, Little Song, I bring your wedding gifts. Hearing her voice, Song Yongkwan happily came out of the house, dressed in his new clothes. At that moment, a man who looked like a steward stepped out, holding a list of gifts and reading loudly, 100 taels of silver. As he announced the silver, there was a gasp from the crowd. The man looked pleased, and seeing the crowd's reaction, he continued loudly, 10 bolts of fine cloth, 1 whole pig, 10 jars of red wine, 10 jean of tea. Wow, the second girl of the Song family is really lucky, exclaimed a newly married woman with envy. That's the second girl of the Song family? It's Song Yongkwan, a woman nearby interrupted. Hearing this, everyone around looked over. That's what the matchmaker said. The woman pointed to Madame Wang, who was still dressed in bright red, wearing a big red flower on her head, with bright red lipstick, holding a handkerchief, standing happily next to the wedding gifts, smiling.
Ah!
Song Yongkwan. The crowd looked at her in disbelief. Such a scoundrel and someone still.
Don't say that.
Although he's a scoundrel, he does look quite good, said an old man from the crowd. What's the use of looking good? I wonder which girl's unlucky enough to fall for someone so handsome but useless, he added. Many people nodded in agreement, recalling Song Yongchuan's reckless behavior and the death of Song Woo's wife. The man recited the wedding gifts, which totaled 20 items. He then approached Song Yongkwan, bowing deeply. Seeing the man bow to him, Song Yongkwan looked proud, as if he were already a nobleman. But his pride didn't last long. 2 young men beside him were putting on red wedding robes. Music started playing nearby.
Hey, hey, hey.
Song Yongkwan struggled to shake off the robes, but the 2 young men's strength was too much. In the struggle, he was dressed in the red wedding clothes.
Don't be shy.
Once you go to Mr. Huang's house, you'll enjoy good food and drinks, one of the women said cheerfully.
Go.
Where? Song Yongkwan asked in alarm. To Mr. Huang's house, said the matchmaker, Wang. What am I going there for? Song Yongkwan shouted in confusion. You're his son-in-law now. Of course you're going to his house. Wang replied with a smile.
Ah.
Song Yongkwan was stunned. He shouted loudly, when did I agree to be his son-in-law? Oh, I told you yesterday, and the wedding gifts are already here. Wang pointed to the gifts in the yard. I never said yes. Song Yongkwan protested. Come on, you can't want both the girl and the gifts, right? Wang tooted. That's not how things work anywhere. In all of Fengyang County, no one does it that way. Today, Song Dalong and Song Sanlang had gone to school. It was class time, and the twin children Longfeng were reading in the study. Recently, Song Luling had been wandering around the village every day, and Song Dongmei had gone out with him. Only Song Chunhua was in the yard. Song Yongkwan had no choice but to call for help from this disobedient daughter. Before he could speak, Song Chunhua turned and walked into the house. Fuming, Song Yongkwan cursed her silently 1,000 times. Wang, the matchmaker, flicked her handkerchief and said, Oh, little Song, if you go to Mr. Huang's house, you'll have food to eat and clothes to wear. Others want to go, but don't get the chance. When Song Yongkwan heard this, he thought, Yes, if I go, I won't have to fetch water, chop wood, or cook every day. I will have plenty of money to spend, and with money, I can go to the casino and try my luck. With this thought, Song Yongkwan no longer hesitated. The matchmaker saw this and exchanged a glance with the butler. Wait a moment, Song Yongkwan said. What's the matter? The matchmaker asked quickly. Take all of these. Song Yongkwan pointed to the dowry in the yard. These can't be taken cheaply by the unfilial daughter and son-in-law at home. After some lively activity, the yard returned to quiet. Only a few onlookers remained, still watching. Song Yongkwan is really going to become a son-in-law. Hey, didn't you see the dowry? There are 100 taels of silver, and that carriage. None of you could buy these even if you sold everything. The man spoke with envy. Song Chunhua had been tutoring the twins in the study until it was time to cook lunch. Then she went to the kitchen. Just as she was about to start cooking, Song Eugene hurried in, looking anxious. Looking around, he didn't see Song Yongkwan, so he asked quickly, Where is your father? He's gone to become a son-in-law. Song Chunhua poured rice into the pot. Your father really went to become a son-in-law. Song Eugene looked skeptical. With children and everything, why didn't you stop him? We couldn't stop him. Song Chunhwa pretended to be helpless. Going to be a son-in-law and leaving the family behind. That means no more heirs. But there are still people with the surname Song in the family, Song Chunhwa said, showing her disagreement. Yes. As long as the children in the family still carry the surname Song, it's fine. But she muttered softly, are we really just going to follow him? After a moment, she worried, won't there be problems? Song Chunhwa didn't answer. If it were other family members, they probably wouldn't let him go so easily. But she didn't want to worry about such a selfish father who only cared about himself and his wife and children. In the evening, Song Dalong and Song Sanlang returned home. Song Chunhwa briefly told them about Song Yongkwan going to become a son-in-law. Song Sanlang didn't react much. He thought this irresponsible father's actions didn't matter whether he was there or not. Song Dalong looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated, and in the end, he said nothing. Song Yongchuan's work was taken over by Song Dongmei. Da and I helped watch the cooking, and Song Chunhwa paid according to Song Yongchuan's cooking prices. Firewood was changed to be bought instead of collected. In half a month, the workroom in the storage shed was officially built. Carpenter Chen was working on the new house's doors and windows during this time. The tables and cabinets Song Chunhwa ordered were still being made. During this period, Song Chunhwa went to town to buy fabric, and Lu Jinshi made 2 curtains based on her ideas. When hung up, Song Wunyang thought they looked nice, so Song Chunhwa made one for each bedroom and the study. Most of Black Eagle Mountain Village is surrounded by fences, and Song Chunhwa's house is the same. Taking advantage of having helpers, Song Chunhwa decided to build a dirt wall around both the front and backyards. Let's ask everyone to help build the front yard wall. Hearing this, the 4 people quickly agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Song Chunhwa paid the workers for building the house and gave each 2 pounds of meat. They looked at the coins and meat in their hands, smiling happily. Let's start today. Yes, yes, let's start today. The 3 agreed enthusiastically. Seeing that the others hadn't taken their meat home, Song Chunhwa began working. She smiled and said, Uncles, you should take the meat home first. The other 2 took the meat back, while Luda stayed to continue working. The meat and coins could be taken home by Lu Er. To avoid affecting vegetable planting and drying, the top part of the wall was designed with hollow spaces. Once the wall was built, the carpenter Hung also delivered the tables and cabinets for the workroom. The first batch of soap was also dried and ready. Song Chunhwa planned to make a second batch of soap, this time including some mugwort soap. Da and I and Air and I needed to cut grass and help take care of Song Lulang while cooking and cleaning, so they didn't have extra time to cut mugwort. Song Chunhwa went to the village entrance, a gathering spot for gossip. Hello, Grandma. Hello, Auntie. At this moment, under the big tree at the village entrance, 5 or 6 women and aunties gathered. Song Chunhwa greeted them. Chunhwa is here, one woman said with a smile. I'll buy mugwort at 1 penny per jean, Song Chunhwa said directly. Clamshells at 4 chien per 4 jean. Hearing this, the women and aunties immediately gathered around, confirming again, 1 penny per jean for mugwort, and clamshells at 4 chien for 4 jean. Song Chunhwa nodded and asked her to repeat, for example, to remove the sticks, making sure they are not broken or wet. The women and the aunt immediately left, walking quickly back to their homes, while also taking the little boy who was playing outside. Soon, around the outskirts of Haiying Mountain Village, near the creek and river, people were everywhere gathering mugwort and collecting river clams. After lunch, the village head's family came into the yard carrying mugwort and clam shells. Song Chunhwa checked everything and saw it all met the requirements, then took out a scale. 20 jean of mugwort leaves, 20 jean of clam shells, she said. Next to her, the young accountant, Song Siling, quickly said, 1 won per jean of mugwort leaves, 20 jean cost 20 won. For 1 per 4 jean of clam shells, 20 jean cost 5 won. Total is 25 won. For modern people who have learned the 9-9 multiplication table, this is simple mental math. But for these old folks who have never learned the multiplication table and have to count on their fingers for numbers under 10, Song Siling's quick mental calculation was amazing, especially since he was less than 5 years old. Wow, Silang is so clever. Chen Yao's wife praised, turning to look at her grandson playing with stones on the ground, feeling a bit annoyed and glaring at him. Song Silang counted 25 copper coins from his money pouch and handed them over. Everyone was stunned again, such a young child managing money. Qianhua asked cautiously, Chunhua, what do you need so much mugwort and clamshells for? Song Chunhua smiled but didn't answer. Chun Yao's wife glared and said as she pulled Qianhua outside, Chunhua, we're leaving now. Right after the village head's family left, several more groups of women and aunties arrived. While no one was around, Song Chunhua went to the neighbor's house. Once inside, she directly mentioned her plan to extract pig fat. Lu's wife immediately agreed.
40 won a day.
Lu's wife quickly said, You don't need so much. Lu grandma, this is based on the amount of work. It's not easy to do every day, but still not so much. Song Chunhua smiled and said, Lu grandma, others complain that the wages are too low, but you think it's too much? You, child, Lu's wife didn't say anything more, thinking that since she was paid so much, her family should help out more. Song Chunhua also asked Lu's wife to help with extracting oil and arranged for someone to be responsible for making the mugwort juice. He strode quickly toward Chun's house. The next day, Song Dalong and Song Sanling took a day off. Before dawn, Song Chunhua and Song Sanling hurried with a bullock cart toward the town. They assigned Song Dongmei to handle buying mugwort and shellfish, while Song Silang remained the small accountant. They went straight to the meat shop, buying all the lard, fat, and fragrant oils that could be pressed for oil. They bought over 180 jin in total, but Song Chunhua thought it was not enough, so they went to another nearby meat shop. They cleared out all 3 shops in town, buying more than 400 jin altogether. For making soap, Song Chunhua had already prepared all the tools while building the wall, so they didn't stay long. When they got home, Song Chunhua asked Song Sanling to call Lu's family and Chun from next door. Lu's family lived next door, and soon they arrived. As soon as they entered the yard, Lu's family started washing the lard. After washing, they put it into a basin and took it to the workshop with the stove. They sliced the lard. Once all the slices were ready, they lit the stove. Meanwhile, Song Dalong, guided by Song Chunhua, placed shellfish on the fire to burn, removing the outer shell and grinding it into powder. At the same time, Chun arrived with Song Sanling. Song Chunhua demonstrated how to wash mugwort, blanch it, crush it to extract juice, and filter it step by step. Did you learn it? She asked with a smile. If you forget, just ask me anytime. Okay.
Chun replied obediently.
After watching Chun do it once, Song Chunhua smiled and praised her. Chun is great.
Chun giggled happily.
She was strong, crushed the mugwort quickly, and extracted juice efficiently. After guiding Chun, Song Chunhua took Song Sanling into the workshop. No one was allowed inside this workshop without her permission. She took out some poria and dried mugwort. Grind these 2 into powder, she instructed. Then she took the burned wood ash in a basin and poured boiling water over it. She filtered the mixture through cloth until the water was clear. The first batch of shellfish had been ground into powder. After sifting, Song Dalong continued grinding. Song Chunhua added the sifted shell powder into the ash water, stirred, filtered again, and then added fine salt. After grinding the porridge and mugwort into powder, Song Chunhua took the mugwort juice into the room and then went next door to bring in some oil. The lard was filtered again until no impurities remained, then an appropriate amount of tea oil was added. She added the settled ash and shell water gradually, stirring constantly each time to create a soap-making reaction. When the mixture turned creamy, Song Chunhua stopped stirring. She then added the ground mugwort and porridge powders, mixed well, and added the mugwort juice again, stirring until smooth. Next, she poured the mixture into a bamboo tube. After filling the bamboo tube, Song Chunhua covered it with a cloth. Curious, the 2 watched as she took out a bar of soap she had made earlier. Bring in a basin of water, Song Chunhua said to Song Sanling. She then handed the soap to Song Dalong and Song Sanling.
Rub it on your hands.
Seeing they didn't know what to do, Song Chunhwa demonstrated. As they rubbed, foam appeared on their hands. Song Chunhwa secretly washed her hands with the soap a few more times. The difference was not very obvious. But both Song Dalong and Song Sanling usually washed with plain water or ash, so their hands had a lot of old dirt. As they rubbed, the water turned cloudy. They looked at their hands in shock, amazed to see the old dirt gone. "What is this?" Song Sanling asked in disbelief. "Is it a soap bean?" He had heard about soap beans from a classmate from the city, but had never seen one. "Soap," Song Chunhwa said with a smile. "That's what we just made." Hearing this, they stared blankly at the soap liquid in the bamboo tube on the table. "You can secretly use it in this room from now on." "I don't plan to take it out for now," Song Chunhwa explained. "We can't protect it at the moment." Song Dalong looked hesitant. Seeing this, Song Chunhwa asked, "Big brother, just ask if you want to know something." "Chunhwa, how do you know how to make this?" he asked. "I had a dream last night. An old man told me in the dream," she said seriously. After hearing this, the two found it hard to believe, but they couldn't think of a better explanation. A few people worked on the assembly line, making things quickly. In one day, they made 100 bamboo tubes, each cut into 10 pieces, totaling 1,000 pieces. The next day, Song Dalong and Song Sanling went to school. Their work was now handled by Song Chunhwa. Thanks to her special plan abilities, Song Chunhwa didn't feel tired when stirring or grinding. For half a month, the village's nearby mugwort was all harvested. Song Chunhwa decided to start making regular soap. Since regular soap doesn't need mugwort juice, Chun began grinding shell powder. Zhao Granny carried a bag of shell powder into the yard. Smelling the fragrant oil from the workshop, she couldn't help but walk over. Halfway there, Song Dongmei hurriedly stopped her. "Granny Zhao, you can weigh the shell powder here in the yard." Song Chunhwa's workshop didn't allow entry without permission. The same went for the oil pressing room, especially now that the shell grinding had moved to another building, making it even more off-limits. "Wow, it smells so good," Zhao Granny said. "It's really fragrant." Then she quietly leaned in to check the shell grinding, whispering to Song Dongmei, "This is for oil pressing, right?" "Total 12 Jin." Song Dongmei didn't reply but checked the weight, then hung the bag on the scale and looked at the numbers. She took out several copper coins from her purse and handed them over. "This is 3 won. Count it, please." After handing over the money, Song Dongmei looked like she was seeing her guest off. "Granny Zhao, I won't keep you any longer. I have things to do," she said with a smile, pushing Zhao Granny out. "Nothing to do, you go ahead." "I'll just look around," Zhao Granny said, standing still. She was so tempted by the smell of oil that she was a bit dazed. "There are many things in the yard. If you bump into something, we can't afford to replace it," Song Dongmei warned with a smile, gently pushing Zhao Granny outside. Zhao Granny spat heavily at the closed gate. Her eyes twinkled as she thought about calling Ergo to come look later. She had already forgotten about the last time Song Ergo was caught at Song Chunhwa's house. In the evening, Song Chunhwa moved her belongings and the shelf into the workshop. There was a small yard behind the two workshops where the soap was hung to dry. It could only be accessed from Song Chunhwa's workshop. A figure was watching the pointed bamboo spikes and sharp porcelain shards above the wall, quietly moving toward the gate. Under the moonlight, it was Song Ergo from the village. He took out his tools and started working, but there was no sound. "What's wrong with this broken lock?" he muttered quietly. Before he finished speaking, a dog barked loudly from inside the yard. "Woof! Woof! Woof!" Suddenly, the lights in the house turned on, and the voices of Song Dalong and Song Sanling could be heard. Hearing the noise, Song Ergo quickly put away his tools. Song Dalong and Song Sanling ran into the yard with a kerosene lamp, inspecting carefully, especially the workshop. Seeing that neither the yard gate nor the workshop door had been opened, they returned to the house. Inside, Song Chunhwa jumped forcefully and ran outside the yard. She picked up a slingshot and aimed at a figure ahead. Whoosh! 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 She shot 3 times in a row. Song Ergo turned around and shouted, "Who's hitting me?" But when he looked around, There was no one in sight. "Come out and show yourself," he yelled. No one responded. He took a few more steps forward, but before he could go far, he felt a sharp pain on his back from being hit. He quickly turned around, but still saw no one. "If you have the guts, come out and face me," he shouted again. Still, no one answered. He turned around and walked forward again, taking 2 steps at a time, then turning quickly, but his back kept getting hit, and there was no one around. After several tries, Song Ergo was so scared he ran forward wildly. Suddenly, water splashed up from the rice field. Song Ergo was lying in the rice field. He struggled to get up, but fell again with a loud smack. He got up again, and fell again. After more than 10 tries, he was too exhausted to stand and could only lie there, trembling with fear. "This is too strange tonight," he thought, shivering. Lu Dafa, who was guarding his own rice field, checked the field every night with a torch. Suddenly, he saw a person lying in the field and was startled. Song Ergo saw a shadow on the ground and shouted loudly, "Ah!
Ah! Ghost!"
Ghost!" he yelled and shouted loudly. Song Ergo, filled with adrenaline, got up and ran. Lu Dafa saw a large patch of rice seedlings trampled and, recognizing Song Ergo, cursed loudly. "You little rascal, Song Ergo. Just you wait." He immediately tried to rush over, but saw the rice seedlings in the field stop moving. Meanwhile, Song Ergo, after getting up, was so frightened he ran forward in a panic. This made Lu Dafa, standing on the ridge, very angry. He shouted behind him, "Song Ergo, stop right there." Terrified, Song Ergo didn't hear him. All he wanted was to leave and go home quickly. Zhao Pozi, who had been waiting all night for news about Song Ergo, heard a noise from the yard. She was happy and thought, "Got him." She hurried out into the dark, guided by the moonlight. She saw a person covered in mud walking into the yard. She was startled. Suddenly, the mud-covered person ran toward her, shouting, "There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" Zhao Pozi was so scared she moved to the side, but because she was old, her reaction was slow. They both fell to the ground. After falling, Song Ergo finally came to his senses. "Mother, are you okay?" He quickly helped Zhao Pozi up. "Erbao, my dear, why is it you? What's wrong?" Zhao Pozi, trying to hide her pain, asked Song Ergo. Song Ergo explained everything that happened tonight to Zhao Pozi. When Zhao Pozi heard this, she was very frightened and stammered. "Really? Really didn't see who hit you?" Song Ergo nodded. "That ghost even swears." Just then, Lu Dafa's voice came from outside the yard, shouting, "Song Ergo, come out here." That ghost, just now. Was this voice? Song Ergo trembled as he spoke, then hurriedly ran into Zhao Pozi's arms. Hearing Lu Dafa outside, Zhao Pozi was shocked. She thought, could his son be crazy? But it was clearly Lu Dafa's voice from the village. Seeing no response inside, the yard gate opened, and Lu Dafa came in. When he saw the two inside, he shouted, "Pay me back for my seedlings." Song Ergo stared blankly at the shadow on the ground. After a moment, he shouted, "It's not a ghost. Ghosts don't have shadows." He then ran toward Lu Dafa and hugged him tightly. "You're still warm. You're human." Lu Dafa pushed Song Ergo away forcefully. "Of course I'm human." Seeing his son fall to the ground, Zhao Pozi quickly ran over. Did Erbao hurt himself? Meanwhile, Song Ergo sat on the ground, laughing happily. This action confused Lu Dafa immediately, but when he saw the damaged seedlings, he pointed at Song Ergo and shouted, "Stop pretending to be crazy and stupid. Pay me for my seedlings. It's just a few broken seedlings." "Don't scare my second son," Granny Zhao scolded. "What do you mean by a few broken seedlings?" Hearing this about his precious seedlings, Lu Dafa cursed loudly and tried to pull Song Ergo. "Fix it now." Hey, what are you fixing so late at night?" Granny Zhao protected him. The argument in the yard attracted nearby neighbors. Several people came over holding torches or walking by moonlight. "What's wrong with Dafa?" asked an old man. "He stepped on my seedlings." "Ergo, why did you go to Dafa's field so late at night?" Lu Dafa realized. "Yeah, why did you go to my rice field so late?" Then he suddenly understood. You're not trying to steal my rice seedlings, are you? You, Song Ergo, actually want to steal my precious rice seedlings. What would I do with your broken rice seedlings if I stole them? A man watching the scene laughed and said, Lu Dafa isn't really stealing your rice seedlings. See? No one believes I'm stealing your rice seedlings. The man continued. Surely, he's just visiting someone else's field and passing by yours. A few others nearby, recalling Song Erga's past deeds, nodded in agreement. Granny Zhao scolded. Lu Fugue, don't talk nonsense. You've tarnished your second son's reputation, then let your second son explain why he went into Lu Dafa's field. I was just taking a walk, hearing Song Erga's reason. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. Lu Dafa still focused on his precious seedlings. Who cares? I saw you step on my seedlings. You have to fix it. He tried to pull Song Ergo, and during the struggle, the tool used for the act fell to the ground. Seeing the tool on the ground, Song Ergo quickly picked it up and hid it in his pocket. The man immediately said, I wasn't wrong, was I? The old man pointed at Song Ergo, you, then shook his sleeve and walked out of the yard. Lu Dafa, tall and strong, stepped forward and directly grabbed Song Ergo. Fix my rice seedlings. Someone's stealing. Lu Dafa is stealing. Granny Zhao shouted loudly, lying on the ground. Shout again, and I'll carry you over. Lu Dafa threatened as he turned around. Zhao Posey immediately shut up when she heard this. Until dawn, Song Ergo was still in the rice field. Since it was damaged and couldn't be repaired, Song Ergo couldn't return it. Lu Dafa told him to pull weeds in the field as compensation. Hurry up, Lu Dafa scolded Song Ergo, who was hesitating in the field. If you don't clean the weeds properly, don't think about leaving. Hearing this, Song Ergo reluctantly continued pulling weeds. Well, things didn't go smoothly this time. The sky gradually brightened. From time to time, villagers carrying hoes came along the ridge. Only then did Lu Dafa let Song Ergo leave. Over at Song Chunhwa's place, she had gone out last night and only just woke up now. While washing her face in the yard, Chun and Lu Shi from next door had already arrived. They only ate a quick lunch at Song Chunhwa's house and then headed straight to their workstations. Just as they were about to eat breakfast, Lu Jihua came in. Chunhwa, are you ready for breakfast? Lu Jihua changed her usual serious face and smiled warmly. In the yard, Song Dalong and a few others were surprised. Did this Annie take the wrong medicine today? Song Chunhwa smiled and nodded. Lu Jihua stepped forward. If Chunhwa invites someone, it should be family. Outsiders can't compare to family. Okay, next time I have work, I'll ask Uncle Daxiang first. Why ask her? Just ask me. I'm free now. If there's work next time suitable for Andy, I'll ask Annie first. No need for next time, this time is fine. You invited 2 people, I can do the work for one of them, Lu Jihua said confidently. Lu Shi came out just in time to hear this. Lu Shi usually didn't dare to offend most people in the village, and Lu Jihua didn't dare either. Lu Jihua quickly explained, I'm not talking about Aunt Lu. Song Chunhwa's eyes darkened. Then who is that aunt talking about? Seeing Song Chunhwa's cold, sharp gaze, Lu Jihua, relying on her seniority, said, Of course, it's Zhao Chun. She's a fool, but she can work. Looking at Song Chunhwa's icy stare that could kill, Lu Jihua quickly shut her mouth. Xiao Junyang ran out, puffing up her waist and angrily saying, Chun is not a fool. Madam, Sister Kun can't do the work you do, Song Chunhwa said coldly. Lu Jihua saw that Song Chunhwa and her sister were disrespectful to her and started to guilt-trip her. Oh, I really feel sorry for our father. We used to share everything at home, and even the old hen, we didn't want to eat it ourselves. As she spoke, she wiped away non-existent tears. Seeing a few villagers coming to sell shells at the gate, her voice grew louder. At this moment, Song Dongmei was in the kitchen. She didn't know whether to go out or stay inside. She was caught between her niece and her debt collector, as well as her sister-in-law. Seeing Lu Jihua's voice getting louder, she was about to go out and stop her, but Song Sanling stopped her and went straight to Song Eugene's house. Inside, Akun heard the noise and was about to go see what was happening, but Madame Lu stopped her. Someone's outside chatting. We should focus on our work. Yes, work. I need to work hard. Akun said with a smile. A woman came into the yard and asked, "What's wrong with Lu Juhua?" Her tone was full of gossip and eagerness to see a show. "Oh, they don't share the work with their own family," someone nearby scolded her. "Why ask?" "You ate too much breakfast. Don't eat tomorrow." Recently, their family had earned some silver by picking mugwort and collecting shells, and it hadn't affected their household chores. She couldn't afford to offend Song Chunhua. Hearing this, the woman shut her mouth quickly. Just as Lu Juhua was about to perform, she stopped abruptly after hearing this. But she immediately started talking to herself. "My father-in-law isn't worth it. True feelings can't be exchanged for true feelings. Oh, I can't even exchange a single honest job." Nearby villagers, who had also been earning money from mugwort and shells like the women's family, dared not offend Song Chunhua and chose to ignore her. They all moved closer to Song Chunhua and smiled. "Chunhua, look at these shells, are they good?" "Yes, I'll weigh them for you now." "Madam, this is 21 jin. Chunhua, do you want a shell meat?" In the yard, Lu Juhua was crying loudly while others remained calm, buying and selling shells. When Song Eugene and Song Jinsi came in, they saw the scene. Song Eugene immediately shouted at the door. "Shut up," Song Eugene shouted angrily. Song Chunhua had asked several times about building a house and repairing the wall, but each time, Song Daxiang and his brothers were busy. Additionally, Song Eugene and the Song Jin family still remembered her kindness regarding the incident with Song Dongmei. They also often asked Song Dongmei to bring home a chicken or some meat. At this moment, they couldn't let Lu Juhua cause trouble. As for Lu and Zhao Akun, they couldn't say much. One was a neighbor who often helped Song Chunhua's family, and Zhao Akun was even a lifesaver to Song Wenyang. Lu Juhua was unhappy and wanted to say more, but Song Jin stepped forward directly. "Go home, or go to your mother's house. Grandpa and Grandma are having breakfast at home." Song Chunhua called out happily. "No, we already ate at home," Song Eugene quickly replied. After Lu Juhua and the others left, the yard became quiet again. A woman whispered and asked, "Chunhua, are we collecting mugwort and shells or not?" Song Chunhua smiled and said, "As long as it meets the requirements, we will collect it." She nodded confidently. Hearing her answer, the woman hurriedly said, "Then I'll ask my family to send some over tomorrow." Several women from other villages who were listening immediately thought about sending their sons or themselves back to their own families. Someone from the same village as her, hearing this, got anxious and pointed at the women from other villages. Hey, you wouldn't tell your own family, would you?" Another woman from the same village quickly said, "Chunhua, you should prioritize those from the same village." "Of course, but don't worry, the amount needed is quite large." Hearing Song Chunhua say this, everyone in the yard, whether from her own village or others, relaxed. It was just dawn when several men squatted at the gate of Song Chunhua's house, each with a basket full of mugwort or shells. When Song Sanling opened the door, the men asked, "Are you collecting mugwort and these shell casings?" "Yes, come in." All morning, the yard was crowded with people. There was so much mugwort that the front yard couldn't dry at all, so they had to set aside a spot in the backyard to dry. At this time, the shopkeeper was now Song Wenyang. 10 jin of mugwort, 10 coins. 20 jin of shells, 5 coins. Total 15 coins. 16 jin of mugwort, 16 coins. Wearing a Neza-style hairstyle and bright red clothes, she spoke softly but was quick and accurate in her calculations. In the village, it was mostly Song Silang doing the math, so when an outsider saw a young girl calculating, they were quite surprised. "Wow, this girl can do math," one man praised. A woman muttered quietly, "Why is this girl learning that?" Nearby, another woman, the daughter of a woman, hurriedly pulled her mother away. Everyone knew that the head of the Song family was Song Chunhua. Seeing her daughter pull her away, the woman said confidently, "Of course she is." Her voice grew louder, and a few others nearby heard her. "Mother," the daughter exclaimed, anxious. If her mother and the head of the household found out she had offended Song Chunhua, she wouldn't have a good outcome. Now she deeply regretted pulling her mother away. She pulled her mother toward the outside of the yard. My scales haven't been used yet, the woman shouted. I'll wait later, wait outside, her daughter replied. At dusk, after work, Song Chunhua called out to Lu Shi. Grandma Lu, I want to ask your family to help dry some mugwort. Sure, Lu Shi agreed without hesitation. Your Jean and Chi aunts are free at home. I'll give 10 coins for 100 Jean, Song Chunhua said. It's just drying, no need to pay. Lu Shi waved her hand. It's a simple task, but it's not simple. You know it needs cleaning, Song Chunhua replied. That's easy. I'll ask Uncle De Fu and Uncle Fu to help wash it, Lu Shi said. Grandma Lu, just take the money, or I'll go to another family, Song Chunhua pretended to threaten. Lu Shi couldn't refuse and nodded with a smile. After dinner, Song Chunhua, Song Dalong, and Song Sanling worked in the workshop, finishing the last step, sealing and packaging. Song Chunhua and Song Dalong sealed the packages, while Song Sanling was responsible for stamping. The stamp had the name and logo. Song Chunhua's naming ideas were simple. Inspired by a soap brand called Diao before the apocalypse and considering they were in Black Eagle Mountain Village, she named it Eagle Brand Soap. The logo was a soaring eagle. The mugwort soap was labeled under the brand name with Mugwort and Poria written below. Once the soap was shaped, she stamped the middle of each bar with the same name and logo. I originally didn't plan to reseal and stamp the packaging, but I thought modern people should have a sense of brand awareness. It also serves as a way to prevent forgery. Within half an hour, I finished packaging all the soaps that had been drying for the past few days. All the soap made in the first month was packed, totaling 28,000 pieces. When I left the workshop, Song Sanling spoke. The 3 butchers have ordered pork fat and lard, but this time only about 30 Jean. Why so little? It seems one family ordered dozens of Jean, but many customers complained, so the meat vendors had to keep most of it. Villagers usually only slaughter pigs for the new year. On regular days, they buy meat in town. It looks like I need to raise pigs myself, but Song Chunhua can't stand raising them at home. After some discussion, we decided on an empty lot in the village, not far from home. It's a public land, and we just need the village head to come measure it and pay. The next day, after breakfast, Song Chunhua carried about 2 Jean of fat meat and went to Qinjinghe's house. Is your grandpa at home? Song Chunhua asked the little boy lying at the gate. Springflower sister, the little boy was excited to see Song Chunhua and shouted happily. In the village, the little boy sees Chunhua as someone who brings delicious spicy crab, fried shrimp, sweet candies, and also the twin sisters. Song Chunhua smiled and handed him a candy. The boy immediately ran into the yard, shouting loudly. Why are you shouting? Inside, Chen Yao's wife was scolding. The boy wasn't upset. He just got Chunhua's candy and happily said, Springflower is here. Hearing that, Chen Jinghe and his wife hurried out of the house. Song Chunhua entered the yard and handed the meat to Chen Jinghe. What are you doing with the meat? She quickly handed the meat to Chen Yao's wife. Chen Yao's wife looked at Chen Jinghe. Song Chunhua smiled and said, This is for Grandma Yao. It has nothing to do with a village head. You're such a kid. Chen Yao's wife joked with a smile, took the meat, and went back to the kitchen. I want to buy the empty land on the east side of my house. Buy it? Chen Jinghe asked. Yes, buy it, Song Chunhua replied confidently. That land isn't cheap, Chen Jinghe said. Your family has added a few rooms. Why do you still want to build more? The piece of land that Song Chunhua liked was also wanted by several families in the village when they divided their property. Unfortunately, they had to give up because they didn't have enough money. I want to raise pigs there. Pigs? Not only Chen Jinghe asked, but Chen Yaoshi, who was in the kitchen and heard this, also came out. How do you raise pigs? Chen Jinghe asked. Pigs are not easy to raise, or else everyone would keep a few. Chen Yaoshi, who had some pork, saw that Song Chunhua had never raised pigs and didn't know the details, so she explained, pigs mostly eat grass and grow to about 100 pounds. To get fat, they need grain, but we don't have enough grain ourselves. Also, pigs are prone to illness. Without experience, if you don't take good care of them, they can die quickly. She paused and continued. At the start of the year, raising 2 or 3 pigs and having 1 or 2 left by the end of the year is already good. Last year, Sister Zhang from next door raised 5 pigs, but by year's end, None were left. Thank you for telling me this, Song Chunhwa said gratefully. I want to try. Seeing her determined, the two didn't say more. Chun Jingha tapped his pipe and said, If you're sure, I'll gather a few elders from the village to measure the land. Yes, I'm sure. Song Chunhwa nodded firmly. All right. This afternoon I'll have those elders come see the land. Thank you, Grandpa Li, Song Chunhwa said as she headed outside the yard. At the gate, she met the little boy again. She took out a winter melon candy from his bag and handed it to him. Here you go. The boy happily took it and said with a smile, Thanks, Sister Chunhwa. When she got home, several villagers were in the yard, selling mugwort and shells. Song Wunyang, who was acting as the shopkeeper, ran over to Song Chunhwa. Second sister, today someone sold 226 jin of shells and 32 jin of mugwort. I just added it all up. She lifted her head, looking adorable and eager for praise. Wow, that's impressive. You can do mental math over 100 jin. Good job, Song Chunhwa said, giving her a thumbs up. Most villagers from nearby knew that Song Chunhwa was in charge of the household, so no one dared to speak up about Song Wunyang, the little shopkeeper. After lunch, Song Chunhwa carried 8 boxes of cakes toward the land she wanted to buy. When she arrived, Chun Jingha and 3 village elders came over. As soon as they met, Song Chunhwa immediately handed each of them 2 boxes of cake. Thanks to Chunhwa, today we also got to taste these cakes from the bakery. One of the thin elderly men smiled and said, Grandpa Chin, as long as you like it, I will buy it for you next time. Oh, such a precious thing. One taste is enough. I can't eat it all the time, the thin elderly man chuckled. Next to him, a round-faced old man happily agreed. Exactly, another old man, holding impatiently said, I need to go to the field. I want to finish quickly. The other 2 old men looked at the speaking man with some helplessness. Ah, you. They said, but immediately started helping with the work. 2 acres. The village has set the price at 11 taels of silver per acre, Chun Jingha explained. If you're raising pigs, maybe choose a less busy land. No need, just this piece of land, Song Chunhwa said, taking out 2 silver ingots and 3 broken silver pieces from her bag. Seeing that Song Chunhwa quickly took out about 20 taels of silver without hesitation, the 3 old men were a bit stunned, thinking to themselves that the Song family was really doing well now. The next day, Song Chunhwa gathered Lu San, Zhao Dachuan, Lu Daliu, and Lu Laifu, 5 people from the last construction team. They immediately started clearing stones and weeds. After giving instructions, Song Chunhwa went straight into the workshop after returning home. Today, Song Dalong and Song Sanling were on leave. Song Sanling was responsible for grinding wormwood, poria, and clamshells, while Song Dalong followed Song Chunhwa's instructions to mix and mold. A few days later, brothers Song Daxiang and Song Erxiang joined the pig farm construction site. There were quite a few workers now, and since they needed to make soap, they no longer provided meals, giving 5 cents and half a pound of oil residue daily as a subsidy. During this period, they had been making soap and hadn't gone hunting in the mountains for nearly 2 months. But with expenses for buying soap ingredients, land, building the pig farm, and hiring workers, Song Chunhwa's money was running low. They had collected more than 10 plants of century-old ginseng and lingji mushrooms, giving 2 small ones to the children, while the rest were made into medicinal pills. Now, only 1 century-old ginseng and 1 lingji mushroom remained. On the day Song Dalong and Song Sanling were on leave, before the rooster crowed, Song Chunhwa drove a bullock cart toward the county town. Around noon, she arrived at the city gate and headed straight to a tea house. A young clerk greeted her. Song Chunhwa spoke, I'm here to see your manager Sue. The steward Sue repeatedly asked the young girl if she had come before, finally emphasizing that the master valued this matter very much. He hurriedly put down his abacus and came forward. Please come in. The shopkeeper quickly welcomed Song Chunhwa inside. Steward Sue usually visits the city only at the end of each month, but if you have good items, feel free to show them. We will pay according to last time's standard. As soon as they entered the private room, Song Chunhwa took out a box from her basket and opened it. Looking at the lingji mushroom inside, her face turned red with excitement, and she stammered, "Sent 100-year-old lingji." From Xiao Yuanzi, Song Chunhua learned that this 100-year-old Lingji is not only a rare medicinal herb, but also a symbol of good luck, especially when it is whole and perfect. It is said that, when Lingji appears, the world is at peace. "Shopkeeper, give me a price," Song Chunhua asked. 500 taels. The shopkeeper offered the same price as last time for the ginseng. Song Chunhua smiled and closed the box. The shopkeeper quickly spoke. "Honestly, I can offer that price, but this one is definitely not worth it. If you trust me, I can send someone to the city right now." The shopkeeper spoke sincerely, worried that Song Chunhua might leave. "All right, I'll come back another day. No, I'll send someone on a fast horse now, and it will be back by tomorrow." The shopkeeper was afraid that Song Chunhua would leave. If he lost this chance to buy the 100-year-old Lingji because of his hesitation, he wouldn't be able to keep his job as the tea house manager. "Quick, serve the guest a pot of golden jade full house." The shopkeeper called out to the waiter. "But this is the master's." The waiter hesitated. "Just do as I say," the shopkeeper scolded. "Please enjoy your tea. I'll send someone to the city right away." The shopkeeper comforted Song Chunhua, then hurried out of the room, running downstairs. He ordered good tea and snacks to be brought up with only one goal: to keep Song Chunhua from leaving until news or people from the city arrive. He also fed the ox well. As night fell, the shopkeeper arranged for her to stay in the usual guest room used for visitors from the city. The next day, after lunch, the shopkeeper respectfully led a group into the private room. Among them was Steward Sue, who was standing beside a well-dressed man. "Hello, young lady," Steward Sue greeted kindly. "This young lady is his important guest. Because of that 100-year-old ginseng, his household has become more respected, and the master values him more." "Manager Sue, hello." Seeing the master's expression, Manager Sue quickly said, "May I see the 100-year-old ginseng you brought?" Song Chunhua opened the box without hesitation. As the box was opened, everyone's eyes lit up. The man in fine clothes, who had not spoken before, stared at the ginseng inside the box without blinking. After a while, the man in fine clothes looked at Manager Sue. Manager Sue hurriedly said to Song Chunhua, "Young lady, how much silver do you want for this ginseng?" Song Chunhua asked back, "Manager Sue, how much do you think it's worth?" Manager Sue made a gesture with his hand. 800 taels. Song Chunhua smiled. It seemed that Manager Sue wasn't very eager to buy. He looked at the man in fine clothes. The man in fine clothes looked at Song Chunhua, then turned to ask an old man nearby, "Dr. Wen, what do you think?" The old man replied, "Such a 100-year-old ginseng. I have never seen one like this." Hearing this, the man in fine clothes gave Manager Sue a look. Song Chunhua really wanted to curse. She was right in front of him. If he wanted to say something, just say it. Why involve others to pass messages? Manager Sue quickly said to Song Chunhua, 1,200 taels. Song Chunhua shook her head. The estimate from Xiao Yuanzi was still far from this. "Maybe you all want to think about it some more." Song Chunhua closed the box. At this moment, the man in fine clothes spoke. 1,500 taels. Manager Sue and the tea house owner both froze in surprise. Song Chunhua remained calm and said with a smile, 2,000. She stretched out the sound, 500 taels. Manager Sue took a sip of tea, and the tea house owner was again stunned. This young lady dares to ask for such a high price. The man in fine clothes finally looked directly at Song Chunhua and then said to Manager Sue, "Take the silver." Just as Song Chunhua left the tea house, a familiar face appeared in front of her, the shopkeeper of Fusho Hall, with a man behind him. This time, the shopkeeper no longer looked proud but smiled kindly at Song Chunhua. "Young lady, how much silver do you want for the ginseng in your hand?" "We will pay exactly that amount." Song Chunhua shrugged and said, "It's already sold." At that moment, Manager Sue came out of the tea house. "Housekeeper Wu, why are you here?" "Come in and have a cup of tea," Manager Sue said to the man behind the pharmacy owner, with a proud tone. Yesterday, the owner of Fusho Hall heard the news about the century-old Lingji mushroom and hurried over on horseback, but he was still a step too late. Now, the shopkeeper of Fusho Hall looked very pale. He was at his wits' end. Last time, The owner of the century-old ginseng found out it was because of him that he didn't get it, and he scolded him harshly. He spent a lot of money to build connections just to keep his position. This time, no one could save him. Song Chunhwa didn't care about the others. She pulled her ox cart toward the cattle and horse market. As soon as she entered the market, a foul smell wafted over. She didn't understand horses at all. Completely clueless. After walking around the market, Song Chunhwa decisively stopped in front of a pure white horse. Because she cared about appearance. The shopkeeper saw a young girl standing in front of his horse, thinking she was attracted by its looks. He didn't realize she was a customer and chuckled, biting into a meat bun. "Isn't this horse beautiful?" Song Chunhwa nodded. "How much do you want for this horse?" The shopkeeper was stunned. At that moment, he noticed the girl was pulling a cattle cart and asked, "Where are your parents?" Song Chunhwa smiled but didn't answer. She asked again, "How much for this horse, boss? You're looking to buy?" The shopkeeper asked uncertainly. "Yes," Song Chunhwa nodded. "This horse isn't cheap." The shopkeeper still couldn't believe that a young girl wanted to buy a horse. Although she was dressed nicely, this horse wasn't something an ordinary person could afford. "Name your price." "At least 50 taels," the shopkeeper said, holding up 5 fingers. "Okay," Song Chunhwa replied quickly. She even forgot to chew her meat bun and hurriedly swallowed it. Then she asked, "Really?" "Yes." Song Chunhwa took out 2 20-tael silver ingots and 3 pieces of broken silver from her pocket. Seeing the silver she took out, the shopkeeper was stunned again. Was he dreaming? "Does this match a cart?" Song Chunhwa asked again. "Ah." The shopkeeper was still in disbelief. Song Chunhwa repeated, "Does this match a cart?" "Yes, yes, yes." The boss hurriedly led the way to a nearby shop. "Do you want something ready-made or custom-made?" "Ready-made. Let's see if there's a suitable one." The boss pointed to a row of carriages in the backyard, proudly saying, "In the whole county, I have the most complete collection of carriages." Song Chunhwa looked around and chose a medium-sized carriage. After paying, the boss quickly attached the reins. Song Chunhwa spoke. "Boss, I need to go back with the ox cart, and I can't drive this carriage myself. Please help me find someone reliable to drive it back. I will pay for the service." "Sure." The boss called inside the house. "Old Ma." Soon, a dark-skinned man came out and bowed. "Boss, you called me? Drive the carriage tomorrow morning." The next day, after buying some dry food for the trip, Old Ma led the carriage at the front, with Song Chunhwa following closely behind in her ox cart. "Uncle Ma, let me try," Song Chunhwa suggested after a short rest. Old Ma demonstrated, and when Song Chunhwa sat on the carriage, it started to sway from side to side. Old Ma shouted to stop, and the horse calmed down. Song Chunhwa went over, placed her hand on the horse's back, and used her plant-based powers. The horse became gentle and looked at her with soft eyes. She jumped back onto the front of the carriage, flicked the whip, and drove it along the designated route, just like Old Ma. "This horse is special to you," Old Ma said. Only I and the boss could touch it before. Realizing he might have said too much, he quickly closed his lips. Song Chunhwa smiled casually. During the journey, they took turns driving. Song Chunhwa drove the carriage and Old Ma drove the ox cart. "Wow, look! A carriage!" Near a rice field, a man shouted as he pointed at Song Chunhwa's carriage. As they approached, seeing Song Chunhwa sitting in the carriage, villagers ran over to watch, looking surprised. One man asked, "Did you buy this carriage, Chunhwa?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned again. Before anyone else could speak, Song Chunhwa smiled and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Uncle, I'm heading back now." Everyone watched the departing carriage, unable to recover from their surprise. "Oh my, how much do you think that cost?" An old woman sighed. "The carriage I worked on for Lord Zhao cost 70 or 80 taels, a man said.
7, 8,
10 taels, a woman exclaimed in disbelief. Song Chunhwa looked at the twin children standing stunned at the gate and said, "Come up, second sister will take you for a ride." The twins eagerly climbed onto the carriage. "Is this the carriage, second sister?" Song Siling asked. Song Chunhwa nodded. Song Wunyang pointed at the white horse and said, "It's so beautiful. Can I touch it?" Woonyang asked Song Chunhwa for permission. As long as I'm here, you can. Go ahead, Song Chunhwa replied. Second sister, why can I only touch it when you're here? Siling asked with curiosity. See its back hoof. Song Chunhwa pointed at the horse's hind leg. Yes, I see it, Siling answered. That hoof can kick people. At this moment the old horse got off the ox cart. Song Chunhwa said, Uncle Ma, wait a moment, I'll take you to the town. She drove the ox cart to the backyard barn, handed a bag of oil cake to the old horse and said, This is for you to eat on the way. Seeing the oil cake, the old horse's eyes lit up. On the way to the town, Song Chunhwa and the old horse sat in the front of the carriage, and she shared driving tips. The twins sat inside the carriage, leaning by the window, looking outside, and occasionally lifting the curtain to tell Song Chunhwa what they saw. They arrived at the town in less than half an hour. For the rest of the trip, the old horse would either pull the ox cart or the carriage back to the county seat. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Here is your payment, Song Chunhwa said, handing over some broken silver. Since the school day was almost over, she decided to wait and pick up Song Dalong and Song Sanling, so they wouldn't need to rent a cart. First, they went to a snack shop to buy some treats, then to a general store to buy household items. As it was nearly time for school to end, they headed the carriage toward the school. The twins kept their eyes on the school gate. When they saw Song Dalong and Song Sanling, they shouted, Big brother and third brother. Hearing the familiar voices, the brothers looked over and saw the twins sitting in the front of the carriage with Song Chunhwa beside them. Song Chunhwa waved, and the brothers went over to the carriage. Second sister, you bought this carriage? One of the boys asked. Song Chunhwa smiled and nodded. Loving a carriage like modern boys love cars, it's just the same. The two excitedly gathered around the horse. The twin siblings were pushed into the carriage again, while Song Dalong and Song Sanling sat beside Song Chunhwa. This drive means starting to move and speeding up. O is for turning the horse. Da is for going straight. Su is for pulling the reins at the same time. Song Chunhwa shared her newly learned knowledge about driving the carriage. The two brothers took turns sitting in the front to drive. Because Song Chunhwa was nearby, the white horse listened pretty well. Second sister, is it okay to call him Little White? Asked Song Woonyang, lifting the curtain. Sure, let's call him Little White. Song Chunhwa realized that their family was not good at naming. The puppy was black, so they called it Little Black. The cow was yellow, so they called it Old Yellow. This horse was white, so they called it Little White. Before reaching home, many villagers gathered at the gate, all curious to see the carriage. By mid-afternoon, news of Song Chunhwa buying a carriage spread throughout the village. Oh wow, it's really a carriage. An old woman pointed at the passing carriage and exclaimed. Chunhwa, you're getting rich. A man said with a hint of envy, why not take everyone to get rich too? Song Eugene nearby said, why don't you share your 10 acres of good land with others? Seeing it was Song Eugene, the man quickly said, I was just saying. The little children, hearing that the eldest and Tongtong's families bought a carriage, couldn't wait to run over. However, they arrived just as Song Chunhwa took the children to the town, and upon seeing the twin siblings, they immediately gathered around. Can we sit for a while? No. Song Siling saw they were covered in mud and firmly refused. Then he leaned in close to Song Chunhwa's ear and asked softly, Second sister, if they wash up, can they ride in the carriage? Song Chunhwa nodded. Hearing her answer, Song Siling then told the little children, they must be clean first. Hearing that they only needed to be clean to ride the carriage, the children hurried home to wash. While busy cutting pig grass, Qian Huahua, who had just received the money for the carriage, ran over. She loved lively events and regretted not going to the fields today. Otherwise, she would have already seen the carriage. About 10 meters away, she loudly shouted, Chunhwa, you bought a carriage. Villagers always spoke loudly, and everyone was used to Qian Huahua's loud voice. Yes, replied Song Chunhwa. How much did it cost? Qian Huahua asked again, as everyone was curious. Song Chunhwa impatiently replied, 70 taels. Wow, 70 taels. Chunhwa, where did you get that money? Qian Huahua asked. I was lucky and found a rare mushroom. Oh, wow. Your luck is so good. At this moment, an old woman said, things in the mountains belong to everyone. You should share that money. Hearing this, several jealous villagers agreed. Song Eugene scolded again. Old woman, your vegetable plot is in the village, and those vegetables belong to everyone, right? I worked hard to plant them myself, the old woman quickly replied. Then don't talk nonsense now. Because of Song Eugene's strong words and his seniority, others with similar thoughts didn't dare to speak up. In the following days, villagers often came to see the carriage at Song Chunhwa's house. In half a month, the pig pen was almost finished, just needing to build a wall. Song Chunhwa started buying piglets in advance. After visiting nearby villages, she reserved about 70 or 80 piglets. The remaining task was to hire someone to raise the pigs. With this scale, she needed 2 people, one to feed the pigs and prepare food, and another to keep the place clean. They would also be responsible for slaughtering the pigs later. Before hiring anyone, Lu Da and Lu Er came to see Song Chunhwa. Chunhwa, are you hiring someone to raise pigs? Our family raises 3 or 4 pigs every year, and we take care of them ourselves. We also slaughter the pigs for the new year, Lu Da said. After observing the construction of the pig pen twice, Song Chunhwa was satisfied with Lu Da and Lu Er. They worked quickly, were willing to work hard, and valued family traditions, which Song Chunhwa appreciated. Are you thinking of coming to raise pigs? She asked directly. The 2 quickly nodded. Only one of you can come for now. Hearing this, they both smiled happily. They had initially come just to try their luck, knowing that the main priority was Song Eugene's family and Lu Dafu's family. But now, having one of them chosen exceeded their expectations. Since they needed to hire someone, Song Eugene's family definitely wouldn't be missing out. Thinking of this, Song Chunhwa strode towards Song Eugene's house. As she reached the gate, she happened to see Song Jinsher coming back from the vegetable garden, holding a basket of vegetables. Hearing that Song Eugene was looking for him, he quickly sent someone into the courtyard, then called out to the house. Old man, Chunhwa is looking for you. Song Eugene came out smiling and said, What's the matter? Great-grandpa, the pig farm is about to start raising pigs. I want to ask if Uncle Daxiang and the others are willing to come. Before Song Eugene could reply, Song Jinsher nearby immediately answered, Yes, we're willing. The wall was almost finished. Song Chunhwa, Lu Er, and Song Erxiang started collecting the pre-ordered piglets. Baby pigs are cheap, but their survival rate is low. In the end, raising piglets was more cost-effective. In about 10 days, all the reserved piglets were moved to the pig farm. They needed someone to watch over the farm at night, so they decided to take turns. At the gate of the courtyard, there were 2 small buildings, one for resting and the other for cooking and preparing pig feed. When Song Chunhwa arrived at the pig farm, Lu Er and Song Erxiang were cleaning the pig pens. Keeping the pig pens clean was something Song Chunhwa suggested. When building the pens, a drainage ditch was dug. The water used for cleaning flowed automatically into the ditch and then to the manure pit. The soap they dried was nearly 40,000 pieces. Song Chunhwa decided to go to the city. Hearing about the trip to the city, Song Dalong and Song Sanlang were stunned again, just like when Chunhwa first went to the county town. Then I will ask my teacher for leave, said Song Dalong. No need, I can go alone, Chunhwa replied. Big brother, don't ask for leave. You're preparing for the scholar exam. I will ask for leave, said Sanlang. You 2 don't need to ask. I can go alone, Chunhwa insisted. No, the 2 brothers said in unison, refusing. Don't worry. You forgot I am a strong man, Chunhwa said confidently. After unsuccessful persuasion, the brothers could only give some advice, but they still looked worried. Before dawn, Song Dalong, Song Sanlang, and Chunhwa started moving the soap. The soap was packed in specially made bamboo baskets, each holding 1,000 pieces. The baskets were placed in the wagon, which was empty except for the soap, perfect for composting. There were 10 baskets in total, totaling 10,000 pieces of soap. The fodder was tied to the top of the wagon. Song Dongmei hurried over with freshly cooked meat pancakes and 2 pots of hot water. When no one was passing by on the road, Chunhwa stored the soap in the wagon, leaving only 2 baskets inside. They traveled all day, rushing quickly. Just before the city gates closed, they arrived at the city entrance. She took out her pass and 4 coins for entering the city, then led her horse-drawn carriage into town. It cost 2 coins per person, and the carriage also needed 2 coins. Inside the city, cattle, horses, and mules could only be led on a leash, unless authorized by the government or holding an official driving permit to ride. The government city was much busier than the county town. Even at the time the city gate was closing, there were still many people on the streets. Most shops were still open. After a busy day, Song Chunhwa went straight into a decent-looking inn. "Please feed my horse." She handed the reins to the young clerk. "Sure, I'll make sure it's well fed." As soon as she entered the inn, Song Chunhwa ordered a large bowl of lamb noodles. After eating the noodles, she rested for a moment, then asked the clerk to take her to her room. After bringing water, she washed off her makeup. For convenience, she dressed and styled herself as a man. After bathing, she didn't go out again but went straight to bed, planning how to sell soap the next day. She didn't agree to let Song Dalong and Song Samling come along. Besides school, the main reason was that she had no power or influence now. Selling soap required keeping her identity secret, which is why she hadn't publicly used or shown the soap before. At dawn, she bought 2 meat buns for breakfast, then led her carriage around the city. The size of the government city was similar to a modern county town. After about an hour, Song Chunhwa chose the busiest street for her sales spot. Setting up a stall cost 10 coins for the booth. Because she used her carriage, she occupied 2 spots, paying 20 coins. After paying for the booth, she bought a dining table from a shop that sold tables and cabinets, placing it in front of her stall. She brought out 2 basins of clean water from her carriage and placed them on the table. She also took out 10 ordinary soaps and 10 soaps made with herbal ingredients like poria and mugwort. Finally, she took out a vertical signboard from her carriage. It had the words Eagle Brand Soap in large characters at the top, occupying half the board. Below, in smaller characters, it read, "Regular soap, 300 coins each. Herbal soap with poria and mugwort for 100 coins each." 15 minutes passed, but no one showed interest. Song Chunhwa cleared her throat, stood on a small stool, and loudly called out, "Come and see. The Eagle Brand Soap that can clean everything is here." This kind of shouting might be old-fashioned now, but at that time, it was quite rare. Soon, about 10 people gathered around the stall. Seeing that the crowd was enough, Song Chunhwa stopped shouting and, without hesitation, opened 2 bars of soap, one plain, one with a herbal scent. "Ma'am, sir, please wet your hands first, then apply this." "What is this? I don't dare try it," the older woman said, looking at the soap Song Chunhwa handed over. Without saying a word, Song Chunhwa grabbed some dust and dirt from the ground, then went to a nearby writing stall, paid a copper coin, and dipped her hand in ink. She returned to her stall, raised her hands high. "Everyone, look at my hands."
What's so special about that?
"It's just dirt and ink," an old woman said. "Exactly." Song Chunhwa nodded. "But I can make all that dirt and ink disappear." She wet her hands in clean water, then took the soap to lather and scrub her palms, backs of her hands, and between her fingers. As she scrubbed, tiny bubbles formed on her hands. Because of the dirt and ink, the bubbles were black. After a good scrub, Song Chunhwa put her hands back into the water, rinsed off the bubbles, and then loudly called out to the crowd, "Now, witness the miracle." She took her hands out of the water and held them high. Everyone saw her hands, clean, white, and smooth. Really clean. "Wow, they're truly spotless." The crowd started talking excitedly. One old woman pointed at the soap and asked, "What is this?" Song Chunhwa loudly explained, "This is soap. It can be used to wash hands, bathe, and even do laundry." "Ma'am, Grandma, you should try it," she said, offering the soap. The 2 women, experienced in household chores, first wet their hands in water, then applied the soap and rubbed, finally rinsing again. Their hands, which had been covered in old dirt, now looked clean and much whiter. They stared at their hands in disbelief and shouted, Can this really clean them? Are these really my hands? The crowd watching was even more surprised. An older woman eagerly asked, "How much does this cost?" 300 coins for one. Song Chunhwa pointed to a bar of soap. This one, made with added poria and mugwort, has a whitening effect and costs 400 coins. Upon hearing the price, a man said, "One of these can cover more than half a month's wages." Another man said, "That's almost a whole month's pay." Everyone, don't be fooled by how small it looks. It can last you about half a year, and you can also use it to wash clothes. She then took a dirty handkerchief from her bag, soaked it in water, applied soap, and scrubbed it. Soon, a clean handkerchief appeared, catching everyone's attention. People who were eager to buy quickly calculated in their minds and thought the price wasn't too high. The main reason was that the cleaning effect was really good. "I want one of the 300 coin ones. I want the poria and mugwort one. I want one too." Song Chunhwa immediately took out 2 boxes from her cart, one with regular soap and one with the poria and mugwort soap. Soon, the stall was crowded with people. It was a seller's market, and Song Chunhwa asked customers to line up. Suddenly, a man who looked like a young master arrived with a group of people and said, "All the remaining are bought." Hearing this, some people muttered in frustration, "Since you bought them all, what are we supposed to buy?" Song Chunhwa pointed at the line and smiled. "Sorry, everyone is limited to 200 coins worth." This time, Song Chunhwa's main goal was to promote her products, so she couldn't let one person buy everything. The man looked at the long line, which stretched over 10 meters, and said, "Do you know who I am? How dare you tell me to wait in line? And I've never heard of a limit on purchases before." Song Chunhwa looked a bit troubled. "If everyone agrees to let you cut the line and buy everything, I won't say no." Some people in the crowd voiced their opposition. The butler hurried forward and whispered, "Young master, madam." Before he finished, the man interrupted, "Take them all to line up." "That's enough." Then he pointed at a round-faced young servant. "Go back and call more people. The more, the better." Within 15 minutes, the round-faced servant returned with 5 bodyguards. "Why did you only bring a few people? Didn't I say the more, the better?" The round-faced young man looked troubled. "We all have other things to do." "Is there something more important than me?" The man pointed at the round-faced young man. "Go back and call more people." The round-faced young man ran back into the house. As the last bar of soap was sold, Song Chunhwa addressed the crowd. "Sorry, everyone. All the soap is sold out. How come it's all gone?" I waited in line for almost half an hour." At this moment, a man approached the man called Young Master and said, "Could you spare a few bars? I'll pay an extra 100 coins. Do you think I need that 100 coins? Let's go back to the house." The steward led 4 people to line up and buy soap, each purchasing up to 200 bars, totaling 1,000 bars. People who didn't get any surrounded Song Chunhwa and asked, "Will you come again tomorrow? When will you set up the stall next time?" Song Chunhwa smiled and replied, "No stock tomorrow. The next time is uncertain." After answering, Song Chunhwa packed up the table, basin, and other items into the cart. A man with a goat beard approached and bowed. "I am from the Great River Trading Company. I want to cooperate with you. You supply the soap and we sell it." Song Chunhwa shook her head. The man lifted his head, looking surprised. "Haven't you heard of the Great River Trading Company?" Song Chunhwa shook her head again. The man proudly said, "We are among the top 10 trading companies in the country, with 300 or 400 shops across the nation." Seeing Song Chunhwa look impressed, the man felt very proud. Just when he thought Song Chunhwa would eagerly agree to cooperate, a young boy from the opposite side looked hesitant. "It's just that I didn't produce this soap myself. I bought it from someone else." The man's opponent, although dressed neatly, wore coarse cloth, not even fine fabric. He didn't suspect much, thinking, "If I could make this soap, why would I wear rough cloth and clothes?" "Where did you buy it from?" Song Chunhwa answered sincerely. "From a trading caravan." "Which caravan?" Song Chunhwa shrugged. "I don't know." The man didn't believe it. "Then how did he sell you that?" "Because I happened to rescue their young master when I encountered bandits." The man couldn't believe it. "You can handle bandits?" "Yes," Song Chunhwa said, raising her hand to point at the nearby carriage. The man unconsciously cleared his throat. It was still early, so Song Chunhwa started exploring the city. She visited fabric shops, choosing more colors and styles, buying 10 bolts of coarse cloth and 10 of fine cloth. At the clothing shops, she bought one set for each person. Passing by a jewelry store, Song Chunhwa went inside. There were hairpins, hair sticks, combs, earrings, shoulder ornaments, jade pendants, rings, earrings, pearls, agate, and other jewelry, along with rouge and face powder. The antique-style jewelry was so beautiful that Song Chunhwa couldn't look away. With money in her pocket, she bought all the hairpins, hair sticks, shoulder ornaments, earrings, and jade pendants she liked. Her little helper beside her was already smiling so much he couldn't see his eyes. She bought a big pile of jewelry, spending 100 taels. Fortunately, neither Song Dolly nor Song Sonli came this time, or she wouldn't have been able to buy so freely. These expenses were just a small matter for Song Chunhwa. This time, she bought 10,000 pieces of soap, 5,000 of ordinary soap, and 5,000 of mugwort and poria. After subtracting the 2 pieces she first tested, she spent 3,550 taels, leaving only 700 coins. After shopping for clothes and jewelry, it was time for food. She didn't need meat, there was plenty at home. Song Chunhwa headed straight to the pastry shop. Lianzi cake, osmanthus cake, foxnut cake, mung bean cake, fairy bean cake, lotus root cake, longjing tea cake, poria cake, various candied fruits and sweets. She visited 7 or 8 shops, buying 1 or 2 boxes or a few jean of each she liked, tasting them, and then buying 3 or 5 boxes or jean of those she thought were good. Of course, she didn't forget books, paper, brushes, and ink, things related to reading. Please recommend some books that students like to buy, Song Chunhwa asked the shop assistant. The assistant quickly selected about 10 books. These are the most popular among readers in the city. Song Chunhwa picked out the ones she already had at home and said to the shop assistant, "I'll take all of these." "All of them, sir." The shop assistant looked at the thick stack of books to confirm. After all, these books weren't cheap. There were 10 of them, and the prices hadn't been asked yet. Song Chunhwa nodded confidently. Yes. Hearing her answer, the shop assistant hurriedly took the books to the counter. Turning around, she saw Song Chunhwa still flipping through other books. She hurried over and asked, "Do you need anything else?" Suddenly, Song Chunhwa was attracted by the handwriting of a scholar copying books inside the shop. This is the person hired by the shop to copy books. The characters looked similar to modern regular script, very suitable for beginners to imitate. Although Song Chunhwa couldn't read, the handwriting looked very smooth and comfortable. "Do you have any copybooks like this?" Song Chunhwa asked. Books like the 3-character classic or the 1,000-character text. The shop assistant looked uncomfortable. Not at the moment. The scholar's handwriting was not very popular with the shop owner. He had asked for a long time before the owner agreed to let him copy books here. Hearing this, the scholar looked up and gazed at Song Chunhwa. "I can start copying right now. All right, I need it by tomorrow morning. Take a look and see which book you can finish. There are 2 children at home who are studying. Please choose suitable books for them. Copy 2 copies of each, and come back in a month or 2 to pick them up." The scholar's eyes sparkled with excitement. Song Chunhwa then said, "Also, get 2 copybooks." The shop owner happily counted on an abacus. Total is 58 taels. This included the deposit Song Chunhwa paid for the copying service. She sighed, realizing that the supplies for scholars are really expensive. After leaving the bookstore, the shop owner pointed to the scholar and said to the assistant, "Bring a pot of the tea I bought yesterday." The scholar bowed in thanks. When the assistant brought the tea, he whispered, "Right well. I see this young man really likes your handwriting. He's not short of money, so you won't have to worry about your study expenses in the future." After buying the books, Song Chunhwa went to a shop selling writing supplies. The shelves were filled with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, many of which were not available in nearby towns or counties. She looked for items that seemed suitable or that her family members might like, choosing 1 or 2. She checked various stalls, grocery stores, hardware shops, street vendors, examining everything carefully. She bought what was needed: food, daily necessities, clothing, and entertainment, everything suitable and desirable. At this time, the sun was beginning to set in the west. Song Chunhwa found a guest house near the city gate. The next morning, at dawn, only the breakfast shops were open. She bought 20 meat buns and 20 vegetable buns. Then she went to the bookstore, picked up the books, and led her horse-drawn cart straight to the city gate. Once outside the city, she jumped onto the cart and shouted, "Drive." With a whip, the horse started to run. Calmly, it turned back onto the nearby road. Since yesterday's market closing, someone has been following Song Chunhua. It's the same after leaving the town. Leaving the main road, it turned onto a small path with lush plants on both sides. Song Chunhua used her plant powers, making the plants on both sides grow toward the middle of the road behind her. After about 15 minutes of travel, she felt the followers' presence disappear. Not returning the same way, she took a detour and headed home. When she arrived, it was just time for dinner. Many villagers were walking home from the fields, carrying hoes. "Grandpa." Song Chunhua stopped beside Song Eugene. Seeing her, Song Eugene paused and smiled, calling out, "Chunhua." She first handed over a package of pastries and a paper wrapping containing 5 meat buns. "Oh, I'm lucky to get some from Chunhua again." Song Eugene happily accepted. Then she took out a piece of coarse cloth from the wagon. Seeing it was a whole piece, Song Eugene quickly pushed it back. "You can't take this.
Just keep it."
"I'm leaving now." Song Chunhua whipped her horse, shouting, "Go." An old man nearby sighed with envy. A whole piece of cloth. "Oh, Chunhua is so generous." "Is this from the town's bakery?" Another old man asked, leaning over.
There's probably a meat bun inside.
"I can smell the meat," a woman said, pointing at the paper wrapping and swallowing. Song Eugene chuckled. On the way home, amid everyone's envy, Song Eugene carried the cloth, pastries, and meat buns. "Old man, why are you carrying a whole piece of cloth?" Song Jinshur asked. "Did you go to town?" "I don't go to town. If I did, I wouldn't have enough money to buy a whole piece. Chunhua gave it to me." Song Jinshur hurried forward. "Give it to me. Your clothes are so muddy, don't get it dirty." When she took the cloth, she saw the pastries and paper wrapping in her hand. "Chunhua also gave me these." Song Eugene nodded. A few small children nearby watched Song Eugene closely, staring at the pastries and paper wrapping. Quick-witted Dog Egg pointed at the wrapping.
"Meat. Meat."
Song Eugene handed the meat bun to Song Jinshur. "We'll share and eat it later." Hearing this, the small children gathered around Song Jinshur. Just as the carriage reached the gate, the twins ran out. Second sister, standing in the courtyard, Song Chunhua spoke. "Call big brother and third brother to come help move things." Song Silang immediately ran inside on his short legs. Song Chunhua handed over the clothes, hair accessories, and favorite pastries she bought for fifth sister. "These are for our Tang Tang." Wow, a red dress, red flowers, and red pastries. At this moment, big brother Song Dalong, third brother Song Sanlang, and fourth brother Song Silang, who had just gone to call others, came out. Song Chunhua handed the items she bought to them. Big brother Song Dalong and third brother Song Sanlang looked at the books, ink, and paper, unable to look away. Fourth brother Song Silang was shaking the abacus in his hand. "This is for you 3 sisters," Song Chunhua said, handing out the new clothes. Big sister Nini and second sister Nini looked at Song Dongmei. "Why did you buy them clothes again?" Song Dongmei asked. "Big aunt, you have one too." Song Chunhua took out a silver bracelet and handed it over. "I can't accept such an expensive gift." Song Dongmei waved her hand. Song Chunhua then handed the clothes to big sister Nini, and the silver bracelet was slipped onto Song Dongmei's wrist. "Why buy such expensive things?" Song Dongmei said shyly. Big sister Nini, second sister Nini, and third sister Nini looked happily at the clothes in their hands, carefully holding them so as not to damage them. They had never worn new clothes before. Because Song Chunhua had returned and everyone received gifts, the Song family enjoyed a joyful dinner. While there was still some daylight, Song Chunhua took half a bolt of coarse cloth and went to the neighbor's house. "Grandma Lu is making a dress for you," Song Chunhua said when she arrived at the courtyard, where Lu Shi was just outside. Before Lu Shi could refuse, Song Chunhua had already turned to leave. This child. Lu Shi chuckled. Lu Jinshi came out holding Tiger, and Lu Shi handed over half a bolt of cloth. You and your second brother share this. Mother, this is for you from Manhwa. If I give it to you, just take it. Next month your younger brother is getting married, and you'll go back then. Thank you, Mother. Song Manhwa placed the money from selling soap on the desk in the study. Big brother Song Dalong and his brother looked at the silver and copper coins on the table, stunned. 3,250 taels, Song Manhwa said. 3,250 taels. Third brother Song Samling stammered repeatedly. Song Manhwa nodded. Yes, all from selling that soap. Big brother Song Dalong confirmed. Song Manhwa nodded again. Are they all sold out? Song Dalong asked quickly. Of course, Song Manhwa replied. You use them, right? They work well. The two nodded strongly to show they agreed. Second sister. Second sister. Outside, the voices of the twin siblings called out. Song Manhwa hurriedly put the silver and copper coins into her bag. The door to the study was pushed open from outside, and the twins ran in. Second sister, your clothes look so nice. I like them a lot. Song Wunyang spun around in front of Song Manhwa. Song Xiling also came closer to Song Manhwa. I also like this new outfit. After bathing, the two quickly changed into their new clothes. Song Manhwa often bought clothes and fabric for the family and asked Lu Jinshi to make them. She no longer waited for festivals to wear new clothes. Now she bought them and wore them right away. Song Dalong and Song Xiling needed to review their lessons, so Song Manhwa took the twins outside. The next morning at breakfast, Song Manhwa said, Big and I and Second and I, today you two will help second sister Chun and Grandma Lu with chores. Usually, Song Dalong and Song Xiling needed to go to school, and the twins also needed to study reading, writing, and arithmetic. Making soap was too busy for them. Seeing that the pigsty wasn't very busy, Song Manhwa decided to let Lu Daji and Erxiang feed the rabbits and chickens. With Big and I and Second and I helping, Song Manhwa assigned the work of rendering pig fat, making mugwort juice, grinding poria powder, and shell powder to the four of them. Lu was in charge of dividing the work. Go to Grandma's house. After lunch, Song Manhwa packed a coarse cloth and a bag of pastries into her basket and asked the twins playing in the yard. Go, yes, they answered immediately. Go to the kitchen and get a bowl for the tofu. Song Xiling ran straight to the kitchen.
Seeing Song Dongame holding the babbling Song Liu Lang, who was calling out uncle and brother uncle 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 Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle.
Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Uncle, 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 uncle. Since Yaohe couldn't speak, he never married. Grandma Song liked children very much. Song Chunhua took out a piece of cloth and a package of pastries from her basket. Grandma, look at this color. Do you like it? If not, I can exchange it. Grandma Song smiled happily. I like it, but it's too expensive. Then come more often to eat tofu pudding, and you'll get used to it, Song Chunhua said playfully. Grandma Song laughed and replied, Okay, come anytime. I'll keep some for you. At this moment, a woman entered. Song Chunhua remembered her as the widow from the village. Ignoring the 4 siblings inside, she went straight to Grandma Song and Zhao He. Song auntie brother Zhao. As soon as she entered, she handed a bowl to Zhao He and said sweetly, 1/2 pound of tofu. Song smiled again but then frowned. The widow didn't mind Song's cold face and moved closer to Zhao He, speaking softly. Brother Zhao, are you free this afternoon? As she approached, Zhao He blushed deeply. Before Zhao He could answer, Song firmly refused. She snatched the bowl from Zhao He, then quickly walked to the kitchen with the bowl, cloth, and pastries. She came out again, holding the bowl in her left hand and spreading her right hand. Song Chunhua looked confused but was quietly watching. Why are you just standing here? Go inside and get some tofu for Chunhua. Hearing this, Zhao He hurried toward the kitchen. The widow had no choice but to take out 2 coins. After receiving the money, Song didn't bother to invite her to stay. Don't stay long, just go. The widow stood still, glancing toward the kitchen. Song forcefully pushed her out of the yard. Go back quickly. She pushed the widow outside the yard and securely locked the gate. After hearing the sound of the gate closing, Zhao He came out of the kitchen. Come in quickly and have some tofu pudding, Grandma Song called to Song Chunhua and the others. Since Song Chunhua was still young and unmarried, Grandma Song wouldn't talk about romantic matters with her, especially since she was a younger girl. Eat tofu pudding. Fifth sister Song ran toward the kitchen with short steps. After eating the tofu pudding, she carried the tofu home. She passed by the widow's house. Inside the clinic, a woman scolded, You widow. You little. Who did you flirt with now? Wearing flowers and makeup and dressing like that, the twin children were still young, and since Song Chunhua didn't want to get involved in others' affairs, she didn't stay long. She quickly led the children away. When they got home, Song Chunhua returned Song Luling to Song Dongmei and went into the workshop. Chunhua. Song Dongmei called from outside. The village chief is here. Big sister, please invite the village chief inside. I'll be right there, Song Chunhua replied while stirring. After finishing her work, she took off her apron. At this moment, Chen Jinghe was sitting in the hall drinking tea, arranged by Song Dongmei. Seeing Song Chunhua come in, Chen Jinghe immediately spoke. Do you want 10 acres of good land? Near the river. Yes, Song Chunhua answered without hesitation. Chen Jinghe looked uncomfortable, but the price isn't cheap. It's a bit more expensive than similar land. How much does it cost? 15 taels per acre. Although Song Chunhua wasn't short of silver, she was still surprised by the price. Ordinary water fields in the village cost about 10 taels, and those near the river usually cost 11 or 12. Why is it so expensive? This 10 acres of good land belongs to Wang Yuanwei's family. They dislike the location being far away. If the price is right, they'll sell it. If not, they'll keep renting it out. Hearing this, Song Chunhua roughly understood the location of the rice fields and said without hesitation, All right, I want it. Wang Yuanwei's rice fields were in the best location in Haingshan village. During dry seasons, they irrigated well, and in the rainy season, they wouldn't flood. Hearing Song Chunhua agree so quickly, Chen Jinghe thought to himself that she must have made a lot of money. He didn't realize it was so much, 150 taels. His family had worked for 2 or 3 generations to own about 10 acres of rice fields, less than half of which was near the river. All right, I'll go report back, Chen Jinghe said hurriedly. Song Chunhua handed him a plate of pastries. Thank you, Grandpa Li Zheng. These lotus root cakes are quite good. Please try one. Chen Jinghe smiled happily and accepted. The next day, Song Chunhua met the steward of Wang Yuanwei's family, paid the money, signed the agreement, and got the village stamp. The land now belonged to her. However, at this time, the land was rented out to several families in the village. It wouldn't officially belong to Song Chunhua until after the harvest. Throughout this process, Chen Jinghe stayed by her side, and Song Chunhua gave him a 10-pound piece of fat meat as a thank you gift. Chun Yao's face lit up with happiness. Summer had just arrived. In the village, both big kids and small kids couldn't wait to go to the river for cold water baths. Just after lunch, Lu Dafu ran in carrying Ernyo. Chunhua.
Chunhua.
Help, his voice was full of worry. When Lu heard his son's voice, she immediately ran outside. What happened? What's wrong? Hearing the urgency in the voice, Song Chunhua hurried out of her workroom. Seeing Lu Dafu holding a wet, water-dripping Ernyo with his eyes closed, she quickly laid him on the ground. Following the last rescue steps, she first checked his mouth and nose for any debris. Luckily, there was no grass or mud blocking his airways. After the check, she quickly performed artificial respiration and chest compressions. The whole process was calm and orderly. Everyone in the yard held their breath. When Ernyo coughed lightly and a small amount of water came out of his mouth, everyone finally dared to breathe again. Lu Dafu relaxed and sat down on the ground. Hearing the news, Lu Jin rushed in, crying loudly as she hugged Ernyo. "Let Dr. Hong take a look," Song Chunhua suggested. Yes, I'll go right now." Lu Dafu quickly got up from the ground. "Chunhua, I really thank you so much this time," Lu said, almost kneeling. Song Chunhua hurriedly stopped her. "Go back and change the wet clothes on Ernyo. We're leaving now." The two women, mother and daughter-in-law, ran home with Ernyo. At dinner that evening, Song Siling spoke up. "Big brother Nyo was hit by Uncle Dafu today." "Why did he get hit?" asked Song Wenyoung. "Because he secretly took his brother to the river for a cold water bath," Song Chunhua explained. "You must never go to the river for a cold bath without telling anyone, understand?" The twin children immediately nodded. Especially Song Wenyoung, who had fallen into the river last time, but was saved by Zhao Kun. The next day, Grandma Lu brought a basket of eggs to Song Chunhua while working. "Our family doesn't have much to show off."
"I hope you don't mind," she said.
"Keep them for yourself," Song Chunhua replied. "No, I have more," Grandma Lu said, heading toward the kitchen with the basket. "I'll put them in the kitchen." All day long, Lu Dafu brought 10 bundles of firewood, placing them directly in the woodhouse. After Song Yongquan left, Song Chunhua did not ask her family to gather firewood, but instead bought it from villagers. It has been a month since she last went to the city to sell soap. Song Chunhua decided to go to the city again. In summer, she mainly sold her special soap made with poria and mugwort, which helps with inflammation, kills germs, and whitens the skin. The cart could carry at most 10,000 pieces, but Song Chunhua packed 5,000 in her space. She set out early in the morning and arrived by evening. The next day, she set up her table and sign at the same spot. On the table, she displayed regular soap and poria mugwort soap, along with a basin of clean water. Although a month had passed, her previous soap sales still had influence. An old customer passing by happily gathered around and, without hesitation, pointed at the regular soap. "Give me 10 pieces." She had only bought one last time and regretted it. This time, she wanted to buy more so she wouldn't have to argue with her family members over sharing. Song Chunhua pointed to the poria mugwort soap and said, "Annie, this one has mugwort and poria. It's very good for summer, helps with inflammation, and can whiten the skin." "All right, give me 10 more of this," the woman said without hesitation. Seeing her buy 20 pieces in total, others nearby were curious and asked, "Why are you buying so many?" "What is this?" "It's soap," the woman proudly replied. "What soap?" someone in the crowd asked. The woman smiled proudly. "It can be used for bathing, washing your face and hands, and even for laundry. When you wash with it, everything becomes very clean." Song Chunhua immediately opened a piece of soap and handed it to a man in front of her stall. "Try it." "Can you show everyone your hands first?" she asked the man who was about to dip his hands into the basin to wash. "Okay." The man raised his hands. Because of years of hard work, his hands were rough, with deep lines and dirt hidden under his nails. Following Song Chunhua's instructions, he first wet his hands, then applied the soap, rubbed, and rinsed. "Wow, my hands are so clean," the man said, amazed. There was also a faint scent of mugwort and poria, which was very refreshing in the hot summer. People watching nearby kept exclaiming in admiration. Because of this event, along with a strong recommendation from loyal customers, many people in the crowd took out money and prepared to buy. Song Chunhua, just like the first time, asked everyone to line up to buy. She changed the water in a basin and placed 2 bars of soap nearby, allowing anyone to try it out in line. Most people who tested the soap decided to buy. Those with more money bought several pieces, while others bought 1 or 2. Compared to bath beans, this soap was much more affordable and worked better. Soon, The line grew to over 10 meters. Please, customers in the back, get your money ready, Song Chunhua kept reminding the line. Suddenly, a young servant saw Song Chunhua's stall and ran straight to the house without a word. Young master. Where is the young master? The servant asked the butler. Where is the young master? Is that your business? The butler scolded. No, no, the servant hurried to explain. The young master told me to notify him when the soap seller arrived. The soap seller is here. The soap seller is here, the butler asked quickly. The servant replied, Yes. He's at the usual spot. Hurry, take me there, the butler said to another servant. Call everyone available in the house. To another servant, he said, Go to the old lady's room and tell the young master that the soap seller has arrived. The butler led a group of people towards Song Chunhua's stall. The long line attracted many passers-by who came to see what was happening. After seeing how well the soap cleaned, people couldn't wait to join the line. The line kept growing longer. Most people queued properly, but some didn't follow the rules. Make way. Make way. A tall, strong man pushed aside a woman paying for soap, causing her to fall. Give me 2 pieces. The man pointed at the soap on the table and spoke to Song Chunhua. Please, line up. Song Chunhua helped the fallen woman and handed her some broken silver. Why should I line up? I'll just knock over your stall if you don't move, the man threatened, looking ready to cause trouble. A few customers at the front and some people washing with soap nearby quickly stepped back. This big man, known as Hong Pongzi, was well known as a local tough guy on the street. Hong Potzi saw everyone's scared faces and became even more arrogant. He warned the crowd in line, Unless you give it to me first, who dares to buy? Just as he finished speaking, a young man's voice was heard. Song Chunhua looked over and recognized the young master who had previously ordered the household guards to line up and buy 1,000 pieces of soap. Hong Potzi was about to scold the person who spoke, but upon seeing who it was, he immediately changed his expression, bowed and greeted, Young Masterly. The man called Young Masterly didn't even look at him and pointed at the line. If you want to buy, just queue properly. Hong Potzi bowed and said, Yes, yes, yes. Then, he quickly moved to the back of the line. The line dispute was resolved, and everyone queued up again. Like last time, everything was sold out, including 5,000 pieces of soap. Song Chunhua was packing up her stall when the young master approached. Because the previous queue disturbance was settled, and young Master Li seemed to have some influence, but didn't use force, overall, his manners were good. Boss, young master wants to do some business with you, young Master Li said straightforwardly. I want to order 10,000 pieces of your soap. Song Chunhua smiled and replied, Young Master Li, I'm very sorry, but I really don't have 10,000 pieces right now. You didn't sell more than 10,000 today. It's true, I didn't sell more than 10,000. Song Chunhua picked up a small piece of soap on the table, meant for customers to wash with. This is all I have left now. Young Master Li looked unconvinced. Just sell me at your current price. I won't sell in this Luji province. I really don't have more. But I will definitely sell to you, Song Chunhua said sincerely. Then she playfully added, Rich people don't miss out on good deals. She then brought up the reason she mentioned last time. Young Master Li, like a businessman, naturally didn't believe her. Song Chunhua then demonstrated by lifting a nearby cart with one hand. Young Master Li swallowed and looked her over carefully. This girl doesn't look tall or strong, and she seems like a girl. But she's really strong. Since this was her second stall, Song Chunhua made up an excuse about sending a message to get more supplies from a designated place. This added an air of mystery to her business team, or else it would be hard to keep it secret. But to continue selling in this city, I definitely need some support, so Song Chunhua spoke. How about this? Next time I get some goods, I'll save half for you and each piece will be 10 coins cheaper. Okay? Seeing Song Chunhua's sincere attitude and the discount, young Master Li agreed. If you come to the East City Li residence, just let me know. I'll tell the gatekeeper. After walking a few steps, he turned back. Are you interested in becoming my martial arts master?
You can set the price.
I don't know martial arts. You don't know?
Just now.
Young Master Li mimed holding a carriage pole with one hand. I was born with it. You really don't know martial arts, young Master Li confirmed. I really don't.
Song Chunhwa said honestly.
Young Master Li looked disappointed and left, more disappointed than not buying 1,000 bars of soap. This young Master Li is obsessed with martial arts, but he doesn't seem like it. With over 5,000 taels of silver in her account, how could she not shop? Song Chunhwa started shopping again. She didn't need to buy clothes for her family, but she definitely wanted to buy a set for Sister Wu. She couldn't stop, buying not only for her family, but also 5 sets for Sister Wu. She bought a lot of pastries and snacks. Finally, she went to the bookstore she visited last time. As soon as she entered, the shop assistant immediately came over. He remembered her as a regular customer. Since she had paid a deposit here before, he was quite familiar. He quickly brought out the reserved books and calligraphy copies and recommended, "Many new books have arrived, all written by everyone. Would you like to take a look?" "Sure," she replied. The shop assistant immediately brought over the new books. Song Chunhwa picked out 2 or 3 that looked good. The next morning, at dawn, Song Chunhwa led her carriage out of the city gate. She didn't sense any signs of being followed and headed home. In her space, there was a meat pie cooked by Song Dongmei, still warm. It was early, so Song Chunhwa absorbed energy from the plants on both sides of the road while traveling. Suddenly, in the middle of the road ahead, 3 men appeared, each holding a large sword. On both sides of the road, a man stood holding a rope, ready to trip anyone who tried to pass. Song Chunhwa felt they would soon say, "This road is mine. If you want to pass, pay a toll." The carriage stopped. The man in the middle spoke, "Leave the carriage and give us your silver, or else." The man beside him added, "Or else, your life." Song Chunhwa raised an eyebrow and repeated the words. 5 men holding big knives heard this and burst into loud laughter. "Did you hear that? She wants us to leave our silver or else our lives." One man pointed at Song Chunhwa and said, "Old 5, teach him a lesson. Let him know not to talk nonsense in broad daylight." The man called Old 5 didn't take this young man seriously. He carried his big knife on his shoulder and strode toward the carriage. As he reached out, Song Chunhwa grabbed him, causing the big knife to fall with a clang. Old 5's face twisted in anger, unable to speak. Behind him, the leader signaled with his eyes. The remaining men, holding their big knives, rushed to attack Song Chunhwa. Song Chunhwa quickly lifted Old 5 and stood in front of him. Don't. One of the men, who seemed to be close to Old 5, hurriedly said to the leader in the middle, "This will hurt Old 5. At this moment, the leader stopped and the others also paused. "Let the person go, and I'll spare your life," the leader shouted. "You're quite interesting," Song Chunhwa said with a relaxed smile. "Now I'm clearly at an advantage and you still threaten me. Big brother, I'll let the person go. Just hand over the silver on you. And stop saying spare my life, as if you could really kill me." The man in the middle looked furious, no longer caring about his brothers. "I've been in this line of work for many years, and this is the first time I've seen such boldness. You're disrespectful and reckless. Don't blame me for being rude. Second, third, and fourth brothers, take this kid down," for big knives swung towards Song Chunhwa at once. Song Chunhwa glanced at Old 5 with a sneer. "Your life isn't worth a few silver coins." This was clearly an attempt to provoke and stir trouble. Song Chunhwa didn't want to get involved in a fight, even though they were robbers. He threw Old 5 to the ground, then leapt up forcefully, stepping on one of the men's shoulders. Before the 4 others could react, their big knives had already fallen to the ground. Each person was first punched, then kicked. For the plant psychic, whose energy bar had reached 80, the strength of the punches and kicks was like a heavy iron hammer hitting them. For people were thrown about 5 or 6 meters away onto the ground. As Song Chunhwa slowly approached, the 4 trembled and curled up in fear. They felt intense pain in their bodies but dared not shout, overwhelmed by a sense of pressure. She stopped about 1 meter away. "Now you can finally hand over the silver." She chewed on a blade of grass from the roadside, speaking calmly. Hearing this, the 4 endured the pain and took out all the silver they had. Looking at the pile of silver on the ground, "It seems you got quite a lot." She nodded at the 5th person, who was hiding beside the cart. "Yours." The man called Old 5 quickly took out his silver. "Bring it here, Old Five hesitated, but then walked over nervously. Hand it over. He tremblingly handed over his silver. Song Chunhwa looked at the silver and coins on the ground, then glanced at the others. It's all here. If I find any left hidden later, well, before she finished speaking, a man on the ground hurriedly tried to take off his shoes, but was in so much pain that it took him a while to do so. He nervously took out 2 silver notes with a strong smell. Song Chunhwa frowned and pointed at the pile of silver on the ground, then looked at the others. The remaining 4 immediately started taking off their shoes, and soon they produced a stack of silver notes with a strong odor. Song Chunhwa took out a cloth, wrapped the smelly notes inside. The total silver and notes amounted to over 500 taels. Take off your clothes, she ordered. Seeing that they hesitated, she spoke again in a calm tone. Or I'll have to do it myself. Hearing this, the 4 furrowed their brows, biting their lips and enduring the pain as they began to undress. When only their undergarments remained, they stopped. Keep going, Song Chunhwa prompted. One man looked uncomfortable. Stop hesitating, just take them off. Reluctantly, they continued. As they prepared to remove their underclothes, Song Chunhwa showed no interest and looked disgusted. Forget about those pants. Then she directed them, stand back to back in a circle. If you want to face each other, I have no objection. The 4 quickly obeyed. Song Chunhwa tore a vine from a nearby tree and tied the 4 together. Shortened a bit, Song Chunhwa added the clothes, then found a 2-meter-long vine in the nearby woods. Several people tightly tied themselves together, holding it with one hand. They leapt into the air, swung the vine onto a tree by the road, and hung in midair. She picked up the clothes and shoes on the ground, then jumped onto the cart. Soon after, she jumped down again, pointing at Lao Wu. Did you get hit just now? Before she finished speaking, she swung a punch. A man nearby reminded her. There's also a kick. Song Chunhwa smiled. I only planned to hit you once, but your brother insisted I add a kick. How could I refuse my good brother? Because of that kick, they swung back and forth like on a swing. Goodbye, everyone. Song Chunhwa jumped onto the cart, waved her hand, and called out casually. After traveling 5 or 6 miles, Song Chunhwa threw away the dirty clothes and shoes from the cart. She was very happy to have gained some unexpected money, humming a tune. She sang from traditional songs to popular music, then to opera. Humming along, she absorbed plant energy. By evening, she arrived at her small home. As soon as the cart stopped, just like usual, the twin children ran out first. The first thing to do after returning home was to give out gifts, just like last time. 5 sets of new clothes as a reward, Song Wunyang cheerfully shouted. Song Chunhwa said, put them on after your bath. Okay, Song Wunyang nodded eagerly. After distributing the clothes to the family, Song Dongmei and her sisters naturally received theirs too. Song Dongmei felt a bit shy again. Danny and the others were very grateful, especially Danny. Try them on and see if they fit. I think I bought the right size. As they finished work and cleaned up, they saw the clothes Song Chunhwa handed over and were very surprised. Why did you buy these for us too? Lu Shi said shyly. Chun still kept smiling. Song Chunhwa placed the clothes on a bench, saying, I left them here. Then she turned and left. Lu Shi and Chun had never worn clothes from a clothing shop before. Now, seeing these clothes, they couldn't put them down. After dinner, Song Dalong and Song Sanling eagerly opened the new books they bought today. Song Chunhwa took Song Wunyang to bed early. They slept peacefully through the night, dreaming nothing. They woke up at dawn. Like usual, they went for a walk in the deep mountains. When it was time for breakfast, she finally headed home. On her way, she heard the sound of flowing water and knew there was a mountain stream nearby. Feeling thirsty, she walked toward the stream. Suddenly, a charming female voice came from nearby. Brother, how I miss you so much. The voice sounded familiar. Could it be Widow Yu? The voice came from by the stream, so Song Chunhwa decided not to go closer. She stood still, absorbing plant energy, waiting for the 2 people to leave before approaching. Then a lewd voice said, Let me see how much you really want it. From the sound, Song Chunhwa guessed the man was from the village, but she had never heard this voice before. Friction of clothes and rustling sounds followed, then muffled moans from a man and woman. It seemed the water was no longer drinkable. As she neared home, an old woman hurried up the mountain path. When she got closer, she saw it was Widow Yu's mother-in-law. She looked angry. Is she catching her in the act? Song Chunhwa wondered to herself. After breakfast, a few women carried shell casings to sell. As they arrived at the yard, before weighing them, they started chatting about the morning's gossip. Did you see Widow Yu this morning? She was dragged back by her mother-in-law. Her clothes looked like she hadn't had time to put them on properly. Another woman added, I think Widow Yu deserves it. Don't say that. Widow Yu is also pitiful. Less than half a year after getting married, her third sister-in-law left. Seeing Song Chunhwa come out, the women stopped gossiping and greeted her. She went straight to the kitchen and brought out 2 large jars of oil residue. Usually, they ate the oil residue themselves or gave it to Lu Shi, Song Eugene's family, or Lu Er's family. Since they fried oil every day, the amount of residue kept increasing. Selling it in town was profitable, but it took time. She lifted the lid and said to the women, Oil residue. 10 cents a jean. Do any of you want some? Chunhwa, how much do you think? One woman couldn't believe it. 6 cents a jean, Song Chunhwa repeated with a smile. After a pause, she added, but each family can buy only 2 jean. Thank you all for supporting my family. This oil residue is only for villagers to buy. The town's price was about 11 coins per jean. It was 5 coins cheaper, almost half the price. Who could refuse such a good deal? A woman just sold some clamshells for 20 coins, kept 2 copper coins, and gave the rest to Song Chunhwa. Give me 3 jean. A few other women nearby quickly took out their coins. In less than half an hour, both large jars of oil residue were sold out. The women and womenfolk who couldn't buy were very angry, stomping their feet at missing out. Every day, Song Chunhwa made soap and occasionally went to the deep mountains. Life went on like this. During this time, Song Chunhwa also went to the city to sell soap. She took a total of 20,000 coins, giving 10,000 to young Master Li, and the remaining 10,000 was sold completely, no leftovers. Now, Song Chunhwa had saved over 10,000 coins. She couldn't help but think that, no matter the era, owning a rare item is like having a printing press. However, sales had to pause for a while because several powerful people had taken an interest in her. Going out again might lead to trouble. Having no power or influence to sell so much was already lucky. Although she wasn't planning to sell for now, she had no plans to stop making this item. At worst, she could store it in her space. In midsummer, the riverbank was very lively. People taking cold baths, catching fish, washing clothes, like all activities had moved to the river. In ancient times, there were no air conditioners or fans, so the best and most economical way to cool down was naturally to take a cold bath. Young women also found it convenient to wash their faces in the cool, shallow water. The village wasn't very particular. Many women and girls found a hidden spot to wash their feet, which was quite common. Brother Dachuan, you're selling the fish. Song Chunhwa pointed at the fish basket and said to Zhao Dachuan, Sell what? Just take it. Zhao Dachuan chuckled. Her younger sister, Akun, now earned about 1 tael of silver each month at Song Chunhwa's house and often brought back oil residue. Last time, she even got a set of clothes. Most importantly, she could rest for 2 days each month, something she had never dared to imagine before. Many villagers were jealous. All right, I won't be polite with Brother Dachuan. Later, after cooking, I'll ask Sister Kun to bring a bowl of fish soup back. Zhao Dachuan thought about the delicious food at Chunhwa's house and quickly said, No need. These are not worth the precious oil and seasonings. Song Chunhwa smiled and said, Just don't refuse. Let's agree on that. Seeing Song Chunhwa's determined expression, Zhao Dachuan chuckled and no longer refused. However, he couldn't help but think about the meal at Chunhwa's house last time, and his throat involuntarily tightened. A few people nearby hurriedly handed over their fish baskets. 1 bowl of fish soup is enough. Song Chunhwa politely declined with a smile. Next time, this is enough for now. For fish soup, it's best to add 2 pieces of tofu. After preparing the fish, She took a bowl and headed toward Grandma Zhao's house. Just at the gate, she heard the voice of Widow Yu from inside the yard. "Brother Zhao, your clothes are torn. Let me sew them for you." Thinking about the stories she heard about Widow Yu in the deep mountains, she immediately shouted at the yard entrance, "Grandma Zhao, are Uncle Zhao and the others at home?" Soon, the yard door opened, and Zhao appeared as if he had found a savior. Song Chunhua noticed Widow Yu inside and understood immediately, calling out, "Annie, I think I saw Grandma Yu looking for you." Hearing this, Widow Yu's face changed. She quickly said to Zhao, "Brother Zhao, I need to go back now. I'll come to see you another day." Ignoring Song Chunhua's presence, she threw a flirtatious glance. Zhao, who was not yet married, blushed deeply at Widow Yu's charming gesture. "I'll go get some tofu for you," Zhao said, taking the bowl from Song Chunhua and gesturing, then hurried into the kitchen. Seeing Zhao go into the kitchen, Song Chunhua approached and lowered her voice. "Don't cause trouble for our family or you'll regret it. I just like Brother Zhao." Widow Yu still played the role of a loving woman. "Really?" Song Chunhua's eyes turned cold, and she said clearly, "Brother Hao." Hearing the name, Hao, Widow Yu's face slightly changed and she stammered, "What Hao? I haven't heard of him." "Remember what I said," Song Chunhua said from behind. Hearing this, Widow Yu staggered. Seeing 7 or 8 sizable fish lying in the basin, Song Chunhua scooped a large spoonful of lard into the pot. When the oil was hot and smoking, she carefully slid the fish into the pan, frying them until they took shape, then gently turned them over. Once both sides turned golden, she pushed the fish to the side of the pot. In the empty space, she added chopped green onions, which released a fragrant aroma, and with a sizzling sound, they jumped into boiling water. The fish soup immediately started to bubble, forming a layer of golden foam on top. Song Chunhua quickly used a bowl to skim off the foam, preparing to pour it into the chicken feed container. But Song Dongmei hurriedly stopped her. "Don't pour it out. Let me drink it." Other families are often too stingy to wash their pots, just to save a bit of oil. But her niece always schemes the oil off when cooking soup. Song Dongmei watched this and felt a deep affection. Song Chunhua didn't say much. She handed the bowl over. She knew her eldest aunt was once again reluctant. She sprinkled some pepper and salt on the soup, covered the pot, and let it simmer for 15 minutes. When she lifted the lid again, the fish soup was thick, milky, and fragrant. She picked out the overcooked green onion pieces and added chopped tofu. The tofu sank into the soup, absorbing the flavor, making it even more delicious. A few women selling clamshells came into the yard. When they smelled the aroma, they couldn't help but swallow hard. "Is that fish soup?" One woman sniffed. "It smells so good. Our family's fish only leaves a fishy smell and bones. It's a meat dish, but who likes to eat it?" "You haven't seen how much oil she uses." "Oh, a big spoonful after spoonful, enough for my family for months," said a woman who had seen Song Dongmei cook before. Everyone looked surprised. At that moment, another woman came over. "My dog said Chunhua even fries shrimp directly in oil." "Oh, that must use a lot of oil," someone nearby said, looking distressed. Song Dongmei finished her work at the stove and quickly went outside. One woman sighed with envy. "Dongmei, you're really living the good life." Song Dongmei didn't care if others had hidden motives in their words. She just smiled and responded. In her heart, she knew that her current good life was all thanks to her niece. It was much better than when she married into Lu Da's family years ago. During a half-hour break at noon, Lu and Zhao Kun returned home for lunch. "Here, take this back." Song Chunhua handed over a bowl of fish soup. Seeing Akun staring blankly, she explained, "This fish was caught by your brother. This soup is a trade." Zhao Akun chuckled and took it. "Trade. Fish soup. Be careful, it's hot." Song Chunhua warned. I-chun kept repeating softly. There was plenty of fish soup, but no other dishes. Only Song Lulang was steamed a bowl of water eggs. It had been a long time since they last had soup, and everyone ate happily. "Has Sister Chun not come yet?" Song Chunhua entered the workshop and saw Lu and the two girls, asking. "Not yet," Do and I replied. Zhao Er-chun was never late. Just as she reached the yard, Granny Tao came in. Er-chun has something to do this afternoon. She asked me to tell you. Seeing Granny Tao hesitate to speak, Song Chunhua asked, "Is there more?" Wu Tsuehua came, then Granny Tao looked disdainful, glanced around, and lowered her voice. She said she recognized Er-chun as her daughter-in-law. After saying that, Granny Tao spat loudly. It's obvious she just wants Er-chun to earn money. The next day, Zhao Er-chun came to work, followed by Zhao De-chun. Seeing Song Chunhua, Zhao De-chun hurried over. "Chunhua, do you have some free time? De-chun go, you tell me." Seeing Zhao De-chun look around at others in the yard, Song Chunhua said, "Let's go to the study." Yesterday, Qian Yongqiang's mother brought 2 gin of pork over. Zhao De-chun said, "She said it was a misunderstanding last time and they still want to marry Er-chun." De-chun go, what do you think? Song Chunhua asked. "I don't know." Zhao De-chun looked troubled. "At first, I thought it would be good to marry into the Qian family, have children, and have support in old age. But after their last fuss, I hesitated. Still, women have to marry. The Qian family isn't bad, they live nearby, and we can look out for each other. If I stop Er-chun from working now, would the Qian family still want to marry her?" Zhao De-chun was stunned, then quietly said, "If that's the case, why would they still want to marry? What if I really don't need Er-chun anymore in the future?" Zhao De-chun looked troubled and said, "If I don't marry, what will I do when I grow old? With you here, with me, and with Wu Nyang," Song Chunhua said firmly, "and Er-chun can do any work. If you're worried she'll be bullied, don't be. Our whole family depends on her." She paused and added, "Er-chun can marry but not necessarily into the Qian family." Yes, Zhao De-chun suddenly understood, but then looked downcast again. But with her current situation, who would want her? Even if he agrees, he might not be as scheming as the Qian family. Don't worry, things will work out in the end. Maybe someday, he'll meet someone who truly loves and cares for him. Song Chunhua almost wanted to ask, why marry just for the sake of marriage? Why become a free servant in someone else's house, risking your life to have children? Why endure others' gossip and serve the in-laws and husband? Why? But she held back her questions. "I'm going now to return the meat," Zhao Dazhuan said, and hurried out of the study. About half an hour later, suddenly a little kid ran into the yard shouting, "Second Sister Chun, your brother is fighting with a Qian family." Hearing this, Second Sister Chun immediately ran outside. Song Chunhua also hurried out. "Brother? Fight?" Zhao Er-chun was so anxious she was rambling, rushing out then turning back. Song Chunhua quickly held her back. "Second Sister Chun, I'll go see. You stay here, okay?" "Okay." Zhao Er-chun nodded firmly. "Chunhua, I'll go with you." "Wu Tsuehua is the most troublemaker," Lu said, turning to the little kid. "Go call Uncle Dafu in the fields and tell him to hurry to the Qian house." Song Chunhua told Song Dongmei, Dan and I to watch over Er-chun. Remembering that besides the troublemaker Wu Tsuehua, there were 3 or 4 strong men in the Qian family, she quickly called Dianai. "Go call your second uncle at the pigsty. Tell him to go to the Qian house right away, then ask Grandpa Li Zheng to come quickly." Danai responded and ran off. Song Chunhua and Lu hurried toward the Qian house. When they arrived, the yard was full of villagers watching the fight. The 3 Qian brothers and some teenage grandchildren were holding Zhao Dazhuan on the ground. Third Lu was pulling desperately but couldn't compete with the crowd, pushed back and stumbling. Song Chunhua quickly stepped forward, rushing into the yard like the wind, and caught Lu third just as she almost fell. Lu scolded the crowd at Zhao Granny. "Your nephew is being beaten, and you're just standing here watching?" Zhao Granny naturally replied, "I can't help." "Bah." Lu spat and pointed at Zhao Granny fiercely. "I think you just can't stand to see others doing well. Our family's matters are none of your business," Zhao Granny retorted stubbornly. "Oh, so now it's your family's business," Mrs. Lu snorted and said, "One day I will ask your family head from the Zhao family. Is it your style to let your own people get beaten outside while you watch and enjoy?" Grandma Zhao warned her, "Mind your own business." Mrs. Lu was not afraid and loudly replied, "What if I do? Er-chun is my goddaughter, and De-chun is naturally my godson." Just as Grandma Zhao was about to act, De Fu Lu stepped forward and shouted, "What are you trying to do?" When Grandma Zhao heard Lu's son's voice, she backed down but still held her head high and said, "I won't argue with you today. One day, my son will teach you a lesson." Then she hurriedly left. Inside the yard, Song Chunhua used her plant powers. The weeds in the yard twisted around the people from the Qian family with her thoughts. The brothers and younger brother from the Qian family fell to the ground one after another. They tried to get up, but halfway up, they collapsed again. The crowd outside the yard was stunned by what they saw. Wu Cuihua's eyes lit up. She ran inside, grabbed a big bamboo stick, and rushed toward Zhao Dachuan. Before she could get close, Wu Cuihua fell straight to the ground. Wu Cuihua spat out the dirt and sand from her mouth. She turned and scolded Qian Dafa, who was hiding in the corner. "You coward! Help me up." The Qian family members got up again and tried to hit Zhao Dachuan. Seeing Chen Jinghe arrive, Song Chunhua no longer stopped them. "Stop right there," Chen Jinghe shouted loudly when he saw what was happening in the yard. The Qian family members immediately stopped when they heard Chen Jinghe's voice. Lu San hurriedly helped Zhao Dachuan up. "Tell me what happened," Chen Jinghe asked seriously. "Zhao Dachuan took our meat and promised to marry Zhao Kun. But today he backed out." Wu Cuihua pointed at Zhao Dachuan and scolded. "I didn't agree. I just said I would think about it. You guys insisted on keeping the meat, so today I brought it back to you," Zhao Dachuan explained, waving his hand. "Didn't you break off the engagement last time?" Chen Jinghe asked Wu Cuihua. "No, that was a misunderstanding. The misunderstanding is cleared up now. The engagement is still on, and Zhao Dachuan even agreed yesterday," she replied. Grandma Tao received the news and ran over. When she entered the yard and heard this, she pointed at Wu Cuihua and scolded loudly. "Last time, I saw with my own eyes that you and Qian Dafa came together to cancel the marriage. You even took back the meat. Yesterday, Zhao Dachuan didn't agree. He said he would think about it, but he didn't really agree." She then turned to Chen Jinghe and said, "Village chief, don't believe her. They are neighbors, so they will naturally help Zhao Dachuan speak. Brother Dachuan, since second sister Chen wants to get married, I will settle this month's wages. From now on, she can come to work again." Song Chunhua took out some coins, counted them, and said, "This is this month's wages, 200 coins. Zhao Dachuan took the money in his hand and was stunned. Lu saw Song Chunhua's action. She truly liked second sister Chen and spoke to help her. Second sister Chen did a good job. Wu Cuihua looked at the coins in Zhao Dachuan's hand and shouted, "No, this month is already 20 days at 40 coins a day. That should be 800 coins. How much is this?" "I, the one paying, know very well. Dinyo and Artichue said her grandmother gets 40 coins a day." Wu Cuihua pointed at Lu. "Second sister Chen should also get at least 40 coins a day." Villagers at the gate, watching the scene, were shocked. 40 coins a day? That means in a month it's more than a couple of taels, and in a year over 10 taels. Oh my goodness. Lu saw everyone whispering and discussing. She knew that Chunhua giving her such high wages was a sign of her kindness and her past care for her family. But she couldn't let others find out. First, it would be hard for Chunhua to hire people later. Second, if villagers knew she was earning such high wages, they might try to find ways to take her place and replace her. No matter the reason, Lu couldn't agree. She then pointed at Wu Cuihua and said, "I think you're crazy for wanting money. Look at whose family pays 40 coins a day for work." She cursed her own grandson Dinyo harshly in her heart. When he went home, she planned to have her eldest son give him a good beating. Hearing this, the villagers thought she had a point. Yeah, anyone who works for 40 coins a day is doing a job no one else wants, usually only 20 or so coins a day. Wu Cuihua didn't believe it and shouted loudly, "Your grandson is right. You're getting more and more stupid." "You believe what a little kid says," Lu continued. "Besides, how much second sister Chen earns has nothing to do with your Qian family." Wu Cuihua crossed her arms and said confidently, "Our daughter-in-law's matters are none of our business. Her money is our family's money." Mrs. Lu spat loudly and said, "I think your family is really shameless. Before she even married into your family, you're already thinking about other people's money. Who in the 10-mile village would dare marry into your family now? 1. Aunt was not focused on the money. When she heard that Chun didn't need to come anymore, she thought, that just frees up a spot. In these 20 days, she earned only 200 coins. She was busy counting on her fingers, 10 coins a day. Oh, this is incredible. She hurried over to Song Chunhua, looking eager. Chunhua, since you said Chun doesn't need to come anymore, that leaves a spot open. Auntie, can I take it? Oh, Aunt Wan already told me she would do it, Song Chunhua said regretfully. She's so gentle and weak. What can she do? Hearing this, Granny Tao immediately pointed at the aunt and scolded. Our eldest family's work is ours. Don't talk nonsense. Watch me tear your mouth apart. The aunt one Song Chunhua mentioned is Granny Tao's eldest son's wife, Lu's daughter-in-law. This work belongs to our family. Don't come and fight for it. Everyone shut up, Qinjinghe shouted. Hearing his angry voice, the noise stopped immediately. Stop arguing about whether she should marry or not. Just clarify the matter. Qinjinghe pointed at the Qian family and Zhao Dachuan impatiently. She won't marry, Zhao Dachuan said firmly. This family had just been ruthless. If Chun married into them, not only would she have no support, but she might not even live long. Hearing Zhao Dachuan's answer, Qinjinghe turned to ask the Qian family. Two voices responded. The first was Wu Tsuehua, and the second was Qian Yongqiang. Mother, I won't marry a fool. Qian Yongqiang was at a difficult point. He didn't really want to marry a fool. Saying yes was just because he heard her mother mention that the fool's family had nearly 1 tael of silver a month. Wu Tsuehua insisted on marriage. She didn't believe that the Song family girl would really refuse Zhao Chun.
Besides, Zhao Chun was a capable worker.
Their eldest and second sons married women who were either sneaky or weak. None of them could do much work. Qian Yongqiang, say one more foolish thing, and see if I don't hit you. Zhao Dachuan, despite feeling pain, shook off Lu San and was about to rush forward. Before he finished speaking, Qinjinghe loudly shouted, One of you is getting married, the other isn't. Are you getting married or not? Qinjinghe asked again. Qinjinghe pointed at Qiandafa. You are the head of the family. You decide marry or not. Qiandafa didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Wu Tsuehua. Qinjinghe glared at him fiercely. The villagers watching the scene burst into laughter. A few men around Qiandafa about his age teased. Qiandafa, don't embarrass us today. How can a woman be the one to decide that? Qiandafa, being a man, couldn't stand this. He raised his head and loudly said. Hearing this, Wu Tsuehua immediately struck him. Good job, Qiandafa. Your confidence is growing, huh? Daring to oppose me. Not satisfied, she suddenly pounced, riding on Qiandafa. Let me show you what opposition looks like. The Qian family members were used to the scene and the crowd watched on. Qinjinghe angrily shouted again. Stop this right now. Wu Tsuehua, hearing this, got up, brushed the dirt off herself, and said to Qinjinghe, Zhao Chun, our Qian family will marry. This caused a lively fuss. One wants to marry, the other refuses. Hearing this, Zhao Dachuan became excited. We, Chun, will not marry. Village head, you know this. Everyone in the village knows Zhao Chun will marry Yongqiang, Wu Tsuehua said. Qinjinghe nodded. At this moment, Song Chunhua came over and asked, Is there a marriage contract? Village head, I think for marriages in town and county there should be a marriage contract. There's no such thing in our countryside, Wu Tsuehua scolded. So, there's no marriage contract, huh, Song Chunhua said. Without a contract, the marriage depends on mutual willingness. If you want to marry, you also have to agree to marry. That's how it works, right, village head? Usually, Qinjinghe had eaten quite a bit of meat and sugar from Song Chunhua, and he still gave her some face, nodding in agreement. Seeing that the tactic of dismissing Zhao Kun didn't work, Song Chunhua had no choice but to resort to the most feared method for common people, calling on officials. Sure enough, when they mentioned calling on officials, Wu Tsuehua became frightened and stubbornly said, Who are you trying to scare? Brother Dachuan, you try it. I'll have a carriage take you to the county office. Song Chunhua, you outsider, stop talking nonsense here, Wu Tsuehua scolded. Akan is my sister, Dachuan is my brother. Their matters are my matters, Song Chunhua replied firmly. Wu Tsuehua was furious and lunged at Song Chunhua. I'll beat you, busybody girl. Song Chunhua quickly sidestepped. Wu Tsuehua, unlike before when she had fallen on Qian Dafa, did not land on her opponent but fell to the ground herself. Aunt Tao and Lu scolded from the side. The crowd watching burst into laughter. Help me up quickly, I've gone blind. Wu Tsuehua shouted again at Qian Dafa. Song Chunhua loudly addressed Zhao Dachuan. Brother Dachuan, if anyone from the Qian family talks badly about Sister Kun outside, you can sue them. I saw in my older brother and third brother's letter that you can sue for defamation and false accusations. Seeing Zhao Dachuan look stunned, Lu patted his shoulder. Did you hear that? Yes, if I hear anyone speaking badly about my sister, I will go to see the county magistrate, Zhao Dachuan quickly responded. Hearing Song Chunhua and the others speak together, the Qian family members, including Wu Tsuehua, no longer dared to reply. Wu Tsuehua didn't answer either, mainly because her mouth really hurt now. Everyone looked clearly. This meat is still here. When the Qian family falsely accuses Zhao Dachuan, please be prepared to testify. Aunt Tao suddenly came into the house, holding up a piece of meat. As soon as she said that, several women and aunts who were close to Aunt Tao immediately agreed. We saw it. Seeing that the Qian family didn't speak again, Chen Jinghe cleared his throat. All right, everything is settled. In the future, don't talk about Zhao Urchin's marriage anymore. If you really want to marry him, you should have done it years ago. Everyone can stop working now. Disperse. Chen Jinghe dismissed the villagers who had gathered to watch. Song Chunhua pulled Aunt Tao, who was about to leave. Can Aunt Wan come to work tomorrow? Aunt Tao was momentarily stunned, then quickly said, Yes, of course. But then she shook her head and said, Let's let Chun do it. Song Chunhua smiled and said, Chun will keep working too. I heard Aunt Wan is a great cook. I'll invite her to my house to cook and help clean the house and yard. When she heard it wasn't replacing Zhao Chun, Granny Tao immediately praised her daughter-in-law. Of course. In Black Eagle Mountain Village, my eldest daughter-in-law dares to say she's the best, but no one else can. She learned from her father, the cook, and I think she's even better. When Granny Tao got home, she pulled her husband aside. This year's luck is really good. What's wrong? Old Lu was weaving a basket in his hands. Got a good job for the big house, and it's a good one, Granny Tao teased. Guess what kind of job? Old Lu shook his head, busy working with his hands. I'm not guessing. I can't guess, you old man, Granny Tao complained, then quickly added excitedly. Cooking for the Springflower family. Cooking? Old Lu looked up with a puzzled face. Granny Tao happily said, See? Isn't that a good job? Old Lu nodded in agreement. Yes, it is a good job. Granny Tao leaned in and whispered, Guess how much money per day? Fearing her husband might lose interest, she immediately said, You have to guess. Granny Tao shook her head. Seeing her expression, old Lu guessed it was less, but when she shook her head again, he was surprised. Could it be the same as Lao Er? Seeing her nod, old Lu was stunned for a moment, then looked around to make sure no one was listening, and lowered his voice to confirm. Really the same? Grandma Lu smiled proudly and said, Exactly the same. 20 coins a day. Soon after, Lu Jinshi arrived home, and Granny Tao immediately told her about the job. Thank you, Mom. Lu Jinshi said happily when she heard this, thanking Granny Tao right away. Granny Tao waved her hand and said, No need to thank me. The main reason is they like your cooking, Lu Jinshi quickly said. If it weren't for Mom, I wouldn't have gotten this job. Every woman in the family knows how to cook. Granny Tao was pleased and said, Good. Just do your best when you go, and the wages will be split like Lao Er's. Hearing this, Lu Jinshi was even happier. After Song Chunhua returned home, she prepared to take out the jade hairpin she bought in Fuching from her space. However, she found it was missing, and she couldn't find it anywhere in the space. The 2 jade pendants were also gone. She was sure she put them in her space bag. Maybe the space is a little bigger. Since Song Chunhua was very familiar with her space bag, she realized that it was only slightly larger, less than half a square meter. To confirm her guess, she immediately drove her carriage to the town, heading straight to the jewelry shop. She bought a jade pendant, a jade bracelet, and a jade hairpin. To be sure she had enough, She then selected 5 more jade pendants, 10 jade bracelets, and 20 jade hairpins. The shop owner was so happy he couldn't stop smiling and kindly saw Song Chunhwa to the shop door. When the carriage drove a few meters away, he still bowed politely. Back home, she immediately put all the jewelry into her space and stared closely at it. Sure enough, just as she suspected, the jade pendants, bracelets, and hairpins disappeared when placed inside. As the jade jewelry vanished, the space gently trembled. Then Song Chunhwa noticed the space had grown by about 1 square meter. Based on the pattern of the space enlarging twice, it seems to depend on the quality of the items. The 2 jade pendants and 1 hairpin bought in Fucheng, which were of better quality, caused nearly half a square meter increase. This time, a large amount of jewelry only increased the space by about 1 square meter. Little bag, from now on, all my wealth will be stored with you. Song Chunhwa laughed happily. From now on, any item could be stored in her space bag. If there wasn't enough room, she could feed it some jade. With this good news, Song Chunhwa ate 2 extra bowls of dinner. The next morning, as the first light appeared, Lu Jinshi came to Song Chunhwa's house. On the first day, since she was unfamiliar with the arrangement of things and didn't know everyone's tastes, Song Dongmei carefully explained in the kitchen. Everyone will have plain noodles with meat, Lu Jinshi said in disbelief. Not only was it made with refined flour, but it also had meat. Oh, what a heavenly life. She was amazed by the breakfast. Before she could react, lunch was served with oil, white rice, 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, again surprising her. For dinner, since Song Dalong and Song Sanlang had just returned home, and it was a time for growth, they had 5 dishes and 1 soup, with 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. At her parents' house and in Lu's family, they could only use salt and oil. They didn't have soy sauce, vinegar, or wine. Lu Jinshi could cook tasty food even without those. So now, with all these seasonings and plenty of rice and big pieces of meat, the food must be very good. On the first day, they managed to impress the Song family. At night, lying in her quilt, Lu Jinshi told Lu Da about what she saw and heard that day. Please don't tell outsiders. I know. If I didn't tell you, I couldn't share my private thoughts. Seeing that Song Jinshi looked a bit upset, Lu Da quickly comforted her. It's okay to tell me. I'm not afraid. I just don't want to lose this job. Because she didn't need to cook or clean, Song Dongmei mainly spent her time taking care of Song Lulang. Right now, Song Lulang was crawling everywhere, full of energy every day. Besides watching out for him bumping into things, she also had to prevent him from eating random stuff. If she wasn't careful, he would put shells, stones, and leaves into his mouth. Song Chunhwa asked Lu Jinshi to make several sets of crawling clothes. When they got dirty, she would change them. The corners of the house's tables, chairs, and cabinets were wrapped with cloth to keep them safe. She really wanted to take a cold bath. Song Chunhwa wiped the sweat off her face. Why wasn't there a special cold water bath for girls? There was, in the small mountain lake. Thinking of that, Song Chunhwa took a set of clean clothes from inside the space, put them in her bag, and after giving some instructions, she headed into the deep mountains. Feeling no other people around, she quickly took off her clothes, worried that someone might come later and see her, so she stored her clothes in the space. When she entered the water, she felt her whole body cool down and become very comfortable. She swam around the lake twice, floated on the water for about an hour, then reluctantly got out. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. She looked at the weather. It looked like it was going to rain soon. Going home now would mean getting soaked, so she hurried toward the mountain cave. As soon as she arrived, the rain started pouring down heavily. Since Xiao Yuanzi left, this was the first time Song Chunhwa had come here. Usually, she would return home before sunset when she went deep into the mountains. She took out the small bed, shelves, and pots and bowls she stored in her space, placing them back in their original spots. The familiar feeling was back. In the hot summer, Song Chunhwa didn't want to light a fire, nor did she want hot food. She took out some cold dishes she had prepared earlier, pickled pig ears, cucumber peel salad, and radish peel salad from her space. The cool and refreshing taste, with a sweet and sour flavor, made Song Chunhwa feel very happy while eating the crispy snack. After finishing, she laid a cloth on the ground, lay down, and started reading the books stored in her space. Listening to the rain outside the cave, with occasional cool breezes, would be perfect if she had some chilled watermelon. But Song Chunhwa was already very satisfied with what she had. Although there was no watermelon, she had cool mountain spring water. As it got dark and the rain stopped, she prepared to sleep. When it was time, the rain started again. Feeling a little sleepy, Song Chunhwa simply brushed her teeth, washed her face, blew out the oil lamp, and fell asleep to the sound of rain outside the cave. When she woke up, the air still felt cool. She took out a bowl of shredded meat with vegetables from her space. After eating her breakfast, she took out the items she had brought last night and stored them back in her space.
See you next time.
Using her plant abilities to hide herself, Song Chunhwa headed home, continuously absorbing plant energy. Along the way, she picked half a basket of bayberries and wild pears and caught 2 wild chickens. Wow, second sister, your bayberries are so sweet, Song Wunyang said in surprise as she ate the bayberries Song Chunhwa picked. These pears aren't bitter either, they're very sweet, Song Siling also exclaimed. Song Chunhwa carried a full basin of bayberries and wild pears, then said to the twins, "Take these to share with your friends." She gave one of the wild chickens to Song Eugene, and the other was cooked by Lu Jinshi for lunch. Their family didn't lack chicken, and they ate one every few days, so there was no need to keep more for Song Dalong and Song Sanlang. Time passed quickly, and autumn was approaching. The rice in the fields had turned yellow. To prevent sparrows from stealing the grains, scarecrows stood in the rice paddies. Many villagers stayed by the fields all day, not giving sparrows any chance to steal. The 10 acres of good land Song Chunhwa bought also belonged to her after this harvest. Lu De was weeding in the field when he saw Song Chunhwa passing by the ridge. He greeted her with a smile. "Come to see your own field." Song Chunhwa nodded and smiled back. "Yes, just taking a look. Your rice is growing really well," the man praised happily. "Will you plant rice here next year? If not, could you rent out 1 or 2 acres to me?" Song Dalong, Sanlang, and Liang Liang were studying, while she made soap and sometimes went into the mountains to hunt. The 3 younger children could only do simple chores. Looking at everything, she decided the field should be rented out. She smiled and said, "Rent it." Lu Da's face lit up with joy, and he immediately said, "I'll reserve 2 acres, but it depends on whether the Zhang, Zhao, and Lu families want to rent it first. If they don't, I get priority." All right. If they decide not to rent, I get the first chance." Song Chunhwa nodded in agreement. When they got home, as Jun was just finishing class, Long Fengtai said, "Do you want to go to town with me?" Hearing that, they cheered happily and quickly climbed onto the carriage. Song Chunhwa told Lu Jinshi, who was sweeping the yard, "Wan auntie, you don't need to cook lunch for us 3. In less than half an hour, they arrived in town. They bought some lard and flour oil they had reserved and also bought 2 jin of ribs at each meat stall. Their family didn't lack food or clothes. The 3 siblings, leading the horse-drawn cart, strolled around the town. A dark-skinned man's stall caught Song Chunhwa's eye with some brown items. Seeing someone stop and also pulling a cart, the man hurriedly introduced, "Seaweed from Nanhai Prefecture, 15 coins per jin. Want some?" Seeing that Song Chunhwa didn't speak, he quickly picked up a piece. 15 coins per jin is a good deal. It's very dry after sun-drying. Soaking this in water will make it swell more than double. You can make 2 big bowls with it. Song Chunhwa didn't usually haggle with vendors. Besides, she considered herself wealthy. Without hesitation, she waved her hand. "Just give me all of it." The man was surprised, pointing at 2 baskets of seaweed, confirming. Seeing Song Chunhwa's certainty, the dark-skinned man became excited. Since she wasn't pretending, he directly handed over the baskets of seaweed to her generously. In the inland area where Song Chunhwa lived, most salt was non-iodized. She often saw people suffering from goiter, so eating seaweed was necessary. She already liked eating seaweed before. She can cook it in soup, stir-fry, or make cold dishes. Right now, she most wants to eat cold shredded seaweed. Cleaning the seaweed takes a lot of water, so Song Chunhwa takes it to the river. After washing it thoroughly, she soaks it in a basin of water. The next day, when it looks ready, she rinses it a few more times to remove any dirt, then cuts it into strips and boils it in water. Once it turns slightly crispy, she takes it out with a bamboo strainer. She rinses it with cool boiled water, drains the excess water, and puts it in a large basin. She adds salt, sugar, vinegar, minced garlic, sesame oil, and finally, she drizzles hot chili oil. The aroma instantly fills the air. There's no cilantro this season, but it would make it even better if there was. At this moment, Aunt Tao comes over selling clam shells. Seeing Song Chunhwa adding oil and various seasonings, even though it's not her own family's, she can't help feeling a bit worried. Compared to her own mother-in-law, Lu Jinshi is much calmer now. If she were asked to cook at her own home, she'd be worried she'd use too much oil and salt just like Song Chunhwa. She hands out chopsticks to everyone. Aunt Tao quickly refuses, saying she can't indulge in her son and daughter-in-law's employer's food. Her family's life has become easier because 2 people are working for her. Song Chunhwa smiles and says, seeing the delicious smell, Aunt Tao hesitates, but then accepts the chopsticks, genuinely invited. As soon as they taste it, everyone's eyes light up. The flavors of freshness, sourness, spiciness, and aroma fill their mouths. In this hot autumn season, it's just perfect. They leave a big bowl for themselves, and the rest are quickly finished. Everyone still wants more. They can't help but ask, what is this?
Kelp from the South Sea.
I saw someone selling it in town, so I bought some, Song Chunhwa explains. Aunt Tao, later you can take a piece home to try. After washing it well, soak it overnight. You can cut it into strips or chunks. It can be used in soup, stir-fried, or eaten cold like this. Aunt Tao refuses to take it home, thinking, I've already eaten enough here. I shouldn't take any home. She quickly declines. It's already embarrassing enough to eat here. How can I take some home? I read in my older brother's book that this kelp might help treat goiter. Eating it 10 times a year can prevent it, Song Chunhwa says. Hearing that it might help with goiter, Aunt Tao immediately asks, what causes goiter? There are many reasons. A lack of iodine in the body affects the production of thyroid hormones, which can lead to goiter. Eating seaweed can help, but other causes of goiter cannot. However, it has been observed that most cases of large necks in this era are simply caused by iodine deficiency. Some can, some can't, but you can try. Spring flower, can I sell a little? My maternal family has several nephews with goiter. I want to try. Or, can you tell me where you bought it in town? I bought a lot here. You can take some for me and save you a trip. In the end, Granny Tao bought 3 Jean a Chinese weight measure, and Lu also bought 2 Jean after hearing about it. The 4 of them helped out. Song Chunhwa, who has a special plan ability, was strong and helped stir the mixture like a machine. Usually, she only did half a day's work. During this time, she would read, visit the pigsty, play with Song Luleng, or sometimes go deep into the mountains. Most of the time, she took the twins out for a walk. In autumn, chestnuts ripened. Song Chunhwa took the twins every day, followed by a group of little children, to gather and pick chestnuts around the mountain. Move aside, Song Chunhwa raised a long stick and swung at the chestnuts. Clatter! The chestnut balls fell. After a few swings, everyone started collecting the fallen chestnuts. The mischievous little children suddenly climbed up a tree. They shook the branches hard, and the spiky chestnuts hit the children, causing a fuss in the tree. The children on the tree didn't back down, and soon it became lively. Village children, who often had no snacks or sometimes didn't eat enough, would come to gather chestnuts to eat or exchange them for grain in town. Many adults also carried baskets to gather chestnuts. In times when food was scarce, chestnuts were a valuable resource. Recently, their family cooked chestnuts with chicken, braised chestnut pork, chestnut and lean meat soup, chestnut ribs, and chestnut rice stew. They even made chestnut porridge with red beans, roasted chestnuts, and chestnut cookies. Spring flower, can I trade a few of those sweet chestnuts? A little child handed over half a small basket of chestnuts. You gave me all of them. Won't your mother hit you? Song Chunhwa asked with a smile. The little child shook his head. No, I picked them myself to eat. Song Chunhwa smiled and said, All right, go home and make roasted chestnuts. The other children immediately gathered around. Spring flower, I'll give you mine too. Don't forget mine too. Song Chunhwa didn't plan to take all the chestnuts herself. She only asked each family to give a big bowl of chestnuts to make candied roasted chestnuts. The rest could be taken home. When they got home, everyone started working. One group peeled the spiky shells, another washed the chestnuts, and a third cut small slits in the chestnuts following Song Chunhwa's instructions. Like this, make 3 cuts. Be careful not to cut your hand, Song Chunhwa demonstrated. Cutting the slits was the hardest and slowest part. After the first 2 groups finished their tasks, they all came to help. Song Chunhwa took out all 6 scissors from her home and borrowed 2 more from Lu's family and Song Eugene's family. When everything was ready, Song Chunhwa took out a jar of sugar. She added oil to the pot, put in the prepared chestnuts, and stir-fried them a few times. Then she poured in half a jar of sugar. Wow! The little kids nearby exclaimed when they saw so much sugar. Some sugar grains splattered onto the stove when pouring, and a child quickly reached out and licked them. They added water until it covered the chestnuts, stirred a few times, and covered the pot. None of the little kids wanted to leave. They stared intently at the pot. After about 15 minutes, the water in the pot was almost gone. Song Chunhwa asked a little kid guarding the stove to add some firewood, then quickly kept stirring until all the water evaporated. The sweet aroma of caramel filled the air. The little kids cheered again, swallowing eagerly. The candied roasted chestnuts, sweet, sticky, and smiling, were ready. Even though they were cooked in an iron pot and a bit blackened, it didn't affect their delicious aroma. As soon as they came out of the pot, the little kids cheered again. Line up. It's time to share the chestnuts, Song Chunhwa said with a smile. The little kids immediately lined up obediently, even the twins copying the others. Each person received 20 chestnuts. One child reached out to put the chestnuts into his pocket. His pocket was full of leaves, stones, dirt, and even small fish and shrimps caught from the river. The chestnuts were coated with sugar, and putting them in the pocket would surely cause stomach trouble. Song Chunhwa quickly stopped him. Go home and bring a bowl to put them in. Seeing the child hesitate, she added, Don't worry, I'll save some for you. Hearing this, the child turned and ran out of the yard. Seeing most children planning to put things in their pockets, Song Chunhwa told the nearby ones, Go back and get your bowls. For those farther away, she borrowed one first. Soon, the little children with small radish heads ran back into the yard with their bowls. Each received 28 pieces, about half a bowl. As soon as they got them, they eagerly put them in their mouths. Even the shells outside were coated with sugar. The children licked happily until no more sweetness remained, then spat them out. Finally, they licked all 10 fingers. Just 3 pieces are enough. You'll eat dinner later, Song Chunhwa told the twins. They nodded obediently. The house had plenty of candies and snacks. They had also eaten roasted chestnuts several times. Compared to other children, the twins weren't very greedy. In the Qian family's yard, a thin woman was carrying a crying baby while feeding chickens and soothing the child. A little girl about 4 years old ran into the yard. Seeing no one around, she secretly handed over a chestnut. Mom, try this. It was a chestnut sugar gave her yesterday. It's sweet. Qian Fengshe, who hadn't had any sugar water since she was pregnant, almost couldn't believe the taste. What is this? Sugar's second sister made it. It's called roasted chestnuts. Little Red Plum carefully put the shell into a bag, planning to throw it away later. If her grandmother saw, she'd definitely scold her. Mom, have one more. Little Red Plum offered another. Sugar gave me a lot. A whole big bag. Little Red Plum patted her bulging pocket. Mom, eat quickly. When Grandma and Annie come back, there won't be any left. Feeding the baby every day required strength, but Qian Fengshe found it hard to eat even a proper meal and had to work all day. If her daughter hadn't occasionally picked wild fruits for her, she wouldn't have lasted long. That morning, she only drank a bowl of porridge with a few grains of rice and fed the baby once. She was already starving and dizzy. After eating 5 roasted chestnuts, she finally felt a bit stronger. Seeing her mother finish eating, Little Red Plum quietly took out some rice paste wrapped in leaves from her pocket and gently scraped a bit into the baby's mouth. As soon as the baby ate, it stopped crying and kept moving its little mouth. Where did this come from? Qian Fengshi asked in surprise. Sugar gave it. It's for her little brother to eat. Just after feeding the porridge, outside the yard, Wu Tsuehua's scolding could be heard. Lazy woman, are you slacking off again? Xiao Hongmei quickly put the leaves back into her pocket. When Auntie Qian entered the yard and saw Xiao Hongmei, she scolded. Lazy girl, you raised a lazy kid. Why aren't you catching clams in the river? What are you dawdling here for? Mom, I'll go right now. Xiao Hongmei grabbed her basket from the corner and rushed out. Are you deliberately being lazy? You haven't finished such a small task yet. Wu Tsuehua kept pointing at Auntie Qian and scolding. Passing villagers heard the shouting and knew Wu Tsuehua was showing off at home again. The one being scolded was always her honest second daughter-in-law. One morning after breakfast, Song Chunhua saw Song Wunyang secretly wrapping the leftover porridge from Song Luling with leaves, carefully. She smiled and asked, What are you doing? Song Wunyang leaned close and whispered, Feeding it to Little Red Plum. Little Red Plum said her mother has no milk, and her sister keeps crying. After a pause, she added, Second sister, let's help Little Red Plum's sister. Xiao Hongmei used to help me before. Song Chunhua nodded. Seeing her sister agree, Song Wunyang was so happy, she almost jumped. For other families, Song Chunhua could directly give money or food, but not for Auntie Qian. Money and things would be quickly taken away by Wu Tsuehua. Song Chunhua leaned close to Song Wunyang and quietly shared her plan. Can you do it later? Yes, Song Wunyang's eyes sparkled as she loudly promised. I want to wear the clothes made by Xiao Hongmei. Seeing Wu Tsuehua walking over with a vegetable basket, Song Wunyang immediately started crying and fussing. Can I go to the town's ready-made clothing shop to buy for you? If you don't like it, we can go to the county to buy, Song Chunhua coaxed. No. I only want clothes made by Xiao Hongmei. Annie Feng is so busy. She doesn't have time to make clothes for you. I don't care. Wu Tsuehua heard this and quickly came over. Song Chunhua hurriedly said, Grandma Wu, just right you came. Could you ask Auntie Feng to help make a few sets of clothes? Don't worry, we'll pay her. Upon hearing about the payment, Wu Tsuehua's eyes lit up, but then she thought, her second daughter-in-law was busy making clothes, and the lazy one in the main family definitely wouldn't finish the work. In the end, she would have to help. It was better to let the main family's daughter-in-law do it, and she could give the work to the second family. So she said, Dogwa's mother makes better-looking clothes. Should I ask her to make yours? I don't want that. Dogwa's mother eats without washing her hands after using the toilet. Song Wunyang said with disgust. If Feng Auntie is busy, we can ask other women in the village. Someone else might be able to do what you want, Song Chunhua added. Song Wunyang quickly agreed. When Wu Tsuehua saw them leave, she hurried to catch up a few steps. Oh, why look for others? Just have the second family come over. All right, bring them to my house later, Song Chunhua said. I'll bring them right away, Wu Tsuehua replied. She hurried home. After the sisters watched her leave, they exchanged smiles. About half an hour later, Wu Tsuehua led Qian Fengshi to the Song family yard. Qian Fengshi carried her little child, lowered her head, and tightly held the patched corner of her clothes, standing behind Wu Tsuehua. Feng Annie, can you make me a flower dress like Little Red Plum? Song Wunyang ran over to her. Qian Fengshi was nervous and couldn't speak clearly. Finally, after a long moment, she softly replied. On the way here, Wu Tsuehua warned her that she must do a good job on this work to earn money to take home. If she messed up, she wouldn't get to eat. But she had only made a few clothes before. At her parents' house, she just patched clothes repeatedly, never making new ones. After marrying in, she didn't get many chances to sew new clothes. When patching clothes, skillful hands could use the least fabric to make small animals or flowers from patches. That was practice making perfect. Wu Tsuehua was most concerned about the payment. Chunhua, The pay for this work can't be less. 10 coins a day, Song Chunhua said. How do you pay by the day? Wu Tsuehua asked. The fabric I bought isn't cheap. If Feng Andy rushes and wastes the fabric, what then? This fabric isn't cheap, Song Chunhua explained. Oh, it must be done at my house. Come early in the morning. Originally, Wu Tsuehua planned to have the second family take the work home. She found this light task easy, but the household chores still belonged to the second family, and she could secretly take some fabric. When Song Chunhua mentioned this, Wu Tsuehua was unhappy. How can I do this here? If the fabric gets dirty, you pay for it. If it's a little short by a foot or two, you also pay. Oh, it won't get dirty and it won't be short. Grandma Wu, write me a promise. If it gets dirty or short, you pay. I'll only ask you. If that's okay, I'll let Aunt Feng take it home to do. Why should I do that? I'm not the one working. You're the one getting the money, Song Chunhua said. Whoever gets the money, I'll find that person. To deal with Wu Tsuehua, you need to be firm but polite. Aunt Feng does good work. If she finishes in 3 days, she gets half a pound of oil residue as a reward. When Wu Tsuehua heard about the oil residue, she hesitated for a moment. All right, I'll let her come tomorrow. At this moment, Wu Tsuehua was conflicted. She wanted Aunt Feng to finish quickly so she could go home and work, but she also wanted her to work a couple more days to earn a few more days' wages. It really was a case of wanting both. Early in the morning, just after dawn, Aunt Feng arrived at Song's courtyard. If Song Chunhua hadn't set a time, Wu Tsuehua would have insisted that Aunt Feng cook breakfast first. Song Chunhua took out a piece of pink cotton cloth. Feng Auntie, please make a quilt cover. Use this fabric. Aunt Feng couldn't believe it. Yes, just follow the size of my room. Seeing this seemingly expensive fabric used for a quilt cover, Aunt Feng almost blurted out, but she stopped herself at the last moment. She reached out to take it, but looked at her rough hands, covered with old dirt, and hesitated. I'll go wash my hands. Aunt Feng vigorously scrubbed her hands, but after years of dirt, it couldn't be washed away with just water. Song Dongmei handed her a jar of ash. After rubbing her hands, the dirt was much less. Drying her hands, Aunt Feng finally took the fabric. There was no extra room at home. The study was for the twins to read, the main hall was for meals, and it wasn't suitable for work or visitors. Song Chunhua told her to sew inside her own room. Seeing that she was holding a small child and couldn't work properly, Song Chunhua moved the empty small bed from the study into her room and put a small quilt inside. Put it here. Aunt Feng hesitated. Don't get it dirty. Just wash it if it gets dirty, Song Chunhua said with a smile. As soon as she placed the baby on the small bed, the little one started crying loudly. Is he hungry or has he had a diaper change? Song Chunhua picked him up, checked the diaper, and smiled. Oh, he's hungry. At this moment, Song Wunyang pushed the door open, carrying 2 bowls, one filled with rice porridge and the other with 2 buns. Sweetie is so good. Song Chunhua patted Song Wunyang's head. Please eat quickly, Andy. Song Chunhua helped place the bowls on the small table and took Song Wunyang outside. Qian Fengshi's eyes were red as she looked at the rice porridge and buns on the table. In one day, Qian Fengshi finished making a quilt cover and sewed small flowers, grass, bunnies, and little tigers as Song Wunyang requested. So cute, Song Wunyang couldn't put it down. At noon, Song Chunhua brought a bowl of rice topped with braised pork feet and a bowl of rice porridge to Qian Fengshi. Qian Fengshi's eyes turned red again. She was asked to eat inside the house because only Song Chunhua's family, except Song Dongmei's family, took care of meals. Also, if Wu Tsuehua found out she was being fed, Qian Fengshi wouldn't get to eat dinner. The next day, Song Chunhua saw Qian Fengshi limping into the yard, her hands very unsteady. Carefully looking, she saw small cuts all over her hands. At the end of the workday, Song Chunhua went to Qian's yard. Here's your wages for these days. Tomorrow, Annie Feng doesn't need to come anymore. Qian Fengshi glared fiercely at her as she entered. Why did this foolish woman finish so quickly? Anyway, wages are calculated daily. Wu Tsuehua was eager for Qian Fengshi to work every day as she could finish her chores at night. What's going on? Are you done with the work? Before Song Chunhua finished speaking, Wu Tsuehua grabbed a stick nearby and rushed at Qian Fengshe. Beak you, lazy woman. I told you to work properly and you try to slack off. Song Chunhua stopped her, raising Qian Fengshe's hand. Look at this hand. Today I cut the cloth with it. I only didn't ask you to pay because I respect the villagers. She paused and continued, if you want to keep working, fine, but your hands can't do heavy work anymore. Next time, not only will you be banned from working, but you'll also have to pay. Wu Tsuehua glared fiercely again. She forced a smile and said, I won't do heavy work. All right then. I'll raise it for a day or two, let my hands get softer, and then come back. Wu Tsuehua was upset because Qian Fengshe worked during the day earning money and did chores at night, but her efforts went nowhere. She grabbed a stick, ready to hit her, but thought that if she really fought, the money and oil residue would be lost. For Qian's sake, she put down the stick. Just then, Qian Lu entered the yard. Seeing she had only gathered half a basket of pig feed after half a day, she was eager to scold her, but remembered she had 5 big grandsons and said, Quick, cook the rice. Are you trying to starve me? Wu Tsuehua, feeling supported by her 5 sons, shouted at Qian Lu. Hurry up and cook the rice. Go do it yourself. Wu Tsuehua snapped, hands on her hips. Qian Lu was stunned. She wondered if this old woman had mistaken her for someone else, thinking she was the second family's. Just as she was about to reply, Wu Tsuehua shouted angrily at her. A small creek flowed gently, with golden rice fields beside it. The wind blew, causing the rice waves to roll and rustle. Song Chunhua carried Song Luling slowly along the path beside the creek. A man approached, touching his head awkwardly, and said, Chunhua, my family is harvesting rice. Can I borrow a sickle from you? Song Chunhua recognized the man. The sweet grass and shell he brought were very clean, so she nodded. Sure, uncle. Come get it when you need it. The man kept thanking her. After a while, Song Chunhua carried Song Luling home. At the gate, she met Lu Jinsi, who was returning with water. There were only 2 wells in the village, and the nearest one from the Song family was over a mile away. Song Chunhua thought about digging a well closer to her home. She handed Song Luling to Song Dongmei and headed toward Old Zhao's house, where they were digging a well. Both village wells were chosen by Old Zhao. Grandpa Zhao, are you at home? Song Chunhua called at the door. Chunhua. Granny Lu came out. He's in the fields, busy. All right, I'll go look for him in the fields. Near Zhao's rice fields, Old Zhao and his sons were bending over, swinging sickles. Grandpa Zhao, why are you starting to harvest already? The official rice harvest was in about 10 days. Old Zhao looked up and said, Well, in a few days, the older boys will have work. Better to do it early. The drying yard is free, and the rice will dry faster. Although he used an his tone was joyful. He was skilled at digging wells, and both of his sons learned from him. People from 10 or 20 villages would come to his house to dig wells. I plan to dig a well near my home. Please help me. Sure, but I need to harvest rice these days. No rush, just wait until you're done. The village had hired him for a job, and Old Zhao was very happy. 10 days later, Old Zhao and his youngest son, Zhao Fu, went to Song Chunhua's house. Grandpa Zhao, please help check if we can dig a well in the front and backyards of my house. Digging a well in their yard would make water much easier to access, and it would be convenient to chill fruits and vegetables in ice. After walking around, they found a spot in the backyard where chickens were kept. They first fenced off a large area around the spot to keep the chickens away. That same day, the father and son started digging. They dumped the excavated soil around the well opening, and suitable stones were set aside nearby. The next day, water started to flow from the well. Old Zhao said they needed to dig deeper until they reached hard soil and rock layers. By then, the sun was beginning to set, so they finished for the day and planned to continue tomorrow. When they returned the next day, the well already held about half a meter of water. The young son stepped down the ladder to the bottom of the well, while Old Zhao stood at the top. They used a bucket to draw water, hanging it on a hook, then pulled it up with a rope and poured out the water. The following day, they reached the stone layer. After cleaning the broken stones, they started looking for large stones. Song Erxiang and Lu Er joined them, and the four of them spent most of the day searching for stones. After draining the water, they began to lay stones. They first placed large, flat stones at the bottom of the well as the foundation. The father and son worked together, one scolded, and the other was scolded. In the afternoon, Song Chunhua brought green bean soup to the backyard. Old Zhao was standing by the well, loudly scolding his son at the bottom. "How did you do this?" "Grandpa Zhao, Fu, take a break and have some green bean soup." When old Zhao saw Song Chunhua coming, he stopped scolding. By then, half of the stones had been stacked around the well. Old Zhao chuckled. "It'll be done in 2 or 3 more days." Zhao Fu climbed up the ladder and old Zhao scolded with a smile. "You're working so eagerly." Zhao Fu chuckled and replied, "Only by working well can I finish the job. I'm just eating well so I can work better." Listening to her son's tongue twister, old Zhao kicked him lightly. Zhao Fu didn't dodge and smiled as his father kicked him. After the kick, old Zhao deliberately looked serious and said, "If you need to go to the toilet, go quickly. Come back and work." On the 8th day, all around the well was paved with stones and the water well was cleaned. On the 9th day, small stones were laid around the well and the digging was finished. People in the village heard that Song Chunhua's family was digging a well, so many villagers came to see. A woman said with envy, "Having a well at home makes washing things much easier. Oh, you don't know, I have to walk 2 or 3 miles to the river. Usually, I only go to the river to cook and fetch water," another woman said nearby. Hearing this, Song Chunhua thought that the cost of digging a well was not a big deal for her. So she asked old Zhao, "Grandpa Zhao, please dig 2 more wells." "2 more wells?" "Yes, find good spots where the distance to each household for fetching water is about the same." Hearing Song Chunhua's words, old Zhao got excited. This meant more work, and he was happy. The women nearby also got excited, especially those living farther from the well. "Chunhua, we don't have enough money," one woman asked. "Don't worry, I will pay for it," Song Chunhua replied. Hearing this, the people around became lively. Early the next morning, old Zhao took his young son to choose the site. A few days later, his 2 sons also returned, and the 4 of them started working together. In less than 2 weeks, the 2 wells were finished. Song Chunhua paid the workers according to the agreed price. "Give a little less, just enough for our old Zhao family to contribute," old Zhao smiled and said. Song Chunhua nodded with a smile, and in the end, she gave old Zhao and his sons several jars filled with 10 jin of oil residue. Old Zhao didn't refuse and said happily, "I love eating this. Crispy and oily." He took a piece and put it in his mouth. "I need to eat more of this, or my wife will hide it when I go home." At this time, all the rice in the fields had been harvested and many children and adults were digging for loaches and eels. A group of small children once again carried a bucket of loaches into the yard. "Want me to do it?" Song Chunhua asked with a smile. The children nodded together. Children loved oil residue snacks, especially in this era lacking oil and water. Song Chunhua decided to make fried loach. She put salt on the loach and covered the basin. After waiting for a while with no movement, she added pepper, rice wine, soy sauce, and her homemade 6-spice powder, a simple version of 13-spice powder. Finally, she added flour and mixed everything well. She made sure each loach was coated with flour. Lu Jinshi had already lit the stove. She poured half a jar of oil directly into the pan. Because there were many loaches, Song Chunhua fried them in batches. After the first batch was done, she fried them again. The fried loaches turned golden and filled the kitchen with a rich, fragrant oil smell. Little Luo Batu kept swallowing his saliva. Even Lu Jinshi, sitting by the stove, couldn't help but salivate. After taking the loach out of the oil, Song Chunhua sprinkled a little chili powder on them. Since they were for children, she only added a small amount to adjust the flavor. The little Luo Bata children knew Song Chunhua's eating habits, so they quickly ran to the water jar outside. They held their clean little hands and lined up. They each took a small bowl and handed it to Lu Jinshi. "Why do I also get some?" Lu Jinshi hesitated to accept. Song Chunhwa scooped about 10 small loaches of similar size into each bowl. Everyone couldn't wait to start eating after receiving their portions. The fried loaches were crispy and crunchy, and the whole kitchen and yard were filled with the sound of crunching. For a while, the children in the village all complained that their mothers' or grandmothers' loach dishes were too fishy and not tasty. Of course, they all got a scolding later. If you're capable, don't eat it. Now look at you. Even the meat is being disliked. A woman scolded, holding her grandson. The little Luo Bata cried loudly, "It's already bad, but Sister Chunhwa's loach is delicious." Then he pointed at his mother. "Mom, you also ate it. You said it was good, that you've tried it." His mother didn't wait for her son to finish and quickly stuffed some wild vegetable dumplings into his mouth. Such scenes often happened in each household during this time. All the rice fields and grain stores had been harvested, and it was almost time to pay taxes to the government. But the 3 tenant families of Song Chunhwa's household hadn't come to pay rent. Since they hadn't come, Song Chunhwa decided to go and ask about the situation. As she reached the gate of the yard, the representatives from the 3 families happened to walk over. They were each carrying baskets on their shoulders. Since they had arrived, there was no need to go anywhere else. "Oh, Spring Blossom, I'm really sorry. The drying yard wasn't available, so I dried the grains in my own yard. My yard is too small, and I just finished drying yesterday," she said, with a full face of apology. 2 other families nearby agreed. Song Chunhwa smiled. Song Dongmei took out the scale from her home. After weighing everything, she saw that each family had only brought half of their grains. She smiled and said, "Are you planning to bring the remaining 2/10 today or tomorrow?" Qian's mother, Wu Tsuehua, suddenly started to wipe her tears. "This year, we have a few more mouths to feed at home. We really don't have enough food. Chunhwa, your family isn't short of food. Maybe we can just give 5/10 today." Song Chunhwa smiled lightly and said calmly. When she said this, the 3 families immediately looked happy. "Then you can pay the tax grains," she added quietly. "Why should we pay?" Wu Tsuehua shouted. "Yeah, why should we pay?" The other 2 families echoed. In Dacheng, the tax rate varies for good land, medium land, and poor land. The 3 families rent good land and must pay 20% rent. Paying this 20% rent is the same as paying 70% rent, which doesn't make sense. Song Chunhwa sneered coldly and said firmly, "If that's the case, then we'll stick to the original agreement for the rent grains." At this moment, Zhao's mother spoke up. "Chunhwa, we're all from the same village. How can you stick to the original plan? That's too much. Besides, your family doesn't rely on this small amount of grain. I know your family always eats plain rice, unlike us who work hard all year but can't even have a proper meal. How can I not follow the original plan?" This was agreed upon with Wang's family, and you knew it when you rented the land. It's been the same every year. Why is it different now? Why is it unfair? Why didn't you tell Wang's family not to agree in previous years? Why didn't you say they were unfair? If you say that, then other villagers can only pay 5/10 rent. I might not rent you next year. Look around the village. If anyone only pays 5/10 rent, you can go to them. I won't see you off. But this year, you need to make up the remaining 2/10. If you don't, please pay the tax grains." She paused and continued. "Also, you rented my land and worked hard all year, but you still can't even get a proper meal of plain rice. So, you should rent a land where you can always eat white rice. Again, you need to make up the rent for my land." Song Chunhwa spoke sharply, leaving Grandma Zhao speechless. "Spring Flower, why are you talking about my mother like that? We've worked hard all year, and you haven't done anything. Why should you get 70% of the rent?" Zhao Fuguei said, clearly not agreeing. Wu Tsuehua agreed. Exactly. Tomorrow, if the remaining 20% isn't paid, I will take the agreement to the authorities," Song Chunhwa said directly, not wanting to argue further with the 3 families. "Don't scare us," Wu Tsuehua said fearfully, but she still snorted. "Try it and see," Song Chunhwa said firmly. When Grandma Zhao heard about going to the authorities, she started to guilt trip. "We're all from the same village. Why report to the officials so easily? That hurts our feelings. Song Chunhua sneered coldly and retorted, "Even in the same village, some can bully others. If I don't pay enough rent, why can't I report to the officials?" "That's right." Song Eugene's angry voice came from outside the yard. "Your families first, you delay paying rent, then wait until it's almost time to pay taxes, and you still don't pay the agreed 70%. You just see that Chunhua is young and has no elders to support her, and you want to bully her. I tell you, that won't work." The Liu family had originally planned to pay 70% of the rent as usual, but when Zhao and Qian families came to their house, they were tempted and agreed to Zhao and Qian's proposal. Now, after hearing what Song Chunhua and Song Eugene said, they felt ashamed. "We will go now and bring the remaining 20% of the rent. Are you planning to report to the officials, or just bring the rent?" Song Eugene scolded Zhao and Qian families. When the Zhao family heard about reporting to the authorities, and with Song Eugene backing them up, they immediately said, "We'll bring the rent." "How about your family?" Song Eugene asked Qian family. Wu Tsuehua smiled and said, "As I just said, we're all from the same village. You shouldn't take 70%, and I won't ask for 50. Let's each compromise and settle on 60%. Get the horses ready." "To the officials," Song Eugene shouted. Wu Tsuehua hurriedly said, "Oh, old Mr. Song, why do you also get so quick to call the officials, just like your niece?" "I was just saying if it works, it works. If not, it doesn't. Go back and bring the remaining 20% of the rent," Song Eugene ordered. The Qian family immediately headed back to their house. Later, when these three families start arguing about the 70%, "Send someone to call me," Song Eugene said as he walked outside the yard. Song Chunhua hurriedly called out, "Grandpa, wait a moment. Yesterday, I brought you red bean cake and jujube paste cake." Song Eugene loves sweets, and since he's getting older with bad teeth, he prefers soft cakes. Song Chunhua often brings him 1 or 2 packs. "You child." Song Eugene didn't refuse and happily accepted them. That day, Zhao, Qian, Liu, and the other 2 families brought all the remaining 20% of their rent. The village had agreed to go to the town together to pay taxes and deliver grain. Before dawn, Song Daxiang came to Chunhua's house with a bullock cart. Grandma Song loaded the grain tax onto the cart, and they took it to the town. Lu Dafu and Zhao Dachuan carried grain over and loaded it onto Chunhua's horse-drawn cart, then headed to the town together. Originally, Song Eugene's family stored their grain on the cart, and Lu Dafu's family borrowed a bullock cart. But Song Daxiang really wanted to experience driving a cart himself. The horse-drawn cart was faster, and when they arrived at the town, only a few households were ahead. In less than half an hour, the 3 families had paid their taxes. After paying the taxes, they led the cart to the grain shop. Every year, the family sells some of their harvested grain, and the money earned is used for next year's expenses. During the harvest season, the grain shop was lively. Unlike usual when people buy grain, now most were there to sell. Chunhua didn't need to sell grain for silver. After unloading the grain from the cart and setting a time to return home, she led the cart toward the meat stall. She bought some lard, pork fat, and cooking oil. Seeing some good pig trotters at the meat stall, she bought 2. Then she stopped at the noodle stand and had a bowl of shredded meat noodles. Opposite the noodle stand was a general store. She went inside to buy some salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and wine. When they reached the agreed spot, both women covered their chests and looked around cautiously. They saw Chunhua leading the cart and hurried over. This was the money they had saved up for the year. On the way home, they met many villagers carrying grain to the town, some from their own village and others from different villages. Halfway there, they saw 2 men from their village carrying grain, 2 grandfathers and their sons, who had measured the land when they bought the pig farm last time. Whoa! The cart stopped beside a few households. The cheerful, round-faced old man greeted with a smile. "Chunhua." Chunhua jumped down from the cart and warmly responded, "Put the grain on the cart." The round-faced old man was not polite and cheerfully said, "All right, today I'll take a break." He then asked his son to put the grain basket onto the cart. The old man called out to the other old man who was eager to start planting, "Old Qian, why are you rushing ahead?" Seeing that he was ignored, she quickly caught up and stopped him. When her father stopped, his 4 sons, carrying grain behind him, also stopped. Song Chunhua turned the cart and stopped beside old Qian. "Why are you just standing there? Put the grain on the cart," the round-faced old man scolded her sons. The sons were already very tired, so they immediately lifted the baskets onto the cart, with Lu Dafu and Zhao Dachuan helping from above. "Grandpa Sun and Grandpa Qian, I'll take Uncle Lu and Brother Zhao home first." "You go ahead, I'll catch up later," Lu Dafu quickly said. "No need, we can walk back ourselves." Zhao Dachuan agreed. Yes, we'll walk back on our own." Knowing they were carrying a lot of money and eager to get home, Song Chunhua spoke. "After I take them home and put the empty baskets back, I'll head to town again." Chunhua. Wu Tsuehua saw Song Chunhua driving the cart and hurriedly waved to stop her. Wu Tsuehua's family owned 2 acres of land besides Song Chunhua's family's good fields. They had to pay taxes on this land. She didn't need to come originally, but today she had to sell grain, so she needed the money. Seeing the cart stop, she jogged a few steps and caught up. "Can I ride with you?" She climbed onto the cart. Song Chunhua stopped her. "Sorry, the cart is full of grain. There's no space." Wu Tsuehua pointed to the front of the cart. "It's okay, I'll sit here. This space is for Grandpa Qian and Grandpa Sun. They are in front. It's fine, we can squeeze in," Wu Tsuehua said as she tried to climb further up. Song Chunhua stopped her. "This space is too small. Next time, okay?" She whipped the horse, which responded with a trot, and started moving forward. Wu Tsuehua's voice was heard cursing behind her. Seeing that the cart was full and unable to stop again, they continued on. Soon, they caught up with Grandpa Sun and Grandpa Qian. "What's the fuss? You won't ride the carriage, insisting on walking? You must be hard-headed," Old Sun joked as he pushed Old Qian onto the carriage. When they arrived again at the grain tax collection point, there was a long line outside. Song Chunhua helped the 2 men unload the tax grain from the carriage. The grain they wanted to sell remained on the carriage. "Everyone unload your things. It's time for you to go home," Old Qian said seriously. Song Chunhua smiled and replied, "I have nothing to do today." When the 2 men's sons arrived, Song Chunhua went back to the grain shop and helped unload the grain from the carriage. At the village entrance, a group of little children saw Song Chunhua driving the carriage and immediately ran to catch up. "Big Sister Chunhua! Big Sister Chunhua!" Song Chunhua stopped the carriage, got permission, and the little children eagerly climbed aboard. At home, she picked up the twin children who had just finished their lessons, and with the lively carriage, they took a ride around the village. Sometimes, 1 or 2 small passengers would hop on. They circled the village 10 times and reluctantly ended the ride. During busy farming seasons, the school had a break for farm work. Song Dalong and Song Sanling stayed at home. Since there was no land to farm at home, Song Dongmei and Lu Jinshi handled cooking and other chores. The brothers spent half the day reading and teaching the twins, and the other half making soap. The brothers mainly took care of packaging the soap. "Second sister, won't this soap go bad?" Song Sanling asked, noticing they made soap every day but hadn't sold any. "If unopened and kept in a ventilated, dry place, it won't go bad for a year or 2, Song Chunhua said as she packed the soap into baskets. After a pause, she added, "But I want to visit Qianan Prefecture." Bang! The soap in Song Dalong's hand fell to the ground. "Second sister, how can you go to Qianan Prefecture?" Song Sanlang looked surprised. He had only read about that place in books. It was next door to their prefecture. "I got a rough map of the route when I last visited the prefecture city," Song Chunhua explained. When they were in the mountain cave, Xiao Yuanzi had drawn a detailed map of the Daqing dynasty for her. Although the brothers knew Song Chunhua was strong, this was a trip outside the town, and they strongly wanted to go with her. "I'll go with you. I probably won't take the imperial exam for another year or 2, so missing a few days of school won't matter. Plus, I can read on the carriage," Song Sanling said firmly. Song Dalong nodded in agreement. In this era of limited transportation, Song Chunhua thought that reading many books was not as good as traveling far. She decided to take Song Sanling out to see the world, and he did not refuse. The next day, Song Chunhua took Song Sanlang to the county town to get a travel permit and then asked for 10 days off from school. After obtaining the permit, the following day, she packed half a cart of soap, brought some dry food and water, and set out. The two traveled together. Unlike before, when she left home, Song Chunhua usually stored most of the soap in her space. This time, she only packed half a cart of soap, so she could also carry clothes, food, and water. Since they planned to travel for 10 days, Song Chunhua locked her workshop, so no one could enter. To be safe, she stored all the soap in her space. The twin children looked at Song Chunhua and Song Sanlang with teary eyes.
Go inside now.
Remember to study and practice calculations. Come back prepared for exams, Song Chunhua said with a smile. The carriage clattered out of Black Eagle Mountain Village. They crossed a county and paid the toll, then rested for the night in the town. They rented 2 upstairs rooms. Outside, Song Chunhua never felt wronged. She had added wooden doors and locks to the carriage windows and doors, so she didn't worry about losing the soap. After a long day's journey in the hot weather, soaked in sweat, she ordered the servant to bring hot water for a shower. Washing away the stickiness made her feel much fresher. The two of them went downstairs and ordered 2 dishes. They were 2 young children without adults, staying in a room, traveling in a carriage, and wealthy but weak group that naturally attracted attention. Sure enough, soon after leaving the city gate, a whistle sounded behind them on a quiet road. Suddenly, 6 people jumped out from the woods beside the road and blocked their path. Second sister, Song Sanlang shouted in surprise. Don't be afraid. Song Chunhua calmly pulled on the reins and stopped the carriage. Although nervous, Song Sanlang quickly drew a small knife he had prepared. 4 of the attackers carried large knives, and 2 held axes. Looking back, they saw 2 horses blocking their retreat, each also armed with large knives. Surrounded from all sides, it looked like they had to fight. One of the attackers shouted, "Leave the carriage and the silver." This same phrase, this kind of roadblock robbery, had they been trained for this? At that moment, the man behind shouted impatiently, "Second brother, stop talking so much." Before he finished, the 6 attackers raised their weapons and charged forward. Song Chunhua secretly took out the heavy rain pear blossom needle from her space.
Whoosh, whoosh,
whoosh, several arrows shot out at once. Before the 6 people nearby could get close, they all fell down. Song Sanlang watched in shock. Is this her second sister? What is she holding? So powerful. To avoid trouble, she had improved the arrow tips so they wouldn't cause serious harm or death. Go! Song Chunhua whipped her horse, and the white horse galloped forward quickly. 2 riders behind chased after her closely. Song Chunhua sneered, "If you're so stubborn, then you'll have to suffer a bit. Keep going forward." She threw the reins to Song Sanlang and jumped onto the roof of the carriage. She took out the heavy rain pear blossom needle. Again. With a few whooshes, the 2 men fell from their horses. The horses were startled and ran wildly. Soon, they disappeared from sight. Song Chunhua didn't bother to chase. "Stop the carriage," she shouted from the roof. She jumped down and walked toward the 2 fallen men. Before they could react, she quickly pulled out the arrows from their bodies. "Ah," they screamed, but she punched them hard to silence them. She took their big knives, tied their hands behind their backs, and said to Song Sanlang, who had just gotten off the carriage, "Search them." They found 100 taels of silver. Pretty good. She tied the 2 men together and threw them onto the carriage. Back at the place where the attack happened earlier, 6 people were still crying out in pain. Seeing Song Chunhua holding her tied-up accomplices, someone was so scared they crawled to the roadside. She walked over and kicked one. She threw the 2 tied-up men onto the ground. The knocked-out men woke up from the pain. Seeing they struggled. One of them begged, "Please spare me, hero." Suddenly, the crying and begging filled the air. Getting annoyed, Song Chunhua raised her fist and knocked them out again. The 2 tied-up men fainted from the much easier. She thought, fine, no need to hit them again. With a glance, Song Sanlang quickly searched the area. He took out a small scale from his pocket. 150 taels. They collected a total of 250 taels. She all 8 people into a pile and threw them by the roadside, confiscating all their weapons. Song Chunhua signaled to Song Sanlang to take out paper and pen. "I'll read and you write. We are robbers blocking the road. If you have the guts, fight us. Fight us." Song Sanlang hesitated for a moment, then obediently began to write. He found some sticks and vines by the roadside to make a support frame. He placed the paper with the writing inside and made a signboard, standing it next to the bandits. Worried that the wind might it down, he made 2 more signs, forming a 3-sided display that surrounded the 8 people. Before leaving, he carefully waterproofed the signs and put on a straw hat. So long as the rain wasn't heavy, they wouldn't get wet. Everything was ready. The 2 of them jumped into the carriage and rode away. At noon, light rain started to fall. With no village in sight and no shop nearby, they put on their raincoats and continued their journey. Half an hour later, they entered a town and found a stable with a restaurant. After eating, the rain eased to a light drizzle. It was no problem, so they set off again. They passed a wonton shop, and the smell was very tempting. Even though they had just eaten, they each bought a big bowl. Next to it, a stall was selling fragrant scallion pancakes, which looked very tempting. They bought 20 at once. The road became flatter, and water fields stretched out on both sides, endless. Song Sanlang looked at the fields and sighed. People living here must never go hungry. On the road, carts, ox-drawn wagons, mules, and pedestrians increased. By nightfall, they reached a small town and headed straight to an inn. It was late, so only 1 room was left. They checked several inns, but all the same. Song Chunhua asked the young innkeeper to add an extra blanket. Song Sanlang eagerly wanted to sleep on the floor. Although it was autumn, the temperature hadn't dropped yet. Sleeping on the floor with a blanket wouldn't make him cold, so he agreed. The next day, just as the city gates were closing, the brother and sister entered Qianan City. It was clearly more prosperous than Linji Prefecture. The houses were neat, people dressed well, the market was lively, and carriages and horses crowded the streets. Sure enough, the word Qian made a difference. When they checked into the inn, Song Chunhua felt it more directly. No matter the era, the richer the place, the higher the prices. The upper floor rooms cost at least half as much again as in Linji Prefecture. Young Master Song Sanlang immediately suggested just renting 1 room, and he still wanted to sleep on the floor. But Song Chunhua, who never liked to feel wronged, refused, especially when money could fix it. She said, "Sister doesn't lack money." After washing up, they didn't eat at the inn but chose a busy local restaurant with lots of customers. When paying the bill, seeing Song Chunhua hand the shopkeeper some silver, Song Sanlang once again sighed. "Second sister, these things are so expensive here. That's good. It means people here are rich. That makes our soap sell even better," Song Chunhua said with a smile. Hearing this, Song Sanlang felt less upset about spending the money. In the evening, the shop remained open. The 2 of them wandered around, looking for a good spot to set up their stall the next day. Although Song Sanlang was worried about the money, he obediently followed behind, carrying things. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous every time he saw the silver go out. But when he saw his sister happy with her shopping, he also felt happy. They carried many packages, unable to hold everything in their hands, and gradually the shop closed for the night. Only then did Song Chunhua feel a bit reluctant to leave and started heading back. They slept until dawn, ate a good breakfast, and then led the horse-drawn cart toward the busiest street. After paying for the stall, they found a slightly wider spot. The good locations had already been taken, so they had to settle at the end of the street where there was a small empty space. Song Chunhua still dressed as a man, using modern makeup techniques to look very realistic. She had been dressed like this since leaving the village. Song Sanlang also made some adjustments to hide his original appearance. They set up a table and placed 2 basins of water from the inn. Next to them, there was a sign showing the soap's price and description. They took 100 boxes of each type of soap and opened 1 package of each for testing. The street was full of stalls, so Song Chunhua jumped onto the top of the cart and loudly called out. Passing by, Don't just walk past. Remove dirt and grime. Keep your whole body clean. Wash your face, hands, clothes, everything. Try it on the spot. If it doesn't clean well, you don't have to buy. Soap, the treasure of cleanliness, washing away dust and bringing freshness. Using her plant energy, Song Chunhwa's voice carried through the noisy street, reaching everyone's ears. Soon, a crowd gathered around the stall. Song Sanlang hurriedly demonstrated. First, he showed dirty hands, then washed them with soap, creating a strong contrast. He also invited the onlookers to try it themselves, especially those with stubborn old stains. Very quickly, the area in front of the stall was packed with people. Song Chunhwa asked everyone to line up. She was firm that no one could buy without waiting in line. Surprisingly, all the customers obediently queued up because it was a seller's market at this moment. People from Qianan Mansion are indeed wealthy, paying 200 or 300 coins without blinking. After trying, almost no one thought it was too expensive. Many bought one piece of regular soap and one of mugwort and wormwood soap. Some large families bought 10, 20, or even hundreds of pieces at once. Even nearby stall owners ignored their own business and came to line up to buy soap. A woman raised her hands happily and said to her companion behind her, "Look at my hands now. They are so white and soft." "You don't know how dark they used to be," another woman agreed. "Mine too. After washing with this soap, I managed to clean out the dirt under my nails." Curious women nearby asked, "Is it really that good?" "I don't believe it." When Song Chunhwa heard this, she smiled and said, "Uncle, whether it's true or not, you can try it and see for yourself." Song Sanlang was in charge of selling, while Song Chunhwa attracted customers and guided them to try the soap, occasionally helping to carry supplies. Suddenly, a man who was washing his hands shouted, "It's really true. This soap works so well." Hearing this, the woman hurried over. About an hour later, only 10 pieces of soap remained out of 5,000. "I want all of it," a man said in front of a stall. Behind him, an older woman softly negotiated, "Can you save me 1 or 2 pieces? Even just 1. "No, that's not possible." "I still think it's too little," the man replied firmly, handing money to Song Sanlang. The older woman was upset and lowered her voice to negotiate again. "My daughter is getting married this month. The bride must be clean, right? Your daughter isn't marrying me, so I don't care if she's clean or not." The woman was angry and pointed at the man. "Hey!" The man stepped closer. Pointing at what? Song Sanlang picked up a small leftover piece of soap from the table and handed it over. "Ma'am, do you want this?" "It's free." Although it was just a small piece, it was better than nothing. The woman quickly took it. Yes. "Thank you, young man." "When will you set up your stall again?" Song Chunhwa replied. "We're not sure yet." There were still more than 10 people at the end of the line who hadn't bought soap and were asking about the next stall opening. To apologize, Song Chunhwa took out a large bar of soap from her space, cut it into pieces according to the number of people, and gave it to the customers who couldn't buy anything. After receiving the compensation, the disappointed and upset customers felt a little better and gradually left. After closing the shop, she bought some food for the road, didn't stay in the town, and headed straight outside the city. "Second sister will take you to explore this beautiful water town," Song Chunhwa said with a smile. Noticing there was still a tail behind her, she pretended not to notice, and the carriage moved slowly forward. She enjoyed the scenery and absorbed plant energy. When they reached a narrow path, she suddenly placed her hand on the horse's back to transfer energy, then whipped the horse to speed up. They quickly traveled about 20 or 30 miles, losing the other person's scent and confirming they were no longer being followed. There was no town nearby, but there was a village not far away. Most houses there were small and used as storage sheds, not for sleeping. The two siblings decided to sleep in the carriage for comfort. They found an open space, gathered firewood, and built 2 simple stoves with stones. They took out 2 small pots from the carriage, one for cooking rice, the other for cooking vegetables. Finally, they took out rice, preserved meat, and eggs. They also retrieved a bucket of water from a nearby well they had passed earlier. Song Sanlang washed the rice and cooked it. Song Chunhwa prepared the preserved meat by blanching, stir-frying, and then frying the eggs. When the rice and dishes were ready, they reheated some buns they bought and started eating. With salt, oil, and seasonings, the taste was almost the same as at home. Eating outdoors like this made Song Chunhwa recall outdoor cooking activities from before the end of the world. Just as they were eating, two shy little girls approached. The older girl was about 7 or 8 years old, and the younger about 4 or 5. They were as thin as bamboo sticks, just like the siblings from this era. The older girl stared at the buns in Song Chunhwa's hand, and the younger looked at the eggs in the bowl. It was already dark, with the moon shining brightly, but in this quiet countryside, it was unusual to see children wandering outside at this hour. "Why are you still out so late? Why don't you go home?" Song Chunhwa asked. "We live just over there." The older girl pointed to a small, low house nearby. "Aren't you afraid your parents will find out you're out?" "No, only my little brother's parents are concerned," the older girl replied. "Do you want to eat?" The two girls nodded eagerly. There were 2 buns left in the pot. Song Chunhwa gave one to each girl. The little girl was still staring at the eggs and took a piece to put on her bun. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly took a bite. The two of them ate quickly and almost finished 2 buns in no time. Song Chunhwa took out 2 pancakes and handed them over. Seeing that it was late and unsafe, she urged, "Let's go back quickly." The little girl obediently headed home, but the older girl held her back. "Finish eating first, then go." The little girl, confused but listening to her sister, continued. They finished the 2 pancakes quickly, even licking their fingers clean. "Come here," Song Chunhwa waved to the older girl. "Do you know what copper coins and silver are?" The girl nodded. "If you have money, what would you do?" Song Chunhwa asked seriously. "Let my sister and I not go hungry," the girl answered firmly. "See those 2 big trees over there?" Song Chunhwa pointed to the hillside. The girl nodded again. "Tomorrow, I will bury copper coins under those 2 trees." The girl tried to kneel and thank Song Chunhwa, but she was pulled back. "It's late. Go home quickly." After they left, Song Samling asked, "Second sister, where are they going to buy things?" "That's quite a distance from the town." Song Chunhwa smiled confidently. "They can buy it." After washing the dishes, the 2 prepared to sleep. One slept in the cart, and the other on top of it. Song Sanlang took out a pot to cook porridge. Song Chunhwa dug 20 holes under the 2 trees she pointed to last night, placing half a tael of broken silver and 200 copper coins in each hole, then covered them with soil. After breakfast, they continued their journey. "Second sister, why haven't they harvested the rice here yet? Why isn't it yellow?" Song Sanlang pointed to the unharvested rice. "This is late rice." "Late rice." Song Sanlang looked puzzled. "Our Linji prefecture has a lower temperature, so we usually plant rice once a year, from April or May to September or October. In Qianan prefecture, the temperature is higher, so they can plant twice a year. The first planting is in March or April and harvest in June or July. This is early rice. The second planting is in August or September and harvest in November. This is late rice. What we see now is late rice," Song Chunhwa explained. Song Sanlang looked envious. "If only we could plant twice a year too." Actually, based on the current location of Linji prefecture, it is still in the south. Modern rice varieties and techniques can be used to grow twice a year. So he said, if someone develops a cold-resistant rice, it could also be grown twice a year. "Really?" Song Sanlang asked with surprise. Song Chunhwa nodded. Song Sanlang looked thoughtful. They returned with an empty horse cart. The weather was clear and suitable for travel. In 2.5 days, the brother and sister arrived back at Haeying Mountain Village. As they reached the gate, they heard the sound of the cart, and the twin children ran out of the study. Second sister. Third brother. They called happily. Song Dongmei and a few others working at home also came out to greet them. This trip earned 1,250 taels. They bought many things, and everyone received a gift. Song Chunhwa placed 5 coarse cloths on the table and smiled. "Choose a color, 10 feet each." Seeing Lu's family feeling shy, Song Chunhwa smiled and picked out a red cloth, saying, "Grandma Lu, how about this color? I saw many elderly ladies wearing it in the city." "Really?" Lu's face lit up with joy. "This color is very nice and festive." Then she picked up a purple cloth and handed it to Lu Jinshi. "Aunt Ju, this color suits you." Lu Jinshi felt a bit shy but kept her eyes fixed on it and nodded firmly. Next, she took 2 pieces and handed them to Song Dongmei and Qian Fengshi. "Big Aunt Lu and Second Aunt, this color will look good on you both." "I don't need it. I haven't worn the clothes you bought me last time more than a few times," Song Dongmei refused. Qian Fengshi waved her hand more forcefully. "No need. No need." Song Chunhua didn't allow refusal and smiled. "Just take it." "Second sister Chun, does this pink cloth look good?" Song Chunhua pointed to the pink fabric on the table. "Looks good." Zhao Kun chuckled. The third girl chose the pink one, while the older 2 girls picked a durable dark blue. Song Chunhua looked at her 2 older cousins, especially the older one, and smiled helplessly. At home, life returned to normal. They spent their days making soap and hunting, slowly passing the days, but feeling fulfilled. At this moment, the most important matter at home was Song Dalong's student exam. The exam was in the county town. The exam was in a few days, and they would leave early tomorrow. After breakfast, the 3 siblings, Song Dalong, Song Sanlang, and Song Chunhua, drove a horse carriage toward the county town. Next year, Song Sanlang would also take the imperial exam for young scholars, so this time, he was there to get familiar with the place. The teacher stood at the front, always holding a book under his arm, with his arms crossed. The 2 classmates behind him kept looking around. The 3 of them got off the carriage and bowed to the teacher. After the bow, the teacher briefly gave some instructions and then told them to leave. Song Dalong's 2 classmates were Fan Yun and Ming Yangyuan. They arrived at the county town at noon, and Song Chunhua went straight to the inn where they usually stayed. 3 rooms upstairs, Song Chunhua said to the young servant. Fan Yun asked, "Are there any beds in the common room?" Ming Yangyuan naturally said, "Why stay in the common room?" Song's family booked 3 upstairs rooms. He looked confident and matter-of-fact. Song Chunhua looked at Song Dalong. Song Dalong knew that the 3 upstairs rooms meant one for each of them, but since they were classmates, he spoke up. "Let's all sleep in one room tonight." "How can 3 people fit in one room?" "You and Song Xian sleep in one, and I and Fan Yun in the other," Ming Yangyuan said confidently. "It's a waste for your second sister to sleep alone in a room," someone said. Hearing this, Song Chunhua smiled, and Song Sanlang immediately retorted, "My second sister's money. She can sleep in as many rooms as she wants. Also, those 3 upstairs rooms are for us siblings, 1 each. My eldest brother asked you to sleep with him because of our friendship." When Song Dalong heard Ming Yangyuan say that Song Chunhua sleeping alone was a waste, he became angry. His usual gentle and tolerant attitude was gone. "Take back what I just said about sleeping in the same room with me," he said seriously. "Fan Yun, let's go upstairs." Fan Yun quickly tried to smooth things over. Song Xian, Ming Yangyuan didn't mean it that way." He turned to Ming Yangyuan and said, "Hurry up and apologize." Ming Yangyuan, though reluctant, finally said, "Sorry, Song Zhe and Song Xian, you're the one who needs to apologize, my second sister." Song Sanlang interrupted. Ming Yangyuan's family had supported him through his studies. Since childhood, he was spoiled by his family. In his eyes, a woman's value was to serve men, whether it was a sister or niece. Their worth was measured by the bride price they received, which was used to support his studies or help his brothers and nephews get married. At this moment, making him apologize to a woman he looked down on was very uncomfortable. However, upon hearing that Song Zhe and Song Xian's family was run by this girl, he reluctantly apologized. Song Chunhua looked at her proud expression, smiled, said nothing, and no longer gave her any attention. She then said to Song Dalong, Song Sanlang, and Fan Yun, "Let's go upstairs." Seeing the others go straight upstairs without saying anything about forgiving him, she called out from behind, "Hey, I've already apologized." "Really? If I forgive you, then you've apologized, right?" Song Chunhua snorted coldly. Seeing only Ming Yangyuan left, the second young man stepped forward to ask, "Would you like a private room?" Hearing this, Ming Yangyuan felt very embarrassed. A private room costs half a tael, and he really wanted to book one to show off to the Song siblings, but his money wasn't enough. He lowered his voice, afraid others might hear. Just give me a bed in the common room. Follow me to the common room, the second young man said loudly. When he shouted, common room, Ming Yangyuan felt everyone was looking at him, and he hated the Song siblings even more. He also blamed Fan Yun, thinking he only cared about his own pleasure, and left him behind.